Ghouls are the weakest race in the monster forest, only able to survive every day by eating carrion. Whenever they encounter stronger monsters, they get completely beaten up. But one day, the originally weak ghouls suddenly became incredibly strong, crazily hunting other races, thereby becoming the apex predators at the top of the food chain. Even more surprisingly, the reason behind that change was a human. Juan Seo was a promising young weightlifter in the Korean sports scene. During a competition, he tried to lift a ton weight to impress the audience, a completely disastrous show-off, and the result was that the young man was reincarnated into another world. Just as he opened his eyes, in front of Han Seo was a flock of derpy-looking chickens. He even thought that because he had eaten too much chicken breast, he was still being chased by chickens after dying and going to hell. However, these guys were out of their league trying to eat Han Seo and got beaten to a pulp by him. At this moment, Han Seo suddenly realized he could see the information and status of the chickens just like in a game. Unexpectedly, although these guys looked derpy, they had a very high protein content. Out of extreme hunger, the desperate young man slaughtered and ate the whole flock. By the time he finished eating, Han Seo finally realized the truth, that he had been reincarnated into the body of a skinny, addict-like young man. So all the hard work and whey protein he consumed over the years to get a six-pack body went down the drain. Fortunately, Han Seo still retained his original strength. He was able to pull out a huge tree with his bare hands, and then put it on his shoulder to train and get back in shape.
3 months later, Han Seo's body had become more muscular, but it was still nothing compared to his previous life. Looking at the plump and fat chickens, he decided to load up on more protein. At this moment, something suddenly appeared behind Han Seo. He turned his head to see what it was and got the shock of his life, because it was a giant, supersized chicken. Since Han Seo had devoured all its chicks, it had come here today to seek revenge. Knowing he was no match for this creature, he immediately bolted, because just one strike from it would crush his body into a pulp. While running away, Han Seo couldn't help but feel jealous of the chicken because of its bulging pecs that looked like Lee ducks. Those gym bros who lift weights for over 180 minutes are truly delusional. One person and one chicken kept chasing each other through the forest. As Han Seo was fleeing, 2 goofy chickens suddenly popped out from the bushes. They even sneered at him. Hee, this is karma for daring to eat them the other day, getting hit with instant retribution. Han Seo was furious, but couldn't do anything to them, because right behind him was the crazy chicken trying to eat him. During the escape, Han Seo unexpectedly activated the skill Hawk's Eyes. From there, he discovered the giant chicken's name was Cockatrice, and its weight was 1.2 tons. Eating the cockatrice's breast would unlock the rare skill Muscle Recovery. Seeing this, Han Seo decided to stop running and stay to solo it. Valuing muscles more than his own life is truly surreal. Most people think that the way to build muscle is through training, but that's not exactly true. Actually, the muscle gets broken down. At that time, the strength and capacity of the muscle decrease. When we absorb enough nutrients and rest properly, the damaged muscle fibers will start to grow faster than normal. People call that process muscle recovery. Han Seo thought that if he could slaughter this chicken, his old muscles would return to him. During the fight, Han Seo accidentally activated the skill Great Hand Cranking Art. With just one punch, the giant chicken's head was blown up, and he successfully took its life. So he got to slurp up more protein to build muscle again. Warning, muscle endurance has been depleted. Muscle contraction has been activated for recovery. That evening, Han Seo had a delicious roast chicken meal. If only he had some ha-ha salt, it would have been absolute perfection. But Han Seo didn't know that in the nearby forest, greedy eyes were staring at him hungrily, drooling.
Actually, those people were just 3 local residents, having not smelled meat for a long time and craving it so much they reacted that way. They recognized Han Seo as the one who had defeated the giant chicken Cockatrice, the terror of the forest. Initially, the trio didn't dare approach Han Seo because they thought he was very dangerous. However, being too desperate, the 3 young men then sat down and waited around the main character, throwing all dignity out the window. Han Seo asked who the 3 of them were, and they said they were ghouls from the Alimai region. He immediately activated the Eagle Eye skill to check their information, and sure enough, they were not lying. Han Seo felt quite curious because this was his first time encountering a creature like a ghoul. One ghoul guy revealed they were looking for the person who defeated Cockatrice and asked if Han Seo had any information. He confessed that he was the one who killed it and apologized because he thought this chicken had an owner. Hearing that, the 3 ghoul guys appeared overjoyed. Then they began to explain that because the most powerful monster had died, a territorial war between species had broken out in Alimai. Cockatrice did not have high intelligence, but in return it was extremely belligerent when its territory was invaded. Their purpose was to beg Han Seo to help the ghoul tribe.
However, he refused because he was still busy training to regain his previous physique. Hearing that, the 3 young ghouls were extremely disappointed and had to say goodbye to Juhan Seo to return to their village. Seeing the 3 of them leaving empty-handed, Juhan Seo told them to just take some chicken meat to eat. After all, he couldn't finish it all by himself anyway. The ghoul group thanked Juhan Seo for his generosity. It had been a long time since they had eaten meat, so they were very happy. At this moment, one of the three was about to bend down to lift a slab of meat. Juhan Seo found it really an eyesore, so he stopped him. Then he began to explain to the other party that lifting heavy objects with incorrect posture would lead to extremely dangerous back injuries. The young ghoul remained bewildered, completely clueless about what our main character was talking about. Does no one here know what a deadlift is? What is that? It's our first time hearing that name. No wonder your limbs are as thin as twigs. Juhan Seo recalled a few things his elementary school PE teacher once taught him. Juhan Seo, only when you can teach someone else can you truly master it completely. If there is a time when your muscles stop growing, try teaching someone. That will help you. Juhan Seo felt that his teacher's words made sense again, so he decided to help the three young ghouls transport the meat back to their village.
Inside the village of the ghoul tribe, Hanu was being personally welcomed by the Ghoul King. The Ghoul King thanked Hanu for providing food aid to the villagers. However, while talking, he only paid attention to the guy's bizarre body structure. His arms and legs were skinny, while his belly was full of fat. This was exactly a manifestation of obesity caused by physical inactivity. This guy probably also drank often and ate greasy food like my old boss with a hairy mouth and fat belly. Skipping the greetings, Hanu told the Ghoul King to get straight to the point, asking why he called him here. The Ghoul King revealed they were in trouble because of the death of the giant chicken cockatrice. The Ghoul Tab is the weakest faction in Ali Mai. They have neither stamina nor skills, so they have to eat carrion to survive. When Hanu said he knew absolutely nothing about this, the Ghoul King got very angry. He immediately ordered his subordinates to escort the three ghouls who had led Hanu to the village. Very quickly, the three were tied up and brought before the Ghoul King. He asked them, "Do you still not know your crimes?" and then ordered his subordinates to bring that thing out here. One must know to be loyal to the strong. That is the law of the jungle that has existed for a very long time, so I wanted to seduce the one who defeated the cockatrice and make him loyal to me, but you dared to deceive me, so pay with your lives. Heavy mace, double the power. Right when the Ghoul King wanted to punish the three, Hanu blocked his mace with just his bare hands, wasting other people's time and bullying the weak. Is this the culture of this village? I already activated my skill. Maybe I didn't use my strength properly. Otherwise, how could a weak human block my attack? The Ghoul King thought Hanu just got lucky, so he started bragging to him that he would show his true skill. My skill is heavy mace, which can increase the weight of the weapon from 2 to 10 times. With the Ghoul King's current mana, he could increase the weight of the mace up to 4 times. A mace weighing 32 kilograms multiplied by 4 is nearly 130 kilograms. Plus the swinging force of the Ghoul King, the destructive power would be even more terrifying.
However, Hanu only used his hand to block, doing nothing, yet the mace shattered on its own in his terrified eyes. After that, Hanu easily subdued the Ghoul King with just 2 fingers. Having his weak point grasped, he was so scared that he dared not move. While acting cool, Hanu did not forget to flex that he was this strong thanks to bodybuilding exercises. However, the whole group had never heard the names of those exercises, so Hanu challenged the Ghoul King to a deadlift bet to explain to the Ghoul village what bodybuilding is. If Hanu lost, he would have to become the Ghoul King's subordinate. Hanu reminded him not to forget to keep the proper posture, otherwise he would suffer a back injury. At this moment, the Ghoul King suddenly revealed a sinister smile. It turned out he had another skill called Heavy Blank that could reduce the weight of objects. Once this skill was activated, the barbell's weight would be reduced to 1/4. Just like that, the Ghoul King successfully lifted a 200-pound weight, but the truth was it only weighed 50 pounds. When it was Hanu's turn, he told everyone below to carefully observe his movements and posture. Before lifting the weight, Hanu had to warm up his body. Stretching the muscles prevents cramps during workouts. The deadlift, or the lift of death, is a full-body exercise where the lower body is used the most. The first movement is to stand straight with legs shoulder-width apart. Second, puff out the chest as much as possible and maintain a straight posture by putting the weight on the back. Next, take the center of gravity from the middle of the feet, slowly lifting the weight past the lower body and through the entire body. Finally, lift the weight to knee level. At this time, the Ghoul King secretly played a trick, causing the weight of Hanu's 200-pound barbell to be multiplied many times over. However, no matter what tricks he used, the boy was not afraid. Hanu not only lifted the weight, but also threw it into the air, making the villagers marvel. Seeing this scene, the whole village, including the Ghoul King, immediately knelt down and begged him to be their boss. Since then, Hanu officially became the leader of the Ghoul village. From the Ghoul King, Hanu learned a few more things. This place is a completely different world compared to Earth, but there are also legends about transmigrators coming here who can return to their original world. This world is named Lysa, holding a strong literal belief in the concept of the big fish eating the small fish. The name of the Ghoul King is Gudo, so he will be called that from now on.
Mulo led Hanu to the training ground of the Ghoul tribe's warriors. Calling it a training ground was just to sound fancy, but in reality this place was just an empty dirt lot with absolutely nothing. Hanu ordered everyone in the village to quickly gather at the training ground. Although they didn't understand what the new leader wanted to do, they still obeyed and lined up neatly. Hanu thought that ghouls were weak creatures who only knew how to live off the leftovers of other races, but that would no longer happen if they had a healthy body. In the next 3 months, he would train everyone to become true warriors. If they could complete the training, they would no longer be despised by other species. The first exercise in Hanu's 3-month training course was push-ups. Although this exercise was very simple, doing it with the correct posture was not easy. It would help the chest and arm muscles become solid. The task for the ghouls was to learn how to do push-ups today. 3 hours later, the whole group was exhausted after doing about 700 push-ups in the midday sun. Meanwhile, Hansu had done more than 20,000 push-ups with a boulder on his back. Feeling that it was still not intense enough, he even told Mulo to make the stone heavier. The ghoul guys watching also sweated, wondering what the leader ate to be such a beast. At this time, everyone in the village was exhausted. Some even said it would be better to let Gulo be the leader as before, because who could endure this torturous kind of training? Hansu was extremely angry when he heard their discussions. Because you only have this sluggish spirit, you are called the weakest. Are you really resigned to being called the weakest? This is a wilderness where only the strong can survive. Do you intend to live like a coward who only knows how to run away when your friends, relatives, and family are slaughtered? If you are just that kind of trash, then get lost. I refuse to train you. As for those who dare to stay here and continue doing push-ups, I will grant you the power to protect what is important. After being enlightened by Hansu, the ghoul village finally understood the importance of training. Everyone decided to stay and continue practicing. No one left. No matter how tired they were, they still tried to complete the first training session. The more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in battle. Hansu had inspired everyone to become strong. What makes a good trainer? It is not the person who knows the most about muscles, nor the person who has reached the body's limit. The best trainer is the one who can revive the determination and fighting will of others. At that moment, Hansu's Eagle Eye skill was also upgraded to level 2. Time passed just like that. In a blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. On the trail leading to the ghoul village, a group of strangers appeared. They were the lizardman tribe. Today, the lizardman tribe had decided to attack and capture the ghoul village to turn this place into a colony. But they didn't know their movements had already been discovered by Hansu. He immediately ordered the ghoul warriors to prepare and get into combat positions. This would be their first battle after 3 months of training.
At this time, the lizardmen had entered the canyon. Suddenly, countless rocks fell from above, leaving them unable to react. Very quickly, several members of the group were severely injured by the falling rocks and couldn't stand up. Only now did they realize they had fallen into the ambush of the ghouls. The young men in the village were no longer the weakest. Every single one of them was now bulging with muscles. The lizardman leader had to quickly come up with a countermeasure, or else defeat would only be a matter of time. The leader sensed Gulo's mana, assuming he was the leader of the ghouls. So he decided to challenge Gulo to a one-on-one duel to turn the tide. You ghoul over there, come out. Don't cowardly hide behind your subordinates. Come down here and fight me one-on-one. Lord Hansu, how will you respond to his provocation? Hansu couldn't help but recall the days when he used to keep a crocodile as a pet. It had an extremely powerful bite force of up to 2 tons. However, that crocodile still couldn't bite through his well-trained muscles, and even lost its teeth right after biting. You've been my pet for quite a long time. From then on, he remembered how to deal with reptiles. Hansu immediately jumped down and pinned the leader to the ground on his back. First, you need to flip these lizardmen over so their bellies are exposed. Next is to stare directly into their eyes. When animals are small, you need to show them that you are stronger than them. Sure enough, when facing Hansu's terrifying gaze, the opponent quickly surrendered. Who knows if this human guy will bite me or not? As a result of the battle with the lizardmen, the ghoul faction won an overwhelming victory. Not far from Alimai is the Weroad Principality. It is an honor for such a small nation to have outstanding talents like all of you. I assign you the mission to investigate the disappearance of the cockatrice. We obey your command, Count Weroad. General, is it really okay to entrust such an important mission to these young warriors? Haha, don't worry too much, Count Weroad. Even though they are still very young, they are all rare geniuses.
Labor uses flashy swordplay to toy with his opponents. He is a master of swordsmanship. Henda uses a heavy greatsword. It has the power to blow away all kinds of opponents' weapons. If the two of them fought together, apart from a dragon, nothing could take them down. So I guess the rather simple-looking warrior behind them must also be an outstanding figure, right? That guy is a bit hard to talk about. I'm also not clear about his abilities. Labor and Hendis suggested he come along because the 3 of them have been friends since childhood, and also because the 2 geniuses like him. After that, the 3 of them went into the forest to investigate the mysterious disappearance of cockatrice. On a nearby tree trunk, there was a goblin drawing a bow preparing to aim and shoot at them. However, Labor was still faster, and he skewered it with his sword. At this time, the other 2 were surrounded by goblins. Henda was not afraid at all, and immediately swung his heavy greatsword. Because it is a heavy weapon with great destructive power, everywhere it tasked, a bunch of goblins ended up dead. The remaining young man had a light job with high pay, not having done anything before his 2 best friends had finished off the goblins. Block felt quite jealous of his 2 friends, because all 3 were taught by the same master, but only he was still weak. Perhaps this is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. At this time in the ghoul village, the lizardman group was learning Hansu's crash course on muscle building. Thank you for everything you have done for us. You're welcome. If you want to continue training, just drop by here. The ghoul village also told the lizardman group that they must train intensely to get big fast like them.
Finally, the lizardman tribe left, wondering how the originally weak ghouls could be so muscular. It was truly surreal. Their firm bodies? At first, when I looked at them, I was also very surprised. When training, muscles will get sore and will grow by recovering.
However, if fatigue accumulates in the central nervous system, training capacity will decrease or injuries can occur. To prevent this from happening, resting to minimize fatigue after training is called deloading. When the ghouls reached their 9th week of training, they also felt tired, so Hansu gave the whole village a day off from training. Unexpectedly, the next morning, the ghouls' bodies showed significant development. Not only their muscles, but their height had also increased. Hansu used the eagle eye skill to evaluate the ghouls and found that their body fat percentage was very low, only 8%. Even he did not expect the ghouls to progress so quickly because there was no gear to use and no whey protein to drink. The lizardmen had left, and Hansu told the whole village to quickly prepare dinner. A young man asked him if they could go hunting by themselves today. It wasn't that they wanted to skip a training session or anything, but they had never had the chance to confront prey directly because Hansu was always the one hunting. Gudo was curious if a muscular ghoul bodybuilder could beat Hansu. He bluntly declared that they were still amateurs, and when it came to weightlifting, he could take on the whole village. After that, everyone started carrying their luggage and set off to hunt. Even while walking, the ghouls had to train their leg muscles under Hansu's orders. At this time, a ghoul suddenly turned backwards while performing an exercise and injured his ankle. Seeing this, Hansu immediately told everyone to stop so he could check the injury for him. That night, Gob was practicing his sword alone in the forest. He wanted to become stronger so he wouldn't have to hide behind his two friends when something happened like this morning. Therefore, while everyone was sleeping, he practiced diligently. Leper suddenly walked over and reminded Gob to put more pressure on his thumb so the sword strike would be fast and strong. It turned out that the sound of his training had woken up his two friends. Henda reminded him that it was late at night, and if he still refused to sleep, his body would be tired tomorrow due to lack of sleep.
At this moment, a group of lizardmen suddenly rushed out from the forest and headed towards everyone, but the target of the lizardmen was not them, but rather they seemed to be running away from something extremely terrifying behind. Following them was a flock of cockatrices that also seemed to be terrified of something. It turned out they were being chased by Hansu and the ghoul village to load up on protein. Since then, a new ecosystem has emerged in the forest, with him at the top of the food chain. Back in the afternoon, the whole group was hiding behind the leaves to observe their prey. They were plump cockatrices with delicious meat and rich nutrition. Eating them builds muscle extremely quickly. However, the ghouls were still a bit afraid to face the flock of cockatrices. At this time, a cockatrice was hunting but got blocked by two tree trunks. Unexpectedly, the cockatrice suddenly crowed loudly. Its whole body instantly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, the two tree trunks were easily knocked down by it. Indeed, once hungry, even a chicken becomes dangerous. No wonder the ghouls were too scared to hunt them.
Witnessing the strength of the derby cockatrice, a young ghoul went to find two other tree trunks to test his strength. He couldn't believe that after several months of training, he still wasn't as strong as the chicken. However, even though he tried his best, the two trees didn't budge at all. I will wait 1 minute and try again. I'll let you rest for a whole 3 minutes. There's no need to tense up. Pay attention to the movement of your heels. Reminding by Hansu, he followed the standard movement correctly, but it seemed the tree roots were planted too deeply, so he still didn't have enough force to push them over. At this time, Hansu suddenly noticed the flock of chickens. While observing them, he realized the difference between the derpy cockatrice and the ghouls. They improved their muscles so steadily that I didn't realize this. Sir Hansu, is there something wrong? I'm sorry, it's my fault that you guys can't do as well as them. Are our postures wrong? It's not like that. It's just because your muscles have gotten used to my routine. Starting from now, the ghoul village must change its training schedule. Hansu gathered everyone and began introducing new equipment and exercises. The thing behind my back is the cable crossover. It is specially made to change your fixed routine. From now on, you will use them to train your inner chest muscles. If you perform this exercise, you will be able to easily defeat the chickens. Truly our leader, the leader always knows the answer.
Cable crossover. This exercise is used to stimulate chest muscle growth. It will elevate the practitioner's muscles to a new level. This exercise will only be effective if performed correctly. It is one of the high difficulty level exercises for beginners. First, slightly bend the upper body and slightly bend the knees. Second, stand with arms fully extended, keeping the body stable in the center position throughout the exercise to limit movement. Third, position the body in the middle of the equipment. Pull the cables with an appropriate force like a bird trying to flap its wings, then cross them. Fourth, different hand directions will stimulate different muscle groups on the chest. Make sure the firm grip on the handles, not utilizing the pulling force of the cables. Being taught a new exercise by the leader, the ghouls were very excited and immediately put it into practice. By the time they faced the flock of derpy chickens, everyone's chest muscles had developed significantly. Unexpectedly, upon seeing this scene, the chickens also began to level up, and their size became much larger than before. The ghouls were not afraid, but continued to charge forward, because their belief in the new exercise had given them more strength. Both sides decided to jump in and brawl right in the forest. Hansu stayed outside, using the eagle eye skill to observe the situation. He discovered that the derpy chickens had evolved into cockatrices. With a protein composition of 132 pounds and a body fat ratio of 12%, the ghouls were not their opponents. If they didn't want the chickens to evolve, they had to ensure that the chicken breast part could no longer develop. At this time, inside the ghoul village, there was still one person left. That was Gulo, who was assigned the task of staying behind to stand guard. Guarding an empty house didn't seem boring. Gulo didn't think so at all, but rather felt very happy and free. Han Seo is truly a good person, but our tastes are completely different. That is why I prepared this. Today's menu is crispy fried chicken skin. The ingredients include clean chicken skin, wheat flour, chili powder, along with oil and salt. The first step is using a knife to cut the washed chicken skin into even pieces. If it is fried immediately, it will have a smell, so before cooking, spices must be used to eliminate the raw odor. Next, adding chili powder into the wheat flour and mixing it well will create a magical mixture. Finally, sprinkle that mixture onto the chicken skin and then fry it in a sizzling hot pan of oil. Thus, Gulo's golden, chewy, and crispy fried chicken skin dish has been completed.
Returning to the battle in the forest, the ghouls were completely overwhelmed by the flock of cockatrices. They had trained their chest muscles exactly as Han Seo instructed, but still couldn't defeat the cockatrices. Han Seo simply explained that everyone had only been training for a few months, whereas the cockatrices had developed their chest muscles for hunting since they were young. Getting such fantastic chest muscles isn't an easy feat. But that doesn't mean you guys have no way to win. You must remember how you made it all the way here. You have to train your roots first before you can exert your full strength. The source of muscle power comes from the roots. Finally, you guys have realized it. You might have only used your chest muscles and lost, but what if you combine it with the strength of your legs? Show me your effort and spirit. Enlightened by the main character, the ghouls acted very aggressively and immediately rushed at the flock of cockatrices, but the result was still being sent flying by a cockatrice with a single smack. It turned out that carrying heavy objects all the way here to train their leg muscles had exhausted them. By the time Han Seo realized this, it was already too late. After claiming victory, the cockatrices began to look down on everyone with half an eye, acting like they were out of their league. It was time for Han Seo to let them know who was truly the apex predator at the top of the food chain in this forest. Seeing that there was still someone daring to provoke them, the flock of cockatrices angrily charged toward him. Facing that situation, Han Seo remained incredibly calm. He simply extended a hand forward. As the flock of cockatrices rushed up, slow-motion scenes suddenly appeared in their eyes. From the times they were just tiny, newly hatched eggs, growing up a bit to be taught how to hunt by their parents, to adulthood when they constantly had to compete with their own kind. That process had helped their chest muscles develop extremely powerfully. However, the opponent they faced today was Han Seo. The ending was that the entire flock was thrown into his cooking pot without a single one escaping. Eat plenty of protein. Tomorrow you will have to try and catch one yourselves. Yes, Chief. Those holding a chicken leg in their hands will have to do 300 push-ups.
The next day, following Han Seo's orders, the ghouls went hunting again. He warned them to be careful, as getting injured would prevent them from training. Han Seo would not go with everyone because he was busy working out his chest. Since there was no leader to command the battle, the ghouls had to devise their own action plan. According to calculations, Han Seo alone caught 27 cockatrices yesterday, so today's goal for everyone is to catch at least 50. They decided to divide the team into 3 groups. If any group faced danger, they would signal the other 2 groups for help. Thus, the second hunt of the ghoul village officially began. At this time, the 3 human youths had found the skeleton of the cockatrice that was slaughtered by Han Seo. Its skull was nowhere to be found. It seemed to have been destroyed by high-level magic. Someone who could kill a cockatrice with just one strike must be as powerful as a great wizard. Can we really take on this mission? Don't worry, Block. Even though you are the weakest in the group, we won't let you get hurt. While the 3 of them were talking to each other, they suddenly felt the ground shake. It turned out to be a squad of ghouls herding cockatrices nearby. Very quickly, the ghouls spotted the 3 young humans, while they were also very surprised to see a bizarre group of 6-pack monsters for the first time. Stop! Humans are a cruel and bloodthirsty species. We don't know how they will act. A reckless decision could put everyone in danger. What are the ghouls doing? Is it a way of showing off before using a move? Go call Team 1 and Team 2. We must gain the advantage with numbers. The ghouls had figured out a way to use their chest muscles to send signals to their kind, but unexpectedly, this action angered the cockatrices, inadvertently helping them level up.
The cockatrices have evolved into cockatrice monsters, and their faces look less silly. In a fit of rage, the whole group immediately rushed toward the ghouls. Team 3 secretly thought they were doomed this time. However, in this critical moment, the captains of Team 1 and Team 2 quickly arrived. With reinforcements here, the ghouls were no longer afraid of the cockatrices. Now they could use the secret ultimate move they had learned from Han Seo. To get the right posture, you did great. When you cannot do the correct posture, you need someone to assist you. But what should we do if we want to truly feel our own strength safely? The answer is Han Seo's secret bodybuilding ultimate move. 4 ghouls coordinate together to form a group. From there, the attack of the person in front will carry the power of all 3 people behind. Relying on the battle formation, the 4 ghouls successfully beat up the flock of chickens. In the group, there was one leftover ghoul who was about to be singled out by a cockatrice. The 3 human youths decided to help him because they were moved by the ghouls' united way of fighting.
Just as the 2 sides joined forces to take down the flock of chickens, a new threat appeared. It was a giant cockatrice, its eyes glaring at everyone, full of rage. This cockatrice reminded them of a dragon named Long Yat, a dragon famous for its greed and brutality. It feared that in the future, other dragons might surpass it, so it took some extreme measures, which was to scatter its power. And this is exactly how the cockatrice, a species closely related to dragons, was born. Although this chicken is not a dragon, to everyone it is still an extremely dangerous creature. At this time, Han Seo was still busy training his chest muscles, so he didn't know what was happening in the forest. Although his muscles were developing quite slowly compared to his previous life, he still had plenty of time to adapt to the new world. 3 months had passed. At first, they were as skinny as anchovies. I had to teach them step by step, like teaching a newborn baby to walk. They almost gave up, but that was just a momentary thought. In the end, they tried with all their might, and none of them quit. That is why their bodies are developing more and more, and now they seem fine. "Boss, we are in trouble. The chickens have grown too fast, and now everyone is in danger. If this situation continues, everyone will be wiped out. Shut up and quickly point the way for me. Warning, energy exceeding the muscle endurance limit will be dangerous. Do you want to cancel this skill? How dare you touch my kids?" Confirmed, continuing to execute the skill. Han Seo was seen stomping his foot to gain momentum, causing the surrounding ground to crack open. Then he launched himself into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Over here, Leper and Hendo were fighting the cockatrice, one attracting its attention to distract it while the other aimed at its weak point. Although their attack tactic was very reasonable, and the cockatrice also took a few hits to its vitals. However, it was much stronger than the two thought. Very quickly, Leper was slapped into the sky by its wings. Even though the young man was heavily injured, he still signaled that he was alive to reassure his teammates. Seeing this, the ghoul team had to use a secret battle formation, the ultimate technique of bodybuilders, building a human tower. But the cockatrice attacked so fiercely that soon everyone's combined formation was destroyed by it. When the ghouls were about to face danger, something descended and killed the cockatrice. The dust quickly dispersed. The person who had just appeared was Gudo, while Han Seo, because he jumped a bit too hard, had landed in the wrong place. At this time, a flock of giant cockatrices had come to surround Gudo. He was not afraid, but mocked them. "Is this all you cockatrices can do? That ghoul seems to be the ghoul king. That long-range attack was quite impressive. What are you looking at? Do you think I came here without any preparation? Could it be that the Ghoul King already had a plan ready? I have attracted their attention. Take this opportunity to wipe them out. Sir Han Seo, please appear. Leader, why don't you appear? Where are you, leader?" The Ghoul King accidentally talked big with the cockatrices, and now he is beyond saving. Unlike normal ghouls, Gudo did not participate in bodybuilding training sessions, but his status remained unchanged. Then why could he maintain his status like that, even though the other ghouls in the village had become much stronger? That is because Gudo was assigned a very important task by Han Seo, which is to control everyone's lifting weights. Gudo had no choice but to continue casting the weight-increasing skill. Gulo's heavy blank skill had reached the maximum level and became increasingly stronger while he was not paying attention to it.
Previously, Gudo only used a rock to destroy the giant cockatrice. However, now they have called more brothers, so he is also a bit scared. Seeing this, the ghoul started cheering for Gudo. If he could defeat the cockatrice with a single blow, he would truly be as strong as Han Seo. No one can defeat this giant thing with just one blow. Perhaps I am a genius, because since birth I have been different from ordinary ghouls. Come at me, all you cockatrices. This great ghoul king will defeat you all. But right after boasting, Gudo was slapped flying by the cockatrice. We are really doomed. Henda, Leper, I'm sorry that I could never understand your jokes. In the final moments of life, still having friends by my side, at least I will not be lonely. We will also try until our very last muscle fibers. Thank you, leader, for teaching us. The training was hard, but we were able to feel the joy of becoming stronger. If there is a next life, please guide us once again. Elsewhere, Han Seo has found the location where Gudo fell. The ghouls are in danger. Please save them, leader. Activated the calm skill. Detected an emotion overpowering the calm skill. The calm skill has been cancelled.
What is going on? Where are the cockatrices suddenly running to? It turns out the cockatrices sensed the threat from Han Seo, so they ran over to surround him. You guys can stop now. I am as calm as possible right now. Detected an emotion superior to the calm skill. The user will be scanned. The calm skill will be cancelled for 1 day. This chest vibration, it must definitely be Lord Han Seo. Who is this Lord Han Seo you guys are talking about? He is our teacher and also our leader. His muscles are much lighter than all of ours. Is that it? Words cannot fully convey it. You will understand once you meet him. Why not just say it briefly so people can understand? Lord Han Seo is our new demon king. I still don't fucking understand what these guys are talking about. At this moment, Han Seo is facing a flock of giant cockatrices alone. He unleashed a one-handed dumbbell shock strike that sent one flying into the sky. Seeing this, 2 others immediately jumped high and stopped on the ground where Han Seo was standing. Despite being pressed deep into the ground, he was not afraid at all, but used weightlifting techniques to throw them elsewhere. While jumping out of the hole, Han Seo took down another cockatrice. My ancestors taught that your species can grow muscles through vibrations in the chest. That is why I dragged you guys here. This is definitely the place. I can develop muscles myself with my own chest, but what about you guys? Can you do it? Hansu was seen putting his hands on the ground, the silhouette of a dumbbell with infinite weight appearing behind him. Hansu's muscles suddenly expanded as if he had turned into a giant. After that, he executed the ultimate skill, Divine Squat Palm, and the cockatrices were completely thrashed by him. Everyone arrived and accidentally witnessed the scene of Hansu destroying the cockatrices. So this is the Demon King that the ghouls mentioned. To strike to this extent, is he even human? I have used my legs too much. I can't waste time. I don't know how much longer I can maintain this form. But if I give up now, Lord Hansu, at this rate I will die of exhaustion. But it's better that only I die than the whole village. If I give up now, I will have no face left to meet the former Demon King Gudo, who volunteered to help me train. I have to finish it all with just one move. Dumbbell shock, maximum dumbbell. Activated the super skill, muscle recovery, 15% of muscles recovered.
Warning, the muscles of the limbs cannot support the muscles of the upper body. The limb muscles are very weak. Please quickly relax the upper body muscles. Risk of muscle damage detected. Request to relax the upper body muscles. Lord Hansu, we will all lend you a hand. After that, the cockatrices were defeated by everyone joining forces. That's enough training for today. Gudo, I will miss you a lot. Before Lord Hansu arrived, he was always grumpy, but now that he met Brother Hansu, he instantly became a good person. So who is going to help me up now? Don't turn your faces away like that, you ungrateful brats. Come back here or you'll see what I can do. You've worked hard today, Lord Hansu. Gulo's unexpected appearance made everyone freeze for 5 seconds. What's wrong? I didn't feel well, so I took a nap before coming here. Gudo, you're still alive? What is this? Don't rush at me all at once like that. Stop it, or I'll really beat you up. Welcome back, Gudo. From now on, let's protect and take care of everyone together.
He destroyed all the cockatrices by himself. He is also the one who killed the cockatrice, isn't he? That's right, I'm quite sure of it, Lord Viroth. That Demon King is nothing to worry about, but that kid is definitely very dangerous. We still don't know when they will reveal their true colors. I have to think carefully to find a way to deal with him. Come to think of it, where is Block? Didn't he return with you? Hey, let me ask, what are you doing? Hey, you kid, are you trying to harm him? Wow, look at this. Pretty nice physique, no joke. Stop treating Block like an object. Do you want to be stronger than you are currently? That's not important. What's important is behind you. So do you want to? Surely there was a time you wanted to try it, right? If you want to, then stay here and train with me. We had no other choice but to let him take Block away like that. Boss, please rescue Block from those damn monsters. We still don't know clearly what they are practicing. It could be black magic. If someone gets caught like that, I am very sorry. But knowing nothing about them, we cannot take such a risk. Besides, your boss is not the type of person who would be willing to do something so risky. No, today we will teach them a lesson. You two, get ready to fight. Why are you so pumped up all of a sudden? It doesn't look like you at all. Come on, move out of the way, old man. Daring to touch my student? We have to rescue Block from the ghouls now. At the ghoul village. Today we have a newcomer. To start, let's practice squats first. May I ask what a squat is? I will teach you. Come here. Squatting is the best exercise to make your body firmer and is also used to build muscle. What's wrong, Block? Why are you trying to sit flat on the ground? All right, stop. Honestly, doing it like this, you just look like you are standing up and sitting down. Instead, you must focus your strength on your thighs. Doing so won't harm your body. Spread your legs shoulder width apart, Block. Like this, point your knees forward and go up and down as if you are trying to sit. You can do whatever with your hands. Do it decisively. Focus the power on your thighs and hips. That is called a squat. For a first-timer to do it like this is pretty good. Have you ever trained anywhere before? I learned swordsmanship. Really? Then try squatting again. Remember to do it decisively. Can you raise your arms? Let me lift the weights onto your hands. Stand in the right posture. Let's squat. All right, very good. Everyone give Block a round of applause.
This guy, even though he's doing squats while lifting weights, he can still stand firmly in one posture. Just as I thought, I really have a good eye. This is what you call physical training. Block, you followed me because you want to become stronger, right? Well, that's right. I want to be strong like my friends. I'm just afraid that you can't do it. To be honest, I know full well that no matter how hard someone like me tries, I will still never be able to compare to someone with innate talent. But I still thank you very much, Hansu. If I have your guidance, I think at least I will be able to handle things on my own. What did you say? You will become strong in a different way, strong enough to protect your friends. Block, you have a lot of potential. This is the first time my talent has been acknowledged by someone else. All right, don't cry. Your muscles will all deflate now. Requirements met. Hawk's Eyes, level 2 skill has been upgraded to level 3. Lord Hansu, why did you bring along cockatrice chicks? We can hunt the cockatrices, but we can't hunt them indiscriminately, because if we do, there won't be any left. We should prevent that before they go extinct. Lord Hansu, these cockatrices grow very fast, so there won't be any problem raising them. There aren't many monsters capable of wiping them all out in Alamai, and right now we are stronger than those cockatrice chicks, but if they evolve, no one will be able to eliminate them except for Lord Hansu. You can't defeat them? You really can't? Actually, not exactly. We can. I knew it.
Why do you underestimate your own species? I was almost disappointed.
You guys must use your femur area, the main muscle groups, to hold the weights. Heavy blank 1/10. Are you ready? I am ready. Let's do this. All right then, I will activate the skill now. Heavy blank X2 weight. Come on, you can do it. While everyone was training, a stranger suddenly invaded the ghoul village. Are you the monster who kidnapped my student? I think there is a misunderstanding here. I don't know who you are, and I am no longer the patriarch here either. Your answer is only yes or no. We do nothing else but train. What do you mean? Oh ho, he can block my sword with just his bare hands? Did she just injure my muscles? This older woman is really dangerous. Hey, you two, is this the one who kidnapped Block? That's right, it's him. Block, our master is here to save you. Block, where are you? Please answer us. I apologize for interrupting your training, little boy, but holding someone else's student captive is not a good thing, right? What is this? Block, you already had a trainer. This wouldn't have happened if you had told me beforehand. But bodybuilding is more interesting than sword hiding, right? Be honest now. Why are you stammering?
I apologize, Master. I prefer bodybuilding over sword fighting. You have taken the trouble to come all the way here. I am sorry, Master. I already have a new master for myself. Is that so? Then there is nothing more I can do. I must use force to take you away. After speaking, the strange woman executed the ultimate move, Heavenly Sword Slash, and Han Seo quickly flexed his muscles to block the opponent's attack. This hurts my pride. Can I only give you a scratch? Block, do you want to train to achieve this physique? That's right, Master. Han Seo is incredibly cool. Then let's do it this way. This boy and I will duel for the right to be your master. The martial arts of the winner will dictate the turns. You might not know, but bodybuilding is not a martial art. It consists of exercises to train and improve one's own body. I heard you killed a cockatrice with something called bodybuilding? That was to supplement protein. All I do is for survival. So bodybuilding has no use in combat? What? What did you just say?
Why are you so angry? Did that hurt your pride? What is the point of physical training when you can't fight? In other words, it's just trash. I will show you what training is for. Cockatrice leg muscle compression mechanism activated. I wonder who will win if Sir Han Seo and that girl fight. Looking at the body size between the two of them, you should figure it out yourself. Body size doesn't mean anything. My master is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. Activating Eagle Eye Level 3, Species, Human, Class, Swordmaster. With only that much muscle ratio, how could she injure me? A human cannot use a sword to deal damage to muscles. You alien, what kind of martial arts are you teaching? And the swordplay I am teaching is the kind that can help me chop my enemies into pieces with sword aura. Let a senior like me teach you a few things. Do you know why I call you an alien even though you look like a human? That is because your magic power is red. The redder your magic power is, the purer your demon bloodline is. And the technique you are using, no human can change their form when fighting. As long as you have determination, you can change your form. Don't act like you know it all. That only happens to aliens like you. Humans can only use internal energy like this to compensate for their shortcomings when fighting. One sword isolates the stance. 10,000 swords pierce the heart. No matter how hard you try to spread your martial arts here, it will be useless. Do you understand now? Your martial arts are just scrap to humans, yet you think you can defeat me with that shameful martial art? So your opponents were defeated this way? The opponents you met, were they stronger than me or not? Why should I care about that? If they are my opponents, no one can live. We bodybuilding enthusiasts will always try to overcome those who are stronger than us. Now I will show you that.
Block, can I say something? I'm sorry because we thought it would be hard to see you again, so we went to the master's place. We know that doing so will make you hate us, but we don't know why. What are you two talking about? Why would I hate you? Well, you left when we forced you to. What? I came here because I wanted to learn more about bodybuilding, and I was planning to go back later. Han Seo also allowed it. Block, what kind of martial arts are you going to learn? We want to know too. I just arrived, so I'm not sure either. Demon King, can you guide us? All right, you guys follow me. Do you guys remember when we first practiced sword fighting? What does a master say was the most important thing in swordsmanship? It's the lower center of gravity. Exactly. With the exercise we are about to do, we will use the entire lower center of gravity. We will focus on the quadriceps with the squat movement. Han Seo told us to learn the correct posture first, but if we want to increase the fun of the exercise, wouldn't using weights right away be very dangerous? It's okay, I will support them. In another place, Han Seo is still exchanging moves with the master of the 3 young men, but it's very strange. The two sides keep pushing back and forth like they are lifting weights. Why are you holding back your strength? I'm not. I'm concentrating my strength. Technically, it's called the contraction and squeezing technique. Is that the sound of Leper and Henda moaning over there? So these two also got lured into the gym bro path by their friend. What on earth is that? Are they training? That? They are doing squat. This is a part of the exercise. Excuse me, can I include your exercise in the training program as well? Really? Why did you change your mind so quickly? I noticed a strong passion in it. I have found happiness looking at those sweat-drenched bodies. Form an alliance. Unite through training.
When seeing off the master of the 3 young men, Han Seo noticed one thing. Your biceps are truly no joke. How do you train? Haha, are you curious? All right, I will tell you. Actually, it's nothing, because my job is swinging a sword all day. Do you think I work out? But I am curious about something else. Are you okay with teaching everyone advanced training methods without asking for payment? It's fine. The more people who train, the better, right? Why do you think like that? Because there can be a gym everywhere. Plus, you will work more efficiently when you learn more training methods, right? It could be feasible across the whole continent. I want the culture of wellness to be widely spread. You are funnier than I thought. I like you. I will grant you a favor whenever you want. That evening, while everyone was eating dinner, Block had something to say. Excuse me, Mr. Hansu. You might not know this, Mr. Hansu, but the city where I live is an extremely discriminatory place, not only discriminating against abnormal people, but also against dark mages and so on. Among humans, even the leaders show favoritism. Young people like me care less about those things, but I am worried that you, Mr. Hansu, and your friends here will get hurt. Hansu, who was gnawing on the half-eaten chicken breast, heard this and also felt this was a big problem. Then shouldn't we take our time and think about the trip? Hansu didn't answer Block's question, but only paid attention to the horse's food trough.
Its texture is really crispy and sticky. There is no doubt this is the main ingredient of oatmeal. Do only horses eat clean and nutritious food like this? This is truly a serious problem. Look at that boy. He even eats livestock feed. It doesn't even taste good. In the end, monsters really are poor when it comes to eating. If a monster heard this, it would be sad. I've tried the military rations that you guys normally eat. Usually it's a bit boring, but do you want to taste my food? Is this monster inviting us? I think it's delicious. It has a sweet and pure taste, and even a little bit of spiciness. Moreover, that added spiciness is so clever. It's truly miraculous. I had lost my sense of taste before, but now I feel an appetite. I will tell you the recipe when we get close, so don't criticize us monsters. Understood, Mr. Monster. Hey, you said your name is Ryona. What is it? We will continue tomorrow morning. Do you remember saying you would grant me a favor in the morning? Of course I remember. I have decided what I want. I want you to help me with the grain issue. Isn't this livestock feed? You heard what everyone said. I heard you were planning to raise cockatrices, planning to feed them grain? Not them, but we will be the ones eating the grain.
It's not much of a problem for me, but I would feel sad letting you eat that livestock food. That's right, Lord Hansu. She seems to be a high-ranking person in the human army. Besides, we are not used to eating grains anyway. What did you just say? Say it again for me to hear. They aren't saying anything wrong. If you want something bigger, just tell me. You can turn your tent into a wooden cabin. You can wear a warrior's outfit instead of civilian clothes like that. And food, all you need is chicken breast. Lord Hansu really likes eating chicken. It's not like that. Eating only protein is very bad for the body, especially the liver. But if we eat an adequate amount of carbohydrates, glycogen will produce substances that help us build muscle. Actually, oats are a complex carbohydrate that can slow down the digestive process. It has low calories and is rich in nutrients, so it is dubbed the king of grains on earth. Therefore, there is no better reward than oats. Everyone was speechless after hearing this, not understanding what this guy was talking about anymore. However, the ghouls felt very excited. What is it? Let us see it too. I think that must be the secret recipe he used to face Lady Rayona, don't you think? We can't lose to the monsters. We will eat too. Block is eating it too. Let's try it together. However, after eating, the whole group simultaneously puked their guts out. Damn it, this dish is not delicious at all. Block, spit it out. It's not good. Even the bodybuilder spat it out. It tastes good and is satisfying to chew, don't you guys think so? He even has talent in eating. He will become strong quickly. He is very excited. I don't understand what you're saying, but you seem to know it well. I will start the production process to meet your request. Are you telling the truth, Rayona? You are the best. At least we won't lose out on anything. General Rayona has returned. Open the city gate. Hansu, do you remember what I said? This is a country of eccentric people, the strongest nation on the continent, a discriminating nation. The judgmental gazes of the people here made the ghouls feel unnatural. What's wrong? Walk with the correct posture. They are looking because you guys have beautiful bodies. Is that really so, boss? I'm pretty sure that's not the case. So under the judgmental eyes of everyone, the whole group started walking while confidently showing off their muscles. Why do I feel like I'm liking these monsters?
At this moment at Viroth Castle, so you are the one who taught my soldiers how to train, and even fed them livestock food? It's not livestock food but oats, like oatmeal for eating. What an insolent fellow. My general made the proposal to bring the special monsters to the castle. If it weren't for that proposal, I wouldn't let you step in here even for a single pace. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Don't cause any trouble. Just teach our soldiers how to train and quietly leave. If you have finished your work and also want to learn, I will be your personal trainer. I don't need it. Just do as told, you brazen thing. The generals are so famous that I have to worry about how to change the attitude of the people. This is a good opportunity. Guards, bring the mercenary Tutula here. General, your guest is going to bare his fangs and claws at you.
Soldier training grounds. Everyone stop. Today we will have a special training exercise. The person standing next to me right now is the special instructor that General Rion brought into the castle, the ghoul master Juhan Seo. Ghoul master? So isn't he a monster? Why would a monster become our instructor? I know you don't like the new instructor, but if you do not follow his orders, it also means you are going against military law. Hello everyone, I am Juhan Sal, the special instructor who will guide you on how to train today. I don't like the way everyone is looking at me, so everybody get down. Why are you looking at me? Do what Mr. Han Soo says. Lie down and suck in your stomachs, you bastards. Aren't you going to comply? What are you guys doing? Hurry up and do it. This scene is truly hilarious. Everyone, are you listening to that monster? Cadet, if you call Instructor Han Soo a monster, that action will be considered disrespectful to the general. Do you think so, Mr. Instructor? Do you think the orders of that monster are the general's orders? Everyone stand up. Are you going to follow the orders of that monster? Keep your honor as a human. Military orders are absolute. Is there a problem? There are a lot of problems, actually. First, as humans, we do not listen to monsters like you. Second, regarding what you call training, we have no reason to practice anything else except swordsmanship. The final problem is that we do not want to learn the uncivilized training methods of monsters.
Wait a moment, Sir Han Soo. I think I can handle this. Regarding the first issue, the person standing over there can teach you on behalf of Sir Han Soo, so you won't have any more problems, right? As for the second issue, I don't know if practicing swordsmanship is more useful since we've never compared them, so how about we try a duel to see? And as for the last issue of whether it's civilized or not, then just try competing and see, you humans. Are you guys ready? We are ready. These guys are really unbelievable. All right, I accept the challenge. Mr. Instructor, this is allowed, right? I'm on the human side. Where's the other side? Hee, stupid monsters. But I'm sorry, I'm not a cadet. Let me show you the fear brought by the Tatula mercenaries, whom the Count personally requested. The battle started, and as soon as this guy rushed forward, he was immediately knocked out by the young ghoul. Hey, are you okay? Is he dead? I see he's still twitching, so he's probably still alive. Don't be too heavy-handed. Are you showing off? I'm sorry, boss. Never mind, you didn't do it on purpose. No need to apologize. Now that you guys have lost, follow my orders. Yes, instructor. Unexpectedly, that guy woke up and was secretly activating his power. Taking advantage of the ghoul turning away, he suddenly rushed forward to sneak attack from behind. But before his sword could even slash down, he was slapped by Han Soo, sending him flying into the wall. The next day, Ryona came to the training ground to visit everyone. Han Soo, how are you? Obviously, he used magic. I agree. I believe he also used magic during the match. That's why we can't trust monsters. Instructor, I don't quite understand the situation here. Please explain what is going on. Yes, General. A battle occurred because some people didn't want to follow your orders. And then, our soldiers lost, but some people claimed the monsters used magic. Han Soo, did you really use magic during the match? I wouldn't bother doing such a thing. Do you believe that monster, General? I was just passing by and some interesting things caught my ears. Tell me what's going on here.
General, are you on our side or are you on the side of these monsters? Of course I am on the human side. If so, who do you listen to now? Did you come here to train? Dismount your horse first. Lord Han Soo, I don't think he came here to train. Is that not so, General? I am very unhappy. The guest you brought back have caused some problems for our people. A soldier was injured, and that is a very serious problem. How can a lord like me ignore this? As the lord of the Viroth Principality, I will exile General Ryona for 2 years. However, witnessing Ryona's eyes full of killing intent, the lord immediately got scared and dared not speak anymore. My lord, that cannot happen. Let us kill those monsters. Please revoke your order. I almost wet my pants. Mr. Han Soo, I'm sorry for bringing you here without being able to take good care of you. Don't worry about it. We are not always welcome anyway. My lord, can we at least let them stay here for 3 months as promised? I will keep my promise. Good. The preparations are complete. Everyone be quiet for me. How dare you talk back to the lord like that? Do you still dare to call yourselves soldiers of the country after this? But, General, I told you to be quiet. You brats, I thought you only discriminated against monsters, but you also know how to talk back to your superiors, huh? I should step back so that the seeds of the future still had a chance to rise. I wonder how this will change the seeds of the future. It will be very fun when I return. What's wrong with her, smiling so creepily?
In the evening, the person who had caused trouble with Han Soo secretly left the city with a bounty. Just doing these things a little more and I'll have enough money so I won't have to do dirty jobs anymore. This bell looks so much like a flower. Should I open a flower shop? My dear wife and daughter, wait just a little longer. Dad will be home soon. However, this person didn't know that the village where his wife and children lived was engulfed in a sea of fire. Our hometown welcomes us in such a beautiful way. Princess, please dance a dance with me. The next day there were 2 ghouls hunting slimes in the forest. Didn't you just break your arm? My arm is completely normal now. Hey kids, what are you doing with that pile of slimes? It's Sir Block and General Ryona. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back after leaving with her? Well, you still haven't answered my question. Sir Han Soo said we need these slimes. For what? Slimes can't even be used as medicine. Come with us. You should probably see it with your own eyes. Sir Han Soo, we've arrived. Block is here, and Ryona too? I'm just dropping by to see everyone before I leave. I'm also quite curious about what you guys will do next. Use your chest muscles to squeeze them into a corner. What on earth are you planning to do with those slimes? When looking at my students on the training ground, I thought that training to build muscle or lifting weights wasn't very effective for the kids. In this case, training them like athletes would probably be more useful, but we don't have enough equipment, so I have to create them. Creating equipment from slimes? Is it like the scarecrow you use to practice fast slashing? No, it's not like swordsmanship. You guys bring a slime over here. First, once you have the slime, you will do it like this. You take the stone out. It will regenerate in just a few days. So we can leave it out and do it like this. We will create a hole in the middle of the slime when the regeneration stone is no longer there. These slime monsters have ultimate elasticity. Next, we will use our hands to stretch them like this before they shrink back. And that makes a training band. Its shape will look like this.
Riona, I am sure you do not know this, but with it you will be able to do a lot of exercises. The elasticity will depend on their colors, so we will name them and perform many different exercises. Lord Hansu, thank you, and I apologize to you. For what? I guess you do not know, but I once doubted you. I used to think you were just pretending to be obsessed with training to get close to humans, but you were truly sincere with us. I am truly a failed teacher for not being able to stop the Viroth territory from becoming a gloomy country. That is why I endured the absurdity of the Lord. But you are different. I believe you can make this country change.
Change, let me see. That is my expertise, not that kind of change. So is it like this? Not like that either. That is the change I mentioned before. Monster trainer, let's see what he will teach first. We didn't come here because we lost the battle or anything. Don't start with weird actions like lying face down on your stomach. Sir Hansu, can I leave these kids to you? Of course, the number of new members has increased again. Meanwhile, it wasn't just the surroundings of Hansu that changed. Our enemies are immortal monsters. The scary thing about these zombies is that we will also turn into monsters if bitten by them. Be careful not to let your horses get bitten, and you yourselves must be careful too. Warriors, charge forward and attack them for me. Bedaman. No, wait. If we appear now, it will implicate others. Just wait a little longer, Bedaman. Those zombies are just props. Gopdo Duchy, training camp. As I said, the physical strength a person can use in a day has a certain limit. That is why we train the necessary muscle groups. Do you understand what Sir Hansu just said? Everyone starts stretching with belts to prepare for the chest press. No, today we will do CrossFit instead of chest press. Sir, what is CrossFit? CrossFit is a training method invented by Greg Glassman. It is a continuous, non-stop training method with high performance and high-intensity exercises. This means that it is an exercise for many different muscle groups on the body, and it requires us to operate in a regular hexagon. If we form groups and set goals at the same time, it will create teamwork and thereby promote competition. I have created a list for each group, so if you need anything, ask Gudo. Everyone try your best together to complete the exercise. During training, Hansu occasionally heard strange noises. I've heard that sound a few times already. What is it used for? Our lord has recently been personally attacking the zombies after they started appearing frequently in the villages around the castle. They are sending signals, requesting more reinforcements. It seems the enemy is stronger than they expected. You guys over there, your body core is collapsing. Reduce the weight and train properly. Just as I guessed, he doesn't care at all.
According to the reconnaissance investigation, we have determined that the enemy base is at the end of this road. This time, let's exterminate them and bring peace to the fatherland. Entire army, attack. My lord, I am afraid that we have gone a bit too deep into the zombie horde. Zombies have no intelligence, so they cannot form strategies. All we need is strength and manpower to destroy them. Look, our soldiers are steadily advancing. Entire army, do not slow down. Keep moving forward. War relies entirely on the momentum of the attack. Do not stop until we wipe out the enemy. Has the person who arranged everything finally appeared? Very quickly, the enemy commander revealed himself. He is Ben, who was an old friend of Gudo in the past. He was startled to realize that even though decades had passed, Ben had not aged at all. It turned out that during that time, Ben had been researching and experimenting on his own body. After injecting test tubes of blue liquid into his body, he transformed into a giant monster. His strength and speed increased to the absolute limit. With just a few basic moves, Gudo was beaten to a pulp by Ben, completely unable to match him. Ben believed that precisely because Gudo only focused on practicing the sword, he was so weak, while what he was doing was using research to develop and bring civilization to a new height. At this time, Ben's experimental monsters were frantically massacring the soldiers, and he confidently claimed that this was the proof that his research was correct. This world will always have someone great because of something, but that person is not the standard of an ordinary person. Right when Ben was about to finish off Gudo, his subordinate Ivan appeared in time to block his attack. He shouted at the lord and the soldiers to retreat quickly, while he would stay behind to stop Ben and his accomplices.
Taking advantage of that opportunity, Gudo rode his horse to escape the battlefield, but his loyal subordinate died heroically under the fists of the brutal monster. Gudo was hurriedly urging his horse on, his breathing rapid and full of anxiety. Pant, pant. It won't do if things continue like this. In his mind, images of Ben and the terrifying monsters constantly appeared, making him ask himself, how can I defeat those monsters?
Meanwhile, in another place, Han Seo and the muscle army were diligently training with terrifying intensity. He constantly lifted giant stone dumbbells and muttered the count: 152,123, 152,124, 152,125. Han Seo's face remained incredibly calm even though the number of repetitions had reached over 150,000. He continued counting: 152,138, 152,139, 152,140. Returning to the moving army, Gudo shouted loudly, demanding a report. Is there no one to report the army situation? Immediately, Lumi approached and spoke up. I am the captain of the 20th squad, Lumi here. Gudo ordered, report. Lumi gave the haunting numbers. Out of 400 soldiers, 347 had died in battle or been infected. 27 were injured, leaving only 26 intact. Hearing this, Gudo calculated in shock. There were only about 100 reserve troops left in the city, mostly trainees or the injured. He shouted angrily, damn it, how can we wage a war with only 126 people?
Lumi suggested calling General Rion back, but Gopto dismissed it, thinking it was too late for reinforcements. At this time, Lumi proposed a bold idea. Then how about borrowing the power of the monsters stationed in the city? Gopto asked in surprise, the monsters? Lumi explained that their leader, Han Seo, once had strength equal to General Rion. Since the military was providing them with food and accommodation, they could use that as a condition to demand them to go to battle. Gopto nodded in satisfaction with the plan to use monsters to subdue monsters. He made up his mind, good, let's do it that way, and then spurred his horse forward. 3 days later at the military training ground, Gopto spurred his horse to charge in and roared, stop training, assemble. While Han Seo and the muscle army were still bewildered with purple dumbbells in their hands, what are you doing? Quickly listen to the count's orders. Gopto looked down at the crowd slowly gathering around and asked, hey demi-human, is your name Han Seo? Han Seo calmly smiled and replied, yeah, did you come for PT? Gopto's face immediately turned deadly serious. No, I came here to give orders to you monsters. He suddenly yelled angrily, it's time for you to repay the favor for being granted food and shelter, you lowly creatures. Gopto raised his fist and loudly declared, from this moment on, by the order of Count Gopto, I command you to destroy the zombie legion approaching outside the city. Faced with the silence and blank faces of the muscle army, Gopto angrily thought to himself, tsk, truly low-level monsters, do they not understand human language? Look at those bewildered faces. He continued to shout, you have the honor of being cannon fodder for me, especially the leader Han Seo. I will grant you citizenship of the great principality of Gopto. Seeing the other party still not reacting, Gopto roared incitedly, isn't this the best condition? Feel free to show off what you call your freaky bodybuilding. Han Seo suddenly shouted, pose, front double biceps, less war, more flexing. Immediately the muscle army flexed in unison, confidently showing off their rippling muscles. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Gopto could only exclaim in frustration, what the hell are you doing? Han Seo maintained a smug look, explaining that this was bodybuilding, a concept within the broad scope of the gym.
Pointing at his teammates, Han Seo affirmed that showing off their physiques was exactly what he was talking about. However, Gudo had completely lost his patience. He roared that there was no time for chit-chat. If they did not obey his orders immediately, Gudo threatened that if they got injured or lost their lives, everything would be over. This statement seemed to strike Han Seo's weak spot, as he immediately emitted a blazing, murderous aura. With glowing red eyes, he growled, you won't be able to work out at the gym anymore, you idiot. If I lose my muscle mass, can you take responsibility for it? Faced with the suffocating pressure and the giant phantom appearing behind Han Seo, Gudo turned pale, sweat pouring down his face. He stammered, I don't understand what you are saying, but it seems like I have to apologize. The Count was completely subdued. He hastily bowed his head. No, I'm sorry. The feeling of terrifying pressure made Gudo want to vomit, so he timidly corrected himself. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Stop flexing. I'm scared. Seeing that the other party knew his place, Han Seo nodded slightly, accepting the apology. Gudo didn't dare to linger any longer. He quickly spurred his horse and left with Lumi. Han Seo immediately returned to training, enthusiastically shouting, come on, we've rested enough. Let's start over from number 1. On the other side, Lumi anxiously asked Gudo if they should try to persuade them one more time, but he bluntly refused, thinking that he couldn't expect anything from those monsters in the first place. Gudo ordered to summon General Ox immediately. To Lumi's surprise, Gudo affirmed that although his temper was a bit bad, Ox's strength was indisputable, entirely comparable to General Rion. The two quietly spurred their horses forward. Gudo ordered to assemble all the military forces in front of the city gates, determined to show the zombies the power of humanity. Outside the city, the zombies were constantly screaming and closing in. On the city walls, General Ox, with his giant physique and signature nose ring, was ready to fight.
Gudo anxiously watched from the inside as he saw a sea of zombies surging forward like a torrential flood.
Suddenly, General Ox roared, "Stop!" He shouted loudly towards the enemy. "I received a report that you have a leader with intelligence." Ox continued to suggest, "Do you have no intention of talking?" From a distance, Ben and his giant minions slowly approached. Gudo was astonished when he recognized Ben's presence. He walked while picking his ear with full of contempt. "I was in the middle of picking my ear. What's the matter that you called out like that?" Standing up high, Ox boldly declared that although the monster legion was massive, overcoming this solid city wall was impossible. He issued a challenge. "Therefore, how about I, the representative of the Gobdo kingdom, and you, the representative of the monsters, decide the outcome of this battle with a one-on-one duel?" Ben laughed with excitement. "Sounds interesting. I accept the proposal." Seeing that the opponent had taken the bait, Ox smirked proudly and then unexpectedly jumped straight down from the city wall to the ground, creating an extremely powerful impact.
Amidst the dust and smoke, Ox growled and asked, "Who will step out here?" Immediately, a giant muscular monster with a black mask covering its face stepped forward. It let out a resounding roar and began to tense up, showing off its menacingly bulging muscles. Ox looked at the huge opponent in front of him and commented, "The size is quite decent." He immediately rushed forward with the intention of seeing how its true strength was. After a heavy clash, Ox smirked. "Quite tough, too." He continued to channel his power, unleashing a series of consecutive punches that caused the monster's flesh to constantly vibrate under the impact of the blows. Suddenly, the monster spewed a barrage of pitch-black liquid from its mouth. Ox quickly rolled to dodge and thought to himself, as expected, it's a skill that must be dodged. Looking at the puddle of corrosive liquid on the ground, Ox sneered, "What is with this rotting body? I have never seen a zombie like you." The monster trembled, only having one thought in its head. Dangerous, too strong. It immediately turned its head and ran for its life. Ox yelled in astonishment. Trying to run away? He pursued fiercely and roared, "No way, one of us must die for this to end." Ox quickly closed the distance and tightly grabbed the monster from behind. Gudo shouted a warning, "General, be careful on your side." Ox barely had time to lean over and dodge by a hair's breadth. Ox roared furiously. Dare to interfere in a sacred duel? He immediately channeled power into his legs, charging straight at the interloper. Suddenly, a lightning-fast punch landed squarely on his face, sending Ox flying away. He coughed up blood in pain. Ben appeared with a maniacal laugh. "What's sacredness? Winning is all that matters, right?" He laughed while showing off his giant muscular arm with intertwining blue veins. Ben looked at Ox with cold, sharp eyes and asked, "Do you know why I accepted this fight?" He affirmed in a gruff voice, "Because you are the only remaining variable in this country." A series of dry, resounding clashes signaled a tragic end. Witnessing the sight of the strongest general being tortured, Gudo and Lumi could only stand rooted to the spot in horror, their faces pale at Ben's extreme brutality. Ox lay dying on the ground with his body no longer intact. He whispered in despair, "Sorry, I'm sorry. Please spare me." "You want to be spared? All right, I will naturally let you live." In the ultimate bewilderment of the general, the monster used its terrifying strength to throw him straight into the high sky.
General Ox fell from the sky with a shocked expression at the sudden attack. He screamed in despair as he saw himself plummeting straight into the middle of thousands of screaming zombies below. A terrifying sound rang out, followed immediately by the gruesome noises of tearing flesh amidst the sea of deformed figures. From the crowd, a monster with a dull white hair and beard emerged. It was the once brave General Ox, who had now been completely transformed. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Gudo exclaimed in shock, "It is really over. My top-tier soldier has now become a zombie." Ben stood watching triumphantly and offered a tempting deal. "Gudo, why do you not just give up and hand over the city cleanly? That way, I will spare your life." Gudo furiously roared in response, "Do not speak such foolish words. Do you think I would hand over the Gopdo Principality to someone who has abandoned their humanity like you?" Ben laughed maliciously. "Fine, then the negotiation has failed. I had no intention of letting you live anyway." His face instantly turned cold. Ben signaled with his hand and commanded his zombie army, "Advance!"
The crazy zombies rushed toward the city gate like an unstoppable flood. Gudo panicked and shouted orders to the soldiers, "Bows and arrows! Shoot the arrows quickly!" However, the soldiers on the city wall could only tremble and reply in helplessness. "We have never shot a bow before, and how do we aim? This army is so reliable." Witnessing the weakness of the army, Gudo gritted his teeth in resentment, punched the wall hard and cursed, "Damn it!" Lumi anxiously approached and pressed him, "Count, what should we do?" Gudo stood frozen, his face dripping with sweat, and whispered in absolute despair, "I don't know." Facing Lumi's bewildered and questioning eyes, Gudo suddenly went crazy and shouted in her face, "I told you I don't know either!" The Count had completely lost his fighting spirit.
He turned his head and ran for his life deep into the city, ignoring Lumi calling after him in shock. Gudo just dashed madly through the streets, leaving everything behind. In his mind constantly echoed the bitter, sarcastic words from the past. Coward Gudo. The mocking laughter of the children still haunted him. Gudo, a coward! Even his close associates once looked at him with contempt and asserted, Gudo, running away is the act of cowards. The young master is too cowardly, that's why the plan failed. Another acquaintance mocked, Isn't running away your strong point? Following you when you run away is the safest. The image of a captured woman and her cry for help, Gudo, save me, came back like a knife, piercing his heart. Running and crying in resentment, Gudo yelled, I'm tired. He screamed in despair, wondering if anyone understood the weight of the word responsibility or had ever been in his position. Although he was a cowardly leader, unable to bear responsibilities, deep down he still yearned to protect the important people. Gudo used all his strength to push hard on the door in front of him.
He roared in tears. Of course there is. Please save me. The Count fell to his knees, sobbing and calling out, Big brother. Gudo constantly apologized. I was wrong. Gym is the truth. Weights are the reason for living. Before the indifference of Han Soo and the muscle army, Gudo desperately begged, You can kill me if you want, but please save the people, save my soldiers, save this country. He buried his face in the ground, sobbing bitterly. Surrounded by the muscle army, Gudo continued to kowtow incessantly. Please save me, sob sob, please, I beg you, sob sob. Han Soo looked at the exhausted man at his feet and calmly concluded, In shorts, you want to work out at the gym, right? Gudo looked up blankly, full of confusion. Han Soo flexed his rolling shoulder muscles while declaring, Gudo, I don't need your life, but the PT tuition fee will be expensive. He flashed a confident smile, along with the formidable muscle army behind him. A group of soldiers hurriedly ran to Han Soo and pleaded, Han Soonim, we will also join. However, Han Soo immediately shouted decisively, You beginners, stay out of the way. He bluntly rejected the help of those whose total lifting weight was under 400 kilograms and declared them banned from participating in this battle.
Han Soo and his muscular army walked imposingly to the astonishment of everyone. Observing from behind, Gudo sweated profusely and silently evaluated. They look really goofy, but when looking at their muscular backs radiating sparkling auras, he wondered why they could look so cool like this. Han Soo led the army running along the streets, the rhythmic counting echoing, 13, 14, 15, 16. He pointed forward to confirm, The straight road to the city gate is this direction, right? Realizing the situation was extremely urgent, Han Soo ordered, We will switch to interval training. The whole army replied in unison, yes, and then started accelerating terrifyingly. The counting continued to ring out with each rapid footstep, 28, 29, 30. Han Soo roared, demanding the whole team maintain high intensity for 1 minute and 30 seconds. The muscular army put all their strength into rushing forward like arrows, shot at wind-tearing speed. Even though they were tired to the point of sticking their tongues out, sweating profusely and breathing heavily, they did not reduce their speed at all. Witnessing that terrifying scene, the people standing by the road could only exclaim in amazement, terrifyingly fast. The muscular army kept rushing forward, leaving behind clouds of blinding dust. Amidst the ruins, a mother was hugging her small child tightly while being surrounded by bloodthirsty zombies. The child screamed in despair, Mom! Immediately, a heavy blow weighing 1,000 pounds, along with a shout, Press, erupted, crushing the monsters in the blink of an eye. The child blankly followed the newly appeared saviors, and then reassured his mother, Mom, it's okay, they saved us. This hero is a bit weird. The mother could only stare in shock as Han Soo and the muscular army ran while busily counting their training rhythm. 16, 17. The boy excitedly asked, Mom, if I learn swordsmanship, can I also be that strong? The mother looked at the moving muscle masses, sweating profusely, and replied, My child, that is not swordsmanship. Wait until the war is over. Let's go ask what kind of technique that is. In front of the city gate, the situation was extremely chaotic as a sea of zombies frantically attacking inside. Right at this moment, Han Soo's level 3 Hawkeye skill was officially activated, helping him see everything clearly. Looking at the screaming zombies, Han Soo wondered, Zombies? Why do they keep screaming while rushing over? He clicked his tongue and commented with full expertise, These guys are skin and bones. They probably have never known what whey is. A team member strugglingly explained, About that, they are called zombies. Seeing his junior speaking while hunching his back from exhaustion, Han Soo immediately reminded him, Hey, even when resting, you must straighten your back, otherwise your spine will be ruined. He really is the most dedicated PT in the solar system. The guy hurriedly obeyed and continued to explain that these zombies completely lacked intelligence, only leaving behind their appetite instinct, and they were essentially moving corpses.
Hearing this, Han Soo showed a clear look of relief on his face. Thank goodness, then there's no need to feel guilty when taking action. The man next to him asked, panting, Pant, Han Soo name, what are you going to do next? Observing the zombies rushing towards the city gate, Han Soo calmly made a shocking suggestion. How about we use our chest muscles to blow them all away? Faced with the other party's stunned silence, Han Soo snapped, "What? What's with that face?" The guy waved his hands in fear and said hastily, "No, I'm sorry, that is an absolutely wonderful plan." Han Soo laughed heartily. "That's right." He immediately turned around and asked for an opinion. "Then can I take over the command of this campaign?" Faced with Han Soo's determination, "Just do it."
Immediately, orders were issued in rapid succession. A member of the muscle army shouted, "Everyone disperse! Squads 1 and 2 quickly spread out across the village to protect the people." He continued to coordinate the forces. Squads 3 and 4, hurry up and climb the walls. The members coordinated rhythmically, both supporting the soldiers and fighting to push back the zombies. Squad 5, please support Hansu-nim in pushing the zombies out of the walls. Right at the gate, Hansu was using his terrifying muscular strength to fight alone, pushing back a sea of zombies pouring in. Witnessing this unimaginable scene, the people around could only drop their jaws in astonishment. Wow, he can actually do that? However, the situation was still incredibly tense. Gudo yelled out an order, "Quickly block the gate." He analyzed worriedly. Even if Hansunim can push back the enemies, if they slip through the gaps, the village will be in danger. Gudo continued to urge in desperation, "Therefore, please block the gate." Hearing this, Lumi shouted a report. "Count, the gate has been completely destroyed." She pointed towards the gaping entrance where Hansu was straining himself to block it. "There are no doors left to block the entrance." Gudo exclaimed in shock, "How could this be?" Right at this moment, a confident voice rang out. "I knew this would happen." The sound of heavy footsteps shaking the ground echoed. Together, they carried a giant metal block in the shape of a kettlebell, engraved with Hansu's name, advancing towards the gate. Gudo was amazed to recognize a familiar face. Is that weak kid from the past this muscular now? Lumi also couldn't believe her eyes. How can they lift that thing? Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Hansu casually performed walking lunges. A member straining to carry the weight shouted, "Block, you go first." The sweating swordsman, breathing heavily, asked in bewilderment, What is happening?" He gritted his teeth in pain. "My front thigh muscles are completely worn out. My legs can't move anymore." "Don't give up, senior. You can definitely do it." A member of the muscle army spoke up. "I know your heart is always thinking about the seniors' bodies, but if you train past your limits, you might get injured." He tremblingly advised, "Don't save me. I'd rather die than tear a muscle and have to stop training." Saying that, he collapsed to the ground in helplessness. Witnessing that scene, Gudo screamed in pain, "Senior, it doesn't have to be like this." Gulo gritted his teeth. How can the rest of them lift this thing? His vision began to blur from exhaustion, but upon seeing the silhouette of Hansu single-handedly holding off the sea of zombies at the city gate, Gulo snapped back to his senses. "Blur, we can lift it." Another member hurriedly ran over to assist. "Gulo Nim," he shouted loudly to coordinate the forces. "Team 5, support the kettlebell team. Kettlebell team, quickly advance and block the city gate." The giant kettlebell, radiating a brilliant purple energy, began to be moved towards the entrance under heavy footsteps. Gulo let out a resounding roar, gathering all his strength to push the metal block forward. From above, shouts of encouragement rang out. "Advance, kettlebell team!" The entire army chanted in unison with full determination. "We!" The giant kettlebell was brought right to the position where Hansu was blocking, ready to fill the gap at the city gate. With all their faith and unyielding will, they shouted loudly, "We can do it!"
Gulo gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, his breathing becoming extremely heavy as he had to bear such a massive weight. They moved carefully, bit by bit, reminding each other to be careful, until the ton's-heavy weight was placed in the right position, creating a solid shield separating them from the sea of zombies out there. Seeing the effort of his subordinates, Hansu smiled slightly with satisfaction. He looked at the exhausted Gulo and spoke. "Knowing how to value training equipment is good, I approve." The praise from their leader acted as a spiritual medicine that made the muscular brothers burst. "Good. The wall is blocked. Kettlebell team, take a rest." Immediately, another leader pointed forward, shouting loudly to coordinate the forces. "Except for Team 1 and 2, everyone please step in for Hansunim to push back the zombies." The muscular army simultaneously charged out, their rapid footsteps echoing across the wall as they rushed down to engage in battle. They charged straight into the middle of the zombie horde, using pure physical strength to sweep away the enemy. The guardian-like hands tightly grabbed and pushed back the monsters easily, creating a sturdy wall of meat. A warrior who was flexing his muscles to fend off the zombies turned around and asked, "Is doing it like this, right?" Hansu calmly observed the battlefield and reminded, "Put a little more force into your glutes. Fighting must also meet aesthetic standards." The muscular army chanted yes in unison. The brawny men easily knocked down and threw the monsters away like toys. Observing from above, Gudo panicked and shouted, "No, if you get bitten by a zombie." He fearfully warned that they would be transformed into zombies immediately upon seeing a member get attacked on the shoulder. Suddenly, a muscular warrior stopped in his tracks, his eyes glowing with an intimidating red hue. He gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling violently, as if undergoing a terrifying transformation. He tilted his head back and let out a resounding roar, with bright red blood vessels bulging all over his massive physique. However, the teammate next to him calmly reminded him, "Stop pretending to be infected to slack off. We are already the undead race from the very beginning." The guy immediately returned to normal. Is that so? Witnessing this clumsy act, Lumi could only stand in silence with a speechless expression. Lumi looked down with weary eyes and muttered, "They are really joking around."
Below, the members of the muscular army were still laughing happily, even inviting each other to try pretending to be transformed. Right at that moment, the horde of zombies rushed forward wildly, screaming. Han Soo silently stepped forward to face the bloodthirsty monsters. A zombie suddenly lunged forward, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Han Soo's face darkened, and a heavy killing intent began to emanate. Han Soo angrily exclaimed, "You've dirtied my muscles!" Instantly, a brilliant golden energy radiated from his body, blowing all the surrounding zombies away in the blink of an eye. From afar, Ben watched this unimaginable scene in astonishment and wondered what that was. Sitting on the hill, he narrowed his eyes to analyze. They look like demi-humans and monsters, but why are they helping humans? Ben covered his face and burst into delighted laughter. Interesting, so some muscle-brained maniacs have appeared. Ben pointed towards the city gate and coldly ordered his minions, "Tear them to pieces." The monsters with sharp teeth and glowing eyes in the darkness began their frantic sweep. A soldier only had time to look in sheer terror as massive beams of energy swept past. He exclaimed bitterly, "This is General Ivan's attack." Han Soo observed with sharp, cold eyes as another purple beam streaked by. That was the attack from General Ox, who had now been completely transformed.
The ferocious monsters rushed in to tear at each other, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Gudo ran frantically and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" As soon as he saw Hansu's silhouette, he hurriedly clung to the citadel wall and yelled to point the direction. "Hansunim, he is over there!" Gudo pointed toward the base of a tree in the distance and firmly affirmed, "That guy is the mastermind behind all of this." However, surrounded by the muscular army, continuous afterimages at maximum speed, making Gudo stunned and exclaim in a choked voice, "This is a miracle! A miracle is happening!" A massive wave of pressure from Hansu's movement swept away the entire zombie legion and the rubble in the blink of an eye, leaving a wide open space before Gudo's utter astonishment. In the distance, Ben was sitting leisurely under a tree with a mysterious person, clicking his tongue in full contempt. This bunch or that bunch are all useless anyway. Villains often like to preach.
Ben looked anxious, sweat pouring down as he bit his glove tightly and asked his companion, "Isn't that right, Elise?" Elise stood silently under the shade of a tree, only nodding slightly in response. Ben clearly showed his annoyance, because the appearance of an unexpected variable forced him to personally step forward. He slowly walked out of his hiding place, preparing for battle. At the same time, Han Soo, with a rippling muscular physique, was also striding closer. The two opponents faced each other directly on the battlefield, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Han Soo flexed, showing off his massive back muscles as he walked powerfully. Sensing the pressure from the opponent, Ben immediately released his dark power, transforming his body into a pitch-black monster with glowing yellow eyes and sharp horns. Han Soo did not flinch. He began to accelerate, channeling power into his legs and dashing forward, tearing through the wind. An earth-shattering collision erupted in the center of the battlefield. The two grabbed each other tightly, using pure physical strength to overwhelm their opponent in a relentless contest of power. Han Soo's eyes burned with killing intent amidst the red dust, his face clearly showing his determination to destroy the enemy. Opposite him was Ben's fierce, twisted face in his monster form, baring his teeth in a manic grin. Han Soo and Ben strained in a breathtaking struggle, the ground beneath their feet cracking under the terrifying pressure. Ben gritted his teeth to resist, but was completely overwhelmed by his opponent's extraordinary physical strength. Han Soo roared furiously, "You dare to touch my VIP client? Go to hell!" He used his massive hands to crush Ben's arms, rendering him completely unable to resist. Ben let out a pained gasp. "Ugh!" Han Soo didn't give his opponent a chance to breathe. He grabbed Ben tightly and roared, "So it's you, the green-haired bastard who likes to ruin things." Immediately, he lifted the monster up and slammed him straight into the ground with the force of 1,000 tons. Ben's eyes widened, his mouth agape in absolute shock and agony. Han Soo continued to deliver a fatal blow, pressing Ben's head firmly into the deep crater he had just created. Pinned to the ground, Ben whispered in terror, What is this strength?" He struggled and screamed, "Let go, you bastard!" Standing tall with glowing red eyes, Han Soo asked coldly, "Are you done?" He looked down at the crumbling enemy and declared, "Now it's my turn." Han Soo pinned Ben to the ground, activating a skill called Mountain Climber. Han Soo's continuous stomps created terrifying explosions, tearing the ground into a long, bottomless trench. From afar, Elise quietly observed the battle with an emotionless face. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the muscle army and soldiers were also frantically sweeping away the remaining monsters. Powerful slashes and punches rang out continuously, wiping out every trace of the zombie legion. Observing from a distance, Elise assessed the situation. "Ben, that's really dangerous." Immediately, a cold command was issued. "Will eliminate the dangerous element."
It quickly dashed away, tearing through the forests at terrifying speed to provide reinforcements.
A girl with long brown hair suddenly appeared, using her sword to block the attack of the killer machine. The stranger coldly asked, "Who are you?" The girl boldly replied, "Look closely. I am of the Rion bloodline, not easily bullied." The harsh sounds of clashing metal rang out continuously as the two engaged in a high-speed sword fight under the watchful eyes of the growling black wolf. The robot machine ordered its comrades, "Go to Bendy," then immediately accelerated and dashed away, tearing through the wind. Lee smirked challengingly. "With only that level of swordsmanship, you want to stop me?" The machine calmly replied, "Swordsmanship data loaded. The opponent has no chance of winning." It began to spin its blades at maximum speed, creating a fierce attacking tornado that surrounded Lee.
In another corner of the battlefield, a member of the muscle army with hands glowing in brilliant pink light shouted loudly, "Pull quickly!" The whole group put all their strength together to stretch a giant energy string attached to a purple dumbbell. When the elastic force reached its limit, a shout rang out, "Now is the time, release!" The giant energy dumbbell was shot with terrifying speed. The heavy blank 1/10 skill was officially activated, turning the dumbbell into a purple fireball soaring through the sky. Below, both the kingdom's soldiers and the muscle army looked up in horror as the purple halo enveloped everything. Suddenly, the fireball exploded into a series of deadly light beams, crashing down to the ground with terrifying impacts, creating towering pillars of smoke and fire, and wiping out the enemy legion in the blink of an eye. Amidst the dusty and smoky battlefield, the members of the muscle army quickly coordinated their forces, one pointing and screaming, "Reload quickly!" The next order was announced boldly. "Team 1, check if there are any zombies left in the village." While a group focused on protecting and supporting the people inside the sturdy walls, a battle cry echoed with great vigor. "Chest press time is over. Switch to full contact combat training right now." The Guardian warriors simultaneously threw themselves into the middle of the horde of zombies, using their steel fists to crush all resistance. Witnessing this rhythmic coordination, Gudo stood silently watching and secretly evaluated. "At first I thought they were fools. Now I know I am traveling with legends." It felt as if he was observing the entire battlefield from above. Gudo recalled his grandfather's story about an ancient legend, that among the monsters, there was once a brilliant strategist who sided with humanity, the hero of the Fourth Demon World War.
Looking at Gulo's back, Gudo was stunned, wondering to himself why that name would appear in his head at this moment. Meanwhile, in the center of the ruins, Hansu used his compressed abs to tightly lock down his opponent's attack, leaving Ben stunned and unable to understand what was happening. Ben tried to struggle, but realized that Hansu's hand was like a steel vice choking him, making it absolutely impossible to escape. A resounding bark cut through the space, immediately followed by the appearance of a move named Bonado. This was an advanced technique of Bedoman, a perfect combination of wind magic and dark necromancy. The bones spinning in the tornado possessed a terrifying hardness, no different from refined steel. This ruthless attack was enough to instantly crush the head of anyone without protective gear. However, when facing Hansu's ironclad body, this bone tornado was nothing more than a gentle meridian massage, as the opponent's ultimate move was only enough to scratch an itch. Witnessing its dedicated move being looked down upon, the wolf Bedoman could only whimper in disappointment, but it immediately cheered up upon hearing the encouragement. "Good job, Bedoman." Ben was choked by Hansu to the point of rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. In extreme agony, he decided to resort to his final desperate measure. A series of syringes containing a bizarre green liquid were stabbed directly into his violently bulging biceps. Ben gritted his teeth and threatened, "Everything that happens next is your own doing." Despite a blatant mid-battle doping, Hansu maintained a calm expression. He was confident that no matter how strong the opponent became, they would never overcome the grip strength of his hands.
Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and tightly grabbed Hansu's shoulder, startling him in surprise. Ben's phantom, with glowing eyes and a sinister smile, whispered closely in his ear, "Is that what you were thinking?" An earth-shattering collision erupted, and Hansu was sent flying into the sky by the opponent. Ben's maniacal laughter echoed again. "Kya-ha-ha!" as a barrage of energy beams began to fire consecutively, crisscrossing at breakneck speed. Ben triumphantly shouted, "Even your eyes can't keep up, right? Kya-ha-ha!" as the deadly beams continuously swept through, tearing up the ground around Hansu's position. Standing at the epicenter of the attack, Hansu calmly pondered the contractile nature of muscles. He analyzed the fiber characteristics of skeletal muscles while the light beams continuously exploded around him. Ben roared in fury. "I originally didn't want to use this move because of Rion. Why interfere in other people's business, only to bring death upon yourself?" Despite the threats, Hansu continued his mental lecture that muscles are divided into white and red muscles, where red muscles play the role of storing oxygen to ensure activity. Amidst the surrounding barrage of energy bullets, Hansu concentrated his power, tightly flexing his abdominal and thigh muscles, and boldly shouted the technique's name.
Abdominal and thighs pose. Use the six-pack to stop the apocalypse. The high myoglobin content gives muscles their characteristic red color, helping to slow down muscle fatigue. Hansu immediately showed off technique number 5, pose number 5, causing his entire back muscle mass to bulge majestically. Although this type of red muscle has an advantage in endurance, its contraction speed is not very fast. Conversely, what about the white muscle fibers? Unlike the red muscle, then began to feel doubtful as his attack seemed to cause no harm to the opponent. He wondered, my hands are tired from punching, so how is he still standing there flexing? Hansu stood tall with a darkened face full of pressure, his eyes glowing in the darkness. Although the white muscle has a low myoglobin content, causing stamina to decline rapidly, its contraction speed is vastly superior in return. Ben, in his monster form hiding in the tree, gritted his teeth and decided, if it's not effective, I must attack even harder. He crazily rushed down with the thought, just keep attacking, and a terrifying collision erupted right in the middle of Hansu's body. However, amidst the cruel rain of blows, Hansu realized the only way to win this battle. That was to endure all of the opponent's attacks. Hansu gritted his teeth, executing the pose named side chest. He tightly flexed every muscle fiber, ignoring the energy beams that continuously collided and exploded on his massive body. Hansu patiently waited until the opponent exhausted himself, as he understood that this was essentially a battle of endurance. However, at this moment, Hansu still did not know a certain truth.
Ben's body was not created naturally at all. The syringes lying around on the ground were proof of this twisted mutation. Seeing the pitch-black entity with glowing red eyes in front of him, Hansu exclaimed in shock, "Ben?" Ben had completely lost his humanity. He opened his mouth and laughed madly, kek kek kek, revealing a terrifying set of sharp teeth. Hansu unleashed a devastating press attack that created an earth-shattering explosion, causing the ground to crumble under thousands of tons of pressure. Witnessing this unimaginable power, Ben, in his monster form, was so shocked that his pupils shrank. He cried out in terror, "What kind of punch destroys the whole map like this?" Sweat poured down his twisted face as he gritted his teeth, desperately trying to resist. Realizing the massive gap between them, Ben told himself he must absolutely avoid a direct contest of strength with Hansu. Hansu smirked with a confident smile. He casually explained that no matter how superior the muscle fibers are, controlling the nervous system under extreme pressure is still an extremely difficult task. Hansu's entire body suddenly glowed with a fiery red light. He flexed, showing off his bulging muscles, and admitted that even he was not yet fully accustomed to the constant changes in his body right now. The enemy's blue streaks of light continuously darted around Hansu at dizzying speed, but he stood firm like a rock, casually wondering when this agile opponent would finally get tired. Meanwhile, at another corner of the battlefield, the giant monster Farron was frantically sweeping through the soldiers with powerful swings of its arms. Deafening sounds of clashing metal rang out continuously as it suddenly spun its arms like a giant pinwheel, creating a tornado that crushed and blew away every obstacle from the human army.
The towering monster stepped into the middle of the ruins, its glowing red eyes looking down at the defeated and uttering words of contempt. "Weak as snails, you all got wiped out after just a few spins." Faced with that terrifying, overwhelming presence, a young warrior still stood bravely. He faced death and calmly admitted, "I know we are weaker than you." However, his eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold. He gripped his sword tightly and shouted with full determination, "But the power of our friendship is different." The young man shouted with full confidence, "I am much stronger than people like you." Immediately, a stream of battle aura and bright green sword aura fiercely radiated from the blade. He flashed a smug smile, but that smile was quickly extinguished as his face changed color in shock. An extremely powerful impact sent him flying, accompanied by a scream of pain. "You puny sword, watch me dance with this pink blade." Immediately, a battle aura attack named Chaotic Fast Blade with a vibrant purple hue was unleashed. The monster casually commented, "Too slow." To the opponent's shock, the giant sword tore through the wind and lunged down. Due to the massive acceleration, the attack couldn't be stopped, directly striking down onto the body of the one lying on the ground. The blade stopped just a hair's breadth from Leaper's face. He whispered weakly, "Am I strong?" A cold voice replied, "Weak." A giant dark shadow with glowing red eyes emitted an overwhelming killing intent that enveloped the scene. However, before the monster could even do anything, it was sent flying. Everyone on the battlefield was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Hansu casually stepped out from the dust cloud, spat calmly, and commented, "Well, you lift heavy too, huh? Are we here to fight or to hit the gym, bro?" The story shifted its scene to a small village on the distant frontier.
Amidst the peaceful scenery by the cliff in the river, a cloaked man hurriedly ran up the stairs, constantly calling out the general's name with an extremely panicked expression. He used all his might to push open the door of the room ahead.
Seeing the man suddenly barge in, the general with a toned body sitting at the dining table calmly asked, "Entering a proper ladies' room without knocking is a bit tactless." She didn't forget to drop a teasing remark, making the village chief freeze in astonishment. The village chief, sweating profusely, shouted that there was no time for joking and announced completely shocking news that had happened in Bakwak. General Rayon told him to calm down and sarcastically remarked on how he was out of breath despite being only 40 years old. The village chief slammed his hand on the table, yelling, "A horde of zombies is attacking Bakwak." He pleaded, "We really need the general's strength." Hearing this, Rayon burst into loud laughter, calmly assuming that the army could easily handle that much on their own, and continued eating. However, when the village chief revealed that the one behind the zombies was Ben, Rayon's movements instantly halted. Her eyes sharpened, repeating the name, Ben. Rayon gave a faint smirk, revealing a back with powerful, rippling muscles.
The hearty laugh of the female general echoed throughout the room. The mustached officer next to her was sweating profusely, anxiously exclaiming, "General, now is not the time to laugh." Rayon smiled subtly. "If not now, when should I laugh?" Unlucky for Uncle Ben, he bumped right into a fire ant nest. Facing the bewildered look of her subordinate, Rayon raised 2 fingers and affirmed, "Currently, the White Kingdom has 2 solid shields. One is a reliable ally named Hanu, who is using his extraordinary muscular strength to crush the enemy with just a powerful punch. And the second shield is the beloved niece, the #1 hope of the continent." Lee glided away at a terrifying speed and immediately switched to a bird of prey-style crunch posture, her bright yellow eyes gleaming with a dangerous coldness. Pilates was originally born from the dark ages of the continent when wars broke out endlessly. Because of being lazy to exercise, the elf race was almost wiped off the map. To help them, a human doctor named Joseph Pilates researched and popularized a training method combining meditation specifically for the elf race. However, Pilates at the present time has gone far beyond the framework of a simple physical exercise. It has been applied into a peak combat technique. During her stay in the elf forest, Lee diligently practiced this martial art. Every movement of hers exuded grace with point and flow techniques, making the opponent astounded as she gently landed and stood on his weapon.
In just a mere 7 years, Lai had completely mastered this technique and made it her own. She launched herself into the air, executing the breaststroke exercise skill with terrifying power. Facing the enemy, Lai coldly declared, "I will eliminate your existence." A massive wave of energy powerfully erupted, aiming straight at the target. Lai continuously transformed her moves with the zone back and then zone cup techniques, completely overwhelming the enemy and leaving them frozen in shock. She coldly declared to her opponent, "You are no match for me." To her surprise, the robot machine stubbornly replied, "It's not over yet." The machine was broken, but its mouth was still going strong. Immediately, Lai began executing the circumduction technique, spinning her blades to create a continuous whirlpool attack. The sound of clashing metal rang out continuously as the two engaged in a breathless duel. While fighting, Lai casually threw out a sarcastic remark, "Keep spinning like a washing machine, I'll watch." The robot machine frantically unleashed a series of sharp blades, surrounding Lai from all sides. An earth-shattering collision erupted right after as the two powerful forces clashed head-on. Lai activated her battle aura called Powerhouse, raising her sword that was blazing with golden flames. Looking at the robot opponent struggling with its bulky weapons, she mocked, "What now? It seems like having too many arms is actually making you lose your balance." The robot trembled in helplessness under the terrifying pressure from the opposite side. Lai coldly declared, "Let's end it here," and then unleashed an extremely powerful hyperextension move, blasting the opponent away in a blinding halo of light. Amidst the smoke and dust, Hanu, though his breath was tinged with exhaustion, still stood firm as a rock, making the enemy bewilderedly ask, "At this point, shouldn't he be exhausted by now?" Ben couldn't believe his eyes because according to his calculations, there clearly should have been an overwhelming difference in strength. He moved frantically at maximum speed, creating streaks of light that surrounded Hanu from all sides. Witnessing the opponent's unbelievable endurance, Hanu also began to wonder, why isn't he tired yet? Ben gritted his teeth in resentment, seeing all his attack efforts prove useless. Why is there absolutely no difference like this? Ben screamed in extreme rage. Just how is that body constructed anyway? Forming an inescapable net surrounding Hanu. Ben rushed forward with his eyes shining with killing intent, roaring, "You don't fall no matter how much you're punched. Are you human or iron?" Hanu immediately replied with absolute firmness, "That's exactly what I was going to say."
Ben attacked frantically and revealed that the drug he just used was specially formulated to target Rion, helping him possess a massive source of dark energy.
Ben asserted that his current strength had reached a level comparable to an elder dragon. He rushed straight down from above like an arrow aiming at Hansu. However, Hansu only roared arrogantly. Perhaps it's because I've trained harder. Ben writhed in agony as the side effects of the drug began to erupt. He gasped, "Are the side effects acting up already? Give me the neutralizer, quick!" That was the consequence of using illegal steroids. Hansu stood from afar, observing the opponent's body deforming into a purplish, swollen mass of flesh with prominent blood vessels. He casually approached and wondered, "What kind of body transformation are you planning to do to create stimulation this time?" Right in front of him now was a giant, grotesque creature with yellow fluid leaking from its mouth and glowing eyes full of sickness.
Suddenly, the monster vomited a massive amount of disgusting yellow-green liquid that covered an entire area. Hansu looked at the scene and wondered, is it an unbalanced diet? Or does it have gout? A system notification immediately appeared to confirm. That's not it at all. From within the pile of slime, Ben's skinny figure emerged, looking completely exhausted. He trembled and could only beg in his mind, "Quick, quick, find it for me. Wait a minute, why do I have to fight that monster?" He looked up at Hansu with eyes full of yellow tears and weakly suggested, "Hey, let's stop." Ben continued to whine in despair. "Fighting is too tiring. How about we go drink coffee, especially in a beautiful world like this?" Hansu crossed his arms, his face darkening with immense pressure as he retorted, "I don't want to fight either, but you're the one who started all of this." His killing intent began to erupt. Hansu gritted his teeth and roared, "Do you know that because of you, so many beginners couldn't go to the gym? The greatest crime, banning the gym." Faced with Hansu's terrifying expression, Ben was utterly terrified, crying pitifully while pleading, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Why did I even do these things? Please don't look at me with that scary face anymore." Ben collapsed to his knees in the middle of the puddle of slime, sobbing and muttering, "I just wanted to save Elise." Hansu quietly approached, softly repeating the name with suspicion. "Elise?" Ben weakly confirmed. "Yes, Elise is..." In his memories, the haunting image of a black crow perched on a wooden pole returned. Elise was dead, tied tightly to a high pole before the indifferent eyes of the crowd. The unending pain of loss had turned into a burning flame of hatred. Ben roared, "Revenge! I came here for revenge." His face deformed with a crazed smile. His trembling hand raised a syringe containing a glowing green solution as he muttered, "This drug is very painful. It drives my mind insane. That is the issue." He screamed furiously at his opponent. "I was just about to soften my heart and forgive you." Without a moment of hesitation, Ben stabbed the syringe into his chest, forcing all of the dangerous special medicine into his body. He gritted his teeth with determination, "Taking this last dose and then sending you on your way." Ben's body exploded with an earth-shattering surge of dark energy, transforming him into a giant monster with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes full of murderous intent. "I will end this thoroughly." A blinding halo of light suddenly erupted in the middle of the deep forest, creating a fierce shockwave explosion that made everyone cover their eyes in shock. Amidst that light, Elise's silhouette suddenly appeared floating in the air, causing Ben to stammer in astonishment. "Elise."
The story goes back in time 32 years ago at the Gudo Principality. Under the sunlight, a young man is diligently practicing swordsmanship with a wooden dummy, the sound of collisions echoing steadily. That is 17-year-old Gudo, while his close friend Ben is sitting comfortably on a bench with a book in his hand. "Gudo, why are our people so weak at magic?" Gudo replies grumpily while swinging decisive sword strikes. "Do I even have to know about such things?" Ben smiles gently, reminding him that since Gudo is the one who will inherit the principality, he needs to understand this clearly. Even though Gudo says he doesn't want to hear it, he completely understands his friend's personality, so he grumbles while practicing. "Even if I say I won't listen, you will still say it anyway. Ha!" After a period of passionate practice, Gudo stops, leans on his wooden sword, and pants. "Phew, all right, tell me." Ben excitedly replies, "Agreed." Ben begins to explain that unlike battle aura, magic is something extremely delicate. The stronger the emotional changes, the smoother the flow of magic power becomes. He holds high the Book of Magic Principles and points out that the core problem is that the people of the Gudo Principality are always constrained by rigid rules and care too much about the gazes of others, leading to always suppressing personal emotions. It is this suppression, like binding ropes, that prevents magic power from circulating and the magic container from expanding. However, the 17-year-old Gudo firmly asserts that magic is the curse of witches, and exploring one's own physical strength is the true spirit and identity of the people here.
Ben teased, "Oh, you sounded just like an old-fashioned politician just now." Gudo immediately got angry and threatened, "Do you want to die?" Ben sat down on the chair, hugged his book tightly, and muttered, "Instead of researching useless things like magic." He looked at the wooden sword on the ground and suggested, "It's been a while since we had a match. What do you say?" Gudo smiled and agreed. "All right, let me warm up a bit. Those who talk big early usually get a bitter end." The match began with continuous clashes of wooden swords. The two rushed at each other dramatically. The match score was announced with a wide gap, 123 to 43. Right at this moment, a girl appeared and called out loudly, "Master Rion!" She approached and began to scold. "Ben, you always lack perseverance. With a talent like yours, why are you like this?" Ben quietly walked away, scratching his head while muttering, "These sword-swinging games are too boring. I'm going to study." The female master smiled and explained, "That's because you haven't reached that realm yet. You don't know how interesting it is." She directed her gaze toward Gudo and advised, "Learn from Gudo. Look at how much he is enjoying the fun." As she spoke, she lightly punched Gudo's chest to encourage him. However, Gudo secretly thought, "I don't find swordsmanship interesting at all either." Ben turned back to look at his master and affirmed, "I just practice for fun. I know I'm dead weight." To Gudo's surprise, the master pressed, "What did you just say?" Ben suddenly changed his attitude, looking straight at the opponent with cold, sharp eyes and asked, "Who is that?" The purple-haired girl smiled and explained, "I came for this child, but the introduction is a bit late." She declared loudly, "Today, your training partner, who is also my favorite disciple, is Elise." Elise appeared confidently with her white hair neatly braided and a long staff in her hand. She tilted her head slightly and smiled brightly. "If it's them, I think even if both rush in at the same time, I will still win." This statement made the two boys flush with anger, and one guy yelled, "What did you say? Just a mere woman and you dare?" Gudo and his friend immediately took a fighting stance, but Eliza's expression changed. She growled, "So you like being sexist? Eat my staff, kid." Elise dashed forward as fast as lightning, swinging her staff to attack furiously to the shock of the two opponents. The powerful blows rained down consecutively, leaving both of them wide-eyed in astonishment, unable to react in time.
After the absolute overwhelming display, Guido and his friend lay flat on the ground, groaning. Incredibly strong. From today on, it's forbidden to use the words woman or girl anymore. Guido had to bitterly agree. Yeah. Looking at Elise's back, the guy thought to himself, "Elise, she is completely different from those fake nobles." He quietly observed and felt a simple yet powerful attraction from this girl. In his mind appeared Elise's radiant smile. Her face is pretty too. Under the sunset, he turned to his friend and said, "Guido, I have a dream now." Guido asked back in bewilderment, "What dream?" The guy firmly declared, "I will marry Elise." Guido was startled, shouting loudly in astonishment, "What?" The guy just calmly looked back and asked, "Why are you so surprised?" Guido dazedly replied to his friend's declaration, "No, it's too sudden. Weak as a snail like this, Elise wouldn't even bother looking at you. Your swordsmanship skills are terrible, so just give up, Ben." However, the young man was still full of determination. "From now on, I will practice swordsmanship seriously." The two of them plunged into endless training sessions. As time passed, the confrontations between them took place continuously. Ben improved day by day, and his efforts paid off with his first victory. Seeing Elise standing nearby, "Are you really not going to participate in the competition?" Gudo bowed his head in silence. Looking at the sword lying bare on the ground and the backs of his two friends walking away, Gudo thought to himself, "I want to go with you guys too." However, when facing them, he gave a forced smile. "Yeah, I'm too busy with work, so I can't go." Right after that was his father's fury. He roared, "I let you practice swordsmanship, yet you can't even beat that lowly kid?" A deafening slam on the table echoed in the main hall. Gudo could only stand meekly and take the scolding. He whispered in disappointment, "Father, perhaps I have no talent in swordsmanship." "I don't want to hear it anymore." A glass flew straight at Gudo's head, injuring him. Count Leonard Gudo looked at his only son with contempt. "Psst, is my only son really this useless?" Gudo trembled and bowed his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, Father, Count." Amidst the pouring rain, Gudo sat alone on the towering city wall, quietly looking down at the waterfall amidst extreme despair. A soldier approached Gudo and reminded him, "If you just sit here like this, you will catch a cold, Lord Gudo." Gudo tiredly replied, "I am fine, please step back." Suddenly, Elise rushed from behind, hugged his neck tightly, and shouted loudly, "What do you mean you're fine?" Gudo was startled and exclaimed, "Elise?" She grumbled, "Your face looks like you are about to die, and you still say you're fine?" Elise mercilessly dragged Gudo away. "You really don't know how to enjoy life. Follow me, young master." Gudo could only babble and helplessly follow along. Watching Elise always beaming with a bright smile in the middle of the city streets, Gudo silently wondered to himself, why can this girl always smile like that? Watching her excitedly try on new dresses, Gudo blushed and thought, is meeting me that much of a joy? She must be totally into me. There's no way that guy Ben has a chance. He resolved in his heart with sheer determination, if that's the case, I am confident that I will love her more than anyone else in this world.
At the military training ground, Gudo accidentally overheard the chatter of the soldiers. Did you hear? Ben confessed his love to Elise and got rejected. Another person asked in surprise, aren't they dating? Hearing the news of Ben getting dumped, Gudo was shocked, but a ray of hope kindled in his heart. So that means I still have a chance. Believing firmly that Elise also had feelings for him, he ran frantically through the streets. While running, he screamed in his heart, Elise, I like you. No, I love you. Gudo disregarded everything, telling himself, despite my father's oppression, even if I have to abandon my clan. Falling in love makes you foolish instantly. With his mind solely directed at his beloved, he made up his mind. Looking only at you, I will make you happy. Gudo stopped in front of a room, his breath rapid from exhaustion and nervousness. He reached out to pull back the curtain, his heart pounding as he prepared to face the girl of his dreams.
Gudo swallowed nervously and peeked inside, but the scene before him left him completely stunned. Gudo's face contorted in horror, tears rolling down his cheeks as he weakly whispered the name, Ben. The night before, under a starry sky, Ben agonizingly held onto Elise's hand and pleaded, Elise, why did you refuse? You said you also had feelings for me. He desperately recalled his efforts. I worked out at the gym until I was breathless because you like six-packs. How could you dump me? Ben looked at Elise with begging eyes. Don't do this. Please reconsider one more time. Suddenly, Ben's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed a brilliant blue aura beginning to envelop Elise's body. She floated in midair, radiating a massive stream of magical energy, and began to pour out her heart. I naturally possessed a body overflowing with magical power since the moment I was born. Elise looked at her glowing hands and explained that if the magical power accumulated too much, it would destroy her very being, so she was forced to find deserted places to disperse it. Elise's face was tinged with sadness as she thought about the future. Currently, I am secretly dispersing magical power to avoid everyone's eyes, but one day this will be exposed. She looked at Ben with distant eyes and smiled bitterly. I still don't have enough courage to make the person I cherish an accomplice. Regardless of the danger, Ben suddenly rushed forward and hugged Elise tightly right in the middle of the exploding energy stream. Elise panicked and shouted, "Be careful of electric shock. Why did you rush in to hug me?" However, as the sole magic scholar of the Gudo kingdom, Ben still firmly held on to his beloved. His eyes burned with determination. From this moment on, your problem can only be solved by me. Ben embraced Elise in his arms and boldly swore, I swear to spend this whole life loving you. Amidst the shimmering light of love and magic, Ben softly whispered her name, Elise. Behind the half-closed door, Gudo witnessed the entire scene with a broken heart. Tears of pain rolled down his face, contorted in despair. He gritted his teeth to endure the surging resentment as he watched the girl he loved lying in the arms of another. Gudo weakly called Elise's name in vain, while Ben silently vowed to do absolutely anything just to protect the only girl of his life. In Ben's memory, the beautiful days with Elise and the little dog were always filled with laughter. But for Gudo, it was long nights drowning in alcohol, secretly standing behind a tree watching Elise disperse her magical power in solitude. Witnessing the one he secretly loved being happy with someone else, Gudo could only bury his face and sob uncontrollably in front of an old photo.
However, that happiness was short-lived when Elise suddenly coughed up blood, standing her entire hand red. The female lead was in so much pain, Ben panicked and rushed over. Elise, are you okay? Amidst the rapid fits of coughing and the loud barking of dogs, Elise tried to reassure him. It's nothing. My magic power has increased a bit lately, so this only happens occasionally. She even forced a smile and teased Ben about losing a sword fight to lighten the mood, but Ben's face at this moment was left with nothing but absolute shock and terror. The fear of losing his loved one made Ben lock himself in the laboratory. He told himself, watching you fall, I felt like my world completely collapsed. Ben was determined to keep his promise to protect her. I will not leave here until I find a way. I think it's time to fulfill my promise to you. He earnestly begged Elise to endure a little longer until the day he returned with a life-saving cure. Ben began researching the physical enhancement compound he had just found, hoping it would give him a chance to cure her so they could be together for a lifetime. But the trade-off was incredibly cruel, as terrifying mutant creatures began to emerge from the crazy experiments. Back to reality, Gudo staggered toward Elise holding a bottle of wine, making her question, Gudo, why is the smell of alcohol so strong all the way over here? In his drunken stupor, Gudo screamed with resentment, Didn't you used to like me too? We used to be so good and happy together. In the face of that hysteria, Elise remained calm and bluntly replied, I have never had any romantic feelings for you. I'm sorry if I caused a misunderstanding, but let's put that aside. She began to radiate a brilliant blue magic power that covered her body and asked a harsh question. Gudo, even if we assumed that we were together, could you completely love someone who is forced to use magic and become a sinner like me?
Elise looked at Gudo with eyes full of disappointment, bitterly reproaching him that he clearly knew her situation but deliberately pretended not to know. Gudo, currently holding a wine bottle, his face drenched in sweat, roared in resentment. Because back then, I was a coward. Now that I've drunk alcohol, I dare to speak. He intended to continue speaking, but choking sobs and extreme fear invaded his mind, leaving the Count only able to open his mouth and scream in despair. Seeing that his cowardice had not changed at all, Elise softly uttered an apology, then turned her back and walked away, leaving Gudo painfully covering his face in shame.
It seems you are still very afraid. Elise's words seemed to bore deep into Gudo's emotional wounds. Old memories resurfaced. Those were the days of arid drought, the cracked earth plunging the people into misery. An angry mob carrying torches and farming tools gathered in front of the castle gates, shouting, "Lord, come out and be the MC to summon the rain for the people." Standing on the high wall looking down at the angry mob, Gudo's father coldly told his son to take a good look at what is called the masses. He calmly admitted that it would be good if it rained, but he himself was not a god, so he could not cast a spell to make it rain. Gudo at that time could only bow his head helplessly and ask his father what to do in this situation. Instead of worrying, the old lord asked his son in return if he thought those people truly hated him. No, what they needed right now was a target to vent their anger on, someone they could blame for everything. The Lord spoke while gritting his teeth and clenching his fists maliciously. He smiled a creepy smile and revealed that he had found someone who would bear the wrath of the crowd in his place. When Gudo tremblingly asked who it was, his father suddenly widened his eyes, laughed maniacally, and blurted out the name. "It is Elise, the one you confessed your love to." Gudo was completely stunned. He stood frozen as his father put a hand on his shoulder and sarcastically thanked him, saying that finally this useless son had been of use to him for once. Count Leonard coldly said to his son, "Thank you, son, for snitching so that your father has a meat shield for the people." Gudo protested in shock. "Ah, no, how can you do that to the person I love?" Immediately, a thunderous slap knocked Gudo down. He shouted loudly, "You fool! How can the one who will rule the country in the future be dictated by personal feelings?" The Count pointed threateningly. "If I leave you alone, you will definitely ruin everything." He roared and ordered the soldiers, "Hey, hurry up and lock Gudo in the room for me." Amidst the twilight, Gudo secretly climbed the wall to escape and said to himself, "Father, I am sorry. Even if it is your wish, I cannot obey this time." Gudo rushed through the crowd. "Even if she is a woman I cannot have, I do not have the courage to just watch the person I love die." Gudo finally found the scene. He shouted loudly, "Found you, Elise!" Seeing Gudo, Elise, who was being held by the soldiers, cried out desperately for help. "Gudo, save me!" Whispers began to arise from the aggressive crowd. Lord Gudo? Could he be an accomplice of the witch? Their anger erupted, and they screamed, "Even if he is the Count's son, if he is an accomplice, he must be punished. That's right, we must destroy all the accomplices too." Facing the terrifying pressure in the fiery eyes of the crowd, Gudo fearfully pulled down his hood to cover his face, the trashiest supporting male character in history. Despite his name being called from behind, he turned and ran for his life, abandoning Elise, who looked after him with profoundly sad and desperate eyes amidst the circle of executioners.
Ben hugged Elise's lifeless body, screaming in ultimate agony at the loss of his beloved. The shattered keepsakes fell away, much like his broken heart at that moment. Returning to reality, Ben, in his monster form, continued to scream in madness, "No, Elise!" Hansu, with his guardian-like physique, dashed forward like an arrow. Ben roared with killing intent, "Get lost! You bastard!" Hansu did not flinch. He focused all his strength into his arm and unleashed the one-arm dumbbell press technique. Ben roared in madness. "Let go!" he begged in pain. "Let go! Let go of me!" But Hansu coldly pressed on, rendering the enemy completely defenseless and forcing him to collapse to the ground. Hansu clenched his giant fists, preparing for the next cable exercise. The light from his eyes flared up in the darkness as the pullover technique was activated, delivering a powerful overhead smash that shattered the ground. Giving the opponent no chance to catch his breath, Hansu executed the cable pushdown exercise with terrifying intensity, doing 15 reps per set continuously for 10 sets without resting. The consecutive hammer-like punches rained down, making the scene incredibly gruesome. After finishing the punishment, Hansu stood looking at his battle-stained hands. He casually brushed his shoulder, his face returning to a calm demeanor, as he said to himself, "Now, it's time to go wipe out the remaining zombies, I guess." In the distance, a giant energy tornado named Bonanado suddenly erupted, sweeping away everything in its path under the watchful eyes of a mysterious creature in the shadows.
Hansu looked into the distance with annoyance and muttered, "That dog is at it again." Looking up at the sky, he asked casually, "Are you going to take your family away?" Hansu smiled slightly and commented, "Cute." Immediately, the tornadoes of bones and debris began to soar into the air.
Lee, with her fiery red hair, stood tall before the howling tornadoes. Hearing the barking, she coldly turned her head and declared, "Just take them away. I don't care about losers." Witnessing that scene, Gudo panicked and shouted loudly, "No, we can't let Ben leave like this." He screamed frantically in despair. "He will come back for revenge. Lee, chase after him quickly, eradicate him completely, or he will come back and slap me." Lee muttered Count Gudo's name and suddenly drew her sword, dashing forward. She roared with murderous intent, "I will kill you." Gudo blankly watched the approaching figure and worried, why does it look like she's rushing towards me?" Leaving all astonished gazes far behind, she closed in with an extremely furious face and yelled right in Gudo's face, "Tell me right now, what did you dare to do to my partner?" Gudo ran for his life in panic and screamed orders to his soldiers, "Stop her! Quickly stop Lee for me!" A blonde girl standing nearby could only sigh in frustration as she looked at the Count's back. That guy is running away again. Suddenly, 2 members of the muscle army appeared, swinging their swords to block the way and advising, "Junior Marshal Sister Lee, stop. It's best that you stop." Lee did not flinch. She leaped over their heads and affirmed, "You brothers cannot stop me." Knowing that clearly, she still did not slow down. There are times when one is forced to take action. She executed the tabletop pose to maintain perfect balance in midair. Right after that, she lowered her center of gravity with the stacking 10 spin technique, concentrating all her energy into her legs before performing an explosive extension. Lee glided smoothly like a flowing stream, leaving Block standing frozen in amazement at this unimaginable speed.
The sword in her hand pointed straight ahead, along with a firm declaration that no one was allowed to touch the Count. Lee made the enemy only have time to let out a cry full of pain. Lee performed a skillful somersault in the air to escape the encirclement. Block quietly approached. He lowered his voice and asked his junior sister to stop. Seeing an acquaintance, Lee was stunned and called out the name of her senior brother, Block. She retracted her sword, stood tall, and ran her eyes over the man in front of her, commenting that he really had gotten more handsome. His muscles were also yummy. However, Lee immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him, when wondering if any enemy would stand still to take such a slow attack like his. Block stared blankly down at his hands, sweated profusely, and admitted, "Turns out all this time I've just been training for show?" Without giving her senior brother time to explain, Lee swung her sword and rushed forward to attack fiercely. She roared, demanding that he take responsibility for the downfall of the clan. Facing the dangerous sword strikes, Block could only dodge, while frantically apologizing in panic.
Lai rushed forward and swung her sword fiercely. "Don't apologize, just die, Gudo!" The razor-sharp sword stopped inches away from the Count's face. Hansu suddenly appeared, tightly grasping Lai's ankle with his hand, leaving her unable to move. Gudo joyfully called out, "Hansunim!" Lai was lifted high into the air. She screamed frantically, "Kya, let me go, let me go!" Hansu coldly declared his skill, cable pullover. He used terrifying strength to slam Lai to the ground, creating a massive impact. Hansu continued to perform a 10-rep exercise, continuously slamming his opponent into the ground without mercy. Looking at the motionless girl, Hansu suddenly remembered and blamed himself. "Oh crap, I exercised too hard. I don't know if this sandbag is still breathing." He worriedly wondered if she had lost her life. Hansu quietly grabbed her leg, dragged her away, and explained to Gudo, "Our warriors are inherently very durable, so..." Gudo hurriedly reassured him, "She probably won't die, Hansunem." Lai lay face down on the ground, secretly cheering in her mind, "I survived." The story transitioned to Gudo's majestic castle. Lai suddenly sat up on the bed and shouted Gudo's name. She looked around the unfamiliar room and wondered, "Where is this?" A young maid walked in and kindly asked, "Are you awake?" The girl explained, "This is the guest room in Gudo Castle, Lineham. I received a request from Hansunem to take care of you." She also politely asked if Lai needed any further assistance.
Lai looked at the little girl and asked, "Hey kid, can you tell me where Count Gudo is?" The little girl thought to herself that Lai definitely wouldn't let this matter go, but still answered honestly, "The Count is receiving something called PT from Hansunim. Do you want to tag along?" Seeing the little girl enthusiastically offering to lead the way, Lai gave a slight nod of agreement. The two walked deep into the forest together. Lai, full of doubt, asked, "Is the Count really here?" The little girl firmly affirmed that it was true. The deeper they went into the wilderness, the more Lai lost her patience. "Is this exercising or disposing of a corpse?" The little girl just smiled and told her to be patient and trust a little more. Lai secretly blamed herself for being too naive to believe that someone who had just attempted to assassinate the Lord would be led to meet him. Suddenly, the little girl cheered. "There it is! There's Hansunim!" Lai was stunned to see that she had actually been brought to the place. She saw Hansu's figure and hurriedly ran over. Before her eyes was the sight of Gudo crawling on the ground, breathing heavily in excruciating pain. Hansu stood behind, loudly declaring the new exercise. "Santa Claus bear walking!" Gudo screamed in tears. "Kill me!" Hansu broke into a bright, smug smile. Immediately, a system notification panel appeared. Received inspiration from Gudo's screams. Another line followed to confirm. A new skill has been formed. Receiving inspiration from Gudo's screams, the system announces that a new skill is being formed. Down below, Gudo had to crawl on the ground alongside the muscular army, pulling heavy carts like slaves. He howled in despair. Lie! Kill me! I'd rather die than do this set. Instantly, Hanu acquired the skill Trainer's Mind and fused it with the Calm skill. Hanu smiled brightly, looking at Gudo with immense excitement. Kill you? Do you like this exercise that much? An epic-grade passive skill named Perverted Trainer officially appeared. Hanu suddenly changed his expression, his eyes rolling back in sheer excitement as he shouted, "It really is great, isn't it? Turn up the heat!" Gudo screamed back in horror. "What is this madness?" Gudo kept screaming in agony. "Lie! You said you would kill me!" However, contrary to Gudo's misery, Lai was pressing her hands close to her face, eyes closed in complete satisfaction. Ha! Pilates and gym have found common ground. Sparkling streaks of light surrounded her, as if she were witnessing a beautiful spectacle. Meanwhile, the group had to continue pulling the carts under harsh supervision.
At the main hall of the castle, an important meeting was taking place with the full attendance of all officials. Gudo sat at the presiding seat, announcing with a stern face, "Since all the key figures are present, we will begin the meeting." An official with a distinctive mustache opened a scroll and announced the first item. Due to Ben's invasion, many important figures of the country have died in battle. The council began discussing how to compensate for the personnel shortage after General Rion refused to return to the kingdom. The official continued to ask how to handle the vacant positions. Gudo proposed, "Anyone with muscles and merits shall become an official for me." The ministers unanimously agreed, considering it a great idea. Next was the second item. The official announced that many citizens, after witnessing Hansu's activities, had come to the training center to learn bodybuilding. Therefore, a new force named the Bodybuilding Swordsman Army was officially established. A mighty army with muscular warriors wearing sturdy helmets raised their swords in unison and chanted a powerful slogan. The official announced the temporary appointment of bodybuilder Gong to the head coach position and asked if everyone agreed. Gudo smiled radiantly with excitement. Agreed, of course. That is good news. He turned to express his deep gratitude because Hanu had assisted in the national defense, but Hanu suddenly raised his hand to signal. Titles and money can wait. It's time to work out now. He quietly turned his back and walked away, leaving the count still bewildered.
Gudo anxiously ran after him, asking repeatedly, "Wait, Hansunim, is there something making you uncomfortable?" In front of him was the giant back with rippling muscles full of pressure belonging to Hansu. A tremendously strong collision occurred. Hansu unexpectedly destroyed the castle wall, causing Gudo to fall backward in terror. He exclaimed helplessly, "What is it this time?" Gudo trembled and pleaded, "Is there something you are dissatisfied with?" Hansu's face was burning with murderous intent. Behind him, the muscle army had lined up, ready in a training stance. Seeing the tense situation, an official hurriedly reminded the soldier next to him, "Hey, put away your spear. Hansunim is getting even angrier." Hansu looked straight at the people present in the meeting room and asked, "Do you guys also want to join the PT?" Gudo collapsed into his chair, crying and complaining in despair. Sob, "It's always just me." To end this torturous training session, Gudo immediately clasped his hands sternly and ordered the ministers, "I will conduct the meeting very quickly, summarize all plans and report at the fastest speed." Witnessing the Lord's decisiveness, a member of the muscle army was moved to tears and cheered, "The count is so amazing." Immediately, an official frantically ran in holding a scroll to report the next developments regarding the plan for the third route. In the main hall, Lai was facing judgment for the crime of assassinating the count, but thanks to Gudo's leniency, the punishment was reduced. However, she was still stripped of her kingdom citizenship. Looking straight at Lai, Gudo spoke in a deep voice, "Lai, I know you still hold a grudge against me." He suddenly made a shocking offer. "So if this is not to your liking, I will give you the right to kill me." The statement left all the surrounding soldiers completely stunned and bewildered.
Gudo began to tremble violently, screaming in despair, "No, I really should be killed." However, Elise smiled a radiant, fully satisfied smile and replied, "I refuse." Gudo fell to his knees, clutching his chest and sobbing, "Lee, please kill me so I don't have to do PT with Hansu anymore." He screamed frantically, begging anyone to step forward and judge him. Right at this moment, Hansu suddenly appeared from behind and announced, "Good news, you don't need to be the count anymore. From now on, 24/7 is only about lifting weights and more weights." The other party was startled and terrified. Hansu clearly showed his excitement. "Sounds good." The mustached ministers began to whisper and plot among themselves. Is he planning to hand the country over to us? Or should we take this opportunity to just do it? The count's power is weak now. We can definitely do it. I never expected it would be this easy to become a lord. Witnessing this scene, Hansu was moved to tears again. "I didn't expect you all to think so much for the gym goers of this country. It's truly touching." Hansu immediately took off his shirt, flexing his bulging muscles, and declared, "I am very happy. No matter who becomes the count, I will help that person improve their physical strength." When the reward was even more terrifying than the punishment, they hastily changed their attitude, laughing and talking cheerfully, praising Gudo profusely. "Mom, thank you for not letting me be born into a count's family. I am very satisfied with my current position. The most suitable person for the title of count can only be Sir Gudo." After the meeting, Count Gudo promised to manufacture all the training equipment that Hansu requested. Everyone sat together in the main hall to continue discussing the next affairs of the kingdom.
Even though the kingdom agreed to support, the training equipment that Hansu desired exceeded the technical capabilities of Bakwuk. It was said that only the Earth Spirit King Bahamut could craft them, but the difficult problem was that no one knew where this king was. Right at that moment, Lee suddenly spoke up. "Spirits also have to respect my Pilates to some extent." She explained that thanks to her time living with the elf tribe and learning, she could converse with the spirits. Overjoyed, Hansu immediately grasped her hand tightly and pleaded, "Thank goodness, please take me to Bahamut." Lee looked at him with strict eyes and laid out a condition. "It's not hard, but in return you will help me get revenge, right?" Hearing this, Gudo turned pale with fear that she would target him, but Lee immediately clarified, "No, not you, Count. Her true targets were the ones who slaughtered her family, the dark mage organization named Illuminati." Meanwhile, in a dark cave, a henchman was screaming in fear. "The variable is too big." He promised tremblingly, "I won't make a mistake next time." A little girl with orange hair and a bizarre smile immediately mocked. "Look, Ben, he is very disappointed in you." A chubby monster next to them also threw sarcastic remarks about his origin. The orange-haired girl muttered coldly, "As expected, is it better without Elise?" Suddenly, a giant arm with glowing blue veins swung a massive Grim Reaper's scythe, striking a thunderous blow upon the enemy. Witnessing the sudden attack, the faces of those in the cave contorted in terror. A horrifying explosion occurred right at the cave entrance, bearing a red triangle symbol, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The loud noise startled a flock of black crows, causing them to scatter frantically throughout the dark forest. Below the entrance, a warning sign with a skull symbol lay completely bare on the ground. A pair of heavy boots stomped on the weeds, and a firm voice rang out. "You hid too well, making me search forever just to find a place to do squats." The target had appeared right before her eyes, the Illuminati. A female warrior with an extremely muscular body and short red hair smiled confidently, her hand gripping her sword hilt tightly, ready for a purge.
Witnessing that scene, Ben screamed frantically in extreme rage, "I will kill you!" Standing from afar, observing the ruins, the girl in the blue dress covered her mouth, smiling with great amusement. "You look so cute when you're mad. Let me add some fuel to the fire." The monster Farron beside her also let out excited sounds. Suddenly, the girl's eyes became sharp and cold. She muttered, "All right, I've decided." The girl lifted the hem of her dress, her glowing red eyes revealing cruelty as she declared, "Destroy Elise." At the same time, Ben frantically injected green vials into his violently bulging biceps, causing glowing blue veins to start spreading all over his body. Dark power erupted, transforming him into a terrifying entity with glowing yellow eyes in the darkness. From the crack in the ground, a pitch-black entity emerged with a sinister smile. "Kiaha, reaching this point can be considered a betrayal, right?" The shadow monster immediately chimed in. "Betrayal, betrayal." The orange-haired girl smiled smugly, her voice echoing across the battlefield. "Kiaha, I will report your choice to that person." Ben was completely exhausted, sweat pouring down his weary face. Before the giant arm reaching out from the void, he only had time to let out a desperate scream, then completely disappeared into the rubble. Chapter 32 of the gym dungeon begins with the girl in the blue dress and the monster Farron rushing through the dense forest. The girl laughed heartily. "Ben has truly betrayed us. That person must have known beforehand, so they sent him, right?" Farron firmly asserted that there is nothing that person does not know. The girl began to wonder about the fate of Ben's research diary, but Farron immediately declared that it would belong to him. Even though she warned that many other members were also coveting that diary, the monster confidently affirmed that it would definitely get it.
Farron arrogantly declared, "Ben's belongings are mine. No one can compete." Right under the full moon, Lee immediately activated her battle aura skill and sword aura manifestation. An earth-shattering collision erupted, creating a series of explosions that plowed the ground and blew everything around away. Amidst the smoke and dust, the girl only had time to scream while Farron roared loudly. Lee moved at extremely high speed, gliding smoothly like a ghost deep in the forest. She landed gently right behind her opponent, leaving him unable to react in time. Farron turned around in a daze, exclaiming in astonishment, "Grass!" Lee stood tall behind him, looking coldly at the monster and sneering, "There are too many weeds growing, aren't there?" What an absolutely savage taunt, guys. Farron instantly went mad, his entire body glowing with a dark green hue, and roared furiously. Grass! He activated the skill Song of the Rotten Forest, releasing a brilliant green energy stream that covered the entire battlefield. Farron swung his scythe, creating rolling waves of magic, frantically pursuing Lee through the canopy. The ancient tree trunks were continuously chopped down under the brutal power of the monster. He continued to unleash the move Symphony of Rotten Wood, transforming into a terrifying giant entity. Lee was forced to put all her strength into her legs to continuously dodge the destructive attack crashing down from above. The giant monster swung his glowing green scythe in pursuit, but Lee promptly activated her battle aura, radiating a golden halo to protect herself. As she fought, she calmly explained, "Let me teach you the traditional way to pull weeds." Lee asserted in a low voice that to finish this ritual, she would not show any mercy. Farron's face distorted in horror when he saw Lee closing in with blazing murderous intent right before his eyes. Lai affirmed that she was still an old-fashioned person and immediately activated her battle aura along with her peak sword technique. She rushed forward like a tornado, unleashing consecutive brilliant golden slashes that crushed the green monster. The powerful sword swings left the opponent only able to scream in agony before being completely swallowed by the light. Meanwhile, Gudo was diligently using his sword to clear the bushes along the road. He was told not to cut the grass, as the spirits really hate that. Gudo hastily explained that he only did it to make it more convenient for Hansu to walk. Hansu suddenly appeared from behind, placed a hand on the Count's shoulder, and gently said, "It's fine, just go to the back and practice walking lunge." Even in the forest, he still couldn't escape the glute and thigh workout plan, so Gudo immediately obeyed. Hansu turned to ask Lai about the direction because he felt the whole team had been walking in circles for a while. Lai calmly explained that the path of the spirits is completely different from normal paths.
Going a little further, Lee stopped and pointed to confirm. Here. Hansu tried bouncing a little and commented, "With ground this soft, it would be a waste not to do squats." He immediately shouted an order for the whole team to do 20 squats right on the spot. Lee began to perform Lisa's breathing technique. She closed her eyes to regulate her breathing peacefully. Amidst the peaceful space, Hansu's counting voice echoed loudly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In a state of tranquility, Lee clearly felt the chirping of birds on the branches and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Even the subtle movements of blooming flower buds could not escape her senses. Right at that moment, the path of the spirits officially appeared, radiating a brilliant multicolored light that tore through the forest mist. Lee pointed to confirm. Here. Immediately, a brilliant magical light flared up, opening the gate to guide the whole group. Meanwhile, Hansu still did not forget his training duties. Looking at the embarrassed Count, Hansu reminded, "Come on, in the end we agreed not to shout slogans, but everyone heard Gudo scream, right? Already weak, yet always drawing attention." Gudo could only stand frozen, sweat pouring down due to embarrassment. Hansu continued to urge, "This time, everyone wake up, we will do 40 reps. "How many reps?" The muscle army answered in unison with great spirit, 40 reps. Still not satisfied with the volume, Hansu roared, "Too quiet, increase to 60 reps. "How many reps?" The whole army opened their mouths and roared like thunder, 60 reps. Hansu smiled with satisfaction. "Good, 60. Immediately, a terrifying suction force pulled the whole group into a vortex. Lee reminded, "Relax and leave your bodies to the wind." They fell freely through a magical space filled with brilliant rose petals. "This is the spirit realm where the earth spirits live," she declared loudly. "This is the land of Mother Gaia." Gaia appeared with majestic and harsh beauty, where there were volcanoes erupting with red-hot lava and floating islands suspended amidst the clouds. A member of the muscle army was just exclaiming in amazement, "Hansu Nim, this place is really," when he was suddenly crushed to the ground by an extremely strong invisible pressure.
Dry noises echoed continuously as the members of the muscle army were pressed face down into the sand one by one, unable to move. One person groaned helplessly, "Teacher, this weight is too heavy, I can't bear it." Hansu nodded slightly in confirmation. That's true. However, instead of worrying, he seemed extremely excited. While performing heavy squats, he cheered, "Isn't this the best place to practice squats?" Watching the giant stone pillars shake with every breath, Hansu muttered excitedly, "I didn't expect there to be such an awesome home gym here." In the eyes of a PT, everywhere is a gym. A line of text appeared warning about an entity named Behemoth. Heavy footsteps shook the ground, followed by the threatening red eyes of the giant stone guards. Hansu looked toward the brightly lit palace, his eyes shining with determination. I really want to meet him quickly. Before their eyes, a giant stone monster loomed, guarding the entrance to the dungeon. A giant stone fist slowly lifted, preparing to deliver a lightning-fast strike. The giant punch erupted, crushing the ground and causing the muscle army to flee in panic. However, Hansu didn't dodge at all. He braced himself, using his bare hands to support the weight of thousands of pounds pressing down on his shoulders. Witnessing that breathtaking scene, the team members shouted anxiously, "Hansunim, are you okay?"
Immediately, a series of other stone guards raised their fists in unison, ready to launch a supporting attack. Successive stone punches rained down, submerging Han Seo under the rubble. He let out a resounding roar, but instead of pain, Han Seo appeared extremely excited. Hooyah, this gradually increasing pressure is so great. With explosive power, Han Seo roared loudly, and then threw all the stone guards away like debris. A terrifying collision occurred, making dust and smoke fly blindly. The members of the muscle army could only call his name in shock and extreme anxiety.
The ground began to shake violently from the pounding sounds, leaving everyone bewildered and wondering if it was an earthquake. A member noticed the anomaly and shouted, "Run away quickly! The master's muscles are about to explode!" Han Seo stood tall, his eyes glowing while his muscle masses began to contract, creating a suffocating pressure. He boldly declared, "Increase the weight," and the radiating power made even Gudo and the surrounding people flee in terror. Right at that moment, the heavy blank skill multiplied by 10 was officially activated. Han Seo was straining to perform heavy squats with a giant purple energy mass weighing heavily on his shoulders. He slowly counted the rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Witnessing the strange sight, the red-haired girl accompanying them asked in bewilderment, "What is he doing?" A member of the muscle army calmly replied, "Today is Han Seo Nim's leg day, the most terrifying day for any gymmer." Facing the girl's confusion about the concept of leg day, another guy hurriedly explained, "It means the lower body training day. The seniors here are not very good at expressing themselves, so please understand." Suddenly, a voice echoed like a thunderclap from above. "So the interesting ants have crawled all the way here?" The whole group looked up in astonishment at the fiercely moving sky. The authoritative voice continued to boldly declare, "I am Behemoth, the master of Gaia in this spirit world." From amidst the cloud layers, a majestic volcanic island appeared solemnly. Behemoth roared to interrogate, "What is your purpose for coming here?" Despite the suffocating pressure from the Spirit King, Han Seo still focused on his exercise and shouted loudly, 15! All that introduction for nothing. He was only busy counting the rhythm. Right after finishing the set, Han Seo quietly stood up and strolled away to the bewilderment of Behemoth. The Spirit King could only exclaim in doubt when seeing him walk straight towards the coast. Before the astonished eyes of everyone, Han Seo bent down and started drinking the seawater with relish.
Behemoth roared furiously, "Hey, I asked what your purpose here is, huh?" Han Seo still ignored it and continued drinking the water refreshingly. In his mind at this moment there was only one thought: seawater is nature's way. Drink up, brothers. Han Seo stood up with a soaking wet body, his bulging muscle masses sparkling under the sunlight. He silently noted that although seawater usually contains a lot of sodium, which is not good for rehydration, the water here had a very sweet and pure taste. He told himself he would discuss the sodium issue later. Seeing this, the muscle army excitedly asked, "In short, drinking water will help muscles grow?" Immediately, the whole army cheered in unison, "Ooh, ooh, muscle growth! Everyone hurry into the water!" Behemoth was completely speechless at the chaotic scene. What the hell are these guys doing? The entire muscle army crazily rushed into the sea, drinking water while shouting excitedly. After satisfying his thirst, Han Seo wiped his mouth and casually said, That's great. Now let's talk." This action was like adding fuel to the fire. Behemoth roared in extreme rage. "Dare to drink water while conversing with me, Behemoth? What an impudent and ridiculous bunch." The King of Spirits declared he had nothing more to say to these disrespectful fools. A series of giant stone guards with blood-red eyes full of killing intent appeared simultaneously. Behemoth roared loudly, "I will teach you all a lesson about manners from the very roots."
Behemoth roared arrogantly, declaring that this place was a living maze. Without the guidance of the spirits, intruders couldn't even find the entrance, let alone escape. He challenged Han Seo's group to overcome the moving stone walls and the stone guards waiting inside to advance toward the distant volcano. Behemoth sneered, "I dare you to find the way into my heart." Facing that challenge, Lee immediately got into a ready stance. She gathered strength in her legs and launched herself into the air with the breaststroke exercise technique, intending to cross the maze from above. However, Behemoth immediately took action to stop her. "It's useless. Increase gravity." A sudden enormous pressure weighed down, causing Lee to startle in shock. Unable to resist the Earth's gravitational pull, she was dragged into a freefall and crashed violently into the rubble, creating a deep crater amidst the thick dust and smoke. Forcing herself up after the fall, Lee gritted her teeth in frustration. "The gravity is too strong. I can't travel by air anymore." Suddenly, a series of continuous dry noises rang out, making her look back in doubt. Behind her, the muscle army was starting to take action. They counted the rhythm in unison. 1, 2, 3, 4. Guardian-like arms with bulging muscle blocks stretched out. The counting echoed throughout the maze. 6, 7, 8. Every count was a violent tremor of the ground under their extraordinary physical strength.
doing arm workouts while clearing the ground.
Witnessing that scene, Behemoth laughed loudly in contempt. Fools! This is the dwelling of the earth spirits, the land of gravity and minerals. He asserted that these walls were not something that could be broken with just bare hands. However, the counting did not stop. 9, 10. Hansu suddenly stepped forward. At the 12th count, he focused all his strength into his hands and pressed against the cliff. Exactly on the 13th beat, Hansu let out a resounding roar, using his terrifying strength to push forward violently. A loud explosion echoed, and the solid stone wall began to crack intensely, crumbling into pieces under his bare hands. The incident happened so unexpectedly that the enemies could only exclaim in astonishment. A member of the muscle army smiled confidently and explained, "It might be hard, but when facing us, it crumbles easily." He immediately ordered the others, "Seniors, focus on destroying the wall based on the cracks that Hansunim has created." The muscle army cheered with excitement as they watched the stone walls crumble easily. It breaks really easily, doesn't it? However, the joy did not last long before a giant entity loomed from behind the cloud of dust. The muscle army was stunned, wondering what to do with these golems, as they possessed menacingly glowing red eyes. Immediately, the battle aura skill and 9 secret subduing sword were activated. A bright yellow streak of light tore through space, charging straight at the enemy. Lai swung his sword, delivering a lightning-fast thrust right into the glowing red eye, which was the fatal weakness of the stone monster. Lai gently flipped in the air and explained to his teammates, "Just aim straight for the eyes and stab. They'll be done for." Right after that, the giant golem collapsed to the ground. The muscle army felt empowered. They frantically rushed to attack the remaining golems with powerful punches. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, an enraged roar echoed, "You bastards! Ah!" An earth-shattering explosion occurred from the volcano in the distance, showering down towering pillars of fire and smoke. Facing that majestic scene, Hansu maintained a calm expression and wondered, "Is this where Behemoth is staying?" Lai pointed forward and confirmed, "Yeah, the spirits said we have to lift that thing up to be able to meet him." Before their eyes was a giant stone pedestal blocking the path with a long iron shaft piercing straight into the cave ceiling. Looking at that massive weight, everyone wondered how to lift it. Hansu casually made a violent suggestion. "How about we just destroy it?" Only 17 years old, but his temper is as hot as fire. Immediately, a member of the muscle army panicked and stopped him. "Hansunim, wait, there's a connecting rope over there." At this moment, a flashback appeared. It has been exactly 11 months since Hansu left Earth to come to this world.
Despite possessing a giant physique, Hansu is actually only 17 years old, an age still full of inner thoughts. A curious member of the team pointed up at the cave ceiling and wondered, "There's something strange hanging on the ceiling over there." Lai squinted his eyes to observe and realized, "That's a pulley. Why is it here?" For all this time, Hansu always tried to hide his intense homesickness deep within his heart. However, when seeing a familiar object from his hometown appearing right before his eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned. Hansu stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the object. The suppressed emotion suddenly burst out, making tears roll down the muscular leader's face. It was a nostalgic piece of equipment that he never expected to encounter again in this place. In the middle of the dark cave, a workout machine appeared, sparkling like a priceless treasure. Hansu whispered its name in choking emotion. "Oh, my long-lost lat pull-down brother." The lat pull-down machine is a workout equipment developed in the 1960s by an American trainer, Andrew Memo. He realized that the movement of gripping a metal bar and leaning backward is very similar to the lying lat pull-down exercise. From there, he created a machine that helps perform this movement more safely and effectively. Up to this day, this equipment has been improved with various styles and designs. Seeing the familiar machine, Hansu was moved to tears. He wiped his eyes and muttered, "It's the lat pull-down machine. Stop crying. What's the point of crying and washing away the protein?" The muscle army looked at each other in confusion. "Lat pull-down machine? What is that?" On the other side, Gudo was trembling with fear. He stammered, "Is it a trap, Hansu name? Is the range wide?" "Normal people see traps. PTs see weights." Hansu slowly walked over and affirmed, "No, this is not a trap." He asked the whole team, "What back exercises have we done recently? Let's list them out."
A member of the muscle army quickly listed one-arm dumbbell row, pull-up, barbell row, and Romanian deadlift, right? Hansu explained that they could only perform pull-ups because they had mutual support, but normally most people do not have a workout partner. He directly demonstrated the movement and affirmed that the exercise within effectiveness equivalent to pull-ups is the lat pull-down. Because you can freely choose the weight level and perform movements similar to pull-ups, this is a back exercise loved by everyone from beginners to professional athletes.
This is an exercise that focuses on the shoulder blades and lats. However, if focus is lost, practitioners are very prone to making the mistake of using force from their forearms, biceps, or shoulders to pull the weight. Hansu excitedly suggested, since the equipment is already here, how about we demonstrate how to use it together? The muscle army simultaneously raised their hands and cheered with excitement. Muscle growth, muscle growth, muscle growth. Entering the first exercise with the lat pull-down machine, what needs to be done is to adjust the position of the pad and the fixing part so that the torso is not lifted. In the second step, grasp the bar with a width slightly wider than your shoulders and fix your lower body to the pad. Moving on to the third step, Hansu emphasized the need to tightly brace the core, focusing on contracting the lats instead of using arm strength to pull. He noted that the movement between the bar and the ground must always be strictly vertical. In the fourth step, the practitioner needs to pay special attention not to let the back arch excessively and absolutely must not use the body's momentum to cheat. Hansu turned back and smiled brightly at his teammates. For you guys, this weight seems quite heavy, so leave it for next time. Go inside first for now. The muscle army replied in unison, yes, wishing you muscle growth. Hansu concentrated all his strength into his giant arms. He roared, Immediately, the secret mechanism was activated. A notification sound rang out. Opened. The giant stone door in the cave slowly slid up, opening a path deep inside. The whole team cheered excitedly. Let's go in. Witnessing that scene, Gudo confusedly asked a member, wait, the training schedule is one thing, but the practice is another, master. The muscular guy calmly explained that Hansu's physical strength was on a completely different level compared to theirs. Gudo was still not over his shock. He anxiously asked further, then after finishing the workout, how do we get inside? The question made the muscular soldier break out in a cold sweat, stuttering speechlessly. That is... Inside, Hansu was still diligently working on heavy weight sets. He loudly counted the beat. 8. Right after finishing the fourth set, he excitedly called out to Gudo and affirmed that if pressure could be applied to the correct position, the feeling of muscle stimulation would be absolutely wonderful. Right at this moment, the heavy blank 1/10 skill was activated. He braced himself and shouted, all right, Hansu-nim, please come in. The entire muscle army had to gather all their life strength together to lift the stone door weighing tons and urged, hurry up. Hansu leisurely walked in, not forgetting to give praise for his junior's progress. This door being a few tons heavier would be just right for your strength, guys. As soon as he stepped through, the giant stone door collapsed, sealing the entrance. Strangely enough, inside was the appearance of hamsters wearing protective gear, rushing to run on construction scaffolding. Going deeper, a vast space with blazing furnaces and giant continuously operating gears appeared, opening up a mysterious manufacturing workshop located deep inside the mountain.
Inside the factory, countless tiny creatures resembling kangaroos continuously jumped on buttons to operate the machinery. Blazing furnaces spewed out scorching hot air, blending with the sound of operating machinery that echoed throughout the space. Witnessing the sight of the hard-working mice-like creatures, the girl accompanying Hansu was extremely excited, her eyes lighting up in the shape of stars as she cheered with delight. So cute! The girl couldn't hold back and approached, intending to touch Hansu's muscles, excitedly saying, I really want to touch them, they look very soft. Seeing muscles and completely forgetting a danger, Hansu immediately stopped her and seriously reminded, wait, before registering at the gym, you must get advice from the staff or the boss. You cannot arbitrarily touch others like that. Seeing the girl still bewildered, Hansu affirmed that not touching arbitrarily is a mandatory rule. Suddenly, a small white dog appeared and loudly declared, I am Behemoth, the king of the earth spirits. Witnessing this tiny appearance, Gudo and a member of the muscle army clearly showed disappointment, and the muscular guy even mocked. What kind of spirit king has a one eye? Being looked down upon, the white dog got angry and shouted loudly, How disrespectful! How dare you compare yourselves to noble spirits like me? However, the dog was immediately suppressed by another presence. A cat wearing a white lab coat suddenly appeared and smiled sinisterly. The situation was so interesting that I couldn't bear to interrupt. The cat introduced that the white dog was actually named Lena, a high-level earth spirit, while the cat itself was the real Behemoth.
Behemoth reminded everyone not to underestimate the creatures working here because they were all high-level spirits. Hansu and the group could only silently nod in agreement before the majesty of the Spirit King. Behemoth looked at Hansu and said he had grasped his strength through Lena's test, then asked about the purpose of the visit. Hansu got straight to the point. Can you make gym equipment? Behemoth confidently affirmed. Are you talking about training tools? As long as there is enough time and materials, there is nothing I cannot create. Seeing Hansu about to speak, Gudo hastily intervened. No, Hansu-nim, negotiation shouldn't be done like that. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully according to noble etiquette. Hello, I am the Lord of the Gopto County, Count Gudo Kosh. With an extremely humble attitude, Gudo pleaded, Yes, Mr. Cat, do you want to eat fish, or what do you want us to do? Behemoth quietly observed and secretly evaluated. He is quite a polite human. Reward? The Spirit King in the form of a black cat spoke up, affirming that money is fleeting, working for me is eternal. Gudo immediately bowed his head and committed. I will obey any order given by the Spirit King. Behemoth smirked meaningfully. Is that so?
He began to tell about a slippery scoundrel who had recently appeared and polluted this land. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy, with a miserable cawing of crows echoing throughout the dark forest. Behemoth said this guy was very strong, to the point that all the clients he sent completely lost contact. The death warning signs lying bare in the deep forest are proof of his danger.
Behemoth clasped his hands and announced the condition. If you can destroy that evil demon and purify the land, I will help you. Hearing this, Hansu smiled with great excitement. Fine, is there a guide? The Spirit King explained that previously he had only sent mid-level spirits, but this time he wanted to grasp the situation as accurately as possible. Behemoth pointed his finger and ordered, "High-level spirit Lena, go with them." Lena was startled in shock upon hearing her name. She hurriedly tried to make excuses. "Behemoth Nim, I still have to manage and supervise this place." However, Behemoth immediately flew into a rage, baring his teeth and roaring loudly. "Do you think I don't know that you just sleep all day and secretly sneak snacks?" He shouted, "Go quickly for me." The earth-shattering roar made everyone, including Hansu and Gudo, scream in terror. Meanwhile, in another dense forest, the female General Rion was frantically fleeing. She muttered, "If I had known, I wouldn't have coaxed a stick into this fire ant nest earlier." Seeing the dense horde of dark monsters ahead, she asked herself in astonishment, were there this many waiting here? Rion gritted her teeth and took a defensive stance as the maniacal laughter of the monsters began to surround her. From the darkness, bloodthirsty screams echoed. "Swordmaster Rion, catch her quickly!" The monsters, in the form of clowns and individuals wearing black cloaks, rushed forward madly in pursuit. They chanted fanatically in unison, "For Oculus!" Working with such passion is unmatched.
Rion suddenly changed direction. As she glided forward, she muttered about the laws of nature. But the ecosystem is inherently intertwined. Not fearing the bees, there are also those who just want to collect honey, you know? Immediately, she swung a beautiful arc-shaped sword strike, knocking away the approaching monsters. A commander wearing an eye-shaped headband roared in anger. "Rion!" Surrounded, Rion suddenly radiated a brilliant golden aura. She put all her strength into the technique, Tosan swordsmanship. All insect flew across the night sky, as if signaling a terrifying change. The dark maid, drenched in sweat, looked up into the air in shock and exclaimed, "What is that?" He tremblingly realized the terrifying truth. "I've never heard of it being this strong, right?" High in the sky, hundreds of brilliant golden swords suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire space and preparing to pour down like a destructive rain of light. A giant pillar of light suddenly erupted, tearing through the night and causing a flock of birds to scatter in panic from the forest. The story continued with the mascot Lena, engrossed in gnawing on stone blocks. She boastfully bragged to Hansu, "If you want to know the past, just watch me gnawing on these stones." Hansu, while doing squats, marveled at this miracle. Suddenly, Lena's eyes widened in astonishment, causing Hansu to hurriedly ask if she saw anything unusual. However, it was all just a prank when she cheered because the stone was so delicious, leaving Hansu and his teammates completely speechless.
Lena cleared her throat and explained that it was just a joke because these minerals were too new, so the memories obtained were very brief. She snapped, telling everyone not to look at her like a glutton, and then immediately ordered the whole group to find and dig up the oldest-looking mineral blocks in this area. The muscle army quickly approached the giant rocks. A member carefully asked again to make sure that they just needed to bring them back, right? The whole group started to dig hard around a large rock. Hansu stood in the back with his arms crossed and wondered what his subordinates were trying to do. The muscular guys honestly explained that they were trying to create a handle so that Hansu could easily lift this rock. Hansu muttered, thinking about creating a handle. Then he slowly reached out his massive hand. Hansu pressed his fingertips firmly into the hard rock surface. He took a deep breath, using his terrifying strength to squeeze tightly, causing the rock block to start cracking violently under his grip. Hansu sank his fingers deep into the hard rock. He calmly instructed, holding the rock as if holding foam, "Let's do lat pull-downs, brothers." The muscular disciple standing next to him could only exclaim in amazement, "Wow!" Immediately, Hansu performed the one-arm dumbbell row exercise with the giant rock block, using only one hand. He constantly changed his posture and rapidly counted the beat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Change hands. Seeing this, Block stepped in front of a large rock and asked if he meant this one. He began to perform the snatch deadlift exercise skillfully. This was followed by a series of coordinated movements from snatch pull, snatch balance, to overhead squat. Block gathers his strength to lift the rock high above his head and then threw it hard to the ground, creating a huge tremor. Standing amidst the dust and smoke, Block confidently announced his completion. Hansu smiled with satisfaction and gave a thumbs up to encourage him.
That's right, Block. Your posture is much better now. The student wiped his sweat and smiled brightly in reply. At this level, it's just a small matter. It's easy. The enthusiastic training atmosphere spread everywhere. The muscle army worked hard, carrying and lifting the heavy rocks. The counting beat echoed throughout the area. 1, 2, 3, 4. The other members were not inferior at all. They used ropes to tie the giant rocks tightly to train their endurance with the shouts. 5, 6, 7, 8. Amidst that bustle, the spirit Lena stood silently with a small stone in her hand. She looked at the ruins around her and thought to herself, told them to find ancient stones, and they took them to the gym. Lena quietly put the stone in her mouth to chew it, then suddenly stopped with a face full of amazement.
An egg beneath a simple wooden bridge leading into a deep cave in the heart of the Rocky Mountain. Inside the dark dungeon, a man wearing a bird beak mask and red glasses was sitting opposite a formidable partner. He spoke in an enticing tone. We at Oculus highly value the abilities of Sir Toad. He continued to explain that turning this place into a dungeon consumed a lot of resources. While speaking, the bird-masked man raised his teacup and took a sip, but immediately spat out all the liquid and screamed in terror, "Damn it, you dare bring poison to the negotiating table." From the darkness, a long tongue flicked out and licked its lips, accompanied by a booming voice. Poison? It has a proper name. It is whiskey. Toad, the one who just appeared, was Toad, a powerful Toadman leader. Smoking a cigar and holding a liquor bottle, he calmly asserted, "Don't call it poison. This is the essence." The bird-masked man roared furiously. You heard his order to join Oculus instead of taking over this place? Unable to contain his anger, he lunged straight at Toad and yelled, "A lowly reptile dares to toy with his kindness."
However, just as he was about to strike, the bird-masked guy suddenly felt his head spin, his vision blurring from dizziness. Toad calmly corrected him. "Look closely. I am of the amphibian family, not a gecko. Joining Oculus is fine, but I don't like that condition at all. Croak." As he spoke, he tipped the wine bottle upside down into his mouth and drank it all. Right after, Toad and his henchmen grabbed the weakly resisting bird-masked guy and started pouring alcohol into his mouth. Toad sneered, "Come on, drink it all." The bird-masked guy screamed in despair as the burning liquid flooded his throat. "It's burning! It feels like being scorched." Only a moment later, the bird-masked guy had completely collapsed, his glowing red eyes dull from drunkenness and hiccuping continuously. Toad looked at the opponent who had lost all his fighting spirit and sarcastically said, "Now you finally have the face for negotiation. Croak." He flashed a sinister smile, blew cigar smoke, and declared, "My good friend, there is no shortage of alcohol here. Croak." Behind him, an army of toadmen dressed in elegant suits appeared simultaneously with threatening expressions. Toad boldly asserted, "Now let's start the real negotiation. Croak." This was Toad, the leader of the mysterious Red Hat Legion.
Toad looked at the heavily drunk envoy and mocked, "Get drunk and sign whatever, right, my friend?" Meanwhile, the spirit Lena suddenly cheered excitedly, "Found it!" However, when looking down at the valley, she instantly froze at the sight of the muscle army working out diligently, their coordinated shouts echoing across the region. Lena narrowed her eyes with contempt. Ha, these lowly creatures, these intermediaries. She couldn't believe these beings could be so obsessed with physical training to such an extreme. Two members of the muscle army were chatting while working out. One praised, "Your lats are as wide as an eagle's wings lately." The opponent humbly replied, "It's just the blood pump. You're the one who increased the weight." He smiled and affirmed, "Weight is the absolute truth for muscle growth." This statement immediately touched the pride of another teammate, making him pause, his face becoming serious. "Wait, I cannot ignore that statement." He radiated a fierce killing intent and countered that more important than weight is the feeling of stimulation. He began to flex, showing off his bulging muscles to prove his point. Opposite him, the other person was not to be outdone, radiating a fiery red energy and roaring to affirm that weight is the absolute truth. Both immediately engaged in a heated debate, continuously shouting their viewpoints, causing the surrounding space to explode with opposing powers. The two muscle warriors stood face to face, fierce killing intent engulfing an entire area. One challenger provoked, "Talking too much loses muscle. Come here and compare abs, baby." The opponent didn't flinch. He stretched his muscles while boldly accepting. "Yeah, I was just about to do that." Members of the muscle army were sitting around observing and gossiping. "Oh my, they are fighting." Another pondered, "Weight versus stimulation, huh? My large chest muscles are feeling really excited." Right after that, a warrior flexed and roared, "Ooh-yah!" with glowing eyes. The two gymmers immediately got into posing stances. One commented that the front lats of the weight side seemed bigging, but the stimulation side had far more perfect balance and symmetry. The atmosphere heated up as the shout of "Pose number 1" echoed.
Two warriors simultaneously struck a confident front double biceps pose. This was followed by pose number 2. Right when the contest was reaching its climax, Hansu suddenly appeared from behind and coldly asked, "What the hell are you guys doing?" The sudden appearance of their boss terrified the members, and they stammered loudly, "Hansu-nim." Hansu, with a face full of murderous intent, growled, "Did you guys just summon your abs?" He pointed his finger and shouted, "Weight or size? Instead of wasting time thinking about that, I'd rather devote all my energy to training and then develop all my energy to resting." A member sadly muttered that he was genuinely curious about which one was more important. Two others immediately rushed over and clung to Hansu to demand an answer. "Size is more important, right, bro?" And no way, weight is the absolute truth. Hansu looked straight at them and asked back, "Between a dumbbell and a barbell, which one is more important?" The question left the other party dumbfounded. Huh? The question made the whole army's brains short-circuit. Hansu continued to press them with tough anatomical questions. Between the hamstrings and the quadriceps, which one is more important? With all those muscles, he still asks difficult questions. He flexed his chest muscles and traps tightly, roaring, "I'm asking, between the traps and the pectoralis major, which one is more important?" Watching from afar, Gudo sweated profusely and wondered to another member, "I kind of understand what he means, but normally people compare between mom and dad, right?" The muscular soldier quickly put his hand over his mouth, signaling to keep quiet. "Shh, Hansunim has sharp ears." Gudo could only nod continuously in fear. Seeing his subordinates scratching their heads from overthinking, Hansu approached, placed his hand on the guy's shoulder and spoke gently. No need to overcomplicate things. He broke into a radiant smile, revealing his rippling muscles, and offered sincere advice. "Just add more weight and feel the stimulation, right?" Hansu's words seemed to touch the young warrior's heart. He was moved to tears and silently called out the leader's name in boundless admiration. On that day, the entire muscle army once again experienced that truth with their own bodies. Hansu excitedly declared, "Everything up until now was just a warm-up. Now the real training begins, you brats." Everyone absolutely believed that Hansu was the one who would help them change and break past their limits even more powerfully. The whole army shouted in unison, "Understood, boss. Let's go. Uracha," creating a roaring sound that echoed throughout the region. From a distance, a tiny creature was busy gnawing on oars, secretly observing the muscle army and wondering if they intended to carry out the mission or not. Meanwhile, Lai appeared quite skeptical. She watched their movements and wondered if any enemy would stand still to take such slow attacks. In another corner of the forest, Block was quietly looking at his hands with a thoughtful expression. He used to be confident that he had become very strong, but Hansu's reminder about having to strengthen the supporting muscle groups to truly make a breakthrough always haunted his mind. Block diligently walked through the dense forest, muttering to himself that it must be around here somewhere. He brushed aside each bush to search until his eyes suddenly lit up because he had found the target.
Block cheered excitedly. "Found it! Slime!" Seeing the green creature hiding in the grass, he immediately had the idea of using it to craft a resistance band for training. Without a moment of hesitation, Block leaped into the air and shouted his skill, "Cable!" He swooped down, relentlessly attacking the liquid monster, and finished it off with a powerful cross strike. However, a strange presence made Block stop in his tracks. Who is it? From a tree branch, a strange creature was quietly observing him. It was a beast man in the form of a toad, holding a bag full of slime in his hand. He casually apologized for harvesting this specialty used for soaking in alcohol, not knowing someone else had already marked it. Block stared at the other party in astonishment and exclaimed, "A beast man!" The toad man asked curiously, "But what do humans use slimes for? You are not a mage, are you?" Block scratched his head and replied, "Ah, you don't know. It can be used to make me stronger." Hearing that, the toad excitedly cheered. "Want to get stronger? Why didn't you say so earlier? My boss is an expert in that field, an amphibian scam expert." Block doubtfully asked, "Really?" The toad immediately invited, "Follow me, I will introduce my boss to you." Although thinking to himself that he already had Master Hansu, Block was still curious enough to follow. Right after that, he got swept into a lavish drinking party with the toadmen. The sound of liquor gulping down his throat echoed as Block drained large jugs of alcohol. The toadmen cheered excitedly. "Pretty good alcohol tolerance. You usually drink a lot, don't you?" Block's face turned red, hiccuping continuously. "I'm just a beginner, but you guys are forcing me too hard." In his drunken stupor, he sluggishly asked, "So when will I get stronger?" Hic. A toad wearing a monocle pressed his face close to Block and smiled sinisterly. "Aren't you getting stronger right at this moment?" The toad yelled, "The alcohol is kicking in. You are visibly getting stronger." Blind men guessing an elephant, toads guessing muscles. Block's head spun. He staggered among the scattered empty bottles on the table. Block whispered weakly in his drunkenness, "This is bad. I can't drink anymore." He collapsed onto the table, completely losing consciousness. The monocled toad looked at the prey that had fallen into the trap, smiled cunningly, revealing bright white teeth, and declared, "Dear customer, the liquor bill this time will be extremely expensive." In the darkness, Block woke up with a dry throat. He whispered, "Thirsty, so thirsty." He looked around in confusion and wondered, "Where is this?"
A severe headache struck, making Block groan, "Ugh, my head hurts so much." When he regained his senses, he was shocked to realize he was in a giant dark cave. He tried to struggle but realized he was trapped in a slimy green liquid on the cliff wall. Its stickiness and elasticity were so strong that he absolutely could not escape. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from the darkness. "A newcomer, huh? Just lie still and wait to be boiled, kid." Block looked over in confusion and saw a bizarre creature imprisoned right next to him. He introduced this as the Toad Cave, the food storage of the amphibians. This guy was the lizardman leader of the Alimai mine, and he asserted that Block absolutely could not escape on his own. Seeing no reaction from the other side, he roared, "Don't ignore me!" But then he clicked his tongue, mocking himself for getting angry at a dying person. Block calmly asked, "Hey, I have a question. Why don't they take our lives immediately?" The lizardman leader explained that it was all to serve the creation of the dungeon. Before Block's confusion, he said that it was a dark land where monsters reproduce endlessly. A gloomy tower with eerie blue flames appeared in the heart of the deep cave, signaling a highly evil existence. In fact, monsters cannot be created infinitely. To operate the dungeon, they are forced to steal energy from living creatures. This is the basic principle, creating a core that can store and maintain energy. That is why the amphibians hoard living creatures in the food storage, turning this place into a backup power bank for this cave. Thousands of people are imprisoned along the towering cliffs in extreme despair.
Block was tightly stuck in a layer of bright green mucus. He asked exhaustedly, "Is there no way to escape?" The lizardman leader, who was imprisoned right next to him, coldly replied, "As you can see, the probability is 0. He advised Block not to waste his energy struggling, because the more he moved, the faster his energy would be absorbed, and then sarcastically asked if he wanted to die early. Block closed his eyes in sheer helplessness, silently blaming himself in his mind. Ultimately, it was because he was too weak that this happened. He whispered his final apologies. "Master, I'm sorry I haven't been able to lift weights yet." As soon as he heard that name, the lizardman's face immediately changed color, sweat pouring down in terror. "Han Seo? Are you talking about Han Seo, the gym lord of the Alimai mine?" Block blankly confirmed. Right. How do you know?" Immediately, the leader screamed frantically, "Gah, I have to get out. I have to leave this place right now." He struggled crazily, trying to escape the slimy layer that he himself had just claimed was inescapable. Witnessing that dizzying change, Block wondered, "What are you doing? Didn't you say struggling would make you die faster?" But the lizardman had completely lost his mind due to fear. In his head flashed the terrifying memory of being used as a weight by Han Seo for push-ups. Han Seo at that time even calmly smiled and said, "Now push-ups on the field. Let's start again from number 1. Thinking of that scene, the lizardman leader screamed in tears. "What kind of crazy thing is that?" He opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly in utter despair, "It's better to die right now." Meanwhile, in the city, Han Seo looked around and wondered, where did Block go? A member of the muscle army reported that Block had left his resistance bands behind and gone hunting slime early in the morning. Han Seo was slightly worried because Block didn't tell him so he could give him extra backup bands. Lai, standing nearby, also looked suspicious. Isn't it too weird that he hasn't returned by this hour? Han Seo smiled softly with full trust and affirmed, "He's grown up. At worst, he'll just lose a few ounces of muscle."
Gudo looked around anxiously and reminded him, "Hunsanim, this is an enemy camp. Taking it easy here like this doesn't seem like a good idea." But right after he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock as he saw Han Seo casually carrying a giant stone block on his shoulder. Han Seo gave a radiant but heavily pressuring smile. "If you don't want to take it easy, then start doing 100 squats right now." Gudo could only cry silently, his face drenched in sweat and tears due to the harshness of the exercise. Meanwhile, the spirit Lena explained the upcoming mission. The target was a toad man named Toad. He was planning to turn this place into a dungeon, so they absolutely must not use force in certain areas, otherwise it would end up helping the enemy. Hearing this, Han Seo pondered deeply. Toad man, stir-fried frog. I heard frog legs have a lot of protein. That must be good for muscle growth, right? This statement struck the excitement nerve of the muscle army. They screamed frantically. "Is that true, sir? Is it really good for muscle growth?" Oh, muscle growth! The muscular men surrounded the tiny spirit and roared. "So where is that protein source?" Lena replied in terror. "Save me! A bunch of monsters are asking for the menu." A member of the muscle army immediately suggested, "How about we split up into teams to search? If we spot him, let's use our chest muscles to send a signal." However, Han Seo seemed unenthusiastic. "I don't like doing cardio for long." Seeing an opportunity to escape the torturous workout, Gudo immediately smiled brightly and volunteered. "Hunsanim, leave the searching to my expertise. Please let me handle it." Even though his legs were trembling violently from exhaustion, he still desperately begged to carry out the mission. Han Seo looked at Gudo with a meaningful gaze and asked, "So have you finished the 100 reps?" Gudo maintained a forced smile and confessed, "Not yet."
Hansu's face immediately became terrifyingly radiant, and he gently ordered, "You can only go after you finish." Being old and stuck with a strict teacher, the poor count could only stay silent, tears streaming down his miserable face, as he softly muttered an obedient yes, in utter despair.
The Toadman hummed a song while dragging a giant sack, squeezing through narrow rock crevices in the cave. Heading deep into a large room where a giant red vase was located, he met another of his kind and announced, "I have returned." A toad hand touched a magic sphere containing an entire galaxy, and the mechanical door gradually opened, along with an invitation. "Come in, Toadman." Toad lifted the brightly shining mass of matter and muttered, "I will soon make a lot of friends for you." He poured all of that light into a deep pit and ordered, "Grow up and become an excellent source of nutrition for this dungeon." Down below, the captive lizardman leader was shocked to realize the presence of the pursuers. "It's over. The boss earthworms are here." The giant worms began to crawl on the ground, heading towards the trapped ones. The bloodthirsty worms approached the cliff where the lizardman leader was stuck, baring their sharp teeth preparing to attack. Meanwhile, at Hansu's camp, a member of the muscle army was eating and worriedly asked, "Hansunim, Block didn't bring chicken breasts. Will his protein intake be okay?" Hansu calmly chewed the piece of bread in his hand and affirmed, "Block? He'll be fine, because he was already blessed by heaven." Before the bewildered looks of his subordinates about Block being born with a special power, Hansu explained that in reality, Block's sense of taste was among the worst in the world. Seeing the other party consider it a flaw, Hansu immediately smiled and replied, "If you don't know what it tastes like, then every dish is chicken breast." Right in the dark dungeon, Block suddenly erupted with power, his eyes shining brightly. Instead of being afraid, he opened his mouth wide and started devouring the very monsters that were about to attack him. A terrifying truth was revealed. Except for his parents, there was nothing in this world that Block couldn't eat. Block chewed the pile of monster meat voraciously, mucus streaming down the corners of his mouth. With eyes burning with desire, he roared in excitement. "Next! Where's the next one?" The smacking sounds of chewing echoed continuously in the quiet space. Block was stuck tightly to the cliff by a layer of green mucus, and right below his feet were dozens of giant worms crawling around. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the lizard man in prison next to him exclaimed in terror, "Ugh, you can even eat that? So disgusting." Contrary to the other party's disgust, Block seemed extremely refreshed. He felt the energy spreading throughout his cells. "The worm juice is really sweet. My muscles are totally pumped." His face lit up with satisfaction, as if he had just enjoyed a great delicacy.
Block began to flex his muscles, focusing all his strength into his muscle mass to escape the chains. Ugh! Despite the lizard man constantly asserting, "I told you it's impossible to escape," Block did not give up. His eyes suddenly glowed with an intense purple light full of pressure. A loud explosion rang out, tearing through the slime layer, making the monster next to him exclaim in shock. "Did you break it?" Block forcefully broke free from the cliff. Block slowly raised his head with a sinister look. He calmly asked, "Now, which one should I eat first?" The monster screamed in terror for being chosen as a meal. He pointed at the bugs crawling below and challenged, "Take a guess." Block's twisted smile, along with his greedy drool, made the atmosphere even more chilling. Meanwhile, in a sunlit forest, the muscle army was hurriedly jogging for training. A member curiously asked, "Gulunim, if we destroy the dungeon, are there any benefits?" He firmly confirmed, "Destroying the dungeon brings rewards. Just trust me." Hansu explained that a dungeon is actually an automated system capable of accumulating power. Once established, the energy absorption range will expand, and the absorption speed will also increase, allowing the owner to possess a recognized, distinct territory. A member of the muscle army wondered while running, "But why don't humans build dungeons?" Gudo gasped for breath as he explained that it's because humans don't know how much energy is needed to create them. He emphasized that humans originally operate on taxes, so if their biological energy was drained as well, chaos would definitely ensue.
Gudo held his head in immense stress because maintaining a dungeon was a difficult puzzle with an average population. The little spirit explained that if an environment seemed to have no energy, there were two possibilities. One was deliberately maintaining a small territory to limit external invasion. Lena continued to analyze the second possibility, which was when the entity had a goal other than creating a dungeon. Gudo and the warriors clearly showed their anxiety because in both cases, turning this place into a dungeon was extremely difficult. Lena curiously asked herself, "What are you trying to do?" Meanwhile, at the enemy's lair, the toad man named Toad was drinking heartily. He drank and sang with full excitement. Toad adjusted his monocle and asked with a hidden meaning, "Do you know why we should drink? To trick each other more easily." He smugly affirmed that alcohol helped make friends more easily. Toad laughed loudly among the cheering minions, believing that thanks to alcohol they could get acquainted with all sorts of individuals. The chaotic scene in the tavern appeared with all kinds of drunk monsters, and Toad suddenly presented a contract in front of Block, inviting him. "Good friend, do you want to stamp this contract?"
Block at this moment had completely lost his sobriety. He just stood frozen, stuttering wordlessly with a dull face. The Toadman minion poured alcohol into the opposite person's mouth while urging, "Drink more, Ribbit." Toad stood in front of the sluggish, drunken monsters and shouted loudly, "Come on, we have to go make alcohol, everyone. To the factory, Ribbit." The tired monsters dragged their feet in the dark cave, everyone's face clearly showing exhaustion. Suddenly, a horned monster went crazy due to alcohol craving, screaming in despair, "Give me alcohol, alcohol, I will destroy everything." Immediately, Toad smashed a wine bottle hard on the crazy guy's head, severely injuring him. Looking at the one who just collapsed, "It's broken, Ribbit. Take him to the Toad Cave quickly, Ribbit." Toad led the cheering crowd of Toadmen and declared, "Now to make your work easier, let's go dig peat, the main ingredient of smoky whiskey, Ribbit." A toad holding a shovel while digging guided his comrades. "You have to do it like this, Ribbit. Put your whole body weight into it, Ribbit. This is Boss Toad's mandatory cardio exercise, guys."
In the middle of the dusty construction site, Hansu suddenly appeared and turned the heavy labor into a high-intensity workout. He carried carts full of stones and hauled giant boulders amidst the echoing shouts of the miners. Hansu dug with a shovel at a terrifying speed, excitedly commenting that his lat muscles were starting to feel stimulated. As the most gym-addicted miner in history, he even smiled confidently and wondered if he should use his pectoralis major to push. Witnessing that extraordinary strength, two Toadmen looked at each other in bewilderment and disgust. Could he be a friend, Ribbit? The other nodded. "A friend, that must be it, Ribbit." Hansu clapped his hands to signal the Toadmen standing around. "Break time is over. Let's get to the next set." The entire group of Toadmen frantically rushed into work under his guidance. Hansu flexed his muscles to pose while urging them. Digging mud without flexing your chest is improper technique. The Toadmen were swept up in Hansu's enthusiasm, digging frantically in unison amidst the sky-shaking shouts. Hansu continued to demonstrate how to use a shovel like a bodybuilding exercise, shouting instructions. "Relax your triceps, just like you're doing a dumbbell press. Imagine the shovel is attached directly to your elbow." The Toadmen worked diligently until they sweated profusely, their mouths constantly croaking, "Ribbit, Ribbit, Ribbit." One of them began to show a rebellious attitude and yelled, "Why should we listen to you, Ribbit?" Seeing the opponent distracted, Hansu picked up the shovel with a serious face and reminded, "Don't treat your training equipment badly." He flashed a radiant, haunting smile and demanded the whole group, "Now, let's do it again from the beginning." The Toadmen began to discuss animatedly, realizing Hansu wasn't a friend. "You're not our friend, Ribbit. You look like a madman, so we made a mistake, Ribbit." Hearing this, Hansu asked back in confusion, "What are you talking about? Did we agree to be workout buddies earlier?" This sentence was the straw that broke the camel's back. The Toadmen went crazy and screamed, "What the hell is a workout? You really aren't a friend, Ribbit." They lunged forward simultaneously, smashing their shovels hard onto Hansu's shoulders and back. However, in the face of these brutal blows, Hansu stood as firm as a rock, leaving the Toadmen in utter shock and amazement.
He quietly turned around and reminded, Hey, you can't use training equipment to hit people." Hansu added a warning, "Hitting people with dumbbells will get your membership revoked." The iron shovels had now shattered upon hitting muscles as hard as steel, making the trembling Toadmen make excuses. The shovel broke on its own, op. Could it be that it broke because we shoveled too much dirt earlier, op? One stubbornly believed that logically there was no way a skinny guy like that could withstand our attack. Immediately, an earth-shattering crimson energy erupted, enveloping Hansu in the form of a menacing, muscular entity. Hansu stood tall amidst the red smoke, his white eyes glowing in the darkness. He whispered with burning, killing intent, "Me?" A suffocating pressure enveloped the space. His Hansu growled, "Did you mishear?" His gigantic physique exuded absolute suppressive power, leaving the tiny Toadmen below shivering in utter terror. To grow muscles, heavy training is very important, but stretching with things like resistance bands is equally important. Hansu, with shining eyes and bulging muscles, roared while performing the movement. However, he also warned that overstretching would significantly reduce muscle strength. Right under his foot, a toad was being stomped and suffocated. It gasped in despair, "Spare me, my tongue is about to be torn off." Hansu continued to urge the lengthening of muscles through proper stretching and shouted, "The most important thing is to train with an even better posture." Hansu braced himself to stretch the red cord and affirmed, "If you don't want to remain a skinny weakling forever, you must stretch." In extreme pain from being used as a heavy weight for stretching, it screamed, "Save me." In a luxurious room, a group of Toadmen was gathering to plot. A one-eyed glass-wearing guy holding a wine glass praised himself. Look in the mirror, both handsome and cunning. He smugly realized that just with them, they could operate the dungeon without the help of Oculus. The leader raised the wine bottle high, boldly declaring, "Today is the time to raise a glass to celebrate." He ordered the immediate summoning of all the drunks. The Toadmen below cheered loudly, while many others had already collapsed on the ground from being drunk. In the dark cave, Toad calmly sat drinking wine at his desk when he saw someone approaching. He gently pushed his monocle and asked, "You've arrived, Toad?" In front of Toad was the core cadre of the Red Hat Legion named the Drunks. Kavos the wolf roared with excitement.
Summoning us means you're ready to catch fire, right? Immediately, Zekulis spoke up to remind him, Mr. Kavos, that's not polite at all.
Behind them, the white bear Gulimar cleared his throat softly. Ahem, ahem. While the blue-haired girl Jandif was savoring the scent of battle, Teocat showed a disdainful attitude. What a waste of time getting called while sleeping soundly. Cop laughed heartily and proudly. Very good. Teammates should be close to each other like that. Clack. Cop's glasses suddenly lit up. He declared, It's been a long time since we were fully gathered like this. Let's all enjoy it. Immediately, a giant magic circle enveloped Cop. The skill, Fields, the drinking game, was officially activated. A powerful energy spread all the way to the wine cellar, where giant wooden barrels were stacked on top of each other. A flurry of notification sounds rang out, confirming the sacrifice, taking the sacrifice away. The entire wine cellar was swallowed by the magical light. From the middle of the halo, a pyramid-shaped creature with a long, bright red tongue suddenly appeared. It boldly introduced itself. I am the four-sided die Nagaro, the one in charge of guiding. Nagaro excitedly declared, The drinking game has begun. Let's choose the players for each faction. It began scanning the entire area and announced the detection of 380 intelligent life forms present. Nagaro continued to explain that everyone would be divided into two factions based on each person's alignment. Hansu was calmly sitting and eating sweet potatoes when he was startled to see Nagaro appear right in front of him. He asked blankly, What is this? The game master announced that each faction would have 5 direct participants, and the rest would be marginalized members. Nagaro screamed with excitement, Who will play with me? If you don't play, I will make the whole group drunk on the spot. Hearing this, Hansu was extremely confused. He hurriedly asked the Grandmasters for their opinion. Grandmasters, what is blood alcohol concentration? A system screen immediately popped up responding, Long time no see. In reality, alcohol does not directly cause muscle loss. Hansu listened attentively to the Grandmaster's explanation that because the liver, the organ that produces protein, will prioritize breaking down alcohol first, the muscle synthesis process will be significantly hindered. The illustration showed the liver struggling to process the alcohol, making Hansu realize that this could be harmful to his muscle development process.
The decomposition of alcohol consumes a lot of water, leading to dehydration in the muscles, significantly reducing performance and workout efficiency. Upon hearing the threat of muscle loss, Hansu immediately changed his expression and roared, Muscle loss? Absolutely not. He quickly touched the magic screen, and the system immediately announced, Juan Seo has joined. Seeing this, Gulo also curiously approached and asked, Is it okay to just press like this? Right at this moment, Gulo rushed over frantically and shouted, Wait! The only sober person trying to prevent a disaster. Gulo was extremely worried, thinking this was the enemy's magic and could be a trap, so he demanded not to press it casually. In his mind, the Count secretly calculated that instead of taking risks, it was best to stand outside and observe the situation to preserve his and his soldiers' lives. Gulo smiled slyly, but immediately had to scream, I told you not to press it. While struggling to stop Gulo, Gulo accidentally touched the screen. He screamed in horror as the text Gulo joined appeared. If I don't join, Hansunem will probably think I'm just playing around. He decided to press his hand in, and the system confirmed. A white cat appeared and explained that this was the enemy's conditional force field magic. Although this type of magic did not have immediate effects, it would cause extremely severe punishments depending on specific conditions. Hearing this, Lena quickly analyzed. Just drag the most hardcore ones out to carry the team to be sure. The cat agreed. That's right. Both touched the screen together, and the system announced Lai and Lena joined. Negaro screamed excitedly. The players have been decided. Team A's lineup is officially revealed, including Hansu, Gulo, Gudo, Lai, and Lena.
On the opposite side, Team B was also determined with the members Toad, Randip, Kavos, Elise, and Teocat. Nagaro excitedly declared, Since the players have been decided, we will choose the game. A golden pyramid began to spin and shot into the middle of the forest. Nagaro loudly announced, The game this time is rolling, rolling. The pyramid stopped, clearly showing the name of the game, Bunny Bunny, Little Rabbit. Nagaro explained, The rules are very simple. The players will turn into rabbits. However, each side will have one person who is not a rabbit, but a carrot. Each side must both protect their own carrot and fight the opponent. If the carrot is caught, the losing team will have their blood alcohol concentration increased by 0.1%, and the game will end. The most cruel punishment for gymmers. Naturally, catching one carrot will be more beneficial than catching 3 rabbits, right? Even reserve members can participate. So the exciting and fun drinking game begins. A Toadman confidently gave a thumbs up. This is truly lucky, Croak. He smiled maliciously. The carrot of our side is the guy named Biche, hidden, right, Croak? However, a big question arose. Who is Biche? Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, tearing through space. The Toadman panicked and ran for his life, shouting for help while running. There are players here, Croak. Request backup, Croak. He was extremely worried when he realized the situation was bad. More than 10 people have already headed that way. Can we still be the carrot, Croak? The Toadman gritted his teeth with determination. I don't know, Croak. But then he looked up in shock and screamed in fear. He is too strong, Croak. Immediately, Han Seo appeared with a giant body, his glowing red eyes radiating a fierce killing intent. Han Seo roared in absolute fury. "Touch anything you want, except my muscles." His killing intent enveloped the entire forest. The muscle army wearing rabbit ears was running madly through the deep forest, pursued by mysterious black shadows. A member of the team panicked and shouted loudly, "Damn it!" He screamed in despair. "Everyone protect me quickly!" While running, he revealed his important position. "I am the carrot of our team."
The ground began to shake violently with every heavy beat. Gudo ran away in a panic. Noticing that the enemy had stopped their pursuit, he halted in doubt. Huh? Are they bored of the chasing game already? A muscular warrior standing nearby pointed upwards and asked, "Didn't you hear the Morse code?" He explained that Gulo had confirmed the other member was the carrot. Gulo stroked his chin and deduced, so it turns out they went to catch the carrot. However, he still wondered why the enemy knew the target so well that they stopped chasing him. Upon hearing the news that Gulo was running around shouting the identity of the carrot everywhere, he screamed in helplessness, "Idiot! Why would you run and shout that out loud?" A muscular warrior pointed forward and warned, "Stop him quickly, he looks too dangerous." Jandif, with blue hair and glowing red eyes, was rushing forward at the speed of the wind. Witnessing the opponent closing in, the muscle army still calmly commented, "This guy probably hasn't known what a squat is in his entire life, and will probably break with just one kick." Despite the sarcasm, Jandif executed a powerful side lunge. He easily dashed past the muscular warriors and dropped a contemptuous remark, "I smell the scent of slowpokes."
Witnessing Jandif's terrifying speed, the members of the muscle army could only exclaim in shock. Too fast! They immediately coordinated to deploy the kettlebell swing skill combined with heavy blank 1/10, launching a giant purple energy ball at the opponent. Jandif calmly glided away to dodge the attack and mocked, "If you can dodge this, it's over." He continuously moved flexibly, causing the magic ball to miss its target, and right after, a blinding white cross-shaped beam of light exploded fiercely, tearing through space. On the other side of the battlefield, Lai was swinging his sword in a fierce clash with the enemy and asked in doubt, "Are you a swordsman?" Consecutive fiery slashes erupted, accompanied by a remark about a luxurious scent emitting from the opponent. Lai realized he was facing a magic swordsman, as flashes of light continuously collided in a dramatic fashion. A giant pillar of light suddenly shot straight up into the high sky, causing a member of the muscle army standing below to widen his eyes in terror when the blinding light shone right on his head. Just watching the drama and getting hit by the headlights. In another corner, a giant hand decisively popped open the cap of a liquor bottle. The beastman chugged the burning hot liquid and roared in excitement. "Ka! It's burning now!" He screamed, demanding everything to burn even more fiercely as the ferocious flames began to engulf his giant body.
The toadmen frantically jumped into the water to escape and shouted, "Run quickly, our hind legs are about to be roasted." Kavo stood in the middle of a sea of fire, laughing maniacally. "This scene is quite hot, isn't it? Kiahaha." He loomed menacingly against Hansu's bulging muscular back and smugly revealed his magic was to create a set of flame armor surrounding his body based on the alcohol content of the liquor he drank. The more he drank, the bigger the fire, and the more fiercely he wreaked havoc. Kavos continued to pour bottles of liquor down his throat and roared provocatively, "Come on, let's burn together." Kavos roared with excitement, unleashing his ultimate move, Crescent Moon Fire Snake. A giant blazing entity of fire engulfed the space, rushing straight towards Hansu with terrifying power. A ferocious firewolf bared its fangs and claws, screaming in the opponent's face, "You will be burned to death, you giant." Facing the fiery attack, Hansu calmly observed. His eyes lit up when he recognized the opponent's characteristic and muttered, "Rabbit ears." Thinking of the prospect of losing his precious muscle mass, Hansu growled with murderous intent. "Losing muscles? I cannot endure that." He immediately flexed his body, executing a powerful butterfly pose that released a suffocating pressure. Hansu put all his strength in his giant arms, crushing the resistance of the fire monster, leaving it only enough time to let out agonizing cries. The muscular leader stood tall like a god, silently looking down at the defeated enemy writhing at his feet. Kavos collapsed to the ground, completely losing his combat ability. The system immediately announced, "Kavos of Team B cannot continue the game." A regrettable truth was revealed. What a pity. Kavos was just a rabbit, dying heroically, but in the wrong role, brothers. A rabbit-shaped gold coin shone brightly in the sky as proof of this result. The biggest question right now is, then who is Team B's carrot, really? Kavos is officially eliminated from the game.
Meanwhile, in a dark room inside a stone cave, Jandif was resting tiredly. She suddenly sat up and shouted, "Water! Bring me water now!" Immediately, the butler Elise respectfully brought a tray of water to the bed and said, "Here is your water, my lady." Jandif looked clearly annoyed. As she drank, she grumbled, "Elise, why do I have to do these petty chores? The sorrow of an employee on Monday morning." Zecules maintained a calm demeanor, silently looking at his master, and replied, "I have no choice but to strictly follow the terms of the contract with Lord Toad, my lady." "Ah, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I just want to drink and play," Jandif screamed and threw a frustrated tantrum. Seeing his lady throwing a fit, Zecules hurriedly pushed up his glasses to reassure her. "Do not worry, my lady. I will handle everything so you won't have to lift a finger." He skillfully changed the subject by asking about the new gift. "By the way, do you like this new rabbit doll I brought back?" Jandif stared at the chubby white doll and clicked her tongue. "Not bad, but staying in this room forever is boring to death." Unexpectedly, she spat decisively. "I changed my mind." Zecules quickly caught the doll as Jandif roared excitedly. "I'm not bored anymore. Let's go crush the enemy team, guys." At the same time, in another development, Lai was launching a powerful kick called Sidekick Series, Ron's Jump. A green-haired young man standing nearby sniffed softly, smirked, and commented, Indeed, the scent of the strong." Lai confidently looked at her opponent and asked, "Do you understand now? Don't look away when you are facing me." However, the green-haired guy coldly replied, "No, not you." He pointed behind him. "Lord Toad has arrived." Immediately, a giant toad in an elegant suit appeared with a bottle of wine in his hand. Toad looked at the muscular crowd and muttered, "Right, the carrots are right here." Seeing the zombie soldiers starting to flee, he furiously yelled, "I'm talking, so don't you dare run away." Lai instantly dashed into the air and declared arrogantly, "I'll take you all on myself. What can you drunkards even do?" Facing the attack, Toad silently took a sip of wine and activated the skill Drunken Boxing Phase 1. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying sound wave called Shockwave Roar. The massive pressure swept away everything, leaving Lai completely stunned in utter shock before a violent explosive tremor engulfed the entire battlefield. Toad's internal energy was truly terrifying. It was like a giant bomb. To minimize the impact, Lai quickly covered her ears and sought a point of balance amidst the intense sound wave. She continuously spun her body in rhythm with the spatial vibrations, telling herself that as long as she kept her core muscles tight, she could reduce the damage. She spun in midair like a top and then shot away, tearing through the sky before falling into the dense forest in the distance.
Landing with the tiny step technique, Lee quickly regained her balance. Immediately, she saw a member of the muscle army lying slumped over, crying out in agony with a tragic scream. Amidst Lee's bewilderment, from within the mist, two strange entities loomed and approached, a giraffe man wearing an elegant suit and a rabbit girl in a uniform. The giraffe man respectfully asked, "Miss, are you satisfied with this rabbit hunt?" The rabbit girl, with a cold expression, replied in a bored tone, "They are all too weak. I'm getting bored." The two entities conversed with each other, ignoring her presence.
A muscular soldier hurriedly warned Lee, "Be careful, those guys are not ordinary." The sight before them left everyone in shock. Hansu was lying motionless, face down on the ground in a defenseless state. A member of the muscle army exclaimed in despair, "Even Hansu Nim was defeated like this?" Lee couldn't believe her eyes. She trembled and wondered if that muscular idiot had really failed. She panicked, rushed to support him, and frantically asked Hansu, "Are you okay? What is this? What happened here?" Hansu whispered in a ragged breath, "Lee, listen carefully." Sensing a bad omen, Lee screamed anxiously, "No, don't say any more. What should I do if you fall here? You promised to help me get revenge." Hansu weakly replied, "No, I think I have to say this. Be careful." Lee panicked, hugging him and pressing, "What technique were you hit by? What made you fall like this?" Hansu tremblingly raised his hand and began to explain. "Muscle growth does not happen when we train, but it happens while we sleep." He continued to advise, "Therefore, you must sleep at least 7 to 8 hours to ensure time for muscle growth. But according to what our ancestors passed down, alcohol also hinders the muscle building process." His face became serious. "Please, I leave the drinking game entirely to you." It turned out she had been terrified by his teasing all this time. Enraged by his excessive muscle obsession, Lee delivered a powerful kick to Hansu's face and cursed, "You lunatic!" Looking at Hansu lying face down on the ground, Lee clicked her tongue. "In short, you just want to take a deep sleep, right?" She looked ahead and told herself, "All right, since I don't even know who Kavos is anyway, randomly catching someone will just be a 50-50 probability." On the other side, Jandiv hugged her rabbit doll with an annoyed expression. "I thought I was going to watch a dramatic movie. Who would have thought you guys would dare to be so arrogant?" Immediately, Kopp turned his wine bottle upside down and declared, "I will clean it up completely, my lady."
After being reprimanded, his face clearly showed frustration. He walked slowly and revealed, "My magic is that the more I drink, the faster my speed becomes." The bespectacled Zeculus also roared with murderous intent, "Repent for the sin of making the young lady uncomfortable."
He launched a powerful attack that completely deformed the scene in a completely different place. Seeing the attack miss the target, the red-haired girl exclaimed in shock. It missed? Immediately, the girl Jandif flew into a furious rage, rushing over to scold the henchman Zeculus. "Can't you focus?" The butler Zeculus could only meekly bow his head to apologize to the young lady. He calmly confessed that he is someone who doesn't know how to drink, so the more he drinks, the more the accuracy of his attacks decreases. Hearing that, Jandif screamed frantically, "Why did you reveal your weakness to the enemy? This isn't called being honest, but rather being naive, isn't it?" A warrior in the muscle army suddenly roared and charged straight into the middle of the enemy's encirclement. He poured all his strength into his giant arms, unleashing a powerful bench press skill, creating purple energy streams that swept away everything around him. However, right after that, he blankly asked himself, "I defeated him, but why does it feel like I didn't touch anything?" Suddenly, Zeculus appeared right behind him and delivered a lightning-fast headbutt that made the muscle warrior cough up blood in pain. The butler Zeculus continuously moved at a dizzying speed, sweeping across the battlefield amidst the opponent's helplessness. From the shadows, Jandif casually took a sip of her cocktail and revealed that everything they were seeing was actually just an illusion magic. They had fallen into an illusion. If they kept following or attacking within the illusion, it would drain a lot of their stamina.
The girl explained that her magic allowed her to expand the range of her illusions in proportion to the amount of alcohol she drank, and that the real Killet was hiding somewhere in this thick fog. Jandif smirked arrogantly, saying that even if they knew, there was nothing they could do about it. She asserted that when the game ended, this entire battlefield would be under her absolute control, and challenged them to see how many could survive their combined attack. But right after she finished speaking, she was attacked by the white cat spirit. Seeing this, the giraffe butler became extremely worried and ran over, shouting, "My lady!" Surrounded by the dark monsters, she struck the enemy's head with a lightning blow and coldly told them to go learn how to breathe again. She eliminated the opponent spectacularly, leaving the monsters crying for their parents in despair. Immediately, a shocking announcement rang out. Killet of Team B could not continue the game. The monster Killet collapsed, foaming at the mouth pathetically. The system continued to confirm that, unfortunately, Killet of Team B was just a rabbit. Lai stood tall next to the glowing golden rabbit coin and said calmly, "I knew this would happen." However, another piece of bad news struck. Gudo of Team A could not continue the game. Lai was shocked to hear that Gudo was also just a rabbit and had been eliminated. The opposing faction with the blue-haired guy was smiling smugly at this sacrifice, but before they could fully rejoice, the situation reversed with the next announcement. Next, Teocat of Team B could not continue the game. An unexpected result was announced. Teocat of Team B was the carrot. Lena was extremely proud and did not forget to remind them that this must definitely be reported to Lord Behemoth. Due to losing the carrot, all members of Team B received a penalty, increasing their blood alcohol concentration by 0.1%.
Gudo was also exhausted at this time, panting heavily while being teased about his cardio hobby. A terrifying secret was revealed through the notice board. The carrot of Team A was Gudo. The Count secretly thanked Gudo for creating a perfect diversion that helped him hide his identity. The drinking game officially ended, but the Toadman started to go crazy. He chugged the bottle of wine and growled, "Because I am very angry. The alcohol concentration is starting to rise." He could not accept this result, so his next action immediately afterward was to challenge the opponent with his mouth stretched to his ears. "Do you think I would say that?" He raised the wine bottle high, loudly declaring that this forest was his territory. Toad affirmed that all the energy from the recent battles would become precious nutrition to nourish the dungeon. He raised his hands high, summoned an earth-shattering dark magic, and shouted, "Toad House Dungeon." A resounding confirmation echoed. Completed. Immediately, a giant magic circle glowing red engulfed the entire area, marking the birth of an evil dungeon right in the heart of the kingdom. Toad smugly pressed his hands against the ground and cheered. Completed. He laughed arrogantly, declaring that the Toad House Dungeon had finally been set up. However, noticing that something was wrong, Toad grabbed his face and screamed in madness. Why didn't it work again this time? It turned out he had failed once again. The story rewound back to the time before Count Gudo left the kingdom. In the middle of the training area, the tanned guy Block was straining himself to perform a heavy lifting exercise. Hanu strolled closer. He reminded Block to keep his back straight while kindly asking, "Block, are you worried about something?" Block broke a sweat, avoided his boss's eyes, and whispered, "No, it's nothing." Hanu smirked mischievously, "But your colon muscle is saying there is." Knowing he couldn't hide it, Block sighed heavily, his face clearly showing disappointment. "Actually, I feel too weak, so I'm starting to get discouraged." Hanu immediately reassured him. "How are you weak? If we count the weight lifted, you are only second to me. Try to train with a high spirit so your body will be less tired."
Block recalled the time he was taught. "When Hansunim taught me to train, from a certain point, you guided me to focus on powerlifting, right?" Hansu nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Block continued to pour his heart out. "If so, then at least my strength should be close to Hansunim's, right? but in reality, I don't have a chance to compare with you at all. Hearing his junior's ambition, Hansu suddenly changed his expression. He smiled wickedly and mocked. Your training time is short, yet you already want to compete with me? Your mind is quite fierce. Facing the pressure from his boss, Block could only bow his head in apology. I'm sorry. Hansu suddenly patted Block's shoulder hard and laughed loudly. Just kidding. In short, you are experiencing a plateau, right? Block nodded slightly in admission. Yes, that's right. So Hansu finally knew the reason why Block lacked the spirit to train. Hansu stared at Block and spoke up. There's something that's been bothering me for a while now. Try raising your arms like this. Block followed the request and asked, like this? Hansu carefully observed his junior's expression and asked further, do you feel any pain or discomfort anywhere when lifting your shoulders?
Having found the cause for his junior, Hansu began to explain anatomy. He pointed out that when lifting the shoulders, the body requires the smooth coordination of the serratus anterior, the rotator cuff, and the trapezius muscles. However, Block was lifting his shoulders without using his serratus anterior at all. Hansu decided, since I found the problem, I have to teach you how to use your serratus anterior. He began to instruct the first specialized exercise. First, loop the resistance band around both hands and spread them slightly wider than shoulder width. Hansu personally demonstrated the movement of pushing the hands forward to protract the shoulder blades while maintaining maximum tension on the band. After holding the posture for about 3 to 5 seconds, he slowly retracted his shoulders and tightly squeezed the muscle groups behind his back. Hansu handed the resistance band to Block and carefully instructed, you should do about 15 reps per set, consistently performing 3 sets every day.
He gave specific, systematic instructions to his student, and once the boy grasped the rhythm of the exercise, he firmly assured his student that he would soon feel a completely different change compared to before. While Block was closing his eyes, focusing on feeling the changes in his body, the scene suddenly shifted to a dark and treacherous cave. Here, thousands of Toadman minions were standing closely together on the cliffs to guard the Toad Cave on the orders of their leader. Amidst a space reeking of alcohol, a white bear guy wearing an elegant suit casually chugged the bottle of alcohol in his hand and muttered, "Alcohol, if I drink it, then the creatures I touch." As soon as the liquid entered his body, his hand in the alcohol bottle began to petrify into a dull gray. The white bear guy stared at that transformation and whispered, "It begins to gradually turn cloudy and hardens like stone. When fighting an opponent, isn't this hand a formidable weapon?" The bear-masked minion stopped in front of the cave entrance and muttered to himself, "The base." He immediately rushed forward with a determined will. "I must protect it." Meanwhile, Hansu began to explain the first benefit of strengthening the serratus anterior muscles, which is that throwing power will become stronger. He unleashed a lightning-fast throw that tore through space. The bear-masked guy was suddenly struck right in the face by a strange flying object. He endured a series of continuous impacts in pain, but still stubbornly affirmed, "Is this all? I am the strongest drunkard. Here whoever drinks well is the strong one, so contrary to our world." Immediately, a giant hand tightly grabbed his head. Hansu continued to reveal the second benefit. Overall body functions will be enhanced. In another development, a member of the muscle army suddenly roared, "Line up!" The whole team simultaneously flexed, showing off their glistening muscle masses, and then began performing the kettlebell swing exercise.
They boldly declared that no one should be allowed to disturb Hansu Nim's muscle synthesis process. The Toadman began to enter Phase 1 drunkenness, tilting the liquor bottle upside down and gulping it all down. Immediately, the disruptive loud shouting skill was activated, creating an earth-shattering explosion that wiped out everything around. This Toadman's fist-like mouth was truly a state-of-the-art weapon. A muscle warrior yelled out to encourage his teammates, "Enduring it. If it hurts, it's because you haven't trained enough." In the middle of the battlefield, Lee focused intensely and told herself that there was no time to pay attention to the other side. Gudo rushed over frantically and shouted, "Don't wake up Hansu Nim, you Toadman." He gritted his teeth with determination. "I don't want to be killed by those training exercises." A tremendously powerful collision knocked the enemy far away, along with a tragic scream. Gudo hid behind a tree trunk, trembling as he observed and worried. The sound that just flew away seemed a bit too loud. He sweat profusely, wondering, could it be that he woke up? "Member, I have clearly heard your will." Hansu smiled a hauntingly dark smile, boldly declaring that he would make the opponent train until their laryngeal muscles tore while counting numbers. Immediately, Hansu executed the one-arm dumbbell press technique with terrifying power. A lightning-fast punch struck down, making the enemy only able to let out a painful cry before sinking deep into the ground. Not stopping there, he continued to perform the overhead medicine ball throw exercise, using his giant hands to toss the opponent into the air. The enemy was thrown soaring into the sky. Hansu stood below, loudly counting the beats. 1, 2. He coldly warned that if they didn't count the numbers to the rhythm, the entire exercise would have to start over from the beginning. The opponent was suppressed to the point of only being able to groan in extreme torment.
Witnessing that scene, 2 members of the muscle army secretly observed and told themselves that this distance was probably safe. However, one person suddenly realized that there was something very strange about Hansu's muscle state. He told the person next to him, but the other still affirmed that the boss's muscle quality was always the best it had ever been.
The muscle masses on Hansu's back began to contract and bulge abnormally, emitting lightning-like energy currents that surrounded his body. A red system notification appeared, warning that the muscle groups had stopped synthesizing and were rejecting signals from the cerebellum. Hansu's face became lifeless as his shoulder and intercostal muscles completely fell out of his brain's control. Even though the miraculous muscle recovery skill was activated, the system immediately reported a failure error. The situation worsened when even his inner thigh muscles began to spiral out of control, causing Hansu's body to deform violently under the terrifying pressure. Important muscle groups, from the serratus anterior muscle, calf muscles, to the erector spinae, pectoralis major, and triceps of Hansu, continuously escaped the control of his brain. The rippling muscle masses bulged abnormally, compressing and causing his face to distort in pain. All the collective organs of his body could not be controlled. Could it be that he was suffering from chi deviation? Right after that, the practical muscle compression skill was officially cancelled, causing Hansu to be completely submerged in his own massive muscle mass. A glowing red system notification appeared. The muscle monster mode had been activated, emitting a terrifying pressure that suppressed the entire space. Witnessing the scene, Co-op muttered in shock, "This feeling, I've seen it somewhere before." In his mind, a distant memory surfaced from the time he was still a tiny tadpole with a monocle, having to face a giant sea monster with sharp teeth. It was a terrifying obsession with an absolute powerhouse, bringing a complete sense of powerlessness that he never wanted to experience ever again. Once bitten by a snake, forever afraid of a rope.
Terrified, Toad turned and urged his comrades, "Wait, let's run away quickly." However, the purple man next to him immediately grabbed his shoulder and affirmed, "No, we cannot run." He looked at Toad with serious eyes and said, "Actually, everyone is feeling it." A dark prospect appeared in their minds. If they could not stop Hansu right here, this entire land would surely be completely destroyed, leaving only a pile of ruins. Toad gritted his teeth and made a decision. Tsk, there's no other way. He roared powerfully, "Red Hat Legion, assemble!" Toad's henchmen immediately appeared, ready to fight. "Just this once, we will temporarily form an alliance." He loudly ordered the remaining forces. "Bodybuilder Team 1 and 2, line up and surround Hansu immediately." The 2 allied armies, 2 against 1, someone is bound to take heavy damage. It is still unknown which side will fail. The Red Hat Legion took action immediately, shouting orders. "Red Hat Legion, quickly block Hansu Nim's vision." The tiny creatures frantically climbed onto the out-of-control giant entity with the sole goal of making Hansu Nim fall asleep once again. Down below, the muscle army also rushed towards the fiery giant. In the midst of the delirium, memories of a past training session returned. Hansu was straining and gritting his teeth under the terrifying weight, bench press 900 kilograms. With iron will, he roared loudly, achieving his goal. The dry sound of metal clashing rang out as Hansu completed the set and perfectly placed the barbell on the rack. He walked leisurely, drinking water and humming to a triumphant rhythm. Hansu looked at his master and teased, "What is this? 100 kilograms is nothing. Master, you are really too weak."
The master with the red headband laughed heartily at his disciple's arrogance. "Ha! In Hansu's eyes, am I simply doing a bench press?" Hansu replied blankly, "Isn't it a bench press? Even I know that much." The master began to explain a higher realm. The bench press I just performed only used the pectoralis minor. He divided each body part for training. Every muscle fiber had its own specific training method planned by him. He affirmed that if trained correctly, every part of the body could move as naturally as hands. "Hansu, what do you think about getting familiar with each individual muscle fiber? A new world will open up before your eyes," the master passionately invited. However, Hansu immediately brushed it off with a pouting face. "I don't like it. I only train because it's fun." The master rubbed his head and laughed with deep tolerance. "Ha, this kid. All right, being like this for now is fine too." Returning to the cruel reality, the giant Hansu let out eerie broken sounds. A giant foot stomped hard on the ground, creating an earth-shattering impact, sending everything around flying amidst tragic screams. Wherever Hansu walked, everything was crushed to pieces. "Vision, block his vision. We must put him to sleep at all costs." The shouts rang out while a crowd of Toadman soldiers were frantically climbing onto Hansu's giant body. They screamed, demanding everyone to join forces to strip the monster of its will to move. Amidst the groans of immense pressure, the giant trembled to the weight of dozens of creatures trying to restrain him. They shouted, "Combine our strength." But a powerful swing of his arm happened right after. Hansu let out a resounding roar, throwing both the Toadman crowd and the members of the muscle army into the air. This was no longer an evenly matched battle, but rather like a fight between a tiny swarm of ants and a giant elephant. A thunderous stomp from the giant was enough to prove his absolute power, completely overwhelming any effort based on sheer numbers. But the 2 allied factions still did not give up. they were still finding ways to fight this giant monster. Toad, casually tipping his wine bottle upside down, suggested, "Hey ally, I can take care of one leg. Can you guys handle the other one?" Hearing this, a frightened soldier stepped back and shouted, "No, I'm too weak in close combat." The hat-wearing minion looked up with a face distorted in horror, only managing to let out cries of despair as the dark shadow of the giant foot loomed right over his head. It was too late to say that now.
An earth-shattering collision erupted. The little spirit Lena arrived just in time and told herself, arrived not a bit late. Anne, a purple-skinned muscle warrior, clearly showed his relief and cheered excitedly. Good, the minimum conditions have been met. Immediately, he turned around and shouted an order to the whole team. Now hold on until Lord Han Soo regains his senses. The warriors simultaneously rushed towards the giant, preparing for a tough stalling battle. They tried to hold him back and find a way to put him to sleep so everyone could survive. Hold firm and protect everyone, a shout rang out while the giant entity was engulfing the space. A dry cracking sound erupted. The phone in Han Soo's hand shattered under a terrifying squeezing force. He blankly stared at the crushed pieces and muttered, "Ah, it's broken again. I still need to check the resting time." Witnessing this scene, the teammate next to him could only feel weary. Han Soo broke the phone again.
Looking at his hands, Han Soo thoughtfully recalled the words he had said to his master years ago. "Master, I cannot control this overflowing power." He searched his mind for the memories of his teacher's guidance. It was the image of a teacher worried about his student. The master smiled faintly and asked, "Is that all you feel?" Seeing Han Soo looking confused, he began to explain. "Han Soo, no matter what it is, controllable power will lead us to a beneficial direction." He picked up a dumbbell and posed a hidden question. "But what about uncontrollable power?" The master's face became stern. He affirmed, "Uncontrollable power is..." Immediately, he used force to crush the iron bar of the dumbbell, causing it to bend and deform completely. The sharp pieces of iron pierced his hand, making the wound begin to bleed. Just like a type of lethal weapon, uncontrollable power is exactly a lethal weapon. It can attack the enemy, but can also endanger allies. Han Soo thoughtfully recalled his original wish. He used to think that if he helped them increase their muscle size, they would love it. He used to believe that if he enhanced their physical strength, they would be happy. Even when training them for infinite endurance, Han Soo was certain that everyone would be happy. However, looking at the current situation, he asked himself what this was after all. How is this uncontrolled development any different from a monster? A glowing nervous system appeared in the void. Now, no muscle mass obeyed his commands anymore. A giant glowing red foot crushed everything beneath it, causing tiny creatures to flee in despair. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Gudo could only stand frozen, looking up at the great entity before him. Han Soo silently called out in his mind, "Master, this incompetent disciple." Even knowing that his giant foot was unconsciously walking and harming countless innocent people, and looking at the rapidly beating brain, he bitterly realized the truth. All this time, he had been so mistaken about his way of guiding. A solitary eye stared at the raw red flesh. Han Soo bitterly admitted that he had never truly faced these muscle masses properly. The glowing yellow nervous entity stood opposite its own muscular form in the dark space. Successive heavy beats rang out, signaling an irreversible transformation. Amidst the rapid vibrating sounds, a member of the muscle army pressed close to Han Soo's massive flesh, bewilderedly asking himself, "Mamos, what are you saying?" In desperation, the small man burst into tears, repeatedly patting the bulging muscle mass and bringing up an old memory. "The lateral deltoid, do you remember? We used to do side lateral races together." He tried to awaken Han Soo's reason using memories of the past. Memories of the days training with Han Soo came back vividly. It was the first time they performed the side lateral raise exercise together to isolate the lateral deltoid. He choked up, recalling the encouraging pat on the shoulder from his big bro back then. "You praised and encouraged me. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" Han Soo's giant muscle mass began to tremble and beat heavily like a rabid heartbeat. The warrior persistently patted the flesh, whispering, "Big bro with the great chest. The first day I became a bodybuilder." He continued recounting the time a female bodybuilder wanted to exchange chest muscles with him, which made Han Soo burst into laughter. Even though tears were rolling down, he still smiled brightly. "I remember it clearly, because you are my ideal role model." The massive muscle fibers continued to contract violently. Knowing that this was just a slim chance to help Han Soo regain consciousness and control over his body, he still persevered. The man reminisced about the time he snuck up from behind to surprise Han Soo while he was engrossed in lifting weights. But Han Soo still pretended to be startled to make his junior feel happy. Thinking of that tolerant heart, he patted his massive lat muscles while sobbing, "My lat muscles also want to have an open heart like yours." At this time, the entire muscle army was also crazily climbing onto Han Soo's giant body. They chanted the names of each muscle group in reverence: triceps, trapezius muscles.
The members of the muscle army climbing on Hansu's massive figure reverently touched each muscle group and exclaimed, "Hamstrings nim, calves nim, erector spinae nim." Before that sincerity, Hansu's mind began to waver violently. A warrior panicked and shouted, "Hansunim, the muscles are wavering." Finally, the sincerity paid off. He immediately ordered everyone to take advantage of this once-in-a-millennium opportunity to massage the boss. "Hurry up and massage him. Do not miss this opportunity." Immediately, Aspirant deployed magic, summoning a sand golem. A series of sand monsters emerged from the ground following the order, surround Hansu and press very gently on every spot. The sand monsters surrounded Hansu, starting to use their rough hands to massage his entire giant body. Lee did not stay out of it either. She threw kicks at the spots the golem could not reach and declared, "The spots the golem cannot reach, leave them to me." Meanwhile, an ally hurriedly asked Block if there was any fragrant herb that helped sleep well. Block loudly affirmed, "Yes, there is a plant here called aroma." He immediately ran into the forest to gather herbs, saying, "I will go gather them right away." They divided the tasks among themselves, everyone eagerly volunteering to help Hansu calm down. A toad man wearing a vest approached, touching Hansu's leg while singing a melodious tune, "Sleep well our muscle masses." The entire group of toadmen joined their voices in unison, singing a song about the front yard, the back hill, the birds, and the little lambs falling asleep. All things at this moment were sinking deep into a slumber. The muscle army and the toadmen together sang the sweet lullaby. The moon and the dark curtain, silver pearls and golden pearls entrusted to tonight. Sleep well our muscles. However, the giant entity, Hansu, suddenly opened his mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Witnessing that scene, an anxious warrior exclaimed, "Tsk, were we wrong?" He hurriedly shouted, "Wait." His face became unusually calm as he affirmed, "This echo is not an attack roar. We are still safe for now. Like the call of whales in the vast ocean, it is the anxious, heartfelt cry of a mother whale for her child. Those heartbeats are the sacred symbol of maternal love." The giant Hansu once again tilted his head back and roared loudly. The roar of the muscle monster continued like that, lasting for a period of time enough to perform 20 workout sets, 15 reps each. Even though the sound was extremely loud and echoed throughout the great forest, deep down it brought a strangely warm and beautiful feeling. When the final roar ended, everyone on the battlefield had fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. The giant, dark silhouette sat quietly resting among the trees under the dim moonlight. After all, the one being lullabied had awakened his mind, while those other people were also exhausted and had a good sleep. Suddenly, the aura surrounding the giant body began to vibrate violently. The monster's form gradually shrank and disappeared amidst the faint smoke. Hansu returned to his normal human form. His face clearly showed extreme exhaustion, his eyes sluggish with no strength left. Hansu's entire massive body collapsed to the ground. He fell completely unconscious after a battle that consumed too much energy.
That was a day when Hansu thought to himself it had been a long time since he experienced such a sweet feeling of muscle synthesis. In the middle of a vast land, the members of the muscle army and the toadmen lay scattered everywhere, exhausted after a true torture session. The real nightmare began the next day when Hansu implemented an exercise called chain walking lunge. He casually sat perched on a giant tree trunk, forcing the muscle army and even Toad to brace themselves, carry it on their shoulders, and move like a train. Toad cried out in agony under the extreme torment. "I feel like I'm about to die." In contrast to the misery of his underlings, Hansu was extremely excited, humming a train song as he went. Choo, 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 choo. He didn't forget to give a meaningful reminder. If you lose power in your core muscles, your back will be done for. Toad could only grit his teeth and endure the immense weight pressing down on every muscle fiber. Truly, wicked people always live leisurely, everyone. Meanwhile, Ben smiled sinisterly and told himself that indeed there is no one in this world better to a disciple than their master. He expressed his gratitude because destroying the Oculus organization had reduced dangerous factors, helping his plan to turn this place into a dungeon succeed perfectly. Standing before Rayon, Ben asked smugly, "And do you know what makes me the happiest right now?" He screamed madly in excitement. "It is the fact that Elise has been resurrected." From behind the smoke, a woman with long white hair and soulless eyes slowly walked out.
Seeing the entity in front of her, the red-haired girl suspiciously commented that its appearance looked quite real. Ben immediately wrapped his arms around Elise from behind and mocked. "Do you really think this is the real Elise?" He smirked wickedly and affirmed that right now it didn't even matter anymore. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flame energy erupted powerfully. "First of all, prepare yourself to take a beating, Ben." The brightly lit eyes, full of determination, signaled an imminent, cruel purge. What was bound to happen happened, so an earth-shattering collision broke out instantly. Amidst the dust and smoke, the female general swung her sword to face Ben's giant arm head-on. She furiously shouted, "Because of your revenge, too many people have had to sacrifice."
Ben roared in extreme madness. When everything of mine has been stripped away, don't act as if I am the only one who is wrong. He frantically swung his guardian arm and lunged forward. The female general calmly neutralized every attack. Ben screamed in agony as his body began to suffer severe injuries. The female general stood tall with her brightly lit sword. She calmly admitted, "My mistake was not stopping you on the day Elise passed away." Ben whispered in resentment, "No, letting Elise die." The golden blood veins began to bulge intricately on his giant arm. Unable to control himself, he frantically roared, "Is your fault," and then launched the decisive attack. Suddenly, the scream's "stop" echoed across the battlefield. Elise appeared, standing between the two forces, causing all attacks to halt immediately. She spread her arms wide to stop the battle and choked back tears, asking, "Why do you two have to fight each other? You two were originally in a master-disciple relationship. You can use words to solve it."
Looking straight at Ben, the girl questioned, "First of all, mister, I heard that the master was the one who helped you with many things, but why are you behaving so terribly?" She turned to Rion with eyes full of suspicion. "And you too, sister, do you really teach your disciple with a real sword? Is that what you call teaching? I don't think it looks like proper education at all." Rion sweated profusely, turning in shock to ask Ben, "How is this girl talking like this?" Ben just thought to himself, her memories haven't returned yet. Rion suddenly closed her eyes and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, is that so? Now it is certain." Without further hesitation, she suddenly shouted, "Elise!" and then rushed forward to tightly grab the white-haired woman's neck. Rion looked at the opponent with cold eyes. "What Elise? This is just the shell of Elise." The white-haired entity choked and groaned. "Customer! Cuff!" Rion affirmed that this was a living dungeon disguised as a human, while that shell was weakly begging, "Save me, please!" Rion leaned close to its ear and whispered, "I have no personal grudge against you, but if I just leave it like this..." Rion looked down thoughtfully. "Then it will become a disaster." Ben was completely exhausted at this moment, his gaunt face screaming in despair. "Rion, no! Master, I apologize. I'd rather you kill me. Please, please let Elise go." He banged his head on the ground, screaming in resentment. "What did she do wrong? Why do Bakwak people always want to kill her?" Ben frantically took all the blame on himself. "It's my fault. Killing the guards was also me. Attacking Bakwak was also done by me. Please, I don't know how angry everyone is that you insist on making her die like this." Ben lay flat on the ground, whispering his pleas. "I will die obediently, master, please." Rion looked at her disciple with eyes full of pity but extremely resolute. "Ben, I'm sorry, but you know full well this isn't Elise." Ben gave a bitter smile. Master, as expected." Rion coldly declared, "I told you nothing would change." Taking advantage of her lack of attention, Ben seized the opportunity to stab a syringe into his master. The pleas were now meaningless. At the gathering area, Han Soo and the Muscle Army were facing the Toadman Red Hat Legion. A Toadman tremblingly promised, "I will never drink alcohol again." However, he flashed a sinister smile, raising a finger to affirm, "I will just drink this one last time." Witnessing the stubbornness, Han Soo instantly flew into a rage. He gritted his teeth and roared with immense pressure, "I told you to drink to your heart's content." Faced with the boss's suffocating killing intent, Toad turned pale, instantly changed his attitude, and promised, "I will exercise instead of drinking." Seeing the opponent being sensible, Han Soo smiled brightly and with full satisfaction. He happily waved goodbye. "Then see you next time," while the Toadmen bowed respectfully in unison to see the guest off. However, things did not go as they promised. The alcohol rehabilitation failed after an hour of sobering up. As Han Soo and the Muscle Army gradually disappeared from sight, Toad smirked triumphantly, his monocle gleaming with deceit. The chance for him to discover the truth was still a very distant story. At the Alami mine, the members of the Muscle Army asked for permission to stay behind to manage internal affairs, as promised to Han Soo. He gave a thumbs up and encouragement and did not forget to remind them, "All right, while staying here, don't slack off on your training and diet." The subordinates bowed down together and shouted with great vigor, "Then we wish you to gain more muscle soon." Hearing the sincere encouragement, Han Soo flexed his muscles in a confident response and then continued on his journey with Lai.
Han Soo went to meet Behemoth, holding up the blueprint for the training equipment and excitedly declaring, "Behemoth, I have completed the commission as promised. Now you will build it for me, right?" He affirmed that he had brought all the spirits back completely. However, the Spirit King in the form of a black cat awkwardly replied, "Good job, but what should we do? The materials to craft this thing are not here." Hearing that, Han Soo immediately went crazy, exuding terrifying pressure that made Lai struggle to stop him. Behemoth hurriedly reassured him that as long as enough materials were found, he would start making it right away. The cat warned, "Because it seems you don't know, so I'll tell you, the requirements to collect them are extremely strict." Looking at the blueprint, Behemoth looked displeased and thought that requesting the creation of a barbell that wouldn't bend even when bearing 100 tons was an outrageous demand. To make it according to the blueprint requires extremely precise materials, but where to find those materials is the problem. Han Soo innocently asked if it was too difficult, causing Gudo to explain that because the kingdom didn't have enough technical level, they had to travel all the way here.
However, the Spirit King immediately changed his attitude, confidently affirming that he could do it and knew exactly where to find the materials. The required item was black bonestone, a rare mineral that could only be found in newly formed dungeons.
Fortunately, a new dungeon had just appeared nearby. Although easy to find, Behemoth warned that the place was extremely dangerous because no one knew what entity was residing inside. When asked whether he still intended to continue, Hano flexed his muscles and firmly affirmed, no problem. Behemoth seemed very satisfied with this decisiveness and decided to let Elena continue accompanying him, causing the little spirit girl to cry out in panic and amazement. Although assigned the task, she didn't expect to be going with him. Meanwhile, Gudo showed immense reverence, bowing his head to ask the Spirit King for permission for a mortal like him to admire his great works. Witnessing his teammate's sluggish attitude, Hano immediately went crazy, rushing over to grab Gudo tightly and yelling, "Gudo, are you crazy? We need to go make the equipment quickly." Gudo fearfully explained that he wasn't as strong as Hano and could lose his life from any attack. This statement stunned Hano, who asked blankly, "You'll die if you get attacked?" Looking at Gudo with eyes full of pity, Hano wondered if the other party was truly a human or just a single-celled organism like an amoeba. Finally, he gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Cheer up, Gudo." Behemoth led the group to tour the armory. He introduced a set of armor that once belonged to the human commander-in-chief during the Great Demon World War. This armor was as light as a feather, but so durable that not even dragon claws could pierce it. While Gudo praised its greatness endlessly, Hano casually commented, "Is this for skinny people? Well, no one has muscles like him, so everyone is skinny." Behemoth continued to introduce a bow of the elf tribe elder, with arrows made from unicorn horns and many other rare materials. While walking, Hano suddenly stopped in his tracks when he saw something extremely out of place.
Everyone was stunned when looking at the display cabin in front of them. The accompanying girl couldn't help but wonder why this thing appeared here. In the middle of a room full of legendary weapons and divine equipment, a small pink object was lying still and glowing. It was a pink dumbbell. Gudo curiously approached and asked the Spirit King for his opinion. "Can I try lifting it?" With permission, he gently picked up the pink dumbbell and easily performed a few curl movements. Gudo frowned and commented, "It's too light compared to my imagination." Seeing this, Lai was also excited to try. She only needed to use one finger to lift the dumbbell up and calmly said, "It's true, it has absolutely no weight at all." After trying it, both of them felt it was too ordinary. Standing from behind, Hano quietly stepped forward and requested, "Step aside a bit." He looked at the pink dumbbell lying on the ground with extremely serious eyes, took a deep breath, and began to bend down. Hano focused intensely, breathing heavily, puff, puff. He flexed his body, poured all his strength into his arms, and roared, "Ugh!" Hano's face was bright red. His muscle fibers were stiff as if he was facing a dumbbell weighing tons. Why was it so easy for the other two while Hano was struggling so much? Memories of his teacher from the past suddenly appeared in Hano's mind. He once wondered and asked his master, "Why do you always end the training session with this pink dumbbell?" The master with the red headband smiled and asked back, "Hano, what do you think bodybuilding is?" Hano confidently raised 3 fingers and replied, "It's strength, muscle mass, and thin skin." The master shook his head slightly and affirmed that his way of thinking about bodybuilding was different. He picked up the pink dumbbell and began to explain. Hano's master with his giant biceps boldly declared, "Bodybuilding is the exercise to make lifting a light weight infinitely heavy." Immediately, Hano flexed his body, his face deformed due to the terrifying pressure when trying to lift the small pink dumbbell. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down in extremes. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Gudo and the people around could only look at each other in confusion and ask, "Why is he doing that? Who knows?" So in his memory, he had learned and understood what his teacher had taught before. From the darkness, a pair of sharp cat eyes was quietly observing everything.
Behemoth, in a white blouse, suddenly appeared and exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you the child that Kang Jong-hoon mentioned?" Hano was still in a state of extreme exertion, his face flushed red from the effort. He exclaimed in shock, "Master!" Behemoth explained that Kang Jong-hoon, who came from another world, was his former comrade. The Spirit King began to recall the words his old friend had spoken after saving the world. In the memory, the teacher held a pink dumbbell in his hand and instructed, "Someday the child who can lift this dumbbell in the heaviest way will appear. Until then, Behemoth, can you keep it safe for me?" Behemoth at that time seemed skeptical about the meaning of this action. The teacher laughed heartily and explained, "Ha ha ha! Only those who can truly feel the weight of a light object can heal and return this rotting world to its healthiest state." He affirmed that he already knew someone capable of doing so, as if predicting the future that someone would replace him to protect what he had built and preserved. Behemoth curiously asked if the teacher already had a disciple. Hano's master laughed proudly. "Ha ha ha, you found out. You will definitely recognize him the moment you meet him, but promise to pretend you don't know, my friend." Behemoth could only sigh, unable to understand the thoughts of this eccentric friend.
The teacher calmly took it as a compliment. When asked if he intended to return to his old world, he flatly denied it and raised his finger, pointing straight to the sky with determination. No, I still have something I want to lift. Do you think I want to lift the entire universe? Immediately, a resounding roar from Lina urged him on. Listen carefully, Nuong. Hansu gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling violently due to the extreme pressure. The Spirit King continued to yell loudly in encouragement. You must even surpass your master, Nuong. Hansu's eyes widened, bloodshot with intense concentration as he screamed in pain. Hansu poured all his strength into his wildly shaking hands to perform the exercise with the pink dumbbell. He made up his mind and lifted it. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the space as Hansu channeled every muscle cell into his final effort. An earth-shattering collision erupted right at the epicenter, creating shockwaves and blinding dust before the witnessing eyes of Gudo and Lina. The pressure radiating from Hansu was so strong that it violently cracked the ground. Amidst the dust, Hansu emerged with glowing red eyes, exuding burning killing intent. He tilted his head back and let out a sky-shaking roar. His whole body bulged with veins, having finally conquered the infinite weight of the tiny dumbbell in his hand. He had done it. He had learned what his master had taught about the pink dumbbell. After reaching his limit, Hansu's hands gradually loosened, letting the pink dumbbell fall to the ground, creating dull thuds. He was completely exhausted, collapsing onto the ground with rapid breathing and limp limbs. Witnessing that scene, Gudo quietly approached. He picked up the dumbbell with a look of sheer bewilderment, unable to understand what had just happened. Hansu struggled to sit up, looked at Lina, and asked, So, do you know where my master went? Lina quietly replied, He handed this pink dumbbell to me, and then disappeared, Nuong.
Behemoth smiled slightly and remarked, But I have a feeling that person is still training somewhere in this world, Yang. Hearing the news about his master, Hansu exclaimed in shock, Is master still alive? He immediately pressed on, Behemoth, are there any items left here that master used to use? The Spirit King thoughtfully replied that there were, but it's a bit dangerous, and asked if he would be okay. Hansu firmly affirmed, no problem. No matter how dangerous it was, he wanted to find some mementos of his master. An ancient stone door gradually appeared before their eyes. Inside was a towering cliff entirely covered with hundreds of pull-up bars close together. Witnessing the scene, Gudo anxiously exclaimed, Hansunim, I feel like there's something wrong with this. Contrary to the Count's anxiety, Hansu smiled confidently and recalled the teachings of his great master. Master said, the more dangerous you feel, the faster your body will change. Hansu excitedly flexed his muscles and boldly declared, Good, I've decided to train a bit before leaving. Gudo could only stand and watch with a look of utter boredom. I don't think you'll just train a bit. With training as his passion, if we don't urge him, he won't be able to stand up. At the camp area of the Muscle Army, the training atmosphere was taking place extremely urgently. A soldier cheered excitedly. Sir Gulo has returned. A muscular warrior looked around blankly and wondered, why is everyone gathered with such spirit? Another person with a serious face began to explain that while everyone was away, many important events had occurred. He recounted that after the cockatoos monster disappeared and Hansu was absent, a power struggle erupted fiercely again. Although the Muscle Army had tried to maintain the balance at the Alamai mine under their control, the situation had completely changed when the orcs began to take action. In front of the ruins and the bright red flags, a young warrior wondered, I don't think the seniors would lose to the orcs so easily. Their wonder was reasonable, because with the strength of those seniors, those guys were nothing. The senior bitterly admitted, yes, the orcs inherently could not defeat us. However, his face suddenly became extremely tense when mentioning a terrifying entity, until the orc lord appeared. Immediately, he sweated profusely, shocked, and asked about the identity of the tribe that gave birth to that monster.
The warrior, trembling, recalled and confirmed. The tribe's name was definitely, his face distorted in terror, his eyes widening as he uttered the final name, the Red Hand Tribe. A terrifying tremor echoed right after, signaling an unfathomable threat. He recalled the past in the tribe. In a wooden cradle, an orc infant lay there amidst murmurs. This child was truly special. When held in arms, the baby's body radiated a glowing red aura along with the affirmation, the one who possesses magic power will become the future leader. The innocent baby laughed heartily with delight. The one-eyed orc gathered his strength and threw the sphere forward. Double heavy blank. A giant wild boar roared fiercely and charged straight at him. The one-eyed orc panicked and ran for his life in despair. Was he going to die this time? Right at that moment, a green-skinned orc warrior with fiery red hair suddenly appeared, delivering a 1,000-pound punch that took down the beast in the blink of an eye. The one-eyed orc looked at his savior in shock. The green-skinned orc warrior toweringly approached and asked, Do you also have magic power? He smiled confidently and boldly declared, I am an orc from the Red Hand Tribe, and I am the only one in the tribe who possesses magic power.
The Red Hand orc with fiery red hair smiled friendly and suggested to the one opposite him, Let's be friends.
Okay, from then on, every time they met, he never forgot to send his greetings in his own way. Hello! A thunderous slap landed, making the one-eyed orc cry out in pain. Ah! Continuous blows rained down relentlessly, leaving the victim with no choice but to scream in despair. That incident left a psychological trauma and a deep fear in the heart of the tortured one. The red-hand orc calmly waved goodbye with a triumphant smile, while his opponent was sent flying far away. The one-eyed orc stared blankly as he recalled the past, bitterly telling himself that he had tried to run away to this remote corner, but still couldn't escape his fate. Loud noises shook the ground continuously. A soldier rushed over frantically to report, "The enemy is coming to invade." The one-eyed orc decisively waved his hand and ordered, "Let's go." He made up his mind, "Today I will settle my cowardly past." A massive orc army was marching thunderously, carrying a giant palanquin forward. The one sitting on the throne pointed forward and roared powerfully, "Wipe them out." He asserted that the only creatures in this place were slaves and the Red Hand tribe. The leader continued the order, "Make all the creatures in the Alimai mines submit." Immediately, a series of fiery purple flaming boulders poured down from the sky like a meteor shower. The orc army below could only look up in astonishment as the strange objects plummeted straight onto the battlefield. They did not expect to be ambushed by the enemy's army. Numerous giant boulders poured down the ravine, creating terrifying explosions. The red-haired orc lord looked up in shock and shouted, "What?" Immediately, a monocle-wearing member of the muscle army leading the troop eagerly charged forward and roared, "Attack!" The monocle-wearing member smugly thought to himself, "Excellent, the enemy is panicking." Watching his comrades frantically pushing boulders onto the enemy's heads, he asserted that if they continued this relentless assault, victory would certainly belong to them. While lifting a large boulder in his hands, an idea sparked in his mind. If I can personally finish off the orc lord here, then... That was his chance for revenge after being tortured so many times. Only by defeating the orc lord could he destroy the ghost that had haunted his heart for so long. Down below, a muscular warrior was flexing his body, making an orc exclaim in astonishment. "What kind of swords and blades are these that can't pierce through?" The monocle-wearing member began to pant, his heart pounding rapidly due to the suffocating pressure. He anxiously wondered if the opponent remembered his face when their eyes just met. Right at this moment, the orc lord revealed a sinister smile and declared, "Found you, Galat." He quietly observed and asserted that this battle would ultimately end once the leader was destroyed. Down below, the muscle army was still fighting diligently, showing off their bulging muscles. The orc lord suddenly launched himself into the air. "Die, Galat!" His face immediately became serious. This brat, he dares to aim straight for the leader to play the beheading strike. He gathered all his strength into his giant guardian-like arms and unleashed the skill, one-arm dumbbell press, a thunderous punch striking straight down to end the enemy's attack.
Aklat spat with contempt and looked straight at his opponent, commenting, "Quite strong, Gulo." Hearing this, Gulo immediately changed his expression. He asked back blankly, "What? Why am I Gulo?" Aklat didn't believe the denial. He rushed forward, grabbed Gulo tightly, and asserted that he had heard news of a person in human form who had united the ghoul tribe. He roared angrily, "Do you take me for a fool?" Immediately, Aklat unleashed a series of slaps that made Gulo cry out in pain. "Ah, it hurts. I was just about to joke around with him a bit, but he went all out." Attacked unexpectedly, Gulo went crazy and threw an extremely powerful counterpunch into his opponent's face. He continuously rained down lightning-fast punches while shouting loudly, "I am not Gulo. Master Han Seo is Gulo." Gulo continued to press his opponent and explained that the one standing over there was the temporary replacement Gulo. Aklat was beaten to the point of dizziness. He weakly repeated the name in a daze. "Gulo?" Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a pale, skinny figure trembling in the distance. Aklat smirked slightly. He ignored Gulo's reminder not to be careless and casually walked towards the newcomer. He smiled sinisterly and greeted, "Long time no see, old bear friend." Aklat enthusiastically reached out his hand as if to grab the opponent. "Do you still remember me? Nice to meet you again, old friend." The scene shifted to another place. A member of the muscle army with an exhausted body was hanging from a steep cliff fitted with pull-up bars. Han Seo was engrossed in his exercises right next to him and calmly ordered, "Do 100 more pull-ups before you can get down." Gudo, who was also hanging in a state of extreme exhaustion, cried out miserably, "Han Sunim, you are going too far." Han Seo just asked back naively, "What?" Gudo cried and blamed Han Seo. "You always give Gulo the privilege of not having to train. Why is he the only one treated so specially?" While engrossed in his pull-up movements, Han Seo calmly asked back, "Gulo doesn't train? Do you really think so?" Han Seo showed off his muscular back and explained, "Gudo, do you know that training intensity is only relative?" He asserted that his warm-up exercise could completely be someone else's main exercise. Moving boulders weighing tons was just a preparation step for Han Seo, but for others it was already an extreme challenge.
For someone at the pinnacle of muscle mass, lifting anything was just too simple.
In reality, Gudo was not lazy at all. His body had now completely transformed compared to his first appearance. Although Gudo himself probably didn't realize it, he currently possessed an incredibly firm and sturdy core. It was a powerful core like a monster's. Gudo roared with confidence. I am no longer the weakling I used to be. His eyes shone brightly, and his hands emitted a powerful purple magic aura. Gudo boldly declared, I am the right hand of Hansunim, and also the greatest mage Gudo. A massive burst of purple power erupted, easily crushing large boulders and completely subduing the enemy in the blink of an eye. He looked straight ahead with a resolute gaze and affirmed his identity. I am Gudo. That confidence gave him the opportunity to command the army to fight the enemy. At the cliff area, sounds of collisions echoed continuously as the muscle army was diligently training with the monsters. A warrior suddenly stopped, sweating profusely when he heard strange noises approaching. To maintain peace for the Alamai mine, the bodybuilders realized they needed a more effective combat method. Instead of just wasting the toad monsters as food, they came up with the idea of taming them to enhance the mobility and combat power of the entire team. From then on, the Toad Rider Legion was officially born with the image of fiery warriors. The commander ordered the Toad Rider army to launch a full-scale attack. The battle cries echoed through the space, blending with the roars of the monsters. Witnessing the scene of the entire army running while lifting giant birds over their heads, Gudo shouted in panic, "Isn't this extremely inefficient?" A warrior immediately replied with full confidence and introduced this as the Toad Overhead Press technique, where the whole army simultaneously performed a weightlifting press using the toad monsters themselves while marching.
Witnessing that scene, the companion gave a thumbs up in admiration. It was truly effective. Fighting while training at the same time, the experience was very practical. Immediately, the formation order was given to the bodybuilder team. The warriors simultaneously performed the front double biceps pose, showing off their powerful, gleaming muscle masses. Following that, the Toad Rider team received orders to attack from the enemy's rear. They cheered loudly while performing the Toad Overhead Press exercise, lifting the giant birds over their heads and charging straight ahead. The orcs were bewildered, not understanding what was happening in the face of this bizarre tactic. This was the newly established meat grinder tactic. A glowing red structure crashed down, and the muscle army, along with the toads, clashed violently into the enemy formation. A warrior delivered a decisive blow, leaving the opponent with no ability to resist and collapsing instantly. After a while of fighting, they swept around the battlefield, and a member spoke up to ask if all the enemies had been completely wiped out. However, the atmosphere suddenly became suffocating when someone exclaimed, "Hell!" From underground, a giant, glowing red energy hand named Spike suddenly emerged, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura that enveloped the entire space.
A member of the muscle army suddenly cast a new skill called gravity magic. A brilliant purple pillar of light erupted, trapping the orc inside, making him exclaim in astonishment. The energy quickly spread out to form a giant magic circle. The move, called Tower of Babel, created an earth-shattering explosion, wiping out everything and officially declaring a KO. Amidst the ruined scene, Gudo stood looking at the defeated enemy and reminded his teammates, "Don't tell Hansunim about this skill." The orc slumped on the ground, sneering while challenging, "Do you think defeating my Red Hand tribe is the end?" Seeing the orc acting so defiantly despite his defeat, Gudo coldly asked back, "What do you want to say?" The orc wheezed, "You guys don't know a damned thing." Other members of the muscle army suggested to Gudo while eating that they should proceed with body modification to force him to confess. Another person added, "Just stuffing a healthy mind into this healthy body will make him confess everything." Realizing the situation was turning bad, the orc quickly backed down. "There's no need to do that. I will talk." He affirmed he no longer wanted to fight and suddenly asked, "Gudo, do you know about Oculus?" Gudo was surprised. "Oculus? Is it the group that Lai mentioned?" He admitted he had heard this name a few times. The orc began to recount the situation, that one day those people came to the tribe and granted them power. In return, they forced the tribe to submit 20% of their life energy every month. Even though he really wanted to refuse, he couldn't do anything else because those mysterious cloaked figures had taken the children in the tribe as hostages.
The children in the tribe are the continuation of that tribe's legacy, so they exploited this weakness to pressure the tribe. The Orc Lord growled, revealing that he was only following orders to observe everyone, all for the purpose of waiting for the right moment to take revenge. During that process, he had grasped the abilities of those bastards and clearly knew the identities of the core cadres, especially the one codenamed Waterbomb. However, just as the secret was about to be exposed, a ray of white light suddenly pierced straight through the Orc Lord's chest to the astonishment of everyone. He agonizingly coughed up blood, his body collapsing amidst the shocked screams of his minions. A panicked soldier pointed to the top of the cliff and shouted loudly, "There's someone up there!" Amidst the dust and smoke, a stranger with striking pink hair appeared. He complained in annoyance as he jumped down. "Ouch, it hurts. It's so hot. I told you I wouldn't shoot." Right next to him, an entity with purple hair and a giant hat coldly warned, "Hey, talking too much will put you in danger." He smirked maliciously, looking at the dying orc lord, and sarcastically remarked that saying unnecessary things would lead to a disastrous end. The purple-haired guy quietly looked down at the steaming dark green liquid puddle and calmly suggested, "How about I make it so you guys can't talk anymore by eating everything up?" Standing tall on the towering cliff, the pink-haired guy boldly declared a bargain. "Special news here. I will spare the life of the only one who reveals Hansu's location first." He was determined to find the leader to wage war with the strong. He commented that these people had quite a good aura, but did not forget to remind them that within the Oculus organization, there were individuals they absolutely had to be wary of. Meanwhile, in the training area, Gudo was hanging from the pull-up bar with his face distorted in fear. He screamed in despair, "Let go! I'm about to fall! I'm really going to fall!" Right at this moment, an utterly exhausted hand began to slip from the bar in helplessness. Immediately, a foot decisively executed a point technique and then switched to a flex to grip onto the bar. That was Lai, a cadre of the Oculus organization. She was performing an inverted hang position, tightly grabbing the man's leg to save his life right above the thick fog, looking no different from a bat dropping itself in a cave. In another development, a guy with curly pink hair named Organ appeared with a sinister smile. He smugly asked, "What did I say? If you just accepted everything easily, wouldn't it be more comfortable and better?" Surrounding him was a scene of devastation, as the entire muscle army had been defeated and lay scattered on the ground. A dying warrior used his last breath to give a message. "Block, report back to Hansu." Taking on the heavy responsibility, Block frantically fled through the forest with a face full of panic. He ran for his life with heavy breathing and dripping sweat, screaming in despair to deliver the final warning that they must absolutely never return here.
Meanwhile, Hansu was clearly moved by the new gift. "To this extent, thank you, Behemoth." The Spirit King in the form of a cat calmly replied, "Although it's not far, I can't let you guys go empty-handed." However, Gudo seemed extremely disappointed. He grumbled, "No, Lord Behemoth, I don't feel grateful at all. With so many legendary swords, shields, and armors, why do we have to carry this pile of scrap iron?"
Gudo yelled out in dissatisfaction as he watched Hansu casually accept the pile of worn-out items. He questioned, "Hansunim, we are coming back here anyway, so why are you adding to this heavy luggage?" Hansu quietly looked at Gudo and suddenly asked, "Gudo, do you know what soccer is?" Gudo stared blankly, wondering what a muscle-brained guy like Hansu would know about soccer, but still honestly replied, "Yes." Hansu continued asking, "Do you like it?" Gudo nodded. "So do you want to play well?" The Count replied, "Just to a moderate level." Hansu smiled. "Then it is easy to explain. People say that to play soccer well, making a lot of contact with the ball is very important, because then the data on weight, ball feeling, and the results of your own actions will gradually accumulate." Hansu suddenly placed a heavy kettlebell into Gudo's hands and declared, "Because Gudo said you wanted to play soccer well." The Count could only widen his eyes in shock at this unexpected practical exercise. If he had not asked, he would not have been burdened with even more weight. Thinking about it felt pitiful, but he just let it be. Hansu smiled brightly and excitedly declared, "For today, try to get friendly with these weight plates." Hearing that, Gudo could not help but yell out in questioning, "What the hell does that have to do with soccer?" Still maintaining a straight face, Hansu blushed and made an excuse that since weight plates are also round, they will definitely help him play soccer better. Hansu turned to ask Lee, "Do you want to play soccer well?" Receiving a firm no from the girl, he could only awkwardly cover up his embarrassment. "Ah, I see." Immediately, Hansu shouted to depart and began using his terrifying strength to pull a giant stack of weight plates, on which Lee and the spirit Lena were casually sitting and observing. Behind them, Gudo trembled as he held a small weight plate, staggering along while cursing helplessly. "You maniac!" In another development, a tragic battle was breaking out with glowing yellow sword trajectories. Rion rushed into the middle of the encirclement, executing powerful slashes that left the enemies terrified. A soldier trembled, his mouth agape in despair as he screamed, "Monster!" The deafening sound of clashing metal rang out continuously as Rion single-handedly faced the mysterious masked figures. She swung a fatal slash that severely injured her opponent, leaving them unable to resist. Rion moved at a terrifying speed, continuously closing in and launching lethal attacks. In front of her now was a giant entity with glowing eyes and teeth full of threats. The Guardian roared loudly and swung his weapon in a frenzied attack. Rion quickly rolled to dodge the 1,000-pound strike by a hair's breadth. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a black-cloaked soldier yelled loudly, "Run away quickly, we will buy time." He desperately ordered the remaining people. "Tutula Mercenary Regiment, retreat quickly, retreat right now." After hearing the order, before he could even run away, a sharp, cold sword blade pressed against the neck of the trembling soldier in absolute terror.
Ben stood alone in the dark forest. He clearly felt the life energy surging powerfully and muttered smugly, "Good, good, the life energy is surging more powerfully." He looked towards the red-haired woman with a sinister gaze and asked, "Master, the disciples are very happy. Are you also feeling joyful?" Seeing the other party remain silent, Ben smiled mockingly. "Do you not even have enough intellect to answer?" He stared at the lifeless face of the woman with glowing orange eyes and wondered to himself, should this be called a master or just an empty shell?
On the path leading towards the towering cliff, Gudo looked anxiously into the distance and asked Hanu, "Hansunim, there is a group of people heading this way." From the horizon, desperate screams echoed, "Count! Count!" Immediately, a group of people rushed over and fell to their knees in front of Gudo. They pleaded earnestly, "Please, our Tutula mercenary group, please relieve the resentment of the people." Gudo panted heavily because he had just been carrying heavy weight plates. He asked them to calm down. "Pant, what happened? Tell me exactly what happened from beginning to end." A blonde-haired man with 2 swords on his back stepped forward and respectfully introduced himself. "Hello, I am Talon, the commander of the Tutula mercenary group." He began to recount that many members of the team had lost their families in the zombie attack. Because of that, they had continuously searched for the mastermind to take revenge, but during that process, an unexpected variable occurred. Ben's face with his maniacal smile flashed back in their memories. Suddenly, a bald member in the muscle army screamed in terror. "Heba, red hair!" Talon hurriedly explained that the one helping the mastermind was none other than General Rion, but he immediately reassured his frightened teammate. "Look closely, it's not her." The red-haired woman stood silently, only a single question echoing in her mind. "Why?" Gudo tried to explain to dispel the tense atmosphere. "Perhaps there is a misunderstanding here. General Rion would definitely never betray the kingdom." Hanu asked curiously, "What exactly is going on?" Gudo sweated profusely, thinking to himself that if he didn't explain clearly, Hanu would surely force him into more torturous training. Carrying that heavy thing up to now was more than enough for him, so he hastily justified. "You know the guy named Ben who frequently transforms his body to fight, right? What they mean is that General Rion, the one who brought you here, is shielding and helping him carry out those murders." Hanu nodded. "Aha." However, he still looked extremely doubtful and muttered, "That's really strange. With Rion's forearm muscle mass, how could she do such a thing? That's completely a lie. With that level of skill, they couldn't even touch her toes." Meanwhile, the sound of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing rang out from afar. A warrior frantically running away, heading towards Hanu and shouting loudly, "Hansunim!" Hanu looked at the newcomer with a completely puzzled expression.
Recognizing an acquaintance, Hanso asked in surprise, "Block, why are you here?" Block was breathless, his face distorted with terror as he delivered the bad news. The village. Something terrible has happened to the village. Immediately, a tragic scream echoed from a dark basement. A hand was tightly chained, the wrist severely injured with bruises and hematomas. The villain Organ, with his curly red hair, smiled sinisterly and threatened. "I told you to confess quickly so you could be more comfortable." A member of the muscle army, despite being brutally tortured, still resiliently fought back. He tried to grip the dirt and rocks tightly, telling himself, "Hold it in, I can do this." However, his endurance had reached its absolute limit. In the dark basement, the tied-up muscle brothers were writhing in pain. One sobbed, "No, I can't take it anymore," as miserable groans echoed through the space. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the red-haired villain could only stare in utter confusion. "What is this? I haven't even done anything, so why are they like this? Is some invisible force helping me?"
At this time, the bodybuilders were enduring an indescribable pain, something they had never experienced in their lives. Heart-wrenching screams echoed continuously amidst the violent tremors of their bodies. This was truly their worst nightmare. The red-haired guy stood rooted to the spot, completely not understanding what was happening before his eyes. The root cause of this extreme pain actually stemmed from a highly ironic reason, which was the lack of training. A face deformed by terror, rolling white eyes screaming in absolute despair. The thing gnawing at their souls and bodies right now was the fear of losing muscles. Block ran hurriedly through the forest, his breathing heavy and full of panic. As soon as he saw Hansu's silhouette, he shouted loudly, "Hansunim!" Hansu turned to look at his panting brother with a bewildered expression. "Block, why are you here?" Block screamed in utter despair. "The village! Something terrible has happened to the village!" Hansu placed a hand on Block's shoulder, reassuring him with a radiant smile. "Block, what's wrong?" Going back in time, Gudo had once warned, "You have to think very carefully, Block. There is a 90% chance we will fail." Block couldn't believe his ears. He frowned and retorted, "How is that possible? We took down the orcs easily. Didn't you feel anything when we executed that rock attack just now?" He recalled the scene where the whole team focused their strength to throw the giant boulder, but the enemy with fiery red hair was able to neutralize that attack far too easily. Moreover, another guy in their group didn't even bother to make a move, but just stood silently watching from afar. Their attitude was extremely contemptuous of the enemy. This meant those individuals possessed strength on par with Hansunim. Block was anxious to find reinforcements. "I'll go get Hansunim here." But his teammate immediately shouted to stop him.
He demanded Block to stay calm, because although Hansu was very strong, if by any chance he failed, everything would truly be over.
He completely disregards us. His only target is Hansu. Facing Block's anxiety, the senior advised Block, listen to me. He asserted that only when it is certain that Hansu can completely overwhelm them would it be the appropriate time to welcome him back. The senior pointed his finger and instructed, until that time comes, absolutely do not bring Hansu here. Block agreed, but suggested staying to fight, instead letting another senior go deliver the message because the chances of winning would be higher that way. However, the muscle army flatly refused, claiming they were not good with words. They flexed their muscles in unison, shoring off their bulk, and affirmed that protecting the youngest is the responsibility of the seniors. Even knowing the opponent is too strong, they would not choose the path of running away. Witnessing the sacrifice of his seniors, Block could only choke back his tears. Seniors. Returning to the forest, Block met Hansu and lied, "Nothing happened, sir. I just want to receive more training next to Hansu." Hansu smiled with satisfaction. "Is that so? That's great." He casually remarked that not having wheels made things very inefficient. Immediately an order was issued and the entire Tatula mercenary group instantly switched to a scout formation. The exercise named Chariot Walking Lunge officially began. Hansu and the other members sat majestically on a giant stone pedestal, while the mercenary group had to use human strength to carry and move like living wheels. Hansu smiled brightly and ordered, "If you go the wrong way, I will change the roles of the wheels." At the same time, Lena activated a magic circle and shouted loudly, "Summon Golem." The giant golems with glowing red eyes towered amidst the dust and smoke. The red-haired girl ran hastily while asking, "Finding the entrance to the dungeon is the starting point of the attack, right?" Gudo ran panting behind her and explained, "That's right. Even though it's a dungeon area, not the entire area is a dungeon." He emphasized that for that reason, the dungeon master would definitely also try to fight in the area most advantageous to himself.
Gudo continued to urge the team, but fortunately we do not need to conquer the dungeon. The most important goal right now is just to collect the black bone stone that Lord Behemoth requested to bring back, and we shouldn't care much about the rest. A team member anxiously asked about their revenge. Hansu immediately gritted his teeth with determination, having to teach them a lesson so they could not bother Helen anymore. Gudo still couldn't help but wonder about the current situation, but what if General Rion really betrayed them? Lee immediately spoke up to reassure, "Don't worry, my aunt would never be defeated by that kind of person, nor would she ever cooperate with him." Suddenly, the spirit Lena panicked and reported, "The signal of the 2 golems to the southwest has been cut off, brother." Realizing the information was still lacking, Lena ordered the whole group to immediately move towards the golems that had just lost their signal. Lena was extremely surprised to find that the signals of 3 more golems to the northwest were also cut off right after. Gudo wondered if it was because this is a dungeon that they were easily suppressed. This question made Lena furious and she roared, "What do you think the golems of a supreme spirit are, huh? Normal monsters can't even beat a single golem, you know?" Lena was extremely worried because in reality, those golems were completely destroyed even before the visual images could be transmitted back.
Lena felt something was wrong. She wondered, "It's so strange. In this common dungeon, there isn't a single zombie to be seen." Deciding to act, she urged, "I will go first," and immediately Lena deployed spirit magic and followed up with a position swapping skill to move across the rocks. However, right as she stopped, Lena's face suddenly turned pale with terror. Behind her, a giant wolf with glowing red eyes was looming menacingly. Lena trembled and exclaimed, "This is bad. We fell into their trap." Meanwhile, Hansu still maintained a very calm expression. He smiled brightly and suggested, "How about while we wait for Lena to find the entrance, we do some arm exercises?" Gudo immediately flew into a rage, crossing his arms and snapping. "Working out in enemy territory? Absolutely not. You will lose all your energy." Suddenly, another member of the group smiled and chimed in. "If our arms lose strength, we can just fight with our lower body, right?" Hansu smugly shook hands with his teammate. "Exactly." Witnessing this group's muscle obsession, Gudo could only stand in the back and yell in helplessness. Damn it. Hansu began demonstrating the exercise called overhead extension. This is an exercise that helps strengthen the arm's triceps. When performed with both hands using a weight, it is called 2-arm overhead extension. The first step, use both hands to firmly grip the weight plate and lift it high above the top of your head. Next, slowly lower your elbows behind you as if performing an overhead stretch. The third step, use the power of the triceps to push the weight back up high while taking a deep breath. Hansu noted that gripping the surface of the weight plate will make the posture more comfortable, and special attention must be paid to keep the elbows from flaring out to the sides during the workout. In another development, Lai was running frantically through the dark forest. In her head, she kept asking the question, "Is Aunt Rion really here?" Her eyes burned with determination. "Even if it is not her, I cannot let anyone smear her honor. I will catch the imposter with my own hands." Lai channeled strength into her legs, darting forward like an arrow. She was determined to find out the truth. Suddenly, a giant golden pillar of light struck down to the ground, creating an earth-shaking explosion deep in the forest.
Witnessing the violent tremor, the blonde swordsman thoughtfully concluded, "This vibration is exactly the shockwave of a battle."
However, right behind him, Hansu and his teammates were casually flexing their muscles and laughing. So refreshing, right? I feel very light. Seeing that bizarre scene, he could only blankly wonder if he had been mistaken. Hansu instantly became serious. He called Block over and affirmed, "Block, wait a minute. This is a vibration outside the muscles. It seems like Lai or Lena, one of the two, has already encountered an enemy." Block immediately nodded, confirming the situation. Block smiled confidently. He thought that such a warm-up was already enough. Hansu turned and reminded Gudo to stay here and continue training, because the path ahead was very dangerous for beginners. Receiving a word of thanks from Gudo, Hansu and Block immediately accelerated, tearing through the wind with a resounding shout, "Let's start with an interval workout." Yes, Hansu was just like his master. In whatever he did or in battle, he always applied fitness exercises for his subordinates to learn. In the middle of the dark forest, a pure white lily suddenly sparkled brightly among the leaves. The girl with bright eyes curiously looked at the flower and asked, "What is this?" The accompanying woman gently explained, "That is called a blossom." Continuing to observe her surroundings, the little girl pointed at a small creature perched on a branch and wondered, "Then what is that one?" The woman calmly replied, "That is a squirrel." The little squirrel casually remained on the branch amidst the quiet space of the forest. In the quiet forest, Elise pointed up at the canopy and curiously asked, "What is that?" Ben gently replied, "Those are leaves." She pointed down below and wondered, "And what about this?" Ben patiently answered, "It's just a caterpillar." Looking at Elise's naive demeanor, Ben thoughtfully asked, "Elise, do you really not remember anything about your past?" The girl shook her head sadly. "Not a single bit." Under the sunset sparkling through the leaves, Elise looked at Ben with full trust. "But I can still feel it, how much you care for me, and how much you long to protect me." Ben's face suddenly turned anxious. He instructed, "Elise, in the future, there will be more and more enemies coming to attack us." He looked at her with determined but compassionate eyes. "So no matter what happens to me, you must find a safe place to hide." Elisa's childlike innocence made him inextricably want to protect her. Meanwhile, in a gloomy castle, the red-haired guy looked down at the mage kneeling at his feet and sneered. "A country bumpkin mage from the borderland? With a background like this, it is really hard for me to accept you." He smirked maliciously. "But luckily for you, my boss is quite interested in your research." The blue-haired mage trembled, sweating profusely, and replied, "To be noticed by you is truly an honor for me." The red-haired guy began to interrogate. "You said the thing you were researching is a living dungeon, right?" The mage hurriedly confirmed, "Yes." The red-haired guy laughed with delight and walked away. "Excellent, then it is no different from a portable battery." When the other hesitantly corrected, "Well, that's not exactly true," he immediately brushed it off. "No buts, that doesn't matter." He leaned close to the mage's ear, his eyes suddenly glowing red, radiating a blazing, threatening, murderous aura. "Then when that thing is completed, you know what you have to do, right? Hand it over to me obediently and smoothly." Back to reality in the middle of the forest, Elise anxiously asked Ben, "Is there something really scary?" Ben immediately smiled to reassure her. No, nothing is wrong. There's nothing scary at all." Ben looked at Elise with deep concern and confessed, "I'm just afraid of losing you again." Elise looked deep into his eyes and softly remarked, "Your eyes always look so sad." She gently touched Ben's cheek and told herself it must be her fault, but he quickly grabbed her hand to reassure her. "It's not like that." Elise trusted Ben absolutely. She gently rubbed Ben's head to comfort him. "Don't worry, because I will always be by your side, just as you wish." Ben blushed with emotion and called her name, Elise. Suddenly, a dark shadow with sinister smiling faces appeared right behind them, accompanied by a declaration, "Found you." A rumbling sound echoed, and Ben's face instantly turned pale with terror. Ben panicked and shouted, "Elise, run away!" Immediately, Hansu casually stepped out from the darkness. He recognized a familiar face and asked, "Is it the same guy from last time? Are you bullying Gym newbies again?" Hansu easily blocked the attack with his bare hands and reminded, "Don't show off your strength the moment we meet."
A team member looked around and wondered, "Hansunim, there's no one here. It seems we went to the wrong place." Hansu, completely dumbfounded, opened his mouth in shock and blamed himself. Could it be that I was guided here by my heart muscle without even knowing it? Ben yelled furiously, "What the hell are you talking about?" and then rushed forward to attack madly. Hansu quickly closed the distance, grabbed the opponent tightly, and shouted the name of the exercise loudly, "Long pole." Hansu unexpectedly caught Ben and unleashed a powerful press skill, slamming the opponent straight into the ground and creating a terrifying impact. Ben was crushed under his massive hands, only managing to let out a cry of pain and complete helplessness. Hansu, with his glowing eyes, coldly questioned, "I'm asking if you often bully beginners at the gym." Ben writhed under the crushing weight, struggling madly and screaming in extreme agony. Right at this moment, seeing Ben in danger and unable to fight anymore, Elise suddenly appeared with brilliant energy radiating from her hands and shouted, demanding everyone to stop. Realizing her dangerous intention, Ben screamed in panic to stop her. "Elise, don't do that." A member of the muscle army hurriedly ran over to report to Han Soo that this power seemed to be even stronger than Master Rion's slash. Amidst the blinding light, Elise affirmed that even though she knew she possessed a dangerously massive source of energy, she could no longer stand by and watch. Seeing the situation gradually spiraling out of control, Ben anxiously shouted aloud, "That's not right, Elise. I won't fight anymore, so please stop." However, Elise still smiled with determination and declared that she would protect him, just like how he used to protect her.
Although unable to recall her memories, Elise could still feel the good relationship between the two of them and continued to pour all her strength into the energy sphere. Ben lay limply on the ground, sweat pouring down, trembling as he screamed in despair. "No, Elise, that's not how it is." Returning to the brightly blazing battlefield, Elise shouted with determination, "This time, I will protect you." She released all her power, creating an earth-shattering explosion that engulfed everything. Meanwhile, in a dark space, the red-haired guy Organ quietly observed a child being drained of its energy and curiously asked about its fate after the energy source disappeared. Organ calmly hypothesized that after being completely drained, the child would definitely die. Elsewhere, at this time, Lena decided to take a step ahead to scout the situation. She immediately cast a spirit magic called Position Swap, turning herself into a stone block to teleport to another place. However, right when she appeared at the new location, Lena was shocked to realize she had fallen into a terrible situation. Before her eyes was a giant wolf with glowing red eyes, looming threateningly. The monster roared fiercely and charged straight at Lena with sharp teeth. In a matter of life and death, Lena quickly activated the spirit magic Stonemaker, creating a hard stone block right in front of the opponent's mouth. The wolf bit hard into the rock instead of its prey. The wolf's teeth were basically given a good grinding. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lena panicked and ran for her life, sweating profusely from fear. She told herself she had to stall for time at all costs because there was still a countdown until the golem could be summoned. Lena continued to cast the stone screen skill, erecting a solid stone wall to block the enemy's pursuit. While anxiously calculating her remaining final moves, Lena suddenly froze when she saw a giant tornado surging from afar, leaving her completely stunned. Lena immediately counterattacked with the stone missile skill, launching a barrage of stones at the opponent. However, the monster activated the Bone Nado skill, creating a dark bone tornado that wiped out everything in its path. A terrifying collision sent Lena flying away in a despairing scream. The spirit Lena activated the Floral Swim skill, shrinking into a blue light and diving deep into the ground to escape. Hiding under the dirt and rocks, Lena confidently declared, "This is underground. Non-spirit targets cannot deal damage here. Got it?" Before she could rejoice, the wolf above began to sniff and frantically claw at the ground. Lena was stunned to see the opponent digging a deep trench and lunging straight at her. She screamed in shock, "Are you a mole, you damn dog?" Terrified, Lena cried out miserably. Back to lie, she had been blocked by a mysterious person. She roared and questioned, "Auntie, please wake up. What kind of dirty trick have you been hit by?" The little girl tried her best to bring back her aunt from the past.
In the old memories, a reminding voice echoed, "Lee, Aunt Rion is busy, so I told you not to ask her to play with you." However, the little girl smiled brightly and affirmed, "Haha, it's not playing, I'm training." Right after that, she became serious and instructed, "Lee, try holding it correctly." She pointed at the sword and explained meticulously, "From here to here is the hilt." During the training sessions, Aunt Rion once set up a situation where both sides were competing in strength, but the opponent completely dominated physically. She asked, "Lee, how would you respond in this case?" Returning to the actual battle, Lee put all her strength into her legs and responded with action. "If it were me, I would utilize the flexibility of my body." She glided as fast as lightning, lowering her center of gravity to slip underneath the opponent. With terrifying speed, Lee roared, "I must be faster."
She was determined to overwhelm the enemy at all costs. The sound of clashing metal echoed as Lee realized the opponent's speed even far surpassed hers. Lee was stunned to see countless brilliant golden swords surrounding her. She told herself that no matter how many slashes the opponent unleashed, there would certainly be a loophole to counterattack. She would find the opponent's weakness to turn the tide. Lee immediately executed a spinning technique, gliding as fast as a tornado through the rain of swords. She quickly regained her center of gravity, lowering her body to prepare for an explosive strike. Lee continuously spun her body at maximum speed, creating powerful energy vortexes. Right after that, Lee poured all her essence into the Battle Aura Ascent Manifestation sword technique, preparing to draw her sword for a decisive slash. Looking at the majestic figure in front of her, Lee silently asked, "Auntie, can my sword reach you?" A terrifying collision broke out, and a brilliant golden light covered the entire battlefield. Despite struggling to resist, Lee still smiled brightly and admitted, "I still need you to teach me more."
Lee screamed her aunt's name, Rion, and then unleashed a lightning slash from above. However, the tip of her sword was completely blocked by just fingers. Lee was stunned to realize the painful truth. It turned out not to be so. She was knocked far away, lying collapsed on the ground in despair. In her delirium, childhood memories of her and her beloved aunt suddenly returned. The image of the little girl Lee excitedly running up and calling, "Auntie, take this, I made it to give to you," the little girl said while holding up a tiny wooden sword. Lee realized a profound truth. She whispered to herself that, in fact, her sword had always reached her aunt. In another place, Elise was stunned to realize the abnormality happening within her own body. She whispered in fear, "Strange, so strange. Even though I really want to protect everyone, I can't control myself. Must protect, but my body, why is it like this?" Meanwhile, Hansu was using overwhelming power to suppress Ben, leaving him completely immobilized under his giant hands. This was the beginning of the concept of a living dungeon, something that had never existed before. That was the implantation of a dungeon, a device originally used to collect life energy and create monsters directly into a living creature. A glowing energy diagram began to cover and transform the host's body in unpredictable ways.
Because this was an unprecedented experiment, there was absolutely no information on how to apply the energy or methods to deal with such sudden mutated situations. An earth-shattering energy explosion erupted, tearing through space and leaving unpredictable consequences. Hansu looked at Ben trembling at his feet and awkwardly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to bully you." Even in a confrontational situation, Hansu was still extremely polite. Realizing that Elise's situation was extremely critical, Hansu panicked and rushed over, calling out loudly, "Elise!" The girl whispered in despair as her body was gradually weakening. "What should I do? I can't stop the source of power from escaping." He told himself to think of a solution immediately. At this moment, only a single command repeated in his head. Think, 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 think. Hansu realized that Elise's condition right now was no different from a chipped bowl trying to hold water. Her life energy was constantly leaking out through the cracks in her body.
The problem lay in the scale of the event. It was no different from a giant dam cracking apart. The energy poured out in torrents like a flood, and the grim reality was that there was absolutely no way to stop it. Standing from behind, Hansu could only look on in bewilderment, wondering why she had become like that. Ben frantically clutched his head, screaming in agony that if even filling a hole in the dam was an absurd task, how could anyone sever the connection between the body and this erupting energy source? There had to be something to help her stop it. Deep in the forest, a burst of flames suddenly erupted fiercely. Immediately, the ultimate technique, sword of cultivating chi and nourishing man, was executed. To understand this pressure, look at the world's top freedivers. They can only reach the 100-meter mark. For every 10 meters deeper, the water pressure doubles, making diving down without professional training an impossibility. Yet look at the Anguri Dam in Georgia, with its terrifying height of 271.5 meters. The idea of a tiny human wanting to approach and repair the destroyed bottom of this dam sounds like a hopeless delusion. Amidst the thundering sound of crashing water, a hand silently reached out from the blinding light. The black sword forged from this special energy was aimed solely at severing the essence of the living dungeon entity, turning the impossible into the possible. That was the pinnacle of a swordmaster's power. Under the twilight, General Rion with her fiery red hair loomed into view, holding the unconscious Elise in her arms. And then, the mass of energy, having lost its host, began to explode violently. Ben stood frozen, appearing tiny before the giant sphere of light that was relentlessly expanding in the deep forest. His eyes widened in terror, the veins clearly bulging around his violently trembling pupils. Ben ran wildly and shouted, "Dodge it!" An earth-shattering explosion occurred immediately after, swallowing everything in a blinding halo of light. No, it was no different from a meteor of light crashing down to Earth.
When the dust began to clear, Hansu approached and asked anxiously, "Block, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Block tried to get up, stepping back as he replied, "I'm fine, but Hansunim?" Block's face suddenly changed color and he shouted a warning, "It's coming!" Immediately, he channeled his strength into his giant arms, forcefully throwing a huge boulder forward. The enemy in the dark with glowing red eyes only had time to see the approaching light. The collision created a terrifying pressure. Hansu performed a jumping squat exercise, causing the ground to crack violently. He launched himself into the air, showing off his powerful, bulging muscles. Witnessing this unimaginable power, Ben trembled and exclaimed, "Monsters!" Sweating profusely, he muttered in astonishment, "I didn't expect Rion to possess such power and finesse." Thanks to that, Elise was able to keep her life, but Rion would certainly not remain intact. Her time was probably running out as her body began to show terrifying cracks. In a frenzy, the entity roared, "Rion, fight until your body shatters. That is the final redemption for the general, as if a magical force urged her to fight to her last breath. A slash tore through space, straight toward Hansu, leaving him only enough time to scream in terror. Hansu panicked and shouted a warning. "Hey, dodge! The gym equipment is falling, don't catch it." However, Block still kept a determined face and affirmed, "If it were the me of yesterday, I definitely wouldn't catch it." Block smiled brightly and confidently, but the me of today is different. He proudly showed off his new treasure, a simple rope tied around his waist. This was the equipment that Behemoth had given to Block, although it looked just like a Momo rubber band at first glance, and in fact, it was nothing more than a rubber band. Behemoth, who was once Kang Jung-hoon's comrade, realized the flaw in Block's physical abilities and gave him this rope. Through the sense of touch, it helped Block enhance his ability to feel his core muscles, while also being the optimal equipment to minimize instability in every movement. It turned out that thanks to that rope, he had developed his muscles unimaginably. Hansu, standing next to him, didn't forget to give a thumbs up to praise his junior's outstanding progress.
Block scratched his head, smiling sheepishly as he replied, "That's how it is. However, I must warn you, I really want to congratulate you, but right now, you should run away." Block asked in shock, "Why?" Before he could understand what was going on, Hansu added, "I think Rion's forearm muscles are getting really serious." Immediately, a terrifying wave of energy rushed forward. A soldier panicked and shouted loudly, "It's coming! Dodge quickly!" Hansu channeled strength into his guardian-like arms, using his steel-hard forearm muscles to block the opponent's lightning-fast attack. He told himself that for those new to the gym, facing this power head-on was extremely dangerous. In the training area, Count Gudo was bracing himself to perform a massive stone block overhead press with a determined expression. Witnessing the Lord's transformation, a young soldier approached and praised him. "Count, I see your body has thickened up a lot." Gudo was panting heavily from exhaustion, sweat pouring down his face. He looked up and asked, "Has it changed that much?" Immediately, he expertly performed the side triceps pose to show off the bulging muscles on his arms. Gudo laughed heartily with great satisfaction. Now that you mention it, it really has changed a lot. After being tortured by Hansu so many times, the day had finally come for him to be proud in front of his subordinates. He looked back at his firm body and then cast his gaze toward the reviving kingdom, my body and this kingdom too. On a peaceful street corner, a child tightly held his mother's hand and wondered, "Mom, do you see everyone changing lately?" The mother looked at her child in bewilderment and asked, "Everyone is changing?" At another corner, a female soldier smiled radiantly and asked, "What is it? It's true that culture always changes over time." Under the influence of the environment and new values, everything was constantly shifting. For Bok Kwok, instead of traditional swordsmanship, bodybuilding exercises became more necessary, leading to rapid changes in the army. Now, even normal training sessions were filled with the atmosphere of forging bulging muscles. Massive, shiny muscles glistening under the halo gradually became the new standard of strength. However, there was still a group of people who persistently pursued pure swordsmanship, because for them, General Rion was still an irreplaceable, iconic symbol, but the majority of them still followed the path of muscle training. Suddenly, Rion appeared and launched a lightning-fast attack aimed at Hansu. She released a powerful stream of energy, executing the ultimate skill, Battle Aura Mountain Overturning Sword Beast, with a series of dazzling light swords covering the sky. Hansu stood silently in the middle of the encirclement, single-handedly bearing the entire rain of swords pouring down fiercely from the sky. The continuous impacts made him scream in pain. Witnessing that scene, Gudo panicked and shouted, "Hansunim!" Even though he was suppressed by terrifying power, Hansu still tried to order his teammates, "It's fine, stay away." Lee ran over just in time and stopped him. "Senior brother, wait a moment." She carefully observed her aunt and realized that the brainwashing magic controlling Rion seemed to have started to dissolve after this direct confrontation. She hoped to take this opportunity to awaken her aunt's consciousness.
Lai pondered and recalled that Aunt Rion had always valued actual combat experience and antagonistic exercises above anything else. Observing the rippling muscles enduring the rain of swords, she realized there wasn't a single cut or any heavily injured body part. Lai wondered if her aunt was using this method to train Hansu. However, Block immediately dismissed it, asserting that a normal sword could never pierce through that extremely trained muscle layer. The problem lay in Hansu's unstable mental state. Block believed that if Lai's hypothesis was correct, then after this test, Hansu would certainly reach a completely new level of strength. Amidst the earth-shattering energy explosions, Hansu roared in agony while bearing the suffocating pressure. Rion's vac speed was so fast that it far exceeded the speed of signal transmission from the brain to Hansu's muscle groups. Facing a life-or-death situation, how must muscles act to defeat a sword? Suddenly, Hansu felt a voice echoing in his mind. Aunt Rion seemed to be trying to communicate with him. She asked a deeply meaningful question. "Hansu, how intimate are your brain and body truly?" Amidst the continuous collisions that shook his body, Hansu was bewildered, not understanding the true meaning behind that question. In the subconscious space, a strange dialogue between the brain and the muscle system began to take place.
Seo suddenly realized that all this time, he had never truly faced and understood his own muscles in a proper way. The brain was criticized for thinking too much and overcomplicating every situation, even though the brain tried to justify that analyzing to overcome adversity was inevitable. The body actually presented a much simpler truth. All movements, all extraordinary strength, were essentially encapsulated in two words: contraction and expansion. Understanding the core essence, Seo roared in a surge of explosive power that caused his muscles to swell violently. Although the mind and body were divided into separate organs, now everything had merged into one, executing the action with absolute concentration. Even the energy used for thinking was cut off to serve the ultimate muscle contraction process. The opponent immediately unleashed the mountain-overturning vein sword hand battle aura, drawing the sword under the full moon to intercept the heavy attack.
A press with earth-shattering power crashed down, crushing all resistance and completely obliterating the opponent. Rion fell into a state of exhaustion, her body fracturing severely. She whispered to herself, wondering if she could finally rest now, and then slowly faded away, falling into a boundless void of brilliant golden light. She used to be the one who understood the sharpness of the sword better than anyone else, but now the sword had also lost to a human's muscular will. In front of the recruitment notice for disciples of the Swordmaster Rion, the crowd could not help but buzz with excitement. Receiving guidance from a swordmaster? And it's the Martel family too? Everyone roared with blazing enthusiasm, "Let's go!" Witnessing the scene, Rion could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Good heavens, why are there so many people gathered here?" It turned out that all of them had a special interest in swordsmanship, creating a seething sea of passionate, muscular people.
Rayon could not hide her happiness. She bloomed with a radiant smile. "I am truly very happy. It is thanks to a deep understanding of sharpness that she was able to come up with the most reasonable educational methods." Rayon directly demonstrated, guiding meticulously. The direction of the force must be like this. The disciples practiced diligently according to the commands, parrying and slashing. A student with a red headband cheered excitedly upon successful execution. "All right, master, this is correct, right?" Seeing the student's progress, Rayon gave a thumbs up in praise. "Wow, I don't know whose disciple you are, but you are truly a genius." The first-generation disciples were forged into talented swordsmen, and then they quickly grasped the opportunity to become heroes in the chaotic war. Rayon looked at their backs with eyes full of pride. Before setting off, the student with the red headband boldly swore, "I will achieve many merits so as not to tarnish the master's reputation." However, cruel reality shattered all hopes. They failed miserably. Her beloved disciples could not return. The only things that came back were blood-stained relics. Standing in front of 3 simple graves marked by broken swords, Rayon bitterly admitted, "This is my failure." Under the dim moonlight, her face became colder and more resolute than ever. Rayon realized a cruel truth, that merely stopping it becoming strong was completely not enough.
Rion realized that practical combat was the core element, so she decided to maximize sparring sessions for the soldiers. Looking at the graves marked with the swords of the deceased, she made up her mind to change the training methods. Rion began to focus on teaching her disciples how to use battle aura, making their swords shine with a powerful golden aura. Despite continuously changing and improving her educational methods, Rion kept agonizing beside the endless rows of graves. It always haunted her and reminded her to constantly change her sword fighting style to achieve a higher chance of survival. Thanks to the improvements in training methods, the number of disciples returning alive from the battlefield increased day by day. They gathered around and expressed their deep gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, Master." However, no matter how hard she tried, human casualties continued to occur, leaving Rion to collapse in agony in the cold graveyard as night fell. The sharp swords of the fallen disciples had now become a lingering obsession. Suddenly, a fierce rain of swords poured down from the sky, piercing through space, the pain like sharp knives cutting deeply into the very soul of the female general. She suddenly bolted upright in bed and screamed in terror. "Ah!" Rion panted heavily, dripping with sweat after the nightmare. She gave a forced smile to reassure herself. Aha! Was it just a dream after all? Rion breathed a sigh of relief, telling herself that her recent decline in health must be the cause of the nightmare. She excitedly threw open the window, intending to do a morning meditation session. However, in the gloomy graveyard with thousands of sword-marked graves in the dark night, a pitch-black hand suddenly reached out from the ground, tightly grabbing the ankle of someone standing there.
Rion looked around in bewilderment, her face clearly showing terror as the thick darkness began to envelop her. From the void, pitch-black, gaunt hands like ghosts suddenly reached out, frantically surrounding her. Resentful groans echoed, making Rion gasp in astonishment and despair. The dark entities relentlessly lunged forward, tightly grabbing her limbs and dragging her down.
In a hairbreadth moment, Rion channeled all her strength to swing a slash of light that tore through the night, struggling to escape the grip of the screaming souls, revealing a deep abyss burning intensely like magma. Rion frozen on the rocky edge, bewilderedly looking down at the sea of fire, where thousands of souls of fallen soldiers were writhing. Mournful screams echoed from the bottom of hell. "Rion, you come down here too. You are the one who killed us. Rion, let's go together." That horrific scene was suddenly interrupted by the image of a peaceful house under a blue sky, but immediately a giant slash of light struck down. In Rion's mind, flashbacks of her former disciples came back full of sorrow. She could not let go of the past, of how she had failed, how her disciples had died, inherently very diverse, from neighbors, friends to lovers, family, and even the common people. She slowly read out each name like a confession. Shirley, Henry, Jack, Laura, Matilda, William, Matthew. The swords planted on the graves began to shake violently, radiating a powerful spiritual aura. Rion continued to call the names of the deceased: Mary, Grace, John, Dave, Jackson, Amy. The swords trembled fiercely, radiating towering flames, officially unlocking the ultimate skill called Mountain Overturning Sword Tree. Standing before a flaming forest of swords as high as a mountain, Rion mused to herself. Just like the name of the technique, it means my karma has accumulated like mountains in iron.
She raised her glowing sword high amidst the sea of fire and boldly declared, "I will perform a sword dance until you are satisfied." Back to reality in the middle of the forest, Han Soo and everyone were panicking around the unconscious Rion, desperate cries for help echoing. "Auntie, please open your eyes." Rion collapsed on the ground, whispering in short, broken breaths, "I couldn't protect." Lee frantically grabbed Han Soo's shirt, crying in despair. "Han Soo, do something quickly, bodybuilding or whatever, save my aunt." Urged by the girl, Han Soo just remained silently in deep thought. Lee continued to shout, "If anything happens to my aunt because of you." At this moment, Block choked up and explained that even before the battle, Master Rion's body had begun to collapse. He believed this was the consequence of forcibly separating a massive source of energy from her body. Lee stood paralyzed, tears rolling down endlessly. Rion lay there, still unable to escape the dark shadow in her mind. She whispered a belated apology to all her fallen disciples. "Everyone, I am sorry. If I hadn't taught you swordsmanship, perhaps you all would have had normal and happy lives." She painfully blamed herself for arriving too late and wondered how much her disciples resented her. Suddenly, Han Soo stepped forward with a calm smile and said, "Rion, it's all thanks to you." He casually explained that, thanks to Rion, he was able to converse with his muscle masses and perform movements better. Lee was completely bewildered. What the hell is he talking about? Han Soo continued his bizarre philosophy, asking if reaching the highest realm meant one could even converse with a sword. While Lee was still confused, crisp calls of "Master" suddenly echoed from the void. A series of brilliantly glowing swords abruptly appeared, enveloping the dark space. Calling out, "Master Rion," the souls of the disciples manifested in a blinding halo, expressing their sincere gratitude to their teacher for showing them a new world and letting them feel the joy of becoming strong. Even though they couldn't become renowned heroes, for them, learning swordsmanship had made this life incredibly fascinating. No, it's not like that. If you hadn't learned swordsmanship, you wouldn't have had to sacrifice like this.
A soul smiled and asked, "Master, do you regret learning swordsmanship?" The disciples uniformly affirmed that they had never regretted it and always felt happy. "Does everyone really not resent me at all?" A radiant soul replied firmly, "Of course, it's time, shall we go together? There are many wonderful sword techniques we want to show you, Master." A warm hand of light reached out towards Rion. She gently reached out to hold it, walking among the circle of her beloved disciples who were vying to show off their talents. Before fading into eternity, Rion looked back at Hanso with the brightest smile and entrusted her final words. "I entrust all the rest to you, Hanso Gun." Thus, all the tormenting obsessions she had were relieved. Before leaving, her soul was very relaxed and gentle. The system announced, "Muscles and mind have achieved unprecedented synchronization. The legendary skill Conditional Absolute Reflex has been officially created." Hanzo stood silently before Rion's passing. He said softly, "Rion, you have worked hard. I have received your will." The disciples standing nearby could not hold back their tears, sobbing, "Sob, sob, Master Rion." A shout rang out, "Everyone, look at this." A tear rolled down the peaceful face of the female general. "She is smiling." Immediately, a new main quest named Rion's Request was activated with a single objective: eliminate an executive of the Oculus organization. In another development, Ben was struggling to carry his injured friend towards the red gate amidst the cliff. He pleaded, "We are almost there, just try to endure a little longer," breathing heavily due to trying to dash away from the enemy, looking for a hiding place. Suddenly, a fatal sword strike pierced through him from behind. The assassin wearing a red cloak clicked his tongue in regret. Yet he didn't die instantly in one strike. Enemy of the family, die. The assassins frantically rushed in to attack relentlessly. Continuous stabs rained down, causing Ben to collapse. Despite being heavily injured, he still tried to protect the friend in his arms. In his final breath, his hand gradually loosened, faintly calling the name, Elise.
A hand reached out in despair as drops of liquid began to fall. Immediately after, a series of test tubes and glass flasks fell, shattering into 1,000 pieces. A giant pillar of light suddenly exploded. From the middle of the light, a giant muscular monster with burning veins appeared menacingly. It threw its head back and let out a resounding roar, towering amidst the ruins. Knowing that an ill omen was occurring not far away, Hansu quietly turned his back. He looked at his teammates and instructed, "You guys stay here and mourn Rion." Hansu's eyes turned toward the erupting energy source, and he affirmed, "That seems to be a matter I have to deal with." Facing the giant dark silhouette in the distance, Hansu began to channel power into his legs and dashed off, tearing through the wind. Looking at the opponent, he silently assessed, "That appearance, it is very similar to when transforming into a muscle monster." Hansu ran madly through the dense forest, heading straight for the fiercely roaring entity. He noticed the opponent's terrifying trade-off, definitely having spared no sacrifice of their own bide. Hansu continued to accelerate, constantly worrying in his mind, if it is not stopped, for sure. Before his eyes was now a desolate, deadly wasteland with dried-up branches. Hansu understood that if this situation continued, in this region, Elena would not be able to survive. He softly asked his companion, "Partner, can we do it?" Suddenly, a bizarre face with a giant glowing red mouth roared with overwhelming pressure. "You are too distracted. Is that how we were taught?" Hansu smirked with full confidence, excitedly rallying his teammates. "It has been a while. Let's chant it loud together." Immediately, he and the muscle army chanted in unison to perform an energetic motivational ritual. Hansu asked loudly, "Can we?" The whole team answered firmly, "We can." He continued to lead, "Will we do it?" and received a unanimous affirmation, "Absolutely." Thus, he communicated with his muscles like a comrade in arms.
Hansu gathered all his strength into a single attack. He loudly declared the technique's name, one-arm dumbbell press. A lightning-fast punch struck down, shattering the ground and creating an earth-shattering explosion. Inside the monster's form, Ben could only widen his eyes in pain as he suffered this terrifying power. The giant monster screamed frantically and swung its arms to attack in desperation. Despite being tiny compared to his opponent, Hansu charged straight into the fray without a hint of fear. He closed the distance and executed the cable pec deck fly exercise, using his giant-like arms to stretch and squeeze the opponent's muscle masses. Immediately after, Hansu continued to deploy the outer thigh technique, using the strength of his legs to push back the grip from the inside, making the monster tremble from the extreme pressure. Ben was shocked to realize the cruel truth. No matter how giant his body was, he still lost to this tiny entity. He roared in absolute terror. Hansu was grabbed by the giant hand, but his face remained incredibly calm, without a slight change in expression.
Hansu continued to tightly flex his rippling muscles and count the rhythm. After a powerful turn, he continued to concentrate force to contract his entire body, creating a thunderous stomp that violently cracked the ground. In the middle of the newly created deep crater, Hansu still calmly muttered, "I have to do at least 8 reps." Ben screamed madly as he passed by, while Hansu showed off his massive back muscles. Standing firm amidst the blinding smoke and dust, the monster rushed forward, creating an earth-shattering explosion right in the middle of the battlefield. Even though the opponent constantly screamed in helplessness, Hansu continued to perform the squat exercise right on the opponent's body, causing the ground to shatter under the weight of 1,000 pounds. Not giving the opponent time to recover, he used his giant hands to squeeze Ben tightly, then continued to deploy the cable pullover technique with a powerful strike. Witnessing this unimaginable strength, Ben could only widen his eyes in shock and amazement. Hansu launched a bench strike, followed by a thunderous press aimed straight at the opponent's face. In the middle of the battle, he gave a slight confident smile, but then suddenly stopped in doubt at a new presence. From the shadows, a giant brown wolf loomed, tightly holding a small creature in its mouth. It faintly warned, "Step aside, Dian." The wolf quietly observed and deduced that among the people here, the strongest one, it could sense the hidden power within Hansu, and directed its gaze toward him.
The question is, why do you work out at the gym? Some people work out to diet, some because they want to live a long and healthy life, or simply to avoid being bullied. For some, it's a way to manage their appearance, or an exercise to become famous, but for the majority of the rest, they work out just because it's fun. However, when that question is directed at Hansu, the atmosphere suddenly becomes heavy. He is frantically training with massive weights, sweat pouring down his bulging muscles. Continuous impacts break out, and the truth is that Hansu is currently in a very bad mood. He is gradually losing his sense of direction and feeling. Observing from a distance, his teammates begin to notice the anomaly. They whisper worriedly. There is something strange about Hansu's movements. It seems like he is sweating more than usual. Immediately, the senior brother shouts in panic. This is bad. Junior sister Lee, hold your position. He starts running for his life, causing Lee to scream in astonishment. Senior brother, where are you going? While running, he explains urgently.
In the battle with the master, Hansu reached his limit. He is just trying to care about our feelings. He affirms that just looking at that abnormal amount of sweat is enough to know. In front of them, Hansu's back is drenched in sweat. Lee still doesn't understand what's going on. She yells, "What's wrong with sweating? It's unavoidable to sweat a little bit when working out. Everyone knows that." He explains that muscles are originally made up of blood, or in other words, water. Muscle fibers need water to maintain strength, but if the water that is supposed to nourish the muscles is escaping through the skin like that, then it is truly a disaster for a gymmer like Hansu. A severe decline in mobility and concentration is hitting Hansu. His body feels as weak as someone suffering from a dehydrating fever. He is straining to resist under suffocating pressure, while sweat pours down profusely. Hansu quickly turns around, gritting his teeth to fight against the strength of the bloodthirsty creature. He begins to flex, showing off muscle groups from the flexor carpi ulnaris, intercostal muscles, rectus abdominis, to the infraspinatus and rhomboid major, radiating a sparkling aura. In the distance, a giant creature looms forward, accompanied by a threatening growl that makes the ground shake.
Hansu stood with his head bowed, the darkness covering his pressure-filled face. He muttered, "I'm in such a bad mood." Amidst the earth-shattering explosions and chaotic energy currents, he gloomily repeated, "My mood is really bad." Witnessing that scene, Block hurriedly rushed over, using his power to defend, and shouted loudly, "Hansunim, please rest, let me hold them off for you." Hansu still maintained a tense expression, sweating profusely, as he repeated in frustration, "I'm in such a bad mood." Block was startled and anxiously asked, "Could it be that this isn't the resting time between sets?" Hansu roared decisively, "It's not about that, seeing the boss still burning with killing intent in the middle of the battlefield." Block asked back in confusion, "Then why do you feel bad?" Hansu quietly looked down and suddenly asked a serious question. "Block, what do you work out at the gym for?" Block did not hesitate to reply, "Of course, it's to become stronger." Right after hurriedly answering Hansu, he suddenly thought of something and immediately changed his mind. He pondered with a thoughtful expression, "No, my goal has changed lately." His eyes burned with determination as he looked towards the blinding halo. "To surpass my own limits, I want to push or pull the heaviest weight possible." Block showed off his sparkling muscle masses with full confidence and a radiant smile. Hearing the exact answer he wanted, Hansu unexpectedly burst into the brightest smile ever, his face flushing and glowing with happiness. Hansu suddenly turned to Block and shouted loudly, "That's exactly it! The reason I'm frustrated!" Before his junior's bewilderment, he began to reflect on the fact that there are many different sports in this world. From taekwondo, swimming, kickboxing, to ice skating, all have one thing in common that weightlifting completely lacks, which is a competitor. Looking at the two shadows facing each other, Hansu suddenly recalled what he had experienced during the battle with Rayon. Collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, he muttered, asking if that opponent was fixed or not. Hansu shakily leaned his hands on the ground, wondering how much stronger the enemy he had just clashed with today would become by tomorrow. What do we use to fight against them now?
Hansu roared loudly, "We gym-goers always." He put all his strength into his bulging muscles and boldly declared, "We must conquer ourselves, the one who has become stronger than yesterday." Hansu's face became extremely serious. He affirmed, "Bodybuilding is not a sport to defeat anyone." He braced himself to perform heavy exercises under tremendous pressure and declared that the true purpose is to hone oneself, training both body and mind. Hansu pushed hard. He considered this training nothing short of a high-level meditation. Seeing his boss too immersed in philosophy, a sweating Block hurriedly reminded, "But right now you have to defeat them so you can comfortably train, right?" Hansu was startled to realize the truth. "That's right, isn't it?" Block added to encourage his spirit. "By doing so, we will also have new training equipment." Hearing this, Hansu cheered excitedly. "That's the best!" For him, there is nothing better than having more equipment while training. He immediately rushed forward with wind-breaking speed, unleashing the technique, low weight, high reps. Amidst the chaotic battle, Hansu screamed with excitement, while Ben was also flexing and roaring to release his power. A giant black wolf suddenly rushed to attack, but was immediately grabbed by the neck by a muscle warrior, choking it. He looked straight at the ferocious beast with sharp eyes and boldly declared, "Your opponent is me." Hansu considered this battle like the day new equipment arrived at the gym. Hansu smiled brightly, showed off his bulging muscles, and shouted loudly, "On a day with such a good mood!" Hansu delivered a 1,000-pound blow that sent the opponent flying into the air in helplessness.
Hansu quickly landed firmly amidst the blinding dust and smoke. The black wolf growled, its whole body trembling in madness at being treated as a new toy by him. The muscular guy wrestling with it gasped in astonishment. Why is the serratus anterior muscle so strong? Suddenly his grip slipped, causing the beast to break free and charge straight at Hansu with an ear-piercing roar. Hansu calmly raised his hand to block the wolf's pounce and commanded, "Hold on, wait a minute and look at your master." He explained that a drastic bodily change that cannot be adapted to will lead to a disastrous outcome. The overly intense physical transformation made it completely impossible for Ben to adapt. These extreme physical changes caused his heart to beat wildly as if it wanted to explode from his chest. Ben panicked, his eyes widening in agony, then suddenly hunched over and violently vomited streams of dark black liquid. Meanwhile, a small dog with glowing eyes was running frantically through the forest. It tilted its head back and let out echoing howls, trying to run as fast as possible forward with determination. Back at the village, a man named Han was walking silently, ignoring the voices calling after him, asking where he was going.
Choking back tears, Han told the commander that he, like many of his comrades, had lost both his wife and child in the devastating zombie apocalypse. His face was drenched in tears, and his tightly clenched hands trembled with regret and the cowardice that had long kept him from facing the truth. Unable to hold it in any longer, Han threw his head back and wailed miserably, calling out the names of his wife and his daughter Belle in utter despair for failing to protect his most beloved ones. Suddenly, the cries of "Father" and "Honey" pierced through the glooming atmosphere, leaving Han stunned in amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his wife and daughter running toward him in the flesh. Han hurriedly embraced his little child, tears of happiness falling endlessly after so many days of separation. Bewildered, he asked how they had managed to escape and why they were appearing in this place. Little Belle smiled brightly and revealed that it was a small dog that had miraculously helped them escape. Han asked in bewilderment, "A dog?" The little girl nodded in confirmation. "Yes, at that time I was running away with Mom." She joyfully recounted their narrow escape to her father. The image of the village engulfed in a sea of fire came rushing back as the mother and daughter helped each other flee amidst the ruins. However, disaster struck when they suddenly tripped and fell, coming face to face with imminent danger. The painful fall left them lying flat on the ground, just as the dark shadows of the zombies were surrounding them. The little girl could only widen her eyes in terror as death drew near. Right at that moment, a brilliant blue energy vortex suddenly appeared in the night sky, causing the monsters to halt. Witnessing the strange sight, the little girl cheered with hope. "Mom, it looks like that dog wants to help us." A massive creature with shaggy brown fur loomed large, standing in the way of the zombies. Thanks to that timely intervention, the mother and daughter miraculously escaped the disastrous scene. They hid in the dark and finally found a secret cave. This place was a shelter for many people in the same predicament. According to the accounts of those staying there, that dog was very gentle and always showed delight when being petted by people. It had helped countless villagers escape death and find a hiding place for them. However, after every such occasion, it would quietly leave for some unknown place.
Looking at the figure of the lonely dog sitting on top of the hill, facing the blue vortex, everyone could feel a deep sadness in its eyes. Back to reality, little girl Belle hugged her father's neck tightly and excitedly suggested, "Dad, let's adopt it." Faced with his daughter's enthusiasm, Han could only stammer in confusion. Han looked at his daughter Belle and pondered. Although he was very grateful to the creature that saved his child's life, he was still worried whether it already had an owner or not. On the other side, the man in the form of a monster was falling to his knees, continuously sustaining severe injuries and coughing up blood. The little dog stood by his side, its eyes showing clear worry, and let out painful whimpers at the tragic situation of its friend. In his faint breath, the man called Elise's name as a final dying wish entrusted to her, before completely collapsing to the ground amidst the blinding dust and smoke. Immediately, the little dog suddenly erupted with a blazing red energy surrounding its bod, and a giant energy tornado unexpectedly surged. The little guy was determined to protect Ben, even if it was just his corpse. The battle temporarily came to an end. Hansu wiped his sweat and ordered Block to finish the training session here. He looked down at his muscle masses and softly said words of gratitude because they had to struggle and fight throughout the recent time. Hansu urged Block to quickly get ready for bed so the body would have the best time to recover. The quiet night fell, enveloping the space, and Hansu let out a long, exhausted yawn after a long, stressful day. Just waking up, Hansu saw Lena already waiting on a rock. After an awkward greeting in the middle of the night, she immediately demanded Hansu to follow her because a serious incident had occurred while he was sleeping. When Hansu asked about gathering materials, Lena, with a very serious face, affirmed that there was currently another issue much more important than that.
Hansu asked blankly, "What is this?" Lena took him in front of a dungeon and pointed at the brightly shining object. "Look at this. This is the dungeon core." Hansu still kept a naive expression. He was curious. "A dungeon core? Is it a type of hack squat?" Hansu laughed heartily, flexing his muscles and affirming lower body exercises are indeed extremely important. He was glad that he had another exercise equipment. Lena immediately snapped. That's not it. Looking at Hansu's burly physique, she asked suspiciously, Hansu, your race is definitely the demon race, right? Hansu radiated a sparkling aura, firmly correcting, no, I am a human, a bodybuilder. Lena muttered suspiciously about this unheard-of race, but she also clicked her tongue, thinking that since he didn't care about wealth, it didn't matter. Lena stood on a tree stump and ordered, now we will begin an important report. Listen carefully. Lena recounted that after the battle ended, she walked around and felt the surging biological energy. She quickly gathered the nearby spirits to collect that energy together. As a result, Lena successfully rebuilt the dungeon core, helping Hansu to own his own territory without expending any effort. Lena excitedly pointed and asked, Hansu, don't you want a territory of your own? Hansu muttered, repeating, my own territory? Memories of the modern world suddenly flooded back into his mind. It was a pouring rainy day. Hansu stood in front of the gym door with a dazed expression. The notice board pasted on the door clearly stated, Notice, our gym will be closed for the holidays from September 28th to September 30th. Hansu stood silently in the rain, his body drenched, with a face full of regret.
He thought to himself that if he owned a gym, he would definitely be able to work out even during the holidays. An equation immediately popped into Hansu's mind. A private territory meant a gym. He excitedly cheered, Gym! Lena hurriedly corrected, no, it's a dungeon. Hansu smiled triumphantly, excitedly yelling, that's right, gym! Oh no, dungeon! To him, those two names were just labels. What mattered was that he had his own space now. Hansu's eyes burned with the fire of determination as he boldly declared his new goal, my very own dungeon gym. In front of the dungeon entrance, the Doberman dog tilted its head back and let out a resounding howl that pierced the night. Hansu began to conduct etiquette education for the puppy along with the muscle army. Lena reassured Lai that the enemy had lost their reason and will to attack, making her wonder, lost their will? Lena calmly crunched on ice while preparing to explain the whole story. In the dark basement, Elise weakly instructed the man beside her about the medicine on the other side. A syringe containing a pink liquid appeared in the quiet space. In the laboratory, Ben was diligently concocting a special liquid that emitted a mysterious purple energy. Suddenly, a hamster with a muscular body appeared and flexed its muscles to strike a powerful pose. Ben cheered in excitement. All right, it's a success. After that, he quickly left to everyone's astonishment. Gudo witnessed the scene before him in utter shock. He hiccuped continuously, his mouth agape in amazement as he called Elise's name in sheer astonishment. Elise and the Doberman walked to the middle of the field. She frowned when she smelled the strong stench of alcohol coming from Gudo. In his drunken stupor, Gudo yelled out in resentment, No way, you liked me too, we used to be so good, we used to be so happy. Not letting him finish his sentence, Ben threw a devastating punch that brought Gudo to his knees, coldly replying, What happiness? He grabbed his collar, shouting and demanding that Gudo stop acting wildly under the influence of alcohol and sober up to talk.
Ben boldly affirmed that only by being sober and courageous could one obtain love the way he was doing. Gudo could only stutter in bewilderment. I will remember. Seeing that the other party had understood, Ben smiled and turned to walk away, not forgetting to remind Gudo to always be his brave friend and apologizing for the punch earlier. Gudo sat slumped on the ground, looking at his back and telling himself to try his best. He secretly felt relieved that the person Elise liked was actually Ben. Gudo and Ben held hands tightly, swearing a strong friendship amidst the burning fire. However, that emotional moment did not last long before disaster struck. Due to the drought, the commoners held torches and farming tools to surround the castle, screaming and demanding the Lord to make rain to save the crops. Facing the anger of the crowd, Gudo's father coldly declared that thanks to his son's report, he knew there was a witch in the country to use as a scapegoat. Gudo was no longer a coward at this time. He decisively stopped his father's hand and shouted, "Stop it!" His face clearly showed indignation when questioning why his father dragged the person his son loved into dirty political schemes.
Gudo pointed his finger straight at his father's face, loudly declaring that correcting his parents' mistakes was his duty as a son. He immediately called out the names of Ben and Elise, his loyal comrades who always stood by his side. Witnessing this strong resistance, the old lord could only grit his teeth in resentment because his plan was ruined. Gudo, along with Ben and Elise, was determined to charge forward. He loudly affirmed that from this moment on, he would personally rectify the country father. They had united and they had succeeded. Under the pouring rain in front of the city gates, the people panicked and shouted, "It's raining! It's raining!" Amidst the chaos, someone anxiously asked, "What should we do?" A helpless answer rang out, "What else can we do? We have to go back." Suddenly, from within that setting, the crying sound of a newborn baby echoed, "Wah! Wah!" In a warm room, Ben looked at his little child and wondered, who does this boy take after to have such a loud voice? Elise smiled and replied, "I don't think he takes after me."
Time passed, and the child grew up amidst crisp laughter with the loyal dog Bedaman. And then the big day arrived. Ben quietly observed his daughter's wedding from behind with overwhelming emotions. Witnessing the moment Sophie walked down the aisle, Ben couldn't hold back his tears and cried out, "Sophie, you must be happy." Elise beside him gently reminded, "Stop crying, it's such a beautiful day." When the ceremony ended, Ben sorrowfully confessed, "Now that Sophie is married, how are we going to live with such boredom?" Elise playfully winked and replied, "Then we'll just live intimately with each other like when we were newlyweds." The two affectionately called out each other's names and exchanged a passionate kiss. Did they forget that they were in a public place? However, Gudo suddenly intervened with a tired face and shouted loudly, "In-laws, please hold back a bit. This is the kids' wedding." Immediately, Guido's wife rushed over, grabbed her husband's hair, and shouted, "Honey, you still haven't forgotten your first love?" Guido panicked and tried to explain, while Ben stood behind him, smiling smugly. "No, it's not what you think." Cherry blossoms continued to fall gently amidst the bustling scene. Amidst the vast starry space, Ben whispered his feelings. "Looking at the stars you created, I am reminded of the first time I learned that secret." Elise softly replied, "I remember too." Elise said bitterly, "You shouldn't have come near, it must have hurt a lot." But to Ben, physical pain meant nothing. "Don't you know that losing the one you love is the greatest pain? Compared to losing you, I would rather die." Elise pleaded, "Can you always stay by my side, Ben?" The couple's love was always so happy. The space suddenly brightened, taking them back to their radiant youth in a field of white flowers. Ben firmly affirmed, "Of course, even if death parts us, I will definitely find my way to you." Elise smiled happily. "I knew you would say that. I love you, Ben." They held hands tightly amidst the blinding halo. Ben vowed, "If I lived for you in this life, I will only live for you in the next." The two called out each other's names in boundless happiness and shared a passionate embrace in the endless void. The final words of love echoed deeply. However, the cruel reality appeared right after. In the middle of the cold wasteland, two bodies lay motionless next to each other. Ben and Elise were no longer breathing, concluding a love story full of tragedy and tears.
Hansu and the muscle army were rhythmically carrying out their rock-carrying exercise through the dungeon. While the others were bracing themselves against the heavy weight, Hansu seemed extremely excited, walking with a highly energetic smile. Noticing a member behind him showing signs of exhaustion with a hunched back, Hansu immediately approached to correct his posture. He placed his hand on the man's stomach and ordered, "Tighten your core." Hansu then pushed firmly against his lower back and shouted, "Straighten your back." Under his strict urging, the soldier gritted his teeth, gathered all his strength to lift the giant rock over his head and yelled, "Increase the weight." The entire army continued their journey in excitement, their shiny muscles glistening under the light. Hansu smiled contentedly, his face flushed with happiness witnessing the members' efforts. Right at this moment, the gym dungeon officially welcomed new guests. A legion carrying sharp swords swaggered in and shouted in unison, "Source side chest." They were the bodybuilding swordsman army, who had come here immediately upon hearing the news of the gym dungeon's establishment. The spirit Lena stood watching at the front as the little creatures continuously clapped and cheered to welcome the newly joined members. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, the toadman Capep was casually tilting a wine bottle upside down, drinking it all in one gulp. Whenever he had the chance, he would pull out wine to drink, truly a drunkard. He slightly adjusted his monocle and boldly declared, "I heard a new dungeon is being established here." Capep affirms that his Red Hat Legion also wants to participate and become a part of this dungeon. He raised the wine bottle high, enthusiastically calling out, "First, let's have a glass of wine to celebrate." Capep laughed triumphantly, without knowing that a giant dark shadow was looming right behind him. Hansu appeared with a dark, murderous face, causing the Toadman to freeze with a series of question marks popping up in horror. "Just kidding," he explained that the stuff in the bottle was actually just barley tea. Capep tremblingly brought out a leather-bound chest and hastily justified, "I didn't mean for you to just take it for free. Our research team just found a new type of material, so we brought it here as a gift."
The system immediately displayed a confirmation message. That substance was exactly probiotics. Hansu curiously opened the chest, and a blinding light radiated out, making him exclaim in astonishment. When taken into the body in a sufficient amount, these probiotics will bring wonderful effects to humans. These are live bacteria that help improve gut health and strongly boost the immune system. In particular, they are also used to restore the immune system that has been weakened after hours of high-intensity weightlifting. This is on par with Probi, containing billions of probiotics. Hansu and Toad both smiled broadly with excitement, calling each other's names intimately. Toad smirked proudly, calculating in his mind, "Excellent. At this rate, I will immediately climb to the number 2 position." Suddenly, Hansu rushed forward, tightly hugged Toad, and cheered, "Oh, cute little Toad, welcome to the group." The sound of bones cracking rang out, making Toad endure the pain and tell himself, "If I knew this, I wouldn't have come here in the first place." In another area, a round stone block rolled tumbling on the grass. The spirit Lena led the caravan of cargo-carrying golems looming in and asked Hansu,
Is the cleanup progressing well? I brought the weight plates here. The muscle army hurriedly carried the heavy weight plates and urged each other. Weight plates first, bring them inside, hurry up. Han Soo suddenly stopped them, raised a weight plate high, and loudly declared, "Wait, just carrying them like that is too boring. Let me show you guys the standard way to move the weight plates." He excitedly introduced a technique called bus driver handling. Amidst the helpless screams of Gudo, "Please, just move them normally, relying on your strength to bully others." Gudo thought he was bullying people too much. Han Soo began to demonstrate the first step. First, keep your back straight and spread your legs shoulder-width apart. Moving to the second step, he fully extended his arms and raised the weight plate to eye level. In the third step, Han Soo instructed to rotate the raised weight plate once to the right and then once to the left, as if steering a wheel. He smiled and concluded, "Just like this. After stimulating the front and middle shoulder muscles, pass it to the person behind you."
While Han Soo and the muscle army were busy spinning the giant stone weights, the spirit king behemoth, in the form of a black cat, suddenly appeared and spoke. "Han Soo-gun, sorry for interrupting your training, but there is an important matter here, Yang." Han Soo asked in confusion, "What is it?" Behemoth explained with a serious face that maintaining the dungeon consumes a lot of energy, and if this energy source runs out, the dungeon will completely disappear. This means that the training equipment he worked so hard to create will no longer be fully usable. Hearing this, Han Soo was completely shocked. "So what should we do? Is there no solution?" Behemoth's eyes turned sharp and cold. He gave a mysterious instruction. "Fill up the life energy of living creatures, Nyang." The Spirit King stood in the middle of a hauntingly glowing red space, coldly revealing that the most effective way to collect energy is through the deaths of living beings in the territory. Han Soo's limbs went weak. He whispered in horror, "Life? Death? Getting energy from that is something he has heard for the first time."
Right at this moment, the brain muscles of Han Soo began to contract and expand at extremely high speed to find a way out. A fresh stream of thought erupted in his mind. If death means the destruction of cells, then high-intensity training is inherently a process of continuously destroying muscle cells. This means that when the whole team trains together, the dungeon energy will automatically be filled. Han Soo woke up to the realization that if they used training energy as a substitute, no one would have to die. Immediately, he boldly announced a new rule for the entire army. "It's decided. From now on, every time you go to the restroom, you have to do 100 pull-ups." While Han Soo was burning with enthusiasm, the muscle army behind him turned pale with terror. Witnessing this bizarre order, Behemoth could only click its tongue in disgust. Who would like that, Nyang? However, completely contrary to its prediction, the muscle army simultaneously raised their hands and cheered with extremely happy faces. Behemoth was left speechless, looking at the extremely excited muscular people, and muttered, "These lunatics, Nyang." Standing observing from a bush far away, a soldier hesitated, intending to remind about reporting the situation of the senior bodybuilders, but Gudo quickly stopped him. Seeing the radiant smile of the leader, Gudo thought to himself, "Seeing Lord Han Soo so happy, I don't have the heart to say it. It's better to try and prolong Han Soo's joy." Suddenly, a group of people appeared and greeted them. "Long time no see." Block was shocked to realize that these people were his senior bodybuilders. Looking at their skinny bodies with bare ribs, he exclaimed bitterly, "Seniors, what happened to those pathetic bodies?" A senior placed a hand on Block's shoulder and sighed softly. "In the short time that just passed, a lot of things have happened." "Is this really Lord Gulo?" Gulo, with gloomy eyes, recounted that after seeing a messenger, they imprisoned them and then disappeared. For many days, chained tightly to stone pillars in a dark cave, they were completely unable to move. While hopelessly waiting for death, because they were not supplied with energy, their bodies were forced to burn their internal energy reserves to sustain life. As a result, the excess fat and even the bulging muscle masses of the bodybuilders completely disappeared along with that process. They now look like starving people. The once muscular warriors were now just ordinary ghouls. One person rubbed his flat stomach and said sadly, "There was a time when I was too obsessed with muscle mass, but now I don't even understand why I used to be like that." Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, the dungeon's mascot suddenly spoke up to urge them. "Everyone, don't be pessimistic anymore. Let's head to the center of the dungeon." It smiled brightly and boldly announced that it would officially proceed with the dungeonization process immediately.
Standing before the large crowd of kingdom citizens and the Toadman tribe, Han Soo pondered over the times in the past when he only knew how to live for himself, but now he realized he truly loved this bodybuilding culture and hoped more and more people would share that passion. Han Soo placed his hand on the glowing magic crystal ball and earnestly pleaded, "I ask everyone here, please help all creatures in this world, regardless of race, gain access to the gym." Responding to his heartfelt call, Gudo, Lai, and the entire legion all unanimously placed their hands on the crystal ball, ready for a new era. Han Soo flashed his brightest smile ever amidst the dazzling halo, raised his hands high, and boldly declared, "Gym Dungeon." A massive beam of light erupted from the crystal ball, marking the official beginning of a glorious journey. In the dense forest, a group of people calling themselves Kingdom Adventurers were cautiously advancing step by step. They thought it was a treasure hunt, but unexpectedly it felt like an early week fitness test. Just as they set foot in front of an ancient stone structure, one member confirmed, "We're here." Looking at the dark entrance, another hesitantly asked, "Is this the Hell Dungeon?" Above the entrance, the word gym mysteriously appeared. A female adventurer anxiously wondered, "Just how dangerous is it to be called a Hell Dungeon?" Her teammate replied with a serious face. Rumor has it that it was created by a demon king from another world. Despite the fear, the party leader boldly reassured them, "It's fine, our party is very strong, I will lead the way." Just as he drew his sword and was about to charge in, a giant muscular arm suddenly appeared, delivering a thunderous impact that sent him flying. The whole group screamed in terror, "Luke!" From the dust and smoke, a white-haired man with a bulging muscular body rushed out in a panic. Seeing the fallen victim, he awkwardly apologized. Sorry, I didn't know anyone was here. Are you okay?"
Outraged by the sudden action, an adventurer drew his sword, pointed it straight at the opponent's face and shouted, "Do you want to fight?" The atmosphere was as tense as a bowstring, missing only the ping sound signaling an upcoming combat update. Meanwhile, the rest hurried over to support their teammate. "Block, are you okay?" The muscular man waved his hand to clarify. No, I already said I didn't know." He looked straight at the group of adventurers and gave sincere advice, "But it's best for you to turn back. This place is not for ordinary adventurers like you to challenge." The man slowly turned his back to walk away, affirming that only true warriors could challenge this place. Looking at that giant back, the sword-wielding adventurer could only stand frozen in doubt. Suddenly, the man stopped and let out a resounding roar. 480! His face contorted, gritting his teeth to endure the massive weight under terrifying pressure. Witnessing the shocking scene, an adventurer exclaimed in horror, "A mimic monster?" However, his teammate immediately corrected him in bewilderment. "No, that's just an iron block." The muscular man, with glowing red eyes radiating a fierce killing intent, frantically performed powerful squats, causing the ground to shake violently with his every movement.
He was performing the squat exercise with immense weight under the pressure of 1,000 caddies. The system immediately displayed a notification that Gudo had broken the 1-rep max squat record. However, to possess the Wonder Armor, he still had to conquer another 560 kilograms. Right after that, a passage leading to the free weight room officially opened. Gudo stood towering before the gate of light. Beneath his feet were giant weight blocks radiating powerful energy. He sighed in satisfaction. This was the paradise of warriors, where all races were united by muscles. Welcome to the Jin Dungeon, where the continuous sound of footsteps and colliding weights echoed to create an exhilarating piece of music. This place didn't sound much like a dungeon, but rather a global-scale muscle-building festival. Amidst the bustling atmosphere of all kinds of monsters passionately training, at the reception desk, the radiant blue-haired girl Jandif greeted, "Hello, I am Jandif, the manager of the Gym Dungeon." She smiled friendly and curiously asked the new guests, "What brought you guys here?" 3 adventurers from the Mountain Kingdom said they came here after seeing the association's bounty notice.
The team leader clenched his fists, loudly declaring with full determination, "No one has conquered this place yet. We will definitely subdue it to become famous adventurers." Jandif started the paperwork and asked if they had an acquaintance's referral or had ever used a gym before. Looking at the bewildered faces of the adventurers, she quickly turned and called, "Ah, Sir Gulo has arrived. Please advise these people." Gulo loomed closer with an authoritative appearance in his decisive steps. Gulo adjusted his monocle and sparkling gold chain, politely introducing, "Hello, I am Trainer Gulo." His appearance was like an aristocratic butler, but his aura was more like a gym final boss than a tour guide. He took out a photo showing off his bulging muscle masses, making the adventurers exclaim in shock. "Isn't this Galat? Impossible!" Gulo waved his hand, inviting enthusiastically, "I will take you on a tour inside the dungeon. Will you follow me?" An adventurer suddenly stopped, stared at the photo in his hand, and muttered, "Wait a minute." The adventurer pointed his sword straight at the gray monster and roared, "I cannot trust a monster that only knows how to lie." The atmosphere was as tense as a resistance band pulled past its limit, just waiting to snap for a big problem to happen. Faced with the hostile attitude, the monster began to show discomfort. He silently activated the heavy blank skill 12 times, making his hand glow with purple magic. 1,000-pound pressure suddenly crashed down, crashing the adventurer's resistance, making him only have time to exclaim in horror, "What is this pressure?" Seeing their teammate in danger, 2 other adventurers rushed forward and shouted, "So you finally revealed your true form. Dispel the magic immediately, you monster!" Gulo only sighed softly in boredom and then strolled away to everyone's astonishment. He headed straight for the barbell lying still on the ground.
The Guardian's hand tightly grasped the barbell, executing a powerful 120-kilogram one-arm deadlift. Witnessing that extraordinary strength, the adventurers could only exclaim in shock. "Unbelievable! That is truly the strength of a monster!" At this moment, a brown-haired young man training nearby sneered.
"What is that, Gulo? I thought it was something special, but I can lift that weight too." In response to the provocation, Gulo immediately performed a 120-kilogram one-arm front raise, keeping his arms straight and lifting the heavy weight up in front of his face effortlessly. Terrified by the display of strength, two adventurers hurriedly discussed with each other, "Should we move to another dungeon? Good idea. This isn't the only place." While the others were still diligently training to the counting rhythm, 1, 2, Gulo suddenly spoke up to block their path. "Hold on a minute." He glared at his opponents with a mocking expression. "Actually, you guys are feeling jealous, aren't you?" Gulo added a fatal strike, "because you have never possessed such a muscular body like this." Then he quietly looked at the crumpled registration paper on the floor. A young man standing trembling, sweating profusely, asked himself bitterly, "Am I someone to be jealous of?" In the distance, a group of adventurers who had just completed their mission excitedly invited each other to celebrate. Everyone worked hard. How about going for a round of beer and barbecue later? The response was an excited agreement. "Sounds good." In the middle of the crowd, a purple-haired girl quietly declined. "I'll pass. I don't have money." Her accompanying friend asked in surprise, "You always say you don't have money. Are you in debt or something?" The girl calmly explained that she was saving up for her wedding, and even though she didn't have a boyfriend yet, it was better to prepare in advance. Hearing this, the young man walking beside her blushed shyly and asked about her ideal type, and the girl replied without hesitation, "A warrior."
The young man thought to himself, wasn't he the warrior? His face flushed red with joy. However, the girl added a harsh standard. "I prefer warriors with bulging muscles." These words struck him like a bolt of lightning, causing the young man to collapse completely, crying bitterly in despair. The girl panicked and yelled, "Why are you suddenly like this? Get up quickly." Right at that moment, the giant placed his hand on the crying young man's head and said in a deep voice, "Hey, just cry out loud, so that later on, when you are no longer a skinny guy, you can smile with confidence." The young man looked up with hopeful eyes and asked, "Master, can I really change too?" The giant gave a bright, encouraging smile. "Of course. Then let's start by signing up for PT right away." In a lush green valley, an eagle was spreading its wings, flying high in the sky. This peaceful scenery gave absolutely no warning that this place was actually a high-end outdoor functional training ground. Down on the ground, a bizarre training scene was taking place. Toad monsters with bulging muscular bodies were straining to pull heavy ropes amid thudding sounds. This was the exercise called seated toad row, rowing with toads. Hansu sat imposingly on the pulled cart, using his arm strength to control the toad rider squad that was training vigorously. Hansu excitedly counted the rhythm. 8, 9. Suddenly, the eagle's cry from above caught his attention. Hansu looked up and gave an excited smile. Right after that, a fragrant bird hot pot was boiling vigorously on a red-hot stove, emitting thick smoke deep in the forest. Hansu calmly enjoyed the delicious meal while resting.
He ate while intently reading the letter brought by the eagle. The content of the letter read, "Sir Hansu, this is Guido. I have found the location of Oculus. They appeared in the northeast of the Roman kingdom exactly as Gulo described. But please be careful. The Roman kingdom is at war, so it will be very dangerous. P.S. Please do not eat this eagle. Training it was very hard. Lord Guido." Reading this, Hansu froze with a face full of guilt as he looked at the piece of meat in his hand. He clicked his tongue and told himself, "Whatever, let's do one more set and then set off." 3 hours before setting off, at the reception desk of the gym dungeon, everything was still going quite peacefully. No one expected that a chicken breast crisis could open up a dungeon legend later on. Gulo pointed at a plate and asked, "Do you guys see the chicken breast here?" While everyone nodded in confirmation, he suddenly revealed, "But one of the two is a cake." Gulo cut a piece of chicken breast, revealing the chocolate layer inside, and cheered, "Ta-da!" making everyone gasp in amazement. He excitedly continued the game. "So which one is the cake this time?" Right at that moment, Hansu rushed in and shouted loudly, "Where's the chicken breast again?" He quickly grabbed a piece on the plate with a face full of excitement. Hansu opened his mouth wide, intending to enjoy it. Hansu started chewing loudly, while the brown-haired man next to him also asked in bewilderment and doubt, "Chicken breast?" It was actually a sweet cake. Right when Hansu held the remaining half of the cake in his hand, a terrifying burst of energy suddenly erupted, making his whole body shake violently like being electrocuted. Hansu widened his eyes, his face distorted from shock. He whispered in extreme bewilderment as his body kept trembling from the overwhelmingly strong stimulation of the sweetness. Have you ever participated in a bodybuilding competition or taken a body profile photo shoot? To prepare for a brief moment of shining on stage, athletes must adhere to an extremely strict diet. A muscular man stands under the stage lights, quietly looking at a plate of food containing only cucumber and a few small tomatoes. After many grueling months of being tamed by such bland flavors, the tongue becomes incredibly sensitive. Just the slightest stimulation can cause a powerful explosion, akin to pain. The moment they taste a piece of cake, the entire senses of the gym-goer will immediately be severely shocked.
After 17 grueling years of adhering to a strict diet, Hansu's brain experiences an extreme stimulation called sugar for the first time. If there were a nutritional shock ranking, this moment would undoubtedly climb straight to the top 1 without any advertisement. His nervous system feels like it's being electrocuted. His blood vessels bulge and tremble violently against this massive shock. Immediately, Hansu completely loses control, plunging into the sweet feast madly with glowing eyes. He fills his mouth with all kinds of cakes, strawberries, and sweet candies in a state of ultimate euphoria. The convoy pulled by the Toad Rider team continues its journey through the dense forest. No one expected the survival adventure trip to turn into an unlimited free food tour. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, the members of the Muscle Army also begin to join the feast. Hansu laughs heartily, holding a piece of fried chicken in his hand, with a slice of pizza still dangling on his chest in complete indulgence. Witnessing the sight of their fallen leader, a worried teammate remarks, "I don't think he should do that." Another warrior approaches, offering a piece of white meat and advises, "Hansu-nim, instead of these degenerate foods, you should eat toad chicken breast."
Immediately, Hansu's eyes turned completely white, filled with murderous intent. The powerful kick sent the victim flying far away, causing him to be severely injured and cry out in pain. Hansu stood there imposingly, with a terrifyingly cold expression, roaring a warning. "Do you dare to touch my food?" The space suddenly fell into a suffocating silence. To punish this interference, Hansu forced the entire army to strain themselves, carrying the giant toads on their shoulders, and continue training in exhaustion. Seeing this, Gudo approached, held up a crispy golden piece of fried food, and offered, "Hansu-nim, open your mouth." Hansu calmly opened his mouth to receive the delicious bite. Gudo coaxed, "You don't need to frown. There are so many delicious foods in this world." While Hansu was busy munching, 2 muscular warriors were struggling to support their injured comrade away from the scene. When asked about his condition, the victim faintly replied, "I don't think my bones are broken yet, but—" Their eyes all focused on their leader with extreme worry. Compared to that, I think Hansu-nim is the one who isn't okay at all. Hansu was now completely immersed in the pile of pastries and greasy food, ignoring all the strict training rules from before. "Hansu-nim, don't you normally walk using the lunge movement?" The question sounded simple but seemed to unintentionally awaken a concept that had been sealed in his training memories. Hansu, currently engrossed in eating, asked back blankly, "Lunge?" His chest suddenly beat wildly. Hansu held 2 sausages, his eyes shining with excitement, and exclaimed, "Eating is even more fun than doing lunges." The minion laughed loudly, pointing at his own fat belly and agreeing, "That's right, that's right. The Roman kingdom ahead is very cold, so fat is an absolute must-have." Hansu fell into a daze, muttering, "Fat, body fat," as if a strictly operating system had just been overwritten by the truth of eating. He frantically grabbed a bunch of sweet pastries and stuffed his mouth full. While chewing noisily, Hansu yelled in sheer joy, "Fat is the best!" He was completely immersed in happiness. "I love eating so much." The scene suddenly shifted to a vast white snowy area with howling winds. Amidst the blinding snow forest, a small figure in a heavily bundled outfit was struggling to walk with a bundle of firewood on their back and a torch in their hand. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, causing the torch to go out. The person muttered worriedly to themselves, "It's still quite a long way to the village." Trembling all over from the freezing cold, they softly exclaimed, "Cold, it's so cold." Suddenly, a plume of white smoke rising from the distance caught their attention. Steam? An ice house appeared in the middle of the snowy sky, with thick smoke billowing from the chimney. "With the cold outside like this, it's an ice house. I wonder if I can go inside to warm my hands a little bit." The person slowly approached and softly called out, "Excuse me for bothering you." Looking inside, this person was amazed to see thick steam radiating out and wondered why there was so much of it. The guest's face distorted in horror at the scene unfolding inside. Inside the hazy space of the steam, the Muscle Army was diligently performing high-intensity exercises. The air was so hot that the snow outside was probably thinking about leaving early. Amidst the heavy panting and the heavy thuds of dropping weights, they loudly counted each rep. 1, 2. One member grumbled in annoyance upon realizing that the ice dumbbell in his hand was continuing to melt under the heat. In that suffocatingly hot atmosphere, the warriors were still frantically training, while Hansu calmly soaked and relaxed in the hot tub right next to them. Standing amidst the high-pressure scene, a small stranger hiding behind a cloak was trembling, quietly swallowing his saliva in extreme fear. The presence of the outsider was quickly discovered, as 2 towering, muscular warriors approached with a look full of suspicion. One guy lightly snorted and asked, "Where does the smell of low-level guys come from around here?" The other also started sniffing and then confirmed with disdain, "That's right, this is clearly the smell of a newbie going to the gym." Immediately, all 3 warriors turned their heads at once. "I must have come to the wrong place. Please let me out."
However, the only escape route was blocked by massive blocks of muscle. A towering warrior stepped forward and declared, "You can come in as you please, but leaving is a different story." Surrounded by muscle monsters flashing haunting smiles, the stranger could only scream in despair. "What do you mean a different story? Save me, these monsters!" Despite his weak resistance, this person was quickly lifted into the air by the crowd. Tragic screams echoed throughout the room as the intruder was dragged toward the hot tub. Meanwhile, Han Soo continued to sit calmly in the warm water, slowly chewing the food in his hand with an incredibly peaceful expression. Witnessing the chaotic scene unfolding right before his eyes, he only glanced slightly and secretly wondered in his head, why do they live so diligently like that? In the blurry space of steam, a member of the muscle army was strictly instructing the intruder to exercise. Roll up the erector spinae, sounding like activating a skill in a game, but the pain was 100% real. He forced the young man to perform the squat accurately, slowly feeling the front thigh muscles and then lowering his body. The poor boy, sweating profusely and trembling all over from exhaustion, awkwardly asked, "But is it necessary to put in this much effort?" He pointed towards Han Soo and wondered, isn't he the strongest person?
Contrary to expectations, Han Soo was currently casually lying on the chair enjoying himself, saying just do whatever, an answer that sounded light but was enough to shatter the serious striving spirit of the whole room. He smiled lazily, dropping a completely indulgent philosophy. Whether we put in effort or not, everyone has to die sooner or later anyway. This saying left all the members present frozen with faces full of astonishment. Han Soo continued to sink deeper into depravity. He chewed loudly while advising, so just eat well and live comfortably. A muscular warrior wearing sunglasses also enthusiastically responded by eating cake while agreeing. That's right, happiness comes first. While the young man was smiling awkwardly in embarrassment, another member suddenly approached, tightly grabbed his head with fiery eyes, and shouted loudly, "Come on, next set." Despite the laziness of the leader, the training atmosphere at the gym dungeon was still incredibly lively. The warriors tirelessly lifted weights and performed high-intensity exercises in the middle of the snow, while the giant cockatrices were relaxing in the hot tub in the back. Suddenly, a glowing system notification popped up. New side quest, the former king's regret, has been created. The story takes us back to a chaotic period in the past, when the world was engulfed in thick darkness, a time when light was not something that was turned off, but something that never had the chance to exist long enough. To confront the evil forces, countless heroes appeared and threw themselves into life and death battles. The majority of the heroes disappeared from the flow of history because they could not surpass the limits of their race. However, history still records outstanding geniuses, those who possessed power far exceeding all the stats of their species.
Those geniuses have made illustrious names for themselves, but there is always a higher mountain, and at the very peak, there is always one person who forces the entire power reference system to rewrite its definition. Among the most outstanding ones, there is a warrior with extraordinary talent who has become a symbol of terror for the demon race and evildoers. That is the magic swordsman Hildebrand. However, right in the most glorious moment, a soldier screamed in utter despair and astonishment. "You were the symbol of justice. Why would you do such a thing?" A soldier pointed at the dark silhouette and shouted, "Wasn't it thanks to you that this world was protected and became a wise kingdom?" Hildebrand calmly held his pipe and softly called out, "Hey, young man." He calmly stated that even if he was called a senile old man or a fool chasing after vain hopes, it would be fine. Immediately, the commander, James Cam, ordered the priests, buff. A series of enhancement magic from strength, agility to focus was cast upon the commander. The entire buff formation looked no different from preparing for a world-class boss raid. Standing amidst the white snow, Hildebrand muttered, "But hey, what if that hope is the hope of regaining youth?" The narration affirmed that Hildebrand had been active for over 50 years. The commander sweated profusely, trying to reassure himself that the opponent was just an old man intoxicated with past glory. Hildebrand slowly approached and said, "You probably never thought of it, right? Well then, let this old man teach you a lesson."
Right now, before their eyes was just a skinny and frail old man, nothing more, nothing less. But it was exactly that non-threatening appearance that made people feel the most dangerous. Hildebrand looked at the potion bowl and wondered, is the mana potion completely empty already? He pondered thoughtfully. When humans have many things to lose, they often try to maintain their dignity, but at this age, everything becomes meaningless. Hildebrand calmly poured the remaining potion onto the ground. The commander roared to encourage the soldiers. If we do not fear the opponent's reputation, we can easily win. The sword was drawn from its sheath decisively. The commander rushed forward to launch the decisive move, cross-slash. However, Hildebrand still stood tall despite the crazy energy surrounding him. He coldly uttered his final words, "Dignity or whatever. After death, what does it matter anymore?" His eyes shone with emotionless brightness, seeing through the life and death of the opponent in front of him. He exclaimed in shock, disappeared.
then immediately realized this was the teleportation technique. He gritted his teeth in deep resentment. Damn it. However, while he was still stunned, a murderous aura approached right behind him, making him only have enough time to widen his eyes in terror. Hildebrand appeared like a ghost, delivering a lightning-fast slash right through the commander in utter helplessness. The old man quietly looked at the battlefield, casually complaining, "I just intended to go find my youth again. Why do you kids keep getting in the way?" Facing the massive army surrounding him, the old man did not flinch at all. The commander on the opposite side yelled to reassure the soldiers, "Don't be afraid, the opponent is just an old man." Hildebrand slightly smirked, quietly drew his sword from his sheath and declared, "So this old man has decided, that is to steal the youth of you kids." As soon as the attack order ended, a barrage of spears and arrows rained down. That moment felt as if the whole sky also decided to join the battle. However, in just a blink of an eye, the old man turned into a tornado of death, sweeping away all resistance, causing soldiers to die in masses. With just a single swing of his sword, he sent away dozens of lives along with brilliant blue streaks of light. His menacingly glowing white eyes made a mage panic and shout loudly, "Quickly use magic to respond right away."
The crazy mage frantically channeled energy into the blue gem right in front of the old man, but it was all too late. It felt like everything had just been pressed a button too late for regrets. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, swallowing everything in blinding dust and smoke. Amidst the pure white snowfield, a tragic scene appeared, with countless corpses of soldiers lying scattered in pools of blood. Standing in the center of the destruction was Senior Hildebrand, the 75-year-old king of the Sinbratham kingdom. The old man with long white hair and a cold face calmly said, "Giving youth to the young is truly a waste." At the Holy Kingdom of Fluma, the atmosphere in the council chamber was becoming more tense than ever under the heavy snowfall. Even the candles in the room seemed to be trying not to participate in the debate. The young Pope, Jasmine E. Rowland, anxiously asked about how to salvage the kingdom's declining prestige in the current situation. A bespectacled advisor immediately proposed surrendering and accepting all demands from Hildebrand as a matter of course. Immediately, a female high official angrily retorted. She demanded that everyone persevere because the Sinbratham kingdom has an extremely low birth rate and its population is mostly elderly. A country will destroy itself if left alone, so surrendering is unacceptable. A reason that sounds very political, but somehow feels like reporting the population status in a strategy game. A fierce argument broke out when the bald advisor yelled that if they couldn't even stop a 75-year-old man like Hildebrand, what right did they have to be complacent? Just as the Pope was getting a headache from the piercing arguments, a decisive proposal rang out. Our Holy Knight Order of Goth Hand will march into battle.
The door opened and Knight Commander Sister Pierre entered toweringly with an overwhelming aura that made everyone marvel at the reliability of this Knight Order. When an advisor was still muttering doubts about their abilities, Pierre suddenly rushed forward and tightly grabbed his neck, creating a dry, cracking sound. The advisor was in such pain that his face deformed, only managing to utter broken groans in the shock of those around him. However, right after that, he burst into a refreshing laugh because he felt his blood circulating vigorously and endlessly praised the Knight's strength to the Pope. Pierre, with a long scar on his face, quietly observed everyone with cold, mysterious eyes. Meanwhile, in a distant snowy forest, Han Seo turned to ask about the remaining distance to the village, receiving a confirming nod from the little guide. He excitedly announced that it was time to do the interval running exercise after a long wait. Han Seo and the muscle army immediately focused their power into their legs, sprinting forward in unison at a terrifying speed. Heavy panting echoed continuously in the quiet space. Han Seo was sweating profusely, his face distorted from exhaustion, as he whispered in broken breaths. The breathing, so heavy, even the falling snow seemed to be considering reducing its thickness to keep up with the pace of this training. Despite being so tired that he couldn't lift his legs, he still tried to order his teammates, "Go ahead." However, even the strongest muscle warriors had reached their limits. They leaned against each other, out of breath amidst the steam rising thickly from their bodies. The footprints imprinted on the white snow led to a village belonging to the Sinbratham kingdom. The village appeared peacefully with wooden houses covered in white snow amidst majestic mountains. This tranquility was like a rare vacation mode amidst an endless series of training days. From afar, a radiant boy ran up and called out loudly, "Grandpa!" Immediately, an old man with a gentle smile lifted the boy up and affectionately said, "Oh, my good grandson." The boy cheered excitedly, "Grandpa's!" The boy's face lit up with happiness as he was surrounded by his loved ones. An old man stepped forward and bowed in gratitude to Han Seo for saving the boy Jordan's life. Looking at the elders around, Han Seo couldn't help but be amazed and secretly wonder why all the old men here possessed such extraordinary healthy physiques. A member of the muscle army whispered a reminder that there was something very strange about this village, but Han Seo calmly concluded, "It seems like all the villagers here know how to hit the gym."
However, another question arose when the village was completely devoid of young men, making it feel as if the entire younger generation had logged out of the server a long time ago without anyone updating their status. A sad old man revealed that all the young people had left to migrate elsewhere. Before Han Seo's bewildered expression, the boy Jordan began to recount the history of the Silverthorn Kingdom, which was originally a nation of powerful mercenaries. In the past, they accumulated wealth by participating in constant wars, but out of fear of rapid population growth, the kingdom enacted a law allowing only one child per family. The tragedy began from there, when a military nation like theirs prioritized sons, leading to a horrific male-to-female ratio disparity of 70-1. With too few women, the birth rate plummeted, causing the population structure to age severely. The remaining young people had to bear an enormous tax burden to support the elderly, leaving them with no choice but to migrate to neighboring countries. Now, only a few children like Jordan are left to shoulder the responsibility of caring for the countless elderly in the village. Hearing that tragic story, Hanu nonchalantly picked his nose and asked, "Is there a gym here?" The bizarre question left the old man frozen in shock. Jordan had to explain that he was probably looking for a physical training facility. The group silently walked through the snow-covered village. A member of the muscle army anxiously asked the old man in front of him, "It's too hard for the kids to bear everything. Isn't the kingdom making any moves?" The old man softly replied, "I heard that in the neighboring Roman Holy Kingdom there is a divine artifact that helps with rejuvenation." He further explained that it was a sacred object that had collected wishes for 6 trillion years. An image of a strange ceremony appeared, where people were kneeling before a brilliant sphere of light inside a tent. The old man affirmed that King Hildebrand was using this to bring about prosperity once again. Hearing this, Hanu pondered deeply. Hildebrand? I think I've heard this name somewhere before. Immediately, a system notification board appeared. Side quest, the former king's lingering attachment. Objective, meet Hildebrand. Reward, clues about Oculus. It felt as if the entire universe had just forcefully shoved the main quest into the player's hands without giving them a chance to breathe. Hanu joyfully thanked the ancestors in his heart. "Ancestors, thank you." He excitedly turned to ask the man next to him, "Sir, can you take me to meet Hildebrand?" Faced with the sudden request, the man broke into a sweat and awkwardly explained, "Hansunim. In reality, the king of humans is very difficult to meet." He stated that the case of meeting Gudo was only because the kingdom's scale wasn't large and the context was appropriate. "I see." Hanu continued to inquire, "Then what should I do to meet him?" Gudo placed his hand on his chin and thought, "About that." This kind of thinking usually came with exercises not meant for the faint of heart. He wore a monocle, revealing a strict demeanor amidst the blowing snowy wind. Gudo firmly held his spear, standing tall amidst the muscle army, while Hanu was performing squats right next to him in preparation for the new journey.
Behind them, the old men were groaning from joint pain. "Oh, my whole body aches so much," as coughing fits echoed continuously amidst the snowy weather. Dry cracking sounds rang out constantly as the elders struggled to move their bodies. Hanu watched in shock and thought to himself, "Am I really hearing the sound of bones grinding against each other?" He anxiously turned to ask Gulo, "Gulo, is this really okay?" The simplest way to meet the king is to make a merit. It sounds simple, but in war, simple usually means non-existent. Hanu emphasized that the most terrifying people are those who have nothing left to lose, and the veterans are exactly those kinds of people. A dark-skinned giant wearing a pink shirt stood next to a white-bearded knight and loudly declared, "Either become young again with the king or die in the war." The giant laughed out loud, affirming that this is the mindset of the veterans. He turned to ask Hanu's group what will they join this war with. Immediately, Hanu's muscular disciples simultaneously flexed to show off their strength and replied with 2 short words, push and pull. The whole muscle army carried heavy crates while rhythmically chanting 1, 2, 1, 2, leaving the white-bearded knight standing dumbfounded. What the hell are you guys talking about? Meanwhile, a desperate scream of, "There's a big incident," echoed throughout the camp. A scout was frantically spurring his horse towards the fence, demanding everyone to clear the way. However, right as it approached, the horse suddenly tripped, sending both rider and mount rolling multiple times on the ground amidst deafening crashing sounds.
The scout scrambled to his feet, running breathlessly to the commander. When asked what the big issue was, he could only pant, spitting continuously to catch his breath. He stuttered between gasps. "No, it's about that." Suddenly, the alarm bells rang frantically. "Enemy attack! It's an ambush." Pillars of blazing signal smoke rose from the towering mountain peak. A mighty army named the Holy Knight Order Gothhand unexpectedly appeared from the horizon. Leading the army was a beautiful blonde female knight with cold, sharp eyes. She coldly ordered, "Attack." Down on the ground, a warrior turned to ask, "Gulonim, you said we just need to achieve merits, right?" Hanu, who was in a squat stance, calmly replied, "Ah, that is correct." The group of muscle disciples stepped forward and suggested, "Hansunim, leave this place to us." One added with concern that because Hansu's body fat percentage was increasing, he would find it very difficult to fight. Hanu laughed, asserting that his disciples were mistaken, because gaining weight didn't mean getting weaker, but rather the explosive power would be even more terrifying. He compared his current body to a powerful gas-guzzling supercar. Hanu let out a roar, then began to flex, gathering all his strength to make his muscle masses bulge fiercely, radiating a suffocating heat that shook the space.
The pressure from the giant muscle fibers blew away everything around, making the disciples exclaim in terror and helplessness. Witnessing this shocking scene from above, the Night Order couldn't help but be astounded. The female commander, Sister Pierre, widened her eyes, bewildered, wondering what the monstrosity present before her actually was. Suddenly, a resounding scream tore through the air. Like a jet plane, an earth-shattering collision erupted, creating a blazing red halo that engulfed the entire battlefield. The moment Hansu executed the jumping squat, a terrifying pressure burst forth, making the air itself seem terrified enough to flee. Witnessing this shocking scene, the members of the muscle army panicked and reported, "Gulonim, what should we do? Hansunim has disappeared again." However, Gulo replied very calmly, "It's not like this is the first or second time."
Gulo quickly regained his focus and affirmed that the current problem was to destroy the enemy in front of them. He began to explain the principle of knowing oneself and knowing the enemy to win 100 battles, emphasizing that if they did not clearly understand the strength of both sides, they could not win. Gulo admitted that they were currently completely in the dark about the strength of both the enemy and their own forces. Therefore, he ordered, "Bodybuilder team, get ready," and the muscle warriors immediately lined up. Gulo reminded his subordinates, "We will observe the battle of our seniors to learn." Despite this, a member of the muscle army still appeared extremely impatient. "My body is itching all over. Can't we just rush in and crush them?" Immediately, an old general with purple hair and bright pink clothes stepped out, flashing a sinister smile. Hey, you rookies have a good idea. Let me show you the power of a mercenary nation." The old man swaggered forward and declared, "Once we make a move, there will be no room for you to intervene." He loudly ordered the entire army, "All troops, muscles, bones, and joints."
Under the command of the old general, the entire army began to emit a brilliant aura with skills, bone density enhancement, replacement joint creation, and safe joint enhancement. Witnessing the strange sight, a muscular warrior bewilderedly asked, "Gulanum, what are those old men doing?" Gulo quietly observed and analyzed that they were using magic to fill in the thinned bones and replace the worn joints with artificial ones. However, he also secretly worried when recalling the knowledge Hansu had once taught. But according to what Hansunim said, using artificial joints would be accompanied by excruciating pain. Gulo stared thoughtfully ahead and wondered, how do they plan to do this? The long-bearded old general roared his order, "Entire army, berserker mode." With just one command, the atmosphere instantly shifted into a state of no return. Their eyes glowed with a crazed red light, charging straight ahead despite everything. Witnessing this scene, a member of the muscle army was shocked to realize they had used the berserker skill to block out the sensation of pain. Is this the tactic of a powerful mercenary nation built on war? With the order to attack the enemy, the burly warriors madly closed in on the target. The thunderous stomps caused the ground to shake violently, making it feel like the entire battlefield was turned into a high-intensity vibration training machine. However, in the midst of the tense battle, a cold voice rang out, "Release." Immediately, a soldier suddenly collapsed, dropping his weapon in astonishment. Hansu's disciples could only widen their eyes in terror and exclaim, "What is that?" The stranger with a cross-shaped scar on his face slightly smirked with malicious intent. He quietly uttered the command, "Release." Immediately, the bodies of the muscle army warriors began to twist and crack abnormally. Dry cracking sounds rang out continuously as their bones and joints were broken, leaving one person only enough time to scream in sheer agony. Witnessing that brutal technique, another member trembled, heart beating rapidly, and wondered, what is that skill? In reality, the enemy had used their fingertips to pierce through the defense layer to directly infiltrate the joints instantly. The battlefield at this moment was no different from an anatomy session performed at the speed of war. A hand glowing with blue energy wove through the flesh, slipped between the bones, and then pulled out in the blink of an eye. The horrifying truth was revealed. Their first line would completely neutralize armor and weapons. Then the second line would directly proceed to dismantle the human body.
The enemies were extremely cunning, aiming straight at the fatal weakness of the veterans, which was their joints, a type of tactic that hurts just thinking about it. Screams of pain echoed continuously as the veterans fell, completely unable to match these vicious moves. Female Commander Pierre coldly declared that she did not want to carry out meaningless slaughter, and at the same time demanded the opposing side drop their weapons and surrender. However, her gaze suddenly halted when she saw the muscle army, a strange troop type she had never seen before. Pierre could not hide her contempt, thinking that the Simberthum kingdom was so desperate that they had to use monsters to seek victory. To her, in the Roman Holy Kingdom, monsters could never be considered as having a personality. Pierre ordered the cavalry to charge forward, promising to bestow mercy by sending them to the side of the gods without having to suffer any pain. Contrary to the seriousness of the battlefield, the members of the muscle army were burning with anxiety for a highly ironic reason. If they were hit by that technique, they would be injured and could no longer continue to work out at the gym. They anxiously recalled Hansu's advice that injuries would hinder their training and only wished to return to train safely in the gym dungeon.
Witnessing his disciples intending to flee just because they were afraid of ruining their muscles, Gudo could only stand frozen, sweating profusely because he couldn't understand their train of thought. Hearing cowardly murmurs like whether they should run or not, or that they couldn't afford to lose their muscles, Gudo's eyes suddenly narrowed dangerously. He roared to assert his authority, demanding the bodybuilders to assemble immediately. Gudo yelled, questioning whether they wanted to go back to being weak ghouls despised by everyone just because they were afraid of pain. He affirmed that the muscle masses they had worked so hard to train were not meant for running away, but for protecting their friends, lovers, and families. Gudo's resolute speech touched the depths of their souls, or rather, vibrated the pectoralis major of the entire army. If words had weight, they were currently at the heavy barbell level. He encouraged his disciples to trust in the strength that Hansu and they themselves had created. Their chest muscles began to contract and tremble with powerful force following each fiery word from their leader. Even the giant toad monster was swept up in the seething atmosphere. This sudden shift caused the Roman holy knights to show signs of confusion, feeling as if the battlefield had just switched to a mode with no fixed script. Amidst the toad's roar and the muscle army's echoing chants, a terrifying pressure began to envelop the battlefield. An entire legion of pale-skinned, red-eyed giants, along with a formidable lineup of toad riders, began to march rhythmically, creating earth-shattering sounds. Facing that scene, the female commander, Sister Pierre, quietly observed and uttered words of contempt. With just those bare bodies? How stupid. Holy knights, dismantle the enemy immediately. The knights below asked back in bewilderment. Dismantle? While they were still hesitating, the muscle army with their glowing red eyes closed in. Their rapidly beating chests made the knights cry out in terror. Instantly, the muscle warriors deployed chest stretching and long pull exercises right in the middle of the battlefield to prepare for an explosive attack. The shout of 1-2 reps echoed through the space. Just hearing it made it seem like this was no longer a battlefield, but a continent-scale endurance tournament. Two warriors coordinated their pushing force, launching their comrade like an arrow tearing through the sky. The knights below could only look up in stunned helplessness. Oh, here they come. Sister Pierre gritted her teeth and ordered, "Dismantle." However, the fatal slash only produced a dry clashing sound against the steel-hard muscle mass. Instantly, he grabbed the enemy tightly and shouted the skill name, one-arm dumbbell, a press with the force of 1,000 pounds slamming straight down, crushing the opponent to the ground and creating a shocking explosion.
At the battlefield of the gym dungeon, a towering muscular warrior stood amidst the defeated enemies groaning in pain at his feet. A member of the army confidently asserted that he had completed analyzing the opponent. He explained that the enemy's technique was trying to slip into thin muscle layers to pierce through and sever the joints, but against bodybuilders possessing dense muscle mass, that was completely useless. Witnessing this scene, female commander Sister Pierre could not help but be astounded. She admitted she had never seen a body that could hold its joints so tightly and securely to such an extraordinary degree. Looking at the warriors in front of her, she wondered if they were minotaurs, or perhaps entities that far surpassed even that monster.
However, Pierre quickly regained her composure and asserted that any muscle mass possessed fatal vulnerabilities. She spoke as if she had just discovered the universal law of the human body battlefield. Immediately, she launched an attack aimed straight at those weak points, causing the muscle warriors to fall into a desperate situation and continuously go down. Pierre coldly ordered the legion, attack the opponent's knuckles, wrists, and elbows. Tragic screams rang out continuously as the muscle army suffered vicious blows to their joints. Pierre boldly challenged, "Do you think just aiming for it will work?" Ignoring all threats, the members of the muscle army frantically charged forward to close in on the enemy at an extremely fast speed. One warrior braced himself and executed the one-arm dumbbell press technique, using 1,000 pounds of strength to deliver a thunderous blow that crushed the opponent's resistance to the ground. But when the muscular hand collided with the opponent's powerful attack, the fingers were deformed. The members of the muscle army were suffering in extreme agony. They regretfully screamed, "We should have stayed in the gym dungeon. We should have just quietly lifted weights. It hurts so much. I can't hold on anymore." The blue-clothed entity quietly looked at her hands and casually said, "That must have been deeply engraved into your genes." She continued to utter cold words about the sound of death when a neck bone is twisted. A giant cockatrice with sluggish eyes and sweating profusely only had time to let out a coca cry in extreme fear. It frantically screamed coca when it saw the hand closing in right before its eyes. A decisive voice rang out. "Then, rest in peace." Immediately, the heavy blank ultimate skill was activated. A massive magic sphere crashed straight down on the monster's head, creating an earth-shaking explosion that wiped out everything around. Unexpectedly, after that move, she could still stand firm.
"Who are you?" Facing the question, a pale, bald giant with a monocle casually introduced himself. "I am the manager and trainer of the gym dungeon, also known as Gudo." He flexed his body, struck a powerful pose, and loudly declared his identity. "I am Mr. Gudo." Meanwhile, in the snow-covered kingdom, explosions and lightning continued to slash across the sky above the towering mountain peaks. A squad of soldiers silently marched through the cold stone corridors amidst the falling snow. Standing before the leader, the elders with anxious faces pleaded, "Your Majesty, you do not need to go to war in person. That is right. Please trust in the army."
He turned to his subordinates and asked if they hadn't always trusted him all this time. The old king asked them to take his mana potion and then loudly declared, "Then I am off." Immediately, Hildebrand dashed out of the fortress. Flying at a terrifying speed, Hildebrand suddenly halted when he noticed a strange object hurtling straight towards him. From the opposite direction, Han Seo was in free fall, his face distorted with terror as he helplessly screamed, "Ah, I can't stop!" Hildebrand quietly drew his sword and delivered a powerful strike to Han Seo's massive arm. That moment felt like 2 generations of monsters clashing to exchange blows. The old king coldly declared, "Sorry, but I don't have time to distinguish friend from foe." Before Han Seo's bewildered eyes, a system notification suddenly appeared. Side quest, the former king's lingering attachment. Meet Hildebrand. Completed. Immediately after, the current location of the Oculus organization was also officially displayed on the magic map. Down on the ground, the red-haired guy Organ slightly cracked his neck and suggested, "Since Juhan Seo is gone, why don't we just wipe them out?" However, his subordinate anxiously reported that Hildebrand's signal was closing in very fast. He tremblingly wondered if, in their current exhausted state, they could defeat the legendary Old King. Organ pondered deeply, then clicked his tongue. Guess we'll have to endure a bit longer. He curiously wondered if Hildebrand and Gaulet were to face off, who would be the ultimate winner. Amidst the hazy purple mist, a ghoul warrior with pale skin was menacingly facing off against a female warrior. The atmosphere right now felt like standing in the middle of a battle ruled entirely by the law of the jungle. He casually remarked that the loser would eventually end up being eaten anyway. The ghoul quickly analyzed his opponent and realized she was a close combat specialist. Knowing he had no chance of winning in melee combat, he decided, "First, I need to make my body heavier." Immediately, he braced himself and roared, unleashing a blazing purple magic power that engulfed his hands in preparation for an explosive attack. The massive purple pressure weighed down heavily, forcing the female knight Sister Pierre to brace herself against the suffocating force.
Pierre wondered in astonishment if the weight of the armor had increased, but she quickly regained her composure and remarked, "What an interesting technique." In response, Pierre boldly declared, "I will make it even more interesting." Gudo launched a series of spears soaring through the air. The spears stood tall amidst the clouds, and then plunged down simultaneously like a rain of arrows. Faced with the perilous situation, Pierre quietly observed and asked herself, "What should I do?" But then she calmly concluded, "It seems I have started to adapt." The spears poured down fiercely, piercing firmly around Pierre's position amidst a surging purple energy.
Dengo suddenly roared, "Release heavy blank!" leaving Sister Pierre completely stunned. A series of spears with varying levels of gravity were continuously activated and released, piercing through the opponent's dark silhouette amidst brutal clashing sounds. Tango cheered excitedly, "All right, we won!" firmly believing that he had taken down the female knight. However, Sister Pierre suddenly grabbed a spear barehanded and calmly uttered, "This situation really leaves me perplexed." Unexpectedly, after being pierced by countless spears, Sister Pierre was still alive. The truth was revealed as all the members of the order were priests with healing abilities. The muscular soldier began to show clear signs of fear, running and crying loudly under the fierce pursuit. Suddenly, a giant purple pillar of light engulfed her, causing the opponent to gasp in bewilderment. From the shadows, a pair of hands glowing with purple magic prepared for the decisive attack. A cold voice echoed, "Got you!" A purple energy circle appeared, and immediately after, the ultimate skill Tower of Babel was activated. A massive purple energy explosion crashed down, crushing everything beneath it within a giant pillar of light. A blinding ray of light carrying a healing skill poured down into the middle of the battlefield. From the shadows, a giant entity with towering muscle masses observed silently. The muscle army immediately surged forward like a storm. A warrior shouted a command, "Close in quickly so they can't use healing." Despite the attack, the priest still confidently commanded, "Ignore them, focus on healing, saving Sister Pierre is the condition for victory." A giant hand full of steel scales grabbed everything, and the entity roared, "Spread out and strike them all down for me." A press attack with the force of 1,000 pounds crashed down, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The giant still stood imposingly amidst the shouts, "Attack the next round immediately! Let's go, let's go!" A member of the muscle army ran while telling himself not to leave any openings again.
Behind him, another person mocked. No matter how you look at it, the one who looks most like a monster is you. Another thunderous punch crashed down, crushing the ground in a blinding flash. Cries of agony echoed continuously as the enemies were crushed under absolute power. The chaotic scene made even the cockatrice freeze, its eyes widening in astonishment, unable to utter a word. The dust gradually dispersed, leaving a scene with people lying exhausted and drained on the ground. A big question emerged. Why did they have to fight? Amidst the overwhelming fear, the cockatrices trembled and looked at each other with deep doubt. Their tiny brains could not fathom the purpose of this massacre.
You have probably stood before a weight so heavy that it seemed impossible to lift. In the rhythmic space of the gym, the members of the muscle army are diligently training. However, fear suddenly surrounds you when facing the giant iron block, because everyone is the one who knows their own limits best. Heavy pressure envelops the mind. Even though the barbell remains still, the brain of the person trying to lift it has begun to tremble with fear. It looks no different from a battle between muscle and panic. A challenging question rings out. Are you not going to lift it because of that? Immediately, he frantically slaps his face, chest, stomach, and thighs to awaken his dormant will. Are you going to give up just because you failed once? The sinewy hands immediately grab the barbell tightly with burning determination. With a confident smile returning to his lips, he firmly asserts, no, the fear right now is actually just a deceptive signal from the brain.
Excited screams rang out endlessly as hot blood coursed fiercely through their veins. A pitch-black, muscular entity with glowing red eyes emitted killing intent, rushing forward madly to push back all the fear surrounding its body. With the one-arm dumbbell press skill, the giant delivered thunderous blows to the ground, causing the space to shake violently. Suddenly, a giant claw swiped past, making the opponent exclaim in bewilderment and doubt. The shout of cockatrice echoed, signaling the appearance of a new entity. A giant cockatrice suddenly rushed in, its hands emitting a miraculous healing magic that helped an entity quickly stand firm again amidst a green halo. With terrifying speed, that figure darted away as fast as lightning, leaving the surrounding people only enough time to gasp in astonishment, while some screamed in terror. The cockatrice monster once again launched itself into the air, madly charging forward. Meanwhile, a priestess quietly glided under the massive body of the beast and coldly ordered, "Dispel." An ironic situation occurred when the members of the muscle army suddenly appeared. "Press!" The shout rang out at the same time a 1,000-pound attack slammed down. The muscle army followed up with another "Press!" The blonde priestess quietly observed the scene and sighed. It has been delayed for too long. She continued to cast heal magic to recover her body. Standing amidst the brilliant halo, the priestess said regretfully, "Should have caused more damage. What a pity. Let's head back." Witnessing the enemy attempting to escape, a commander roared, "They are trying to run! Attack!" Dark shadows riding flying beasts instantly covered the sky. A member of the muscle army panicked and tried to stop them. "Don't do that!" then roared in anger. The whole group began to regroup and affirmed, "We also need to consolidate our full strength."
The scene shifts to a vast expanse of white snow. Hansu is lying curled up in a deep crater, his bulging muscles trembling amidst the steaming vapor. Suddenly, the white-haired old man Hinderbrand charges forward, but Hansu calmly uses his very serratus anterior muscle to catch the sword blade with pinpoint accuracy. The slash is completely stopped midair, making the opponent gasp in astonishment. The white-haired old man grits his teeth, struggling helplessly, unable to pull the sword out, looking at the blood seeping on the steel blade. He is shocked. Was the muscle struck? On the contrary, Hansu appears extremely worried. He looks at his flank and asks, "Serratus anterior muscle, what's wrong? Why have you become this soft?" He frantically slaps the muscle block and shouts, "Serratus anterior muscle, hey, are you sleeping? Wake up right now, you brat." Witnessing the bizarre scene, Hinderbrand silently concludes that it seems ordinary physical attacks will have no effect. He begins to channel his power and tells himself, if that's the case, then... Meanwhile, Hansu is still frantically coaxing his muscle block. Are you sulking? Hinderbrand raises his sword high, channeling all his magic power to make it shine with a blinding golden aura. Immediately, the muscle blocks on Hansu's body begin to contract and swell violently. The opponent is shocked to realize the abnormal transformation. Is it proliferating? Hansu's muscles expand to an unimaginable extent. Hansu roars while his face is buried in the massive pile of muscles. Hey, what are you still unsatisfied with? A blazing energy erupts fiercely from deep within the raw red flesh. Hinderbrand soars into the sky, covered by a brilliant golden aura. Looking down below, he tells himself that behind him is the kingdom, so he absolutely cannot let this monster invade inside.
Seeing that physical slashes were not very effective, the old king channeled all his spiritual power and declared, "If I cannot slash with a sword, I will use magic to pierce through you." His face became extremely solemn as he concentrated his ultimate power. Faced with the suffocating pressure, Han Su in his monster form could only throw his head back and roar out intermittent cries of sheer rage. An earth-shattering collision erupted instantly across the sky. Hildebrand calmly remarked that it was just a joke, as he was someone who disliked wasting time on useless things. Right after, he summoned a giant guardian holding a golden hammer, delivering a thunderous blow that knocked the opponent far away. Meanwhile, Han Su was blown back, free-falling through the snowy white sky with a body full of wounds. Han Su's guardian-like figure plummeted from above like a blazing meteor, causing dust and snow to swirl blindly over a vast area. Amidst the continuously howling snowstorm, Han Su lay motionless in a deep crater. "Serratus anterior muscle, why aren't you answering me?" Suddenly a voice rang out from the very contracting muscle mass itself. "Do you think I want to answer?" The snappy reply left Han Su bewildered and dumbfounded, asking back, What does that mean?" Looking at his current appearance, Han Su was stunned to hear the voice echoing from his own body. "Take a look at your shape." It turned out that because he had indulged too much in sweets and neglected his training, his brain was being reprimanded. "Brain, you have been too intoxicated with sugar and neglected balanced energy absorption and training." The muscles collectively declared, "Therefore, all of us muscles have decided to go on strike, except for the parts necessary to sustain life." Han Su froze before the harsh ultimatum. "Try living well with that pile of excess fat." Behind him, the voice continued to echo. "Oh, the serratus anterior muscle also has this message for you. You rotten brain, get out." If there were a ranking for the most impressive muscle betrayal of the year, he would definitely be undeniably top one. Could it be that the muscle strike had caused too great a shock for him?
Han Su lay shivering in the snow, his teeth chattering incessantly. This was exactly the thermoregulation phenomenon of homeothermic animals, when capillaries constrict and the hypothalamus stimulates the anterior pituitary gland to produce TSH hormones. This process produces hormones that promote metabolism to maintain life. Normally, an average person exposed to cold will shiver to regulate body temperature at a rate of 10 to 20 times per second. However, Han Su's striking muscles created a terrifying vibration of up to 10,000 times per second. Han Su shook so violently that he turned into a blurry mass, melting the surrounding snow into a hot spring right in the middle of the frozen land. A hand reached up from beneath the water, and Han Su slowly emerged from the lake amidst billowing smoke. That amount of heat was enough to burn all the excess fat, but at the same time, his massive muscle blocks also completely disappeared. Standing in the snow with skinny legs, Han Su's metabolic rate had returned to that of a normal person. However, after losing his muscles, he suddenly became incredibly handsome with an elegant face. Han Su looked at his body and burst into tears. He choked out, "Lost my muscles." Right at that moment, a system notification appeared, warning that he had suffered an abnormal status, frozen, a steep price to pay for becoming handsome instantly without needing the gym. The system immediately activated its authority, offering two choices. A, do you want to be guided to a place with a warm bed and bread? B, do you want to be guided to a place with meat? Han Su was still shivering in the snowy wind. He slightly smirked and made his decision. That matter was, of course. His brain loaded for 2 seconds, but still picked meat. Clear priorities. Amidst the howling wind and white snow, a trembling hand tried to reach out in vain. Han Su had now become skinny. He used his last bit of dying strength to knock on the wooden door, but collapsed immediately. The patrol team found him and panicked, shouting loudly, "Hey, are you okay? You're heavily frozen. Let's move him quickly." After being in a coma for a while, Han Su woke up in a warm room. The man who saved his life kindly asked, "Han, are you just waking up now? How do you feel? Does it hurt anywhere?" Han Su weakly replied, "Thank you for saving me."
He was shocked to realize his condition. Magnesium deficiency. Seeing him trembling violently, the man quickly turned to call his wife. "Oh, look at him trembling. He must be very hungry. Honey, give him some food over here." A woman approached carrying a food tray and encouraged him. "You are too thin. You have to eat this to regain your strength." Looking at the bowl of soup and the dry pieces of bread, Han Su thought to himself, "Carbs and carbs. If it were before, I would never touch this kind of nutritional balance." His eyes suddenly glowed, emitting a suffocating pressure as he held the food tray in his hands. The memories of his golden days with a muscular body, being able to freely eat fried chicken and pizza, flashed back, making him even more frustrated. Witnessing Han Su trembling while holding the piece of bread, the woman felt pity. He must have starved for a long time to tremble like that when seeing food. The husband also sighed in agreement. That's right, so pitiful. Han Su lowered his head, darkness covering his face as he told himself, "I am angry at myself, but right now emotions are not important. First of all, I must recharge my energy." Hansu dipped his spoon into the hot bowl of soup and began to enjoy it. With just one bite, he closed his eyes to feel that simple flavor spreading through his body. However, true to the rumors, even if a man only has enough strength left to hold a spoon, he will still find a way to lift weights. Hansu tightly gripped the fragile spoon, his arm veins bulging under the self-created pressure. Right at his seat, he seriously started performing concentration curls with just a simple eating utensil. As long as you breathe, you train. A gymmer never gives up. Absolute fitness king. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the landlord couple could only stand frozen, looking at him with judgmental and annoyed eyes. This brat! They furiously rushed over, pinned Hansu down on the bed, and shouted loudly, "Stop being a picky eater, just eat!" Violently forced to eat, Hansu could only let out choked cries and helplessness. After the forced meal, he slowly walked out into the snowy weather, rested his hands on the ground, and silently assessed that his current physical condition wasn't actually too bad. Hansu looked straight ahead with determined eyes. He slapped his cheeks hard to wake himself up and muttered, "Snap out of it, you Hanso. What's done is done and cannot be salvaged." He wiped the sweat drops from his face, then suddenly bent down and placed his hands on the ground. At first glance, it looked like a posture of despair, but the answer was definitely no. Hansu quickly adjusted his center of gravity, bringing his body into a solid preparatory stance. This was the bare-handed push-up posture to check his original strength. Hansu loudly declared the start, then rhythmically performed each up and down movement steadily. He focused intensely and began counting. 5, 6, 7, 8. Sweat started to drop onto the freezing ground, and his breathing became heavier with each movement. Suddenly, Hansu stopped with a completely shocked expression. He was astounded to realize that after just a few reps, his muscle groups had already received such strong stimulation. He had never felt this stimulated doing push-ups before. Immediately, blue electrical currents ran along his muscle fibers, making him tremble and scream in peak excitement. Hansu's face changed. He immersed himself in an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction. The human brain always has a scale for moments of pleasure. If enjoying a delicious dish only reaches a level of 3 points, or dangerous illegal substances reach 150 points, then for gym fanatics, exercising is also an addictive substance equivalent to those illegal drugs. Bro was getting high on dopamine just from doing push-ups, a true addiction without needing to hide it.
For Hansu, being able to work out after a long time was no different from injecting a heavy dose of stimulants into his body. He frantically did push-ups on the dirty ground until tears began to fall. Memories of his great master with the red headband suddenly flashed back. He sternly reminded him, "Hansu, no matter how difficult things get, you absolutely must not cry." When Hansu asked why, the master began to explain that water is the main component of muscles, and tears are no exception. Crying means losing water, and losing water is like losing the entire workout session. He asked a suggestive question about what would happen if the water that was supposed to nourish the muscles turned into tears instead. While working hard on the exercise machine, Hansu weakly replied, "I will lose muscle." The master laughed heartily, affirming that a few drops of tears don't actually cause immediate muscle loss, but the issue lies in the practitioner's mindset. Paying attention to every little detail is the most important habit for building a perfect body. Hansu listened silently, sweat streaming down his thoughtful face.
Hansu groaned, bracing himself and using all the muscle groups around his eye sockets to stop the tears from falling. After a deep, determined breath, he diligently started doing push-ups in the white snow right next to a newly appeared system screen. The mission, the former king's lingering attachment, notified him that he had completed the meeting with Hildebrand, and the next objective was to assist in repairing the fortress of the Roman Holy Kingdom to get clues about Oculus. Still maintaining the push-up position, Hansu looked up at the old man next to him and asked, "Sir, is this the Roman Holy Kingdom?" The old man calmly replied, "It seems you have remembered something, huh?" Asking for directions while doing push-ups, exactly the type who refuses to stand still. The old man reminded Hansu to be grateful to the Pope because he had ordered to take in all young men without any questions, thanks to which he was able to keep his life. Hansu panted while earnestly pleading, "I need to repair the fortress. Can you show me the location?" The old man secretly wondered if he was even a citizen of this country, but still signaled, "All right, follow me." Hansu performed powerful push-ups while shouting his thanks, then quickly followed the old man. At the snow-covered fortress area, soldiers were busy walking around and assisting the wounded. Seeing a soldier performing stretching exercises for a comrade on the ground, Hansu's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in astonishment, "It's physical therapy." He secretly analyzed that if he could realign the muscle fibers and stretch them out, making peace with the striking muscle masses would be much more effective. Hansu stood silently in the snow with a thoughtful expression, then suddenly rushed over, grabbed the old man's shoulder tightly and asked urgently, "Sir, how can I receive physical therapy like that?"
The old man asked blankly if he was talking about recovery magic, then explained that if he were a military engineer, he would have definitely received it, because only enlisted soldiers are allowed to receive 1 hour of therapy per day. Hansu's eyes shone brightly with excitement. He asked again to make sure. Just enlisting is enough? Facing the old man's hesitant confirmation, Hansu boldly declared with a bright smile, "I will enlist." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, inviting him to join their side. Hansu quietly turned his head, catching sight of a mysterious person fully covered in a green cloak. That person slowly revealed a face with a long scar over his eye, showing a sinister smile and confirming, "Indeed, I have not misjudged you." The villain aura was clearly exposed. Looking at him, one could tell right away that he was no ordinary guy.
Feeling looked down upon, Hansu angrily shouted, "Are you mocking me right now?" Immediately, the Hawk's Eyes V3 skill was activated to analyze the opponent. The system showed that Pierre was a human with the priest class, possessing a muscle mass that exceeded the standard and extremely low body fat, achieving a perfect in-body score of 101/100. Meanwhile, Hansu was shocked to realize his current score was a mere 67/100. He collapsed, frantically punching the ground with deep resentment. "Damn it, you muscle-reliant brute." Pierre could only stand and watch with a completely baffled expression at this bizarre behavior. His mood dropped immediately after checking the stats, feeling like he had just seen his final exam grades. In the therapy area, Hansu was lying down enjoying a deep massage. Pierre, in neat attire, kindly asked, "How does your body feel?" Hansu whispered back in complete satisfaction, "Good. No, very good." He silently felt the clear changes as his joints were opened up, making the execution of stretching exercises more effective than ever. Pierre couldn't help but comment in surprise. "This is the first time I've seen an outsider accept our physical therapy this well."
Sister Pierre forcefully stretched Hansu's arm while anxiously asking, "Don't you feel any pain?" Hansu maintained a resolute face, declaring loudly, "To make the body better, I can completely endure this little pain." The brave answer left Sister Pierre extremely impressed. Hansu smiled contentedly as he felt the reviving energy flowing through every muscle fiber, while Sister Pierre also smiled brightly at the new soldier's iron will. Hurting but still smiling, true to the style of a main character with a max-level mental buff. At the fortress renovation construction site, towering wooden scaffolds were being erected amidst the falling snow. Miners and soldiers were hastily carrying heavy stone blocks to serve the construction. Among the crowd, a laborer was straining to pull a large sack next to a cart, rhythmically counting 1, 2, as he used all his might to lift the round stone onto the cart. Witnessing this scene, Hansu stood in stunned silence with a face pouring sweat, asking himself in bewilderment, "What is this? Even from afar you can see the wrong technique. Gymmers watching would definitely want to rush in and fix it immediately." Looking at the way the workers were working, Hansu couldn't help but worry, silently observing in his head, "Lifting like that will definitely cause a herniated disc." True enough, all over the construction site were images of workers carrying stones with extremely dangerous hunched postures. The shouts of 1, 2, and "oops" rang out continuously along with incorrectly executed lifting rhythms. Immediately, the man grabbed his lower back and screamed in pain, "Ah, my back!" A co-worker standing nearby could only click his tongue. "Look, I told you that would happen." Amidst the chaos, a priest from the Roman Holy Kingdom approached and asked the injured man, "Is something wrong?" The worker tiredly replied, "My back." Hansu stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene with a bewildered look, not believing his eyes. When he saw the priest starting to perform healing magic directly on the back of the prone worker, Hansu became so angry that his face turned red, his eyes rolling back to show the whites. He couldn't hold it in anymore and threw his head back, letting out an earth-shattering roar. "The order is completely wrong!" The shout left the female official behind him completely confused and bewildered.
The female official approached and anxiously asked if there was a problem. Hansu frantically scratched his head and pulled his hair, screaming in utter despair, the sequence is completely wrong." Witnessing his overreaction, the girl could only stare and wonder to herself, "Is he an architect?" The two stood silently next to the tents. She softly spoke up, "Repairing the ramparts is taking more time than expected, right?" Hansu, who was calmer now, softly replied, "Yes, it seems so." She looked towards the construction site and sighed, commenting that because each brick is very heavy, many soldiers have been injured during the working process. One look and you know the procedure is wrong. Gymmers seeing this would probably be as stressed as being chased by a deadline. Hansu looked at the construction site in panic and screamed in despair, "You cannot build your body like this. Absolutely cannot build your body like this." Seeing his strong reaction, Lee excitedly approached, clapping her hands and cheering with full of trust. "I knew it. You are an expert in building city walls, right?" Hansu immediately regained his confidence, smiling brightly and affirming, "Absolutely an expert." Lee looked at his back and offered, "I have also been taken care of, so I also want to lend a hand in this caretaking." He was talking about muscles, but people understood it as walls. They were on different wavelengths, but still confident.
"If there is help, how long will it take to complete the wall?" he pondered to himself. "A wall? Right, a wall must also be built." Watching the workers diligently carrying loads amidst the ruins, Hansu realized a crucial point.
He held up 3 fingers and boldly declared, 3 months. In 3 months, it will be mostly done. However, what he cared about most right now was not the progress of the construction, but the body. Objectively speaking, the bodies of the soldiers working here were not bad at all. Thanks to performing heavy labor on site, they had developed extremely firm, functional muscles, combined with their youth helping them limit injuries. However, the truth was not so rosy. Continuously maintaining bad postures while working was silently destroying them from the inside. Aches and pains began to torment the soldiers, and continuous damage to the vertebrae led to serious harm to the body. It looked fine on the outside, but inside it was like a system error silently accumulating. If these injuries were not treated promptly, they would soon turn into a chronic condition, causing the soldiers so much pain that they would have to hold their heads and hunch their backs in misery. Hansu affirmed that to thoroughly solve this problem, besides receiving manual therapy, the most important thing was to change their basic habits. He casually appeared behind a worker who was working and roared instructions. Focus the force on your core. Flex your erector spinae up. Hansu swung his hand and delivered a strong slap to the other person's back to correct his posture, causing him to be startled and terrified. Seeing the whole crowd still confused, Hansu shouted an order. Don't you know how to focus the force on your core? Everyone, drop everything and lie face down immediately. Immediately, all the soldiers on the construction site simultaneously dropped their weapons and materials. 70 days had passed since Hansu's care began. A horse-drawn carriage convoy, strictly escorted by soldiers, moved along the paved road. The mission of the Holy Knight Order Goth Hand, although causing damage, was actually just to buy time. The cardinal walking alongside anxiously added, at this rate, a large-scale invasion will break out soon. Hearing this, Jasmine innocently asked, why? Why are they invading? The cardinal patiently explained, that's right, that is why we are frantically repairing the city walls. Jasmine still didn't stop wondering, why? Why do we have to repair it? The other party continued to analyze that the enemies knew they couldn't live much longer, so they fought extremely desperately. Not only that, the enemies didn't even care about their lives because they thought their remaining time was very little. The young pope asked again, why? Why is their time running out? The cardinal explained that because the enemies were old, their active time was very short. They just needed to drag out the time. That's right, because of their old age, their action time was very limited. The only problem is that we just have to delay the time. However, Jasmine continued to ask a series of why questions, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. Asking why, spamming constantly. Faced with the Pope's excessive curiosity, the cardinal told himself to use incomprehensible professional terms to stop these endless questions. He suggested switching to a private discussion, using more advanced vocabulary. We should use academic terms to block the questions, and then discuss among ourselves. This approach left Jasmine completely confused with a series of question marks popping up. The boy pouted in disappointment and exclaimed, not interesting at all. Then he clearly showed a sulky face. Using terms that are too advanced, the brain kept loading endlessly after hearing them. Seeing the Pope sad, the cardinal hurriedly reassured him. Pope Jasmine, please don't be too disappointed, because the wall repair work is almost complete. Hearing the news that the construction was done, Jasmine's eyes lit up with excitement. Is it all built already? The cardinal confidently invited him to see the result. Yes, please take a look. In front of them, the city gates opened to reveal the towering figure standing amidst the white snow. Witnessing the scene before them, the cardinals were so stunned that their jaws dropped in astonishment. Hansu stood tall in the middle of the road, showing off his muscular body and muttering, although it's still lacking, this is enough. He began to flex, gathering all his strength, causing his chest and abdominal muscles to bulge fiercely under suffocating pressure. Hansu exuded a completely suppressive aura in the form of a massive, menacing muscular entity. Witnessing the scene before them, Pope Jasmine and the accompanying cardinal could not help but panic. They screamed in sheer astonishment, having assumed that everything had been completed long ago. The cardinal furiously yelled, Pierre, what is the meaning of this? Standing nearby, Pierre could only widen her eyes in horror at the current situation. Pierre hurriedly rushed over and questioned, Hansuni, what is going on? Didn't you say it was almost finished? He calmly replied, yes, it still needs 2 more weeks to be completed. The answer left Pierre completely dumbfounded and speechless. Immediately, a giant shockwave suddenly erupted from the center, spreading throughout the citadel and causing the ground to shake violently. The powerful energy continued to spread across the world map, from the Roman Holy Kingdom all the way to the Cimbertham Kingdom. In a small snow-covered house in Cimbertham, a sneeze rang out, shattering the cold atmosphere. The old woman inside, pulling her blanket up, muttered complaints about the cold and told herself she needed to turn up the room's temperature right away. The shockwave reached her doorstep, yet she only cared about how cold it was.
The old woman carried a food tray consisting of sweet potatoes and vegetables toward the fireplace. Surprisingly, inside the fireplace was not charcoal, but a warrior of the muscle army meditating with steam rolling thickly off his body. The old woman kindly fed him a bite and introduced this as a dish combining chicken breast, sweet potatoes, and vegetables. After enjoying the nutritious meal, he excitedly roared about performing 1,000 squats to increase the heat for the house. A heater running on a jimmer, the muscle version of heating technology. The old woman was sitting by the fireplace, warming herself, and exclaimed in total satisfaction, "Oh, it's so warm." However, that heat source didn't come from dry firewood, but from a member of the muscle army diligently performing squats right inside the furnace. Suddenly, he felt a strange vibration spreading across his chest. His eyes widened in shock, wondering to himself if this was a signal from Hansunim. Unable to sit still, he decided to check immediately. His rippling muscles began to tremble violently with every strong beat transmitting from afar. Being able to catch a signal even while doing squats in the fireplace, the muscle Wi-Fi has full bars. At the training area, the continuous clanking of weights echoed amidst the hot smoke. A warrior stopped and asked his teammate, "It seems like that's really Hansunim's call, isn't it?" The other firmly confirmed that although the signal was a bit weak, based on the characteristic contraction of the chest muscles, it was definitely Hansu. Looking at the gym they had been attached to for so long, with a burn warning sign hanging on the wall, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful having to leave. However, the leader's order was absolute. A booming voice rang out, "Let's go then." All the warriors simultaneously stopped their training, preparing for a dramatic gathering. A slight twitch of the chest muscles means receiving a signal, the gymmer version of internal communication. In a quiet space, a man silently took a sip of hot tea and uttered words full of regret. "I really don't want to see you off at all. Can't you stay?" Opposite him was Gudo, who silently listened to the offer in respectful silence. Gudo thoughtfully looked into the teacup and admitted that a lot had indeed happened since they started their journey at the gym dungeon. Sitting by the tea table in the middle of the antique room, he affirmed that it was an incredibly meaningful time for him.
Gudo lightly stroked his beard and added a sarcastic remark, which was also the time they almost died at the hands of His Highness. Memories of the agonizing training days resurfaced, where exhausted soldiers had to lie on stretchers to be continuously carried by their comrades across the battlefield. Suddenly, an earth-shattering collision erupted, creating a deep crater amidst the thick dust and smoke. From the middle of the ruined scene, Hildebrand loomed with eyes glowing with killing intent. The old king stared coldly at the opponent and growled his question. "Are you the one who turned the army into this?" A member of the army panicked and shouted, "We are under attack, counterattack quickly." Hildebrand loomed with a face full of fatigue, muttering, "What a pity, I lost my sword on the way here." Seeing the opponent still bewildered, the old king channeled magic into the palm of his hand and suggested, "Since I feel a bit regretful, how about we decide the winner with magic, entering combat but forgetting the weapon?" "Your Highness, it's not that side." Hildebrand bewilderedly turned around in doubt. Gudo hurriedly explained that the one who was just attacked was actually an allied monster that had joined their army. Seeing two injured and confused ghoul warriors, Hildebrand smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, how about we go inside to listen to everything more carefully?" Both of them quietly walked through the strictly lined-up ranks of soldiers to enter the main camp. Hildebrand glanced at Rayon and the people around him, then asked, "You guys probably have something to say too, right?" A sinister smile appeared on the faces of the mysterious figures as they quietly observed the situation.
Inside the tent, Hildebrand took a sip of tea and explained, "I only did that because I didn't clearly grasp the war situation, brother." Gulo smiled awkwardly and replied, "Aha, I understand." The old king curiously asked about Gulo's life in Sinbertham during the past time. Without hesitation, Gulo laughed loudly and affirmed, "It was really a mess." The old king smiled slightly with interest. "You are truly an honest person, which is exactly why I don't want to let you go." Gulo continued to explain that the kingdom's welfare system in the past was truly terrible. Hildebrand nodded in acknowledgement, "And you are the one who improved it a lot." Gulo quietly took a sip of tea, looking down with full humility. That's because everyone felt happy doing it. The truth was exactly like that. The bodybuilders were always willing and volunteered to dedicate their strength to the kingdom. Outside the tent, two muscular warriors were still standing guard strictly, protecting the important conversation taking place amidst the falling snow, their spirit of dedication at max level.
The counts of 1, 2, 3, 4 rang out continuously as the members of the muscle army rhythmically passed honeycomb coal briquettes to each other. Using twisting movements combined with lunges, they simultaneously transported fuel and took the opportunity to train their bodies. The heat radiating from this training process even helped save a significant amount of heating resources for the village. The bodybuilders also easily designed personalized training programs for the elderly, helping an old man excitedly show off his solid biceps next to his instructor. Working while working out at the gym is truly optimizing efficiency without wasting a single beat. The reason they could do this is that they all originated from the ghoul race. From skinny, frail entities, the weightlifting method helped them revive strongly with bulging muscle masses. A ghoul warrior stood tall, his glowing red eyes radiating fierce killing intent as he lifted the heavy barbell. With their accumulated experience, the bodybuilders went directly to the homes of retired elderly people to give hands-on instruction. In the middle of the snow-covered training ground, the elders enthusiastically performed the movements as instructed, helping them no longer feel bored and become healthier than ever. Waving greetings and bright smiles appeared more and more in the village. An old man laughed heartily, revealing sincere happiness on his aged face. Witnessing this scene, Hildebrand quietly observed from behind. This was the first time he truly saw the smiles of his subjects. 2 weeks later, amidst the white snow, a powerful vibration began to shake the sturdy city gates. The atmosphere had just chilled for a bit before a major incident was about to happen. In front of him was Hansu's massive back, radiating powerful muscular pulses. Hildebrand and Sister Pierre both showed clear signs of anxiety, wondering what they should do next in this situation. Hansu, with his glowing blue eyes, looked straight at the target and loudly declared, "There it is, the city wall." The muscle army began to march majestically on the cold snow. Each warrior stood tall, their entire bodies shaking to the rhythm of muscle contractions. Hansu affirmed that a well-trained body is a solid steel pillar. He led the army towards the mountain range, where the pillars of flesh were gradually overlapping to form a wall. Hansu further explained that when those pillars combined, they would create a city wall. The members of the muscle army lined up simultaneously, flexing to lock their joints to create an impenetrable fortress. The ultimate skill of the muscle Great Wall was officially unleashed, a giant wall made up of thousands of muscle warriors standing close together, ready to face any hostile forces.
Witnessing this scene, female commander Sister Pierre gritted her teeth in anger. Daring to mock our holy kingdom? She immediately raised her hand to command. The whole army prepare for the attack stance. Sister Pierre pointed forward, loudly declaring, "Wipe out all enemies." The army of knights holding spears rushed forward madly like crashing waves. Facing the enemy, Hansu roared, commanding the muscle army to line up. The bulging muscle masses immediately flexed tightly, preparing to receive the attack. The other side spewed killing intent. This side flexed muscles. A series of spears stabbed straight into the flesh, but were all shattered or bounced off in helplessness. Sister Pierre was shocked, sweating profusely, exclaiming, "The attacks have no effect?" Hansu smiled arrogantly. He boldly declared, "Don't think about us from 3 months ago. A muscle warrior still stands firm despite being attacked continuously." He added, "No, don't even imagine our bodies from just a week ago."
Hansu continued to yell loudly with excitement. Compared to yesterday, an hour ago, or even just one set ago, the firmness had already increased, with muscle masses gleaming brightly under extreme pressure. Hansu roared the name of the ultimate training philosophy, progressive overload, while the muscle army was easily crushing the resistance of the Holy Kingdom soldiers. Hansu quietly looked at the opponent and calmly asked, "What about your rest time?" A member of the muscle army smiled and affirmed, "I have rested enough." Hansu gave a thumbs up and replied briefly, "Good." Immediately, the enemy's spears pierced straight into the warriors' chests, but were all shattered against their steel-hard muscles without leaving a single scratch. Watching this scene, Sister Pierre panicked and yelled in doubt, "Hansu, was it a lie when you said you would build a wall?" Hansu calmly replied, "Not at all." Sister Pierre continued to question, "How could you deceive me like that?" But he insisted he wasn't deceiving her. The truth was that the wall had never moved even an inch. Amidst the dust and smoke, a giant wall formed by the muscle warriors intertwining their arms stood tall, protecting the 2 giant cockatrices behind them, rendering the enemy completely helpless. Sister Pierre realized in shock, come to think of it, haven't they never counterattacked even once? Because simply, that is the essence of a wall. Pope Jasmine firmly declared, "In our Roman kingdom, we absolutely do not use monsters as soldiers." However, when Hansu suggested, "But what if they are used as a wall?" the boy's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Jasmine excitedly gave a thumbs up in praise. "That would be totally awesome. Good heavens, a wall made of monsters looks really cool." While Sister Pierre could only stand and watch speechlessly, a member of the muscle army suddenly touched Hansu and asked, "Hanstermeme, why do you look so skinny?" Hansu's face immediately changed color and he growled, "What did you just say?" The word skinny had hit Hansu's exact weak point. He went crazy and roared in a fit of rage. "Did you just say I lost muscle?" Without a moment of hesitation, Hansu swung his hand and slapped the shoulder of the subordinate who dared to misspeak.
A member of the muscle army looked at Hansu in bewilderment, full of questions. Immediately, Hansu frantically threw thunderous punches at his own chest to create maximum muscle stimulation. He roared the name of the exercise, one-arm dumbbell press, and then dashed forward at a terrifying speed. A powerful blow erupted right after, creating a fierce tremor on the ground. The muscular soldier closed his eyes to feel it. White smoke began to rise from his body after the strike. His eyes suddenly widened, flashing with an unusual determination. He smiled radiantly, telling Hansu to stop joking around with him like that. But then he suddenly realized that Hansu no longer had his former strength. Seo stared in shock, his eyes widening as he witnessed the terrifying power erupting right in front of him. The member of the muscle army looked at his smoking hand in astonishment. He silently recalled the tradition that the strongest would become galat, his face dripping with sweat, full of tension over his own transformation. However, just as he was about to declare himself the next generation's galat, a figure wearing a mandarin robe suddenly appeared and delivered a fatal blow to the back of his neck, causing him to collapse. The stranger respectfully approached to ask about Seo's situation and wondered about what had just happened, getting ambushed right when he was about to take the throne. Seo, with a bruised face, choked up and called out Gulo's name. Seeing his boss shed tears, the figure in the mandarin robe immediately reminded him not to cry because it would cause muscle loss. The two sat quietly in the middle of the snow-covered land, Seo curled up, looking extremely weak and sorrowful. The minions secretly worried upon seeing the leader reveal such vulnerability, fearing that the order and hierarchy maintained for so long would completely collapse. Behind him, the muscle army with glowing red eyes and the giant cockatrice loomed threateningly with killing intent.
A subordinate approached Gulo and wondered, "Gulo Lord, shouldn't we elect a new Ghoul Lord?" Gulo broke into a cold sweat upon noticing the presence of a strong being. "They're here." The giant toad monsters appeared, making the monsters below bow down in fear. Gulo scolded, "You stupid monsters, don't you think about what will happen if the leader here changes?" He analyzed that because they bear the name of monsters, if they change their leader, they would immediately be attacked by the Roman Holy Kingdom. Even the Sinbratherm Kingdom would consider them enemies. Changing the leader means getting wiped out instantly, so everyone is genuinely terrified. The only person who can maintain the balance of survival is Hansunim. Turning to Hansu, Gulo curiously asked, "Hansunim, can you swing that thing using only arm strength?" Hansu looked at the giant dumbbell with hesitation. "Right now, I'm not very confident." Gulo immediately encouraged, "It's just a game, just try it once." Hansu wondered where this kettlebell came from. Then he began to lower his center of gravity, focusing all his strength into his giant arms. He took a deep breath, saying he wasn't confident but still getting into position, his arms ready to unleash full power. Hansu gritted his teeth, blue veins bulging on his body. He activated the heavy blank 1/20th skill. After an extreme effort, Hansu cheered radiantly. "All right." Witnessing that scene, a member of the muscle army casually approached and commented, "Looks light. Step aside, let me try it once."
Gulo quietly observed and told himself, "My decision to side with Hansunim is not just for this reason." He believed that theoretically, Hansunim becoming strong again was only a matter of time. Hansu stood with his arms crossed majestically, while Gulo secretly decided, "Shouldn't I soon join the ranks of betting this life?" A warrior tried to lift the weight, but it only budged slightly, because Gulo had secretly used gravity to make it heavier. In the end, no one could lift the dumbbell except Hansu. Watching from afar, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, even this is not enough? That's really bad." In the middle of a vast snowfield, a hand was raised high among the crowd. "Hansunim wins!" While Hansu maintained a calm and cold expression, the disciples behind continuously clapped and cheered to celebrate their leader's victory. Right after that, the scene shifted to the fitness area. The training atmosphere here was extremely boiling, with counting beats echoing throughout the space. 6, 7, 8, 9 continuously rang out from the warriors who were diligently training their muscles. After winning, he still kept a cold face, an unbothered Sigma demeanor, and absolute king of posturing. Hansu performed the final push and finished the set to the count of 10. However, he suddenly stopped with a thoughtful expression, thinking to himself that this wouldn't do. It felt too different. Hansu panted, sweat dripping down his face, and quietly made a decision. Add another 40 kilos. Witnessing this unbelievably small weight increase, the disciple standing next to him couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Is there something wrong, boss? You're only adding 40 kilos? Behind them, two members of the muscle army began to whisper with terrified expressions. One trembling revealed, "I've heard about this before." The other curiously asked back, "About what?" For someone who had mastered all weightlifting techniques like Hansu, he possessed a very special ability. It was the ability to lift a lightweight but make it feel infinitely heavy in his own perception. Hansu stood in front of the barbell, focused all his willpower, bent down, gripped the iron bar tightly, and took deep breaths. To regain his alertness and dispel fear, Hansu slapped both sides of his cheeks hard. He muttered to himself, "Here it goes again." Hansu gritted his teeth, trying to reassure himself against the invisible pressure. "Juhan Seo, don't be a coward. Are you actually scared of this tiny weight?" He remembered that this psychological state also occurred when he trained with kettlebells before, self-buffing the difficulty for himself. If the game is not hard, make it hard yourself. Hansu tensed his body to lift the giant barbell and shouted loudly, "Lightweight, baby!" Witnessing this scene, a member of the muscle army standing behind couldn't help but worry, thinking, "We're doomed."
He realized that the current situation was not very optimistic for returning to the Simbertham Kingdom.
To be able to stay in the Roman Holy Kingdom, he understood that relying solely on the city walls was not enough. He saw through the fact that the officials were still trying every possible way to get rid of his group. In the council chamber, an opinion affirmed, all-out war is inevitable. If we calculate the forces carefully, we can win. Pope Jasmine nodded in satisfaction. Very well, the walls are complete. If we focus on defense, the Holy Kingdom will win, right? A voice rang out decisively. Finally, we have a common ground, Pope Jasmine. However, Gudo immediately waved his hand.
Shaking his head in disagreement, absolutely not. The Holy Kingdom cannot defeat the kingdom. He explained that the fighting will of the two sides was completely different. Despite the sharp glare from the opposite side, he calmly analyzed. Compared to the Holy Kingdom soldiers who do not want to die because they still have families to support, the Simbertham soldiers long for an honorable death after having lived long enough. He posed a challenging question. Do you really think the Holy Kingdom can defeat those crazy veterans? I believe that our Gothhand Legion has already demonstrated overwhelming strength. That sounds very confident, but the opponents are all hardcore people who are tough to kill. But he immediately dismissed it. Isn't that just a small group? Stop just trying to boost morale and properly evaluate the enemy's true strength. He emphasized that the fact those soldiers could live until old age is proof of their terrifying survival skills. Surviving to old age on the battlefield, just hearing it shows their level is not ordinary. Complaining and whining is something even a child can do. Standing in the middle of the conference hall, the bald gray man loudly declared in front of the officials. He received a reminder that he should not teach such things to Pope Jasmine. Despite everything, he roared furiously. Don't invest in useless places. Invest in us. He pointed at the officials and questioned. Don't you think that just one of your decisions can turn the lives of tens of thousands, millions of people around? He urged, don't just focus on dividing factions. Look at the practical values. Witnessing that arrogance, an official smirked with contempt. Just a monster, yet your tongue is quite fierce. The gray man suddenly asked, have you never heard the story about Count Gudo's kingdom? The young Pope Jasmine asked back in confusion, Count Gudo's kingdom? An official wearing glasses began to explain that it was a small rural country located in the south. Hearing that, Jasmine gasped in amazement. The official continued to say that the national power of that place had become so strong that neighboring countries all had to be wary and observe every move of Count Gudo.
He affirmed that this is the hottest story right now that everyone knows, which is about a nation where all the citizens possess bulging muscular bodies. The image of Gudo and the towering muscle army with swords in hand appeared with full authority. Thanks to that prestige, no nation dares to look down on them. That national power was created single-handedly by Hansunim. This information made everyone present in the room widen their eyes in astonishment. Everyone was shocked upon hearing it. One person carrying the whole nation's meta. So you mean that in a short time you can also help the national power of our Roman Holy Kingdom grow like that? The gray man confidently affirmed. Of course. Doesn't the Roman Holy Kingdom possess something that the Simbertham Kingdom lacks? When asked what that was, he smirked and replied, that is the recovery ability originating from youth. A muscular entity glowing with the green energy of hope appeared powerfully. The gray man pointed forward, boldly declaring that it was only a matter of time before the Roman Holy Kingdom became as powerful as Count Gudo's kingdom. Buffing youth means leveling up fast. Facing the leaders, Gudo boldly spoke up. I understand what you mean. So what is it that you want? High above, the Pope observed thoughtfully. Gudo smirked slightly, his eyes shining through his monocle. What we want is... Meanwhile, at the training area, Hansu was tensing and bending over to start a new weightlifting set. Behind him, a member of the muscle army diligently counted the rhythm. 5, 6, up. Throughout the training round, dozens of warriors were passionately training, creating a boiling atmosphere. A man with purple hair, having a towel draped over his shoulder, panted with satisfaction. So refreshing. Not far away, two members of the muscle army were blankly searching for equipment. One asked, have you seen the 5-kilogram weight plates around here? The other pointed into the distance. Look over there. In a corner of the yard, a strange man was casually sitting and playing with the colorful weight plates. He muttered in amusement. They look cute, so they feel really nice to hold. Witnessing the training equipment being made a joke of, Hansu stood frozen, green veins bulging on his face in anger. Gudo quietly observed and muttered to himself. Not only did they not meet any demands, but the surveillance has also increased. He looked towards the watchers and got angry. These Holy Kingdom bastards really are playing house with the weights? No wonder the mane is frozen and about to explode.
However, Gudo suddenly changed his expression, laughing maliciously. Just as planned, he was calculating in his head what Hansu needed right now was weight and ignorance. In the middle of the bustling gym, Hansu approached the two strange men and reminded them, hey, let's behave politely and use it reasonably. In response to his suggestion, there were only mocking, contemptuous laughs. The brown-haired guy sneered sarcastically. Hey, a monster is talking about politeness? The purple-haired guy chimed in smugly, but this is the funniest thing I've ever heard. Suddenly, a red weight plate was thrown, lodging straight into Hansu's shoulder. He stared blankly after it. Boomerang head.
Hansu stood rooted to the spot, frighteningly silent. They provoked the wrong boss and still laughed, single-handedly turning on self-destruct mode. Hansu's lips pressed tightly together under the pressure. Immediately, a blazing red murderous aura erupted, engulfing Hansu's entire body. His eyes burned like fire, his face contorted in absolute rage. All the muscles on Hansu's body began to tremble violently.
Immediately, he rushed in to perform the bench press exercise with terrifying strength. Witnessing this scene, the members of the muscle army couldn't help but be shocked. They sweated profusely and wondered if their leader's mind had a problem, choosing to lift weights right in this situation. However, one member realized the truth and affirmed that this was not merely training. He analyzed that at the exact moment he was about to rush in and attack the enemy, Hansu instinctively grabbed the barbell. This was definitely a hard-to-break habit formed from the extreme stress accumulated over a long time. When instinct kicks in, grab the weights first, fight later. All of Hansu's normal concepts were gradually disappearing, replaced by an iron will. Even though he was extremely angry inside, he still told himself that when rage reaches its peak, there is nothing better than burying oneself in blocks of iron. Hansu focused entirely on every push, silently counting to banish all distractions from his head. Too angry to hit people, he turned to abusing the weights to relieve stress. Hansu was immersed in his own world. Realizing that numbers were no longer important now, the crucial thing was to feel his own body. He told himself to focus absolutely on every single muscle fiber. Deep inside, the muscle fibers were trembling with every movement. In a quiet space that should have been very peaceful, Hansu was enduring extreme pain. Hansu's face distorted in misery. He angrily questioned why he had to feel pain from something so lightweight. He furiously scolded his own weak body and determined to end it all today. Hansu roared in extreme excitement, putting all his strength into performing the set. Witnessing that scene, two members of the muscle army couldn't help but be shocked and amazed. One wondered how long he had been doing this single set, and the other replied that probably about 21 minutes had passed.
Despite being in immense pain, Hansu's posture was not distracted or shaken at all. The disciples endlessly praised their leader's amazing focus and muscular endurance as he continued to work hard with the small dumbbell in his hand. Meanwhile, the nearby guards showed contempt, assuming that the other party didn't dare to resist out of extreme fear. One of them mocked, asking if the monster boss was so scared that he shrunk away. He smugly declared that he would deal another blow and decisively threw the red plate hard at the muscle army. The atmosphere suddenly became freezing cold. The towering warrior stood there, looked straight at the aggressor, and growled, "Don't you know that when someone is working out, not even a dog is allowed to touch them?" He firmly warned that because he had been observing for a long time, he knew exactly that the opponent was constantly pushing beyond the limit of tolerance. A whole legion of muscular giants stepped forward simultaneously, with burning, murderous intent. The one who just attacked now started to tremble, stuttering in horror. "Are you really going to do it? Don't you know that messing with us will make the Holy Kingdom your enemy? I'm not going to touch you. I just saw that you look a bit cold, so I want to warm you up a little." Before the opponent's bewilderment, the giants began to close in and use their massive bodies to surround him. One of them asked softly, "How is it? Do you feel warm yet?" Squeezed tightly between the sweaty masses of muscle, the young man screamed in terror. "It feels weirdly disgusting. Get the hell away from me."
The muscle guy calmly explained that muscles only generate heat when exercising. Then he muttered threateningly, "I will make you feel even warmer." His eyes suddenly glowed bright red. His blue veins bulged as he loudly declared his skill, double pectoralis major. Instantly, the chests of the giants began to shake violently, creating continuous shockwaves that engulfed the victim. The poor young man writhed amidst the violently vibrating masses of meat, crying out in despair, "It feels so dirty! I was wrong! I was wrong!" The radiating heat made him only have time to scream, "No, it's too hot!" Meanwhile, Hansu was working hard at the bench press with a face flushed red from the pressure. He silently wondered if it was because he had poured all his anger into the barbell that his whole body was burning hot like this. Hansu pondered. Whenever he got angry, weightlifting was the only answer, but the agonizing training only made him angrier. He gritted his teeth, focused all his strength into his trembling arms, and let out a resounding roar. "I said I'm very angry, so angry that the more it hurts to train, the more infuriated I get." Witnessing that scene, a member of the muscle army frantically asked his teammate, "Bodybuilder, how much time has passed?" The other person, sweating profusely, replied, "He has been doing a single rep for 42 minutes now." The disciples continuously cheered. "Hansu Nim, just try a little bit more. You are awakening the muscle masses stored in your body." Hansu continued to brace himself under the 1,000-pound weight amidst the resounding cheers of encouragement from the members of the muscle army. Hansu put all his strength into doing pull-ups on the vertical cliff. He told himself that if he just tried a little harder, his old body still seemed unable to return immediately. It took a grueling 9 hours for Hansu to complete a single repetition when night had fallen with a perfectly round moon.
After the torturous workout, he fell into a deep sleep beside the heavy weights. In his slumber, Hansu's muscle masses began to spasm and shake violently. His eyes suddenly glowed in the darkness along with an affirmation, finally ready to converse. As dawn broke, Hansu embarked on a new challenge with a giant stone weight in his hands. A voice rang out full of doubt. Can you push it? What if you get injured? Despite the advice to train slowly and safely with an appropriate weight, because this weight seemed too heavy, Hansu still gritted his teeth and endured the 1,000-pound weight pressing down on his chest. Facing the questioning about the principle of progressive overload, he suddenly roared, "Shut up!"
Hansu admitted that progressive overload is good, and he wasn't ignorant about it, but if he kept being fearful and compromising, his body would never change. He gripped the barbell tightly with a confident smile and declared that one's limit is exactly the one who gave up. All the muscles on Hansu's body rolled up powerfully as he used all his strength to break past his old limits. Generally speaking, if you don't break the record, don't do it, but once you play, go all in without looking back. A bench press roar echoed through the space as the stone weight was gradually pushed higher. Hansu roared in extreme excitement, his eyes shining brightly amidst the suffocating pressure. Right when the barbell was lifted to its peak, a welcoming voice rang out, "You have returned." Hansu looked up with deeply moved eyes and realized the presence of the original source of power from long ago. That entity quietly looked at him and softly called, "Partner." Witnessing Hansu training so passionately, the members of the muscle army couldn't help but gossip. "Hansu-nim looks a bit different today, doesn't he?" Another person nodded and commented, "His mood seems to be very excited." They curiously wondered if he had just achieved a new breakthrough in muscle development. Did he just gain muscle growth? However, a member with a thoughtful face affirmed, "No, that is demonic energy." He further explained that monsters who don't care about demonic energy like the other members wouldn't know, but for Hansu, every time he trained, the demonic energy would always overflow like a flood. In fact, this disciple had been very worried when seeing that energy disappear over the past few days. "I haven't seen the demonic energy appear for the past few days, so I was quite worried." At this moment, Hansu suddenly waved his hand and called out loudly, "Gulo." As soon as the loyal disciple approached and respectfully asked, "What do you need me for, sir?" Hansu expressed his doubt. "I have something I want to ask you." Gulo calmly replied, "Yes, please speak." Hansu began to explain that until now he thought the energy flowing through his body was just blood circulation, so he didn't care much. But then he raised his hand and said, "But look at this." Losing the buff for a few days made the disciple immediately scared, thinking the main got nerfed without notice.
A blazing red energy suddenly burst from Hansu's palm. He stared blankly at the strange light surrounding him and asked, "What is this?" Gulo immediately explained that it was called magic power. Hearing this, Hansu showed obvious disappointment. He sighed and muttered to himself, "So it's not a new muscle group. I thought this was a type of muscle that only existed in this world." Seeing his boss feeling a bit down, Gulo quickly added an important piece of information. Theoretically, if you master it, you can create any workout equipment you want, anywhere. Hearing that gym equipment could be created, Hansu's eyes immediately lit up, and he broke into a bright, excited smile. "Really?" Gulu began to explain in more detail that magic power was something that could change the laws of the world. By applying pressure to the internal or external circulation of the body, the user could make the internal circulation even stronger, or even directly impact external factors. The instructor explained that breaking the external circulation was the basic principle. However, in Hansu's case, making the internal circulation stronger would be much more effective. He asked Hansu to first spread his legs shoulder-width apart. Placing his hands on Hansu's robust shoulders, he instructed, "Close your eyes and try to feel the flow of mana from your stomach or your heart." Hansu followed suit, muttering in his mind, Feeling the flow of mana from the heart?" He continued to concentrate intensely, wondering if he should feel it from his abdomen, but Hansu quickly gave up. He scratched his head and complained, "I don't know, it's too difficult." Seeing the other party struggling, the instructor suggested, "Well, let's try this instead. Try concentrating force in your lower abdomen." He even directly placed a hand on his own stomach to demonstrate for Hansu, thinking, "He works out so hard, but the moment I ask him something, he gets confused immediately." The instructor continued to guide. "Try to control your muscles as if you are drawing a circle, using the lower abdomen where you concentrated force as the center." Immediately, Hansu's abdominal muscles began to contract and move continuously. He encouraged, "Think of it as channeling the flow of that muscle mass out through your hands." A technique called pumping control was officially activated. The muscle masses on Hansu's chest swirled fiercely, forming a powerful muscle vortex. Every individual muscle part that was previously divided now began to connect together incredibly smoothly. Blazing streams of energy ran throughout Hansu's body, concentrating entirely in his glowing hands. He looked at the fiery red spiritual energy swirling in his palm and suddenly released it. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. He was just doing a little workout, but unleashed a skill like a final boss. The ground simply couldn't handle it. Witnessing a giant blazing red sphere appear in the sky above the castle, the members of the muscle army and Lena could not help but be shocked and terrified. Someone tremblingly exclaimed, "What is that?"
The eerie sphere vibrated continuously and then abruptly vanished into red dust particles in midair. Hanu looked up blankly and muttered, "Oh my," it disappeared. Meanwhile, Gudo was panting, sweating profusely from exhaustion. Hanu expressed deep regret. What a pity. Gudo was astonished, saying to himself, "To think the power could reach this level." Looking at Hansu's massive, guardian-like back, Gudo hatched a dark ambition. If I know how to use this monster, I could conquer the entire continent, no, even dominate the whole world. Hanu suddenly turned and asked, "Gudo, what should we do next?" Gudo, startled, replied, "Yes, well, next is..." He began to explain. "There are many ways to use mana. You should try to explore and learn how the creatures in this place use mana." Gudo smiled broadly from ear to ear with a sinister look. In the Roman kingdom, an emergency meeting was taking place with an ironclad declaration. We must drive them away immediately. A bespectacled official asked anxiously, "Did everyone see that wave of demonic energy this afternoon? It will definitely harm the Holy Kingdom. Over here, someone is still learning a skill, while over there, an emergency meeting has already been held to send them packing."
Another person nodded in agreement. "That's right, that's clearly a threatening act. Please allow us to drive that monster away." In the solemn council room, the cry, "Please allow us," rang out simultaneously and decisively. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the young Pope Jasmine casually asked, "How is the Sin-Betherm kingdom doing? Are they coming?" The whole room was as tense as a bowstring, yet he alone was asking questions like he was gossiping about drama. Set in the council room, an old official anxiously reported, "The Sin-Betherm kingdom's army is delaying the guerrilla march of our Goth Hand Knight Order." He earnestly suggested, "Therefore you should build a proper wall right now. It's still not too late." Contrary to that seriousness, Pope Jasmine nonchalantly replied, "A monster wall looks much cooler." The statement made the advisor simply shout out in bewildered helplessness, "Pope!" Being opposed, Jasmine pouted sulkily. Seeing the tense situation, an official had to concede. "I understand. Let's talk about the wall one more time." The meeting continued to take place in the vast space of the Great Hall with rows of empty seats. Meanwhile, in a distant snowy mountain region, cold winds howled, enveloping the towering peaks in the quiet night. Amidst the white snow, monsters were gathering to plot. A giant ice entity confidently declared, "I heard the human's wall has collapsed." His eyes glowed as he affirmed, "Let's take this opportunity to make humanity kneel at our feet." Immediately, a long-haired female monster questioned, "Fine, but why are you acting like you're the leader? Our three tribes are inherently equal." Before they could even fight, they were already fighting for the leader slot. Before the meeting even finished, there was already drama. A fierce gray-furred yeti bared its fangs and roared excitedly. "The female demon is right. Among the three tribes, the Yeti tribe has the largest population, so I am the leader." To demonstrate its power, the giant ice entity took a deep breath. He channeled all his strength into his massive arms and delivered a thunderous punch to the ground. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, causing the ground to split open and tremble violently under the suffocating power. Standing tall amidst the dust and smoke, the ice entity coldly asked again, "The Yeti is the leader? Say that one more time and let's see." Observing from behind a rock, a member of the muscle army softly asked Hanu, "Did you see him use mana to create an ice pillar just now?" Hanu quietly watched and replied, "Fortunately you saw it." The subordinate continued to explain that for monsters, the amount of mana is the most accurate measure of strength. He excitedly suggested, "Come on now, let's try to predict who will become the leader based solely on the amount of mana." However, Hanu had his own answer. He suddenly appeared, lifted the giant arm of the Yeti with one hand, and confidently declared, "Muscle density wins." Hanu smiled confidently, while the monster could only widen its eyes in bewildered shock.
In the middle of the white snowy forest, Hildebrand stood tall, facing the red-haired youth in a fiery sword fight. The youth defended while flashing a provocative smile. "This old man is really hot-tempered." Hildebrand, with a stern and cold face, replied, "An old person's time is very expensive." He suddenly accelerated, dashing forward like a ghost, and asked in a low, growling voice, "Do you want me to make it even more expensive?" Hildebrand focused intensely, channeling all his strength into the decisive attack. A giant blue pillar of light pierced through the youth's chest, creating a terrifying collision. He collapsed to the ground, vomiting blood and pain, and moaning incessantly in his dying moments. Thought that one hit was the endgame, but who would have thought it was only the beginning?
Hildebrand quietly sheathed his sword and turned to walk away, convinced his opponent had fallen. However, the young man still refused to die, his eyes blazing with killing intent. A lightning-fast reverse slash made Hildebrand turn around in absolute astonishment. The young man stood tall with a large wound on his chest and sneered, "Damn, you can survive that? Thought the boss was cleared, but turning your head gets you counter-damaged." Standing from behind, a friend approached and offered, "Do you need my help?" The red-haired young man casually brushed it off. "Help with what? Just live refreshingly and go." The friend muttered a remark that he didn't look like someone who was winning at all, causing him to lose his temper. "What did you say, you brat?"
Hinderbrand quietly observed and concluded, "Indeed, a strange body." Seeing that the opponent seemed to know something, the young man pressed, "Indeed, you speak as if you already knew something beforehand." Hinderbrand smiled faintly and calmly replied, "Living a long time, what in the world haven't I heard? For example, an executive of Oculus, Organ's heart is not located in the left chest." Hinderbrand quietly explained that it is located somewhere in the internal organs, something like that. Hearing that his secret was exposed, Organ gnashed his teeth in fury, while Lai was also focusing on observing the opponent. Immediately, Organ gathered a brilliant red energy in his hand, ready for a frantic counterattack. Pillars of ice and water erupted continuously with suffocating power, engulfing the entire battlefield in a white hurricane that made everything else seem tiny. The battle exploded fiercely as two streams of red and blue energy clashed violently in midair. A hexagonal shield appeared to block the fiery attacks raining down. Hinderbrand, with glowing eyes, channeled all his essence into a decisive sword swing.
Hinderbrand quietly absorbed the developments with a face full of concern. Organ smiled arrogantly, reached his hand forward, and exclaimed excitedly, "This is so refreshing." Standing amidst the vast snowfield, Hinderbrand coldly affirmed, "The rumors about him using magic in the form of internal organs turn out to be true." Organ roared in indignation, "What gives you the right to judge me?" Immediately, a severed arm flew up into the air in terror. Hinderbrand coldly swung his sword. Hinderbrand quietly observed and thoughtfully remarked, "Whew, a recovery ability is higher than I thought." A giant mass of flesh like a rapidly beating heart suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. The little girl Winnie, with sinister yellow eyes, gave a hauntingly subtle smile and casually said, "Thanks for the meal." Witnessing that action, Organ roared in reproach, "Winnie, I told you not to help." Winnie calmly replied, "If I didn't help, you probably would have had to fight seriously, right?" Hinderbrand stood towering before the giant entity and affirmed, "No matter how tough it is, in the end this is just conceptual magic, right?" Hinderbrand unleashed continuous lightning-fast slashes at the violently contracting mass of flesh. An earth-shattering energy explosion erupted after Hinderbrand's final attack. Organ looked back and instructed the little girl behind him, "Winnie, make sure to report clearly to the boss." His face became extremely sinister, with red eyes radiating killing intent. He smiled madly and roared, "I will wipe everything out." Hinderbrand quietly sheathed his sword. He calmly declared, "Let's stop here. I will accept that proposal." The tension temporarily subsided. At the sturdy city gate, the night army was lining up to strictly protect the camp area. Hansu looked towards the soldiers blocking the road and casually remarked, "They are also just like walls." The atmosphere had barely calmed down for long before another living wall appeared right before their eyes.
A bespectacled official in red attire spoke up affirmatively. "While you were absent, I already had a city wall built, so your presence is no longer necessary." Hearing this, a member of the muscle army was extremely doubtful, secretly thinking how it was possible to finish repairing the city wall in just half a day. That was truly absurd. A green-skinned warrior stepped forward to explain, "The fact that we mean no harm must have already been confirmed by you, right?" The official pointed towards Hansu's group and said harshly, "But the ones following you are all Yetis, along with ice and snow giants, those who always cause trouble in this region." From the matter of defense, the story quickly turned into a tense collective background check. He firmly asserted that there was no way the Holy Kingdom would accept the risk of letting hostile monsters enter the city. Just then, a soldier ran up breathlessly to report an urgent message. The official opened the scroll to read with a face full of tension. He immediately requested a pause to hold a closed-door meeting. Inside the tent, dark shadows were whispering and discussing secretly amidst an extremely serious atmosphere. After a while of discussion, the official cleared his throat softly to regain his composure. He declared that the Holy Kingdom did not need to increase its risks, but if driven away, Hansu's group would become vulnerable to outside attacks. Suddenly, he flashed a bright smile and confidently declared, "Because the value of life is extremely precious, the Holy Kingdom has decided to allow the monsters to enter the city." This incident took place exactly 1 week before the war officially broke out.
On the towering city wall, a soldier stealthily observed the situation in the distance amidst the howling wind. He nervously swallowed his saliva, full of tension before the terrifying silence. Suddenly, the resounding beats of war drums, along with a series of bright red flags and spears, appeared from the horizon. The elite army of the Sinbratham Kingdom, veterans with bulging muscular bodies, were menacingly marching forward. Some wore rabbit masks, some wore elegant pink bows, but were full of murderous intent. The rabbit princess general with red glasses arrogantly complained, "Ah, war is so boring. There isn't a single bit of dopamine at all." The national grandfather minister beside him also nodded in agreement. "It's the same everywhere with these ruined nations." Looking at the structure ahead, the rabbit general muttered, "I clearly remember destroying the wall over there last time." He coldly snorted upon seeing that the enemy had repaired it surprisingly fast. Looking at the tightly closed city gates amidst the snowy wind, he turned to ask his teammates, "So shall we just charge ahead?"
Receiving a nod of agreement, a full-scale attack began to be unleashed. The formidable army with thousands of bright red flags marched massively through the snowy mountains amidst the continuous pounding of war drums. The soldiers on the wall looked down in panic as the Hell Dungeon Legion closed in right at the base of the wall. Suddenly, the eyes behind the red glasses shone with sharp perception. A decisive shout of "Wait!" rang out, causing the attack rhythm to halt for a moment. The rabbit general immediately realized the anomaly and muttered, "Are there trap magics of the Snow Maiden on both sides of the wall?" Brilliant blue magic circles began to appear under the thin layer of snow. He analyzed that based on experience, the enemy had used fog magic to conceal these formations. He smirked sinisterly upon realizing those bastards dared to consider the kingdom an enemy. Immediately, the target was changed. "Good. The next mission is to conquer the Snow Maiden," he roared with excitement, flexing to tear off his clothes and ordering the entire army. "What are you doing? Charge straight into the middle." The muscle army rushed forward frantically like a tornado of power, heading straight for the city gate.
On the city wall, the Roman soldiers were straining to draw their bowstrings, ready for battle. Upon the command of fire, a barrage of arrows tore through the air, raining down on the opponent. However, facing the rain of arrows, the warriors in the muscle army with their quirky hats nonchalantly commented, "The arrows are flying over. It's easy." Looking at this scene, it feels like watching a flawed meteor shower. Instead of being hit, these warriors executed the movement techniques of experts, rhythmically dodging all the arrows in an incredibly skillful manner. Witnessing that unbelievable sight, a soldier on the wall exclaimed in shock, "What kind of soldiers are these?" Immediately, a muscular guy wearing sunglasses smirked and declared the next step was to set up ladders to siege the city. The shouts of heave ho, rang out continuously as the giant wooden ladders were erected, pressing against the solid city wall. Dodging the skills and then immediately turning back to push the tower, giving the opponent no time to breathe. Up high, a white-haired warrior asked in bewilderment, "Huh? What is that guy doing?" Right below, a man wearing a yellow tank top was struggling to climb up amidst the shouts chasing him away due to the danger. Hansu suddenly appeared at the top of the wall. He concentrated intensely and loudly declared the technique's name, cable pullover. The ladders were pushed down, dragging along the agonizing screams of the soldiers as they fell from a towering height. Witnessing the strange move, the sloppy figure wondered, "This is a magic I'm hearing about for the first time. Which region's magic is it?" He adjusted his red glasses, looking extremely intrigued. Well, to face an unknown magic at this age, instead of being afraid, he appeared incredibly excited and roared, "This is so thrilling!" With a powerful jump, he headed straight for the city wall. Hearing the noise, the soldiers panicked and shouted, "That is the footsteps of General J-Beat! Make way quickly!" General J-Beat, with his trademark red glasses and bunny ears, let out a maniacal smile. He roared with determination, "I will pierce right through the city wall." An earth-shattering collision erupted. However, amidst the clearing smoke, General J-Beat suddenly stopped in doubt. He realized his attack seemed to be blocked by an invisible obstacle. Looks like it's blocked by something. From the hazy dust, a pale muscular entity stood looming and firm like a boulder. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, General J-Beat widened his eyes in shock and asked, "What the hell is this?" Fated to thrust with full power, only to hit a pro-max wall. How embarrassing. Under the layer of dust, an entire muscle army with pale skin and lifeless eyes loomed into view. General J-Beat stared at these strange creatures and wondered, "Monsters?" In response to that doubt, a member of the army calmly affirmed, "City wall." Faced with the challenging answer, General J-Beat smirked. "Is that so?" Then he unexpectedly swung his bunny club, delivering a powerful blow to the opponent's neck. After the collision, General J-Beat couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Oh, that's really tough. Seems even tougher than the city wall." Seeing the pale giant's smug face, he immediately noticed a weakness and shouted, "But you are too short." General J-Beat swung his club from above, aiming straight at the top of the opponent's head, but instantly he had his mouth wide open in astonishment at a new presence. What the hell is that now?
The city gate shattered when a giant creature suddenly appeared, causing General J-Beat to exclaim in astonishment, "Cockatrice!" He immediately ordered the entire army to retreat 10 steps to maintain a safe distance. Witnessing this action, Gudo's soldiers cheered, thinking they had won, but the Count immediately warned that the enemy would not simply use brute force. In reality, General J-Beat was a man who favored intellect. He was feeling extremely excited in the face of this new challenge. To focus on studying how to conquer the opponent, he ordered his subordinates to bring coffee and donuts right to the battlefield. Taking the food tray, he smugly prepared to enjoy the sweet cake right in the middle of the front lines. However, a hand suddenly swung out and knocked the cake away, making him exclaim in shock, "Hansu!" Hansu appeared menacingly right in the heart of the enemy with a stern look.
General J-Beat smiled sinisterly, thinking that Hansu was seeking his own death by choosing the hard mode to confront him. Hansu stood tall without fear of the enemy's spears. He coldly affirmed that he was hearing non-stop screams echoing. General J-Beat mocked him, asking back if those were the screams that Hansu was about to let out when he was defeated. Hansu loudly questioned, "Can't you hear them?" He explained that the very muscle blocks on General J-Beat's body were wanting to escape and were screaming incessantly. Before the enemy's bewilderment, Hansu let out a resounding roar. "Train, you brat!" A burning killing intent from Hansu enveloped the space. "The muscles wanting to escape to the outside world from you, they are screaming." At the foot of the towering city wall, a large crack appeared right above where the muscle army was forming up. Two members wearing heart and star-shaped glasses quietly observed in disgust. "Hey, do you think this spot can be breached?" The other confidently affirmed, "It's as easy as flipping a hand." They decided to have a speed race to see who would be the one to shatter the wall before the official order was given. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from above. "Yeti!" Not letting anyone bully the big boss's subordinates, a giant entity with dark purple fur charged straight down from the sky onto the city wall. Thick dust enveloped a glowing red area. The monster roared with pride. "When the big boss is away, Yeti will be the big boss. The big boss must protect the subordinates." It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, screaming to show off its strength in front of the two muscle warriors.
Two members of the muscle army glanced at each other sharply. As soon as the Yeti swung its arm to attack, they quickly launched themselves, dodging the 1,000-pound sweeps by a hair's breadth. Faced with continuous attacks, the monster suddenly stopped with a very annoyed expression and muttered, "Yeti feels so itchy." Its fury erupted, and it roared, "Die!" The monster opened its mouth wide, roaring to the sky, revealing its sharp, threatening teeth. The two members of the muscle army wearing heart and star-shaped glasses suddenly rushed forward, delivering a heavy blow that brought the giant Yeti down. They confidently asserted that they had memorized all the monster's attack patterns long ago. Looking at the motionless creature, both smugly asked, "Yeti, why don't you get up?" Right after that, they shouted to attack, "And let's begin." However, despite enduring a series of direct hits, that man still stood as steady as a rock, his face completely unchanged. The opponent's calmness in the face of an entire army behind him left the two attackers in utter shock and amazement. Both began to pant from exhaustion, frantically asking themselves, why hasn't it caused any damage at all? What is the way to break through this? Upon looking closely at the towering muscle masses in front of them, they suddenly realized a shocking truth. Wait, looking closely at these guys, they looked at the steel-hard skin and flesh, despairingly wondering how they could possibly break through such perfect muscle armor.
Hansu appeared imposingly with his giant physique, attracting everyone's gaze. A man in a pink bunny suit commented, "The outfit is pretty cool, but this is the first time we've met, isn't it?" He coldly warned that if he didn't clearly know his opponent's attacks, Hansu would lose his life in vain. He doubtfully asked if he was truly confident in his own endurance. Immediately, Hansu was surrounded by the crowd and relentlessly attacked. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Hansu suddenly closed in and restrained a man from behind. He used his giant hands to firmly grab the opponent and began instructing, "Grip tightly like this." Hansu started performing the barbell row motion right on the victim's body, making him scream in helplessness. "What the hell is a barbell row? Your strength is too great, I can't move." Hansu calmly maintained the exercise and started counting the rhythm. "Feel the back muscles. Let's do 5 more reps. 1, 2. The man screamed in pain. "Don't move. This feeling is terrible." Despite the cries for help, and the opponent clearly hating this, Hansu moved on to another guy wearing a red tank top. He adjusted his posture and reminded him, "Grip a bit wider." Hansu coldly declared the next exercise was the lunge. The poor guy trembled all over in a kneeling position, bewilderedly wondering what kind of trick he had just been hit by. At first glance, it looked like torture. Looking closely, it turned out to be a PT forcing the form a bit too hard. Witnessing this bizarre scene from afar, a commander with a mustache and sunglasses smirked wickedly. He muttered in acknowledgement, "All right, I admit this is a type of strength I'm seeing for the first time." He quietly observed the muscle army using bodybuilding exercises to torment his soldiers. However, the commander still appeared extremely confident. He believed that no matter how powerful a beast was, there would always be a way to counter it. By launching continuous attacks, the beast's stamina will gradually be worn down. At that time, the animal's weak nature will be exposed. Once it loses its confidence and falls into a state of fear, the beast cannot even use its inherent strengths. Finally, when the monster is completely subdued and curled up, just one finishing sword strike and everything will end instantly. He confidently asserted that time was finally on his side. He smugly observed and challenged how long Hansu could withstand this pressure. Meanwhile, Hansu was still calmly performing the overhead press exercise right in the middle of the smoke-filled battlefield. 30 minutes passed. The enemy bewilderingly wondered why the opponent still hadn't fallen. A member of the muscle army suddenly turned around upon sensing someone approaching.
He quietly observed the opponent and realized a shocking truth about the uneven state of muscle stimulation. Disregarding life or death, the muscle soldier demanded that the opponent must perform the movement 1529 more times on this side. Gudo was no better, groaning that everything was too heavy, making him feel like he was about to die. Hearing that, Hansu immediately approached to check and calmly asked, "Does it hurt?" Hansu continued to correct his posture, demanding him to bend his knees lower and lean forward slightly to start the exercise. Hansu urged him to maximize the contraction and extension of the muscle mass right on the spot. He roared, demanding a really powerful contraction to achieve the highest efficiency.
Furious at being dragged into this bizarre training session, Rabbit spun around and yelled in absolute rage. "You haven't been fighting this whole time. What the hell are you guys doing?" Hansu looked at him with a haunting gaze and asked back, "Why ask if you already know?" He smiled radiantly and maniacally, loudly declaring the safe training motto, "Light, weight, baby." The entire muscle army rhythmically performed their training exercises, shouting ha in unison. Hansu led the way and loudly counted the beat. 3, 4, 5. Arms began to tremble violently under the extreme pressure of the workout. His whole body was shaking, but the old man secretly felt it. "It is really tiring, but my joints don't ache at all." The old man even shuddered as he realized a strange sense of pleasure creeping through his body, telling himself that everything was still fine. However, his strength had its limits. He collapsed to the ground and whispered, "Let's stop now." Hansu immediately leaned close to his face, flashing his signature radiant smile, and asked, "Gym member, are you feeling very tired?" He looked at the young man in front of him, secretly admitting that this workout truly brought a fresh and incredibly exciting rush of dopamine. He told himself he almost wanted to admit the defeat of his army. The reason for this sudden stop was that the king had arrived. From a distance on the top of the windy, snowy hill, King Hinderbrand, with his long white hair, swept his cold gaze across the battlefield. A member of the muscle army standing nearby could only sweat profusely in astonishment. Hinderbrand slowly walked toward Hansu and loudly asked, "Are you the one that Gulo has chosen?" The final boss had appeared, and the atmosphere naturally shifted to serious mode. Looking at Hansu's towering physique, Hinderbrand inwardly evaluated. That body is definitely not the result of ordinary accumulated experiences. The old king firmly asserted that hidden beneath that flesh and skin was the power of a truly formidable opponent. Hinderbrand silently approached, his eyes never leaving his opponent. Hansu also stood tall, his face becoming stern as he directly faced the legendary king. The two stood opposite each other, creating a suffocatingly tense atmosphere in the snow-covered land. Hansu threw a heavily weighted punch straight at the old king Hinderbrand's face. The direct strike deformed the opponent's face under its terrifying pressure. Currently, Hinderbrand's muscles existed in two forms, degenerated muscles and massive muscle memory. Hansu stood tall, showing off his powerful, bulging muscles, while the old king was trying to rediscover his fighting ego. Which one would have a greater impact? Even Hinderbrand himself didn't know before trying to land a blow. In other words, it was Schrodinger's muscle state.
The question asked at this moment was, do Hinderbrand's muscles exist or not? An earth-shattering collision erupted right after, making the atmosphere tremble. A heavy punch landed on Hansu's face, creating plumes of white smoke, and the initial answer seemed to be no. Hinderbrand continuously rained down lightning-fast punches on his opponent, leaving Hansu standing frozen, enduring the blows. Another powerful strike continued to land. However, reality loudly affirmed, yes, they do. Hansu's eyes shone with a resolute blue light. He quickly regained high concentration to counterattack. Witnessing that scene from afar, a subordinate wearing sunglasses curiously asked, "Princess Rabbit, why is King Hinderbrand fighting barehanded?" The character wearing pink bunny ears quietly observed and replied profoundly, "You haven't experienced enough of life yet. It's simple. True class doesn't need weapons. Just muscles are enough."
The best feeling is defeating an opponent with their own specialty. That is the ultimate realm that veterans always pursue. Hansu stood firm against the continuous punches and calmly declared, "It doesn't hurt at all this time." He immediately countered with a powerful bench press skill. The enemy thought that his style, though heavy, was too simple. Continuous strikes landed on Hansu's chest, causing him to start showing clear signs of difficulty. Hansu roared to assert, weightlifting is not simple at all, as memories of his early training days rushed back. When Hansu was an innocent teenager asking his master, "Master, why do we have to do the same things over and over again like this?" he complained that repeating it every day was truly very boring. The master with the red headband smiled and began to explain the variety in each body part, number of sets, and total weight. He emphasized that from the range of motion to the angle, there are countless things constantly changing in every workout. The most miraculous transformation is the change of every cell in the body, and that is the greatest thing. Hansu at that time could only nod respectfully. Master is right. It turns out gym routines do not repeat. It is only the practitioner who does not fully understand. Returning to the battle, Hansu dashed past his opponent at terrifying speed.
The enemy was still confidently asserting that such obvious attacks would never touch him, but immediately a lightning-fast punch struck down, causing him to be heavily injured and cough up blood in shock. Witnessing that scene, an excited bystander cheered. It was a lucky punch. Han Soo frowned slightly and repeated in doubt, "A lucky punch? No."
Without giving the opponent a chance to react, he continued to switch to an overgrip, delivering a thunderous blow that knocked the old king far away, causing his body to crash heavily into the ground. Standing up after the hit, Hildebrand smirked with amusement and remarked, "You dare to change the trajectory of the attack?" The old king boldly admitted, "I acknowledge your combat technique." Hildebrand quietly drew a sharp weapon, and his entire body suddenly erupted with a brilliant blue spiritual aura. He activated a body enhancement skill and coldly declared, "The game ends right here." Witnessing the opponent start using supernatural power, a member of the muscle army panicked and shouted loudly, "This is bad. He is not only physically strong but also uses magic. Hansunim, you must use magic too." Han Soo stood bewildered and asked himself, "Magic?" In his mind, a new definition began to form. Magic is the abdominal muscles. He told himself that the abdominal muscles are the core, and the core is the center of the body's balance. Han Soo's abdominal muscle blocks began to contract and vibrate intensely with power. Han Soo focused entirely on his core muscles to make his body's magic as solid as possible. He roared, "Magic!" and instantly transformed into the 212 division state, a rigorous professional bodybuilding category. With a massive muscular physique and thigh muscles standing out clearly like cold steel, Han Soo stood tall amidst a blazing red aura. Hildebrand couldn't help but be amazed, muttering that this was a type of magic he had never heard of in his life. However, Hildebrand did not flinch. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, compressing the brilliant blue spiritual aura surrounding the steel blade. He sneered, thinking that the opponent was actually just shrinking his body, and then suddenly unleashed a giant energy slash, tearing through space, straight toward Han Soo.
A tremendous collision broke out, but Han Soo calmly used his steel-like guardian arm to completely block the energy slash. Hildebrand widened his eyes in terror, sweating profusely as he witnessed the young man's unimaginable defensive power. In contrast to that panic, Han Soo smirked, smiling confidently and arrogantly at his opponent. The story suddenly flashed back to 2007, a time when all IFBB professional athletes competed together on a single stage without any weight class divisions. Amidst the towering muscle masses of tall competitors, a giant killer unexpectedly appeared. It was an athlete with a modest height, but possessing perfect razor-sharp muscle masses that shocked the entire hall. Since then, as shorter bodybuilders continuously won higher rankings than their taller counterparts, the bodybuilding industry suffered a massive shock. Tall athletes began falling into severe depression and melancholy, realizing that while height can be flexed, muscle definition is true love. The self-esteem of tall bodybuilders was deeply wounded after losing to shorter opponents. They painfully buried themselves in the dark, cursing themselves as trash and feeling smaller than cockroaches. This situation became so severe that it threatened the very existence of professional bodybuilding competitions. Faced with that pressure, authorities had to consider changing the judging criteria to create difficulties for shorter athletes. In a tense press conference when asked why separate divisions were created, IFBB President Santonia boldly declared that his organization had inherently been considering this issue for a very long time.
But the smaller the human body is, the more advantageous it is for body care. Even if you offer a large size or a desired shape to these people, it is completely meaningless. The bodybuilding reporters could not help but be shocked and amazed, asking again, "What does that mean? Even if the conditions change, is it no different?" The official frowned, snapping in annoyance. Don't people who call themselves bodybuilding reporters understand this? Because every cell of these people is extremely close to each other. That means they can flexibly transform their bodies like chameleons. Returning to the battle, Han Soo in his 212 division form stood tall facing Hildebrand. The old king focused all his magic power, boldly declaring, "Using the repulsive force, I will pierce you," as a lightning-fast thrust glowing with green spiritual energy charged straight at Han Soo's massive back. However, he remained standing firm as a rock, coldly executing the back double biceps pose, flexing his rear biceps. Han Soo's back muscle masses began to contract and vibrate intensely under the pressure of the sword tip. The situation gradually deviated from normal logic in a very inexplicable direction. Han Soo glanced over and sent a message. "Bodybuilders, do not feel insecure just because you are small. Watch closely." The muscle army behind could only widen their eyes, holding their breath to observe their leader's unimaginable display of power. Han Soo's back muscle fibers coiled up like steel mountains, squeezing the opponent's blade so it couldn't budge. Dry cracking sounds rang out continuously until Han Soo boldly declared, "Weapon breaker, the weapon destroyer."
The old king's sword instantly shattered under the contraction of muscles, causing Hinderbrand to exclaim in shock, impossible. Unwilling to accept defeat, Hinderbrand frantically activated a series of statuses, enhancing muscle power, explosive enhancement, physical enhancement. A stream of green spiritual fire engulfed the old king as Hinderbrand roared, "I will give it my all once again." The old man dashed forward at wind-tearing speed, unleashing a flurry of lightning strikes surrounding Han Soo amidst blinding light. Hinderbrand frantically screamed in despair, yet Han Soo still wore an arrogant smile, calmly standing still to enjoy the continuous collisions and calling it a full-body massage, an electric massage. Han Soo stood tall, using his opponent's most cruel attacks to stimulate and relax his magnificent muscle masses.
Hinderbrand panted heavily. The old king was completely exhausted after the consecutive attacks. Han Soo strolled over and casually asked, "Is the killing dance over now?" Standing tall before the kneeling opponent, he boldly declared, "I will take your move." Han Soo spun around, showing off his bulging muscles, and shouted, "Side triceps." A blinding aura erupted, leaving Hinderbrand in stunned amazement. Han Soo continuously showed off the powerful side chest pose, while the old king of Simbertherm completely collapsed. Before everyone's bewilderment, an observer yelled, asserting, "Can't you see the roar of a fierce beast emerging from those very movements?" Immediately, a fierce red-hot killing intent shaped like a beast's head enveloped Han Soo, creating a suffocating pressure that suppressed the entire battlefield. Things escalated to the point where no one could distinguish between performance and destruction. Hinderbrand quietly looked at the opponent and whispered, "I will withdraw my troops." The old man asked if they should stop, because in his long life he had never seen anyone possess such terrifying defensive capabilities. The old king firmly declared he would give up. Han Soo smiled and replied, "You thought correctly, old man." Regarding that close combat, the old king suddenly swung his brilliantly blue magic sword, but Han Soo quickly dodged it miraculously. Hinderbrand admired and admitted that his reflexes were indeed a monster. The old man raised his sword high and affirmed that he now recognized Han Soo's body as a type of magic itself. Magic is the ability to actualize magic power, and right now, Han Soo was gritting his teeth, channeling his energy, turning his entire body into a powerful red-hot mass of flames.
Hinderbrand creates a special magic weapon with a brilliant blue energy flow. Although Han Soo's body can destroy ordinary weapons, muscles cannot capture something without a fixed shape like this. Hinderbrand moves at an extremely fast speed, swinging the magic sword straight at Han Soo's shoulder, injuring him. Han Soo grits his teeth, enduring the pain, softly exclaiming, "Yeah, for the first time in my life, even muscles have to admit this case is a bit tough." Han Soo begins to perform preparatory movements, his leg muscles rolling up powerfully. This is the necessary accumulation of power before bursting out with full energy. With a tempered body, all of his cumbersome preparatory processes are now almost completely eliminated. Han Soo dashes out like a flash of lightning, delivering a powerful body slam through the deep blue magic defense layer. When all preparatory movements disappear, it seems there is no longer any way to defeat Han Soo. However, Hinderbrand suddenly reaches out and tightly grabs his face, coldly denying that fact. Han Soo is stunned to realize he is completely restrained instantly. Amidst the dust and smoke, the old king silently uses one hand to pin the giant, who is constantly struggling, down to the ground. Hinderbrand looks straight at his opponent with sharp, cold eyes and resoundingly declares that in this world, there is nothing that cannot be conquered. Hinderbrand tightly grabs Han Soo's head and coldly declares, "If I cannot cut through the muscles, then I will peel a thin layer of your skin." The old king focuses the brilliant blue magic power into the palm of his hand, compressing his intention, just making it thinner, thin enough to burn with pain. "I will scrape off that layer of your skin." Sharp streaks of blue spiritual energy continuously tear at Han Soo's massive back, creating numerous wounds amidst loud crashing sounds. Attacked unexpectedly, Han Soo's eyes widen in astonishment. He quickly analyzes the situation and comes up with an idea. What if I break these fingers holding on so tightly? Han Soo moves instantly, launching a lightning-fast counterattack, and then decides to execute a hit-and-run tactic to create distance in the formation. Han Soo uses his leg strength to jump far away. However, Hinderbrand does not give his opponent any chance to rest. The old man roars decisively, "Don't even think about escaping," and frantically chases after him at terrifying speed. In just a blink of an eye, Hinderbrand's hand once again completely grabs Han Soo's face. The old king coldly declares, "Hit again," and then toweringly rides on his opponent's giant shoulders in a brilliant blue aura.
Han Soo gritted his teeth in deep resentment, muttering to himself, "If this were a bodybuilding competition, I would have definitely won by now."
Hinderbrand quietly observed Hansu from behind the erupting spiritual power. The old man confidently asserted, "But if you take this attack head-on, not even your bones will remain intact." The old king's face became extremely solemn under the pressure of the deep blue magic power. Right at this moment, Hansu's speed suddenly skyrocketed to a terrifying level. His strikes were so fast that they were invisible to the naked eye, comparable to the punches of a professional boxer. But professional boxers usually dodge such rapid jabs gracefully, and what makes this possible is the countless combat experiences accumulated over a long period of time. Through those experiences, every attack of the opponent could be easily seen through. Hinderbrand widened his eyes in astonishment, concentrating intensely as he realized that all of his moves seemed to be predicted instantly. Hinderbrand was stunned by the terrifying speed he was experiencing for the first time in his life. Standing in the middle of the vast snowfield, facing a type of warrior never seen before, Hansu began to flex, showing off his glowing and powerful muscle masses.
Stopping his boots hard under the ground, Hinderbrand smiled with sheer amusement and exclaimed, "Interesting." The old king's fighting will officially ignited, boiling more intensely than ever before. Hinderbrand silently wondered what would have happened if they had met a year earlier, or even 10 years ago. He dashed forward with a brilliant blue spiritual energy, concentrating all his power into the small tip of the sword in his hand. Hansu was not outdone either. He roared and charged straight forward in a blazing red aura. Hinderbrand regretted that if they had met in his prime, his battle would certainly have been twice as eye-catching and exciting as he launched a close-range attack on his opponent. Hinderbrand exclaimed bitterly, "This aging body is truly detestable." Hansu gritted his teeth to endure. He inwardly groaned about the misery of having to exercise continuously without a single second of rest between sets. He realized that this fighting style was exactly like a pyramid drop set, starting from the heaviest weight and gradually going lighter to completely exhaust one's strength. This method helps to minimize the risk of injury, but has an extremely deep impact, completely crushing the target muscle group to the very end.
Hansu was suddenly tightly bound by a skill called Invisible Magic Spiderweb. Standing below observing, Hinderbrand sighed to himself that, as he aged, his physical strength decreased so he couldn't fight for long, and the old man didn't want to ruin the task for his personal hobby. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, causing the members of the muscle army to panic and shout, "Hansunim!" Seeing the leader thrown away, one person worriedly said, "Hansunim is again," but another immediately interrupted, "No, this time is different. Hansunim is maintaining his posture mid-combat while still keeping perfect form, truly an iron-disciplined gymmer." In mid-air, Hansu was maintaining a solid squatting posture and softly exclaimed, "Squat!" That was originally a movement using the lower body to push against the ground. Hansu recalled one day when he was performing a squat in the forest, a strange thought came to him. Why doesn't anyone push the sky? It was that simple shift in thinking that helped Hansu be able to fly. By kicking hard into the air as if stepping on the ground, he continuously created thrusts to move through the sky, and then decisively landed right in front of the opponent. If Newton saw this scene, he would probably cry. Hinderbrand realized that stalling for time was now becoming difficult. He decided he had to refocus. Hinderbrand reached his hand forward, compressing his magic power to create 1,000 caddies pressure crashing down on Hansu in the distance. Immediately, a member of the muscle army locked the old man from behind and loudly declared support for the duel. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the opponent was trembling in helplessness, Hansu poured all his strength to launch a direct lightning punch into Hinderbrand's chest. The extremely powerful collision caused the old king's ribs to be severely damaged. Witnessing this scene, a one-eyed bespectacled member of the muscle army excitedly cheered, "A direct hit. With that level of damage, he won't be able to stand up." Hinderbrand panted heavily with a face full of exhaustion. The old king bitterly exclaimed, "Time is truly cruel, too cruel, ha!" The old man sourly admitted that if it were before, he could have easily defeated this opponent, yet now he had to struggle like this. Right at that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared before Hansu's eyes. The quest of the former king's lingering attachment was officially completed, bringing back the second clue of Oculus. Amidst the silent atmosphere, a highly sarcastic voice rang out. "It is indeed so. Who would have thought that the world-renowned Hinderbrand would suffer such a miserable defeat?" From the darkness, the red-haired guy Organ loomed out, casually dragging a black shadow on the ground. He muttered insidiously, "Finally getting to face you." Organ looked straight at Hansu, cracked a maniacal smile, and exclaimed, "Long time no see, Hansu." Physical therapies always bring great effects in correcting posture, rehabilitating functions, and minimizing pain. Hansu secretly thought that among them there is one benefit that gym-goers particularly love, which is being helped by others to perform stretching movements. He had originally intended that after finishing this job, he would go find a specialist to receive intensive therapy.
Seeing the opponent ahead, Hansu gritted his teeth in anger. "If you hadn't harmed my healer to that extent." However, Block suddenly raised his hand to stop him and advised, Hansunin, please hold on. He asserted that the reason he was here was precisely because of that guy. That was an executive of the Oculus organization, someone who possessed magic that transformed the functions of internal organs for combat, and the one standing before them was Zoom, who had the ability to control the bladder. Fury erupted when Block recalled the disgusting scene where this bastard dared to spray urine on the muscles of his seniors. He roared, I cannot forgive someone who dared to humiliate the muscles of my seniors like you. Hansu emitted a blazing killing intent, his voice growling, I will destroy you. However, Block intervened once again. Hansunim, you should rest. Because you are injured, your muscles look like they are severely dehydrated. He emphasized that Hansu needed to prioritize preventing immediate muscle loss. Hearing this, Hansu suddenly realized and agreed. That's right, I almost unintentionally abused my body too much. Looking at Block's back, Hansu secretly felt proud because he had now become incredibly reliable by knowing how to worry about muscle health to this extent.
Very well, now try to trust me this once and sleep. The red-haired guy smirked sarcastically upon noticing his presence. Aren't you the guy who ran away last time? Block calmly replied. Thanks for remembering me. The enemy laughed mockingly. Because you were so scared you peed your pants back then. Block thoughtfully admitted. I don't think I did that, but it doesn't matter. The truth is, I was completely defeated. Block's face became extremely serious. He told himself, to wash away those humiliating days, I had to go through grueling, repetitive training. Block began to dive into torturous exercises, from powerful bench presses to mighty deadlifts right under the rushing water, and heavy squat sets to forge his will. Witnessing this scene, a member of the muscle army asked anxiously, Lord Gulo, can Block win? Gulo stood on the city wall and smirked. Haha, it seems you've never seen Block train. Another guy remained full of doubt. Looking at that fat-covered body, I think it's definitely a loss. Gulo firmly declared, I acknowledge his body fat percentage, but if we consider the 3 basic exercises, Block is not inferior even to Lord Hansu. Block rushed forward madly with terrifying explosive power, going all in without thinking, high risk, high return. The red-haired guy easily dodged and mocked. Too simple. He accumulated blazing red energy in his palm and launched a lightning-fast counterattack. A brilliant blue energy explosion erupted, tearing through space. Gulo shouted in encouragement, Advance, Block, with the toughness of your muscles. Block gathered all his strength, shooting forward like an arrow, piercing through the blazing red energy to close in on the enemy.
Block confidently asserted that he could easily repel this type of attack, but immediately a cold blue light pierced through his chest. He exclaimed in shock upon realizing his defense had been completely penetrated. Blazing red streaks of light continued to pour down, leaving Block heavily injured and bleeding profusely. From afar, the red-haired guy smirked sinisterly, mocking that Block currently looked no different from a dying wild boar. However, the red-haired guy still calmly smiled mockingly and asked if that was all he could do. Meanwhile, Hansu was still lying down resting, completely unaware of what was happening. The members of the muscle army cried out in despair, begging someone to save Block. A warrior intended to rush out to help, but was immediately stopped by the order to hold the formation. If they abandoned their positions, the defensive wall would be breached, and all their efforts to now would go down the drain. Even though he was extremely worried about Block's life, Gulo asked everyone to look closely again. Looking closely, as long as there is breath, there is still a chance. He affirmed that the fighting flame in Block's eyes had not yet been extinguished. Block whispered in gasping breaths, gritting his teeth to assert that things were not over yet. His whole body trembling, Block tried to drag his heavily injured legs to move forward. The red-haired guy stood from afar, sneering, mockingly asking if Block wanted to continue, because he was starting to feel pity having to attack such a pathetic loser.
Trembling hands gripping the iron bar tightly, that is the spirit of a powerlifter. These people focus on training or participating in competitions with the sole goal of lifting the maximum weight in 3 basic exercises. They absolutely do not care about building an aesthetic body like bodybuilders. Their philosophy is incredibly simple. Just lift it up and push it forward with all their spirit and strength. Even if the opponent's attack pierces through their body, or even if half of their internal organs have fallen out, that will does not waver. Block roared crazily, focusing all his concentration on the opponent in front of him. Just once, for exactly one single time, Block reached out his sinewy hands and tightly grabbed Organ's clothes. His eyes shone with a blue spiritual energy, his arm muscles coiled up with overwhelming power, making Organ exclaim in terror, "What is this strength?" He was shocked to realize he could not escape that fateful encirclement. Block used his giant-like hands to lift Organ off the ground, crushing all resistance with a 1,000-pound squeeze. Block gritted his teeth and shouted the name of the decisive move, deadlift.
creating a terrifying pressure that caused the opponent's body to start deforming under the explosive power. Witnessing that scene, Block was stunned and thought to himself, I'm sure his entire spine was completely separated. I thought it was a guaranteed win, but it turned out to be the scam of the century. Life truly isn't a dream. He couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, how is that possible? On the ground, Organ with his blazing red hair began to twist his body along with dry cracking sounds. He sneered sarcastically. You were hitting so accurately just now, but are you a dud now? Organ slowly stood up, his eyes shining eerily amidst the white smoke. Just as you said, I am the worm of the bladder, and a bladder doesn't need bones at all. Block did not hesitate, immediately roaring, Bench! And madly charged straight at the enemy.
Block threw a lightning-fast punch called press, but right upon impact, Organ's body suddenly swelled up fiercely like a giant ball. Block was stunned with amazement seeing his opponent suddenly turn into a round sphere, towering and obscuring the sky, a pig bladder. In the era when the concept of a ball did not yet exist, humanity always longed to find a way to fill their boredom. And then they accidentally discovered the pig bladder. When fully inflated with air and tied tightly, it became an extremely tough, elastic object with extremely strong bounce, something that could gently absorb and repel any impact from the outside. Back to reality, Organ had now completely transformed into a giant blood-veined ball, making all of Block's attacking efforts meaningless as he had to brace himself to defend against that colossal elastic sphere. A soccer ball had been born. That monstrous deformation made the battlefield seem to step into a new chaotic rhythm. Organ, in the form of a sphere, was shot away like a lightning bolt, rushing straight down with the technique called water rocket. The collision created a terrifying explosion right in front of Block's eyes. Witnessing this scene, Gudo could only widen his eyes in horror and exclaim, This is a disaster. Another member asked in bewilderment, Aren't we winning? The fragile belief that just flashed was slapped awake by reality. Gudo immediately denied, no. He profoundly judged that the essence of a powerlifter is to lift up or push away. However, for an object with an elastic shape that constantly bounces away like that ball, pushing or lifting becomes meaningless. Block quietly observed the sphere flying in the midair. He understood that trying to lift it up brought no value. Block braced himself, using all his strength to tightly hug the giant sphere radiating Organ's purple magic power. Seeing the dangerous situation, Gudo shouted in panic, Dodge, Block! We must find a way to deal with it first! Block smiled slightly and replied, Thank you for worrying about me, Gudo, but I still always believe in the power of powerlifting. His veiny hands bulged, firmly gripping the shell of the sphere with full determination.
Block asked Gudo if he knew what the most important thing in powerlifting was. It is the strength to push the weight on the bench press bench, his hands gripping the barbell with an iron will. It is also the strength to stand up in the squat exercise, every muscle fiber of Block tensing up as he concentrated his entire spirit on the barbell. And finally, it is the strength to pull and lift the massive weight in the deadlift exercise. The true strength of a weightlifter begins with their grip ability. When applying maximum grip force into both hands, the fingertips will clamp down tightly, creating deep indentations on the target as a testament to their iron will. A sudden, shocking explosion occurred in the middle of the misty battlefield. Back at the gym, a Minotaur warrior was panting, sweating profusely from exhaustion. Come on, member, let's move on to the next set. The Minotaur guy complained frustratingly. Master, we are at a thrilling part. How can we stop here? If you want to hear the rest of the story, finish this set quickly. Immediately, the Minotaur guy roared and trained frantically so he could hear the next development soon.
All right, let's see what happened next. The story is paywalled by muscles. Without training, there's no drama to watch. If the battle had continued naturally, Block would have definitely won against Organ. However, right at that moment, someone else unexpectedly appeared to intervene. Hildebrand, in his youthful form, stepped out toweringly. Standing in the middle of the vast battlefield, the young man looked at his opponent and wondered if he could win. Hildebrand coldly advised, Give up, young man. Aren't you already exhausted? Witnessing the perilous situation, a teammate shouting from afar in worry, Block, this is enough, run away quickly. He urged that with the jumping squat skill, running away now wouldn't be difficult. The young man muttered suspiciously, Run away? He bowed his head in contemplation, his eyes sinking into the darkness of thought. Looking at the powerful opponent right in front of him, he was not afraid. On the contrary, an explosion of excitement made him grit his teeth with determination. He roared, Such a powerful opponent is right in front of me. Then he suddenly lowered his center of gravity into a powerful preparatory stance. Hildebrand sneered, How foolish. He then swung his sword, glowing with blue spiritual energy, delivering a thunderous blow. A deafening clash immediately erupted between the two streams of power. Hildebrand smirked with amusement. Foolish or not, one must face it first. That is a very good habit.
The old king confirmed that thanks to the time Block had bought, he had completed muscle super recovery through deep sleep. Hildebrand stood toweringly there with his sharp sword in hand. Hansu loudly declared that he was currently not just a bodybuilder who had completed today's muscle growth, but a super bodybuilder.
Amidst the snow-covered battlefield, Organ lay collapsed on the ground, while Hildebrand quietly stood watching from behind the dust clouds. Super bodybuilder. What was that? Immediately, a member of the muscle army broke out in a cold sweat, shockingly revealing that he had once heard the legend about this terrifying existence. To the astonishment of his comrades, he began to explain the basic principles of muscle development, which relies on a cycle of destruction and recovery. Normally, the workout process destroys muscle fibers, and the practitioner must maintain absolute balance with sleep so the body has time to regenerate and grow muscle cells. However, a super bodybuilder is on a completely different level. Faced with everyone's curiosity, the muscle soldier pointed towards Hansu and asked everyone to look closely at his eyes. Hansu stood tall with his bulging muscles radiating a blinding aura, but his eyes were strangely closed tightly. The shocking truth was revealed. The super bodybuilder was actually not in a conscious state. It was an extraordinary existence capable of carrying out muscle destruction and recovery at the exact same time. Meanwhile, in the Cinderburn Kingdom, the atmosphere was becoming extremely tense in front of a giant stone structure. Amidst the falling snow, the soldiers anxiously discussed letting King Hildebrand go to battle alone. Gudo looked ahead thoughtfully, worried that in chess when the king is captured, it means the end. Yet now they were letting the head of the kingdom directly charge into the battlefield. A white-haired old general standing nearby heard this and asked about Gudo's time of enlistment. Upon hearing the answer was 35 years, the old general smirked slightly, thinking that Gudo was still too young to understand the situation. He asked what the current curriculum taught about the growth process of the Cinderburn Kingdom. Gudo loudly replied that they were taught this is a powerful military nation thanks to sending mercenaries everywhere. The white-haired old general nodded slightly, confirming that this was exactly what the entire populace always knew. The reality of the Cinderburn Kingdom was completely different from what people mistakenly believed. In the past, King Hildebrand single-handedly invaded other countries. He coldly wiped out all those who dared to stand up against him, then casually annexed their territories. Standing amidst the ruins and countless corpses under the blood-red sky, Hildebrand was the symbol of this kingdom's birth, full of blood and tears. Hildebrand boldly declared, "Hildebrand is the Cinderburn Kingdom." He dashed forward like a flash of lightning, launching a thunderous slash towards Hansu. Despite possessing a giant physique, Hansu was still pierced through his muscle layer by the sword strike, causing a serious wound. Hildebrand stood high above, looking down at his fallen opponent, and sarcastically remarked that whether he was a super bodybuilder or whatever else, the outcome would not change at all.
Suddenly, the muscle blocks on Hansu's arms swelled up and coiled abnormally right at the injured spot. Hildebrand continuously rained down explosive attacks all around, but it seemed impossible to stop the opponent. Hansu's leg muscles continued to expand fiercely as he roared the name of the skill, bench press. Then, dashing away at an unimaginable speed, the enemy was terrified to realize that Hansu was becoming incredibly faster compared to the beginning. Focusing intensely to observe every movement of the opponent, he was shocked to realize that the issue was not speed, but the fact that Hansu's size was continuously growing.
Hansu delivered a thunderous smash to the ground, creating an earth-shattering tremor. Hildebrand coughed and screamed in pain as he was completely overwhelmed. Hansu gathered all his strength and stomped down hard, making the ground shake violently under the weight of 1,000 caddies. The muscle blocks on his arms began to contract and emit continuous, brilliant streams of light. Hansu used his massive hands to crush the opponent's resistance. Witnessing that scene, the Cymbertherm official panicked and exclaimed, "King, could it be that you were being pushed back one-sidedly like this?" Even a member of the muscle army was shocked and commented, "I knew Hansu Nim was strong, but I didn't expect the gap to be this huge." A comparison chart between Hildebrand and Hansu appeared. In reality, Hildebrand's average ability stats were significantly higher. Especially regarding combat experience and instincts, the gap between the two was truly worlds apart. The stats showed he outclassed him, but the actual combat felt wrong. With eyes that could see through all rules, all of the opponent's attacks should have been easily dodged by Hildebrand. However, even before his vision could activate, Hansu's hand had suddenly closed in right in front of his face. In every movement, Hansu's muscle fibers were continuously torn and restructured at maximum speed, radiating a suffocating amount of heat. Witnessing the imminent victory, Gudo cheered excitedly. "Great job, Hansu Nim. Just keep advancing like that." Among the neatly standing ranks of soldiers, a soldier suddenly asked, "Gudo Nim, but about this?" He looked towards the leader with a questioning look. How did Hildebrand become so youthful? A member of the muscle army suddenly shivered in terror when he felt a cold, murderous intent. Standing on the towering city wall, he frantically shouted a warning to his teammates to quickly stay away from this area. At the foot of the wall, a type of green liquid began leaking from large cracks. The glowing green fluid poured out heavily like a flood, surrounding the entire formation of deployed soldiers. The mastermind behind this plot smirked sinisterly, his eyes glowing with evil, and whispered, "It's too late. This phase is completely doomed." The muscle army fell into chaos.
Desperate screams echoed due to the itchy and burning sensation under the soles of their feet. Toxic green smoke covered everywhere, directly affecting the warriors' flesh and skin, causing them immense pain. Amidst the slimy scene, Hansu stood there silently, looking down with a very serious expression. He inwardly judged that if the skin were irritated or damaged, it would cause a huge distraction during exercise. For someone who values absolute focus like him, this was an unacceptable hindrance. Hansu gnashed his teeth in anger, his face submerged in darkness with eyes burning with the flames of fury. He growled, affirming that being disturbed while working out was the thing that annoyed him the most.
The teeth of green herbivores shred them to maintain life, and then, at the end of the hunting cycle, life gradually loses its inherent strength. An eagle spreads its wings and swoops down from above, aiming straight at a fox holding prey in its mouth. Rotting corpses expose their skeletons under the sky, and bacteria begin to invade the spoiled flesh, causing them to gradually fade away. Those crumbled bodies will then become soil, so that from that very land, a new sprout of life can rise again. Everything continues like this, continuously eating and being absorbed, so that the flow of life is never interrupted. From grass, grasshoppers, to mice, snakes, and eagles, all create an eternal cycle. In essence, life is a giant digestive system, and the true function of the stomach is the reincarnation of all things. In the middle of an illusory space, a mysterious entity appears and boldly declares, "The mother of life, named digestion, is none other than Winnie." Witnessing the leader's terrifying muscle explosion, the muscle army couldn't help but cheer excitedly. "Awesome! Hansunim, go ahead!" However, amidst that boiling atmosphere, one member appeared extremely worried. He swallowed nervously, trembling, and exclaimed in fear, "This is bad!" He realized in shock that Hansunim could not maintain the state any longer. Before the bewilderment of his teammates, he asked, "What are the 3 basic elements for muscle growth?" Upon receiving the answer of proper training, adequate sleep, and nutrition, he became even more panicked. A loud noise tore through the air. From the city wall, he shouted in despair, "Hansunim, you must not fight anymore. Quickly eat something first." Down below, Hansu collapsed, his body completely exhausted after overexerting himself. One member panicked and shouted loudly, "There's even backup protein here." Immediately, a giant cockatrice suddenly appeared with a face full of fear, trembling continuously. A worried subordinate approached, looked at the leader's back, and hesitantly asked, "Hansunim, if we continue fighting like this, will we lose?" Hansu gave a sinister smile in the darkness. He confidently affirmed, "Of course we'll win." Despite his exhausted body, Hansu officially declared that he would achieve victory without needing to intake any more nutrition. The muscle destruction process began to trigger. Hansu lowered his center of gravity into a squat stance, his entire body erupting with a brilliant orange heat that caused his muscle masses to bulge fiercely under suffocating pressure. He dashed forward at a terrifying speed, throwing a thunderous punch that tore the ground apart, creating a giant trench extending endlessly amidst the smoke and dust.
He smirked slightly in disdain. Too weak. Without giving the opponent a chance to react, Hansu continued to dash forward like a blazing red arrow, closing in on the enemy hiding behind the cloak and wide-brimmed hat. The opponent shouted loudly, one more time, then suddenly his eyes glowed, activating a powerful summoning magic to turn the tide. The battle seemed to have been decided, but the opponent still stubbornly fought back. A giant wall of flesh, named the stomach wall, suddenly sprouted up, instantly blocking Hansu's 1,000-pound punch. The pressure from the collision knocked the summoner far away. Hansu gritted his teeth, gathering all his strength to press his bulging muscles against the violently contracting flesh wall. He commented in shock, "That's really thick." Hansu was pushed backward. He was astonished to realize the opponent suddenly possessed an incredibly terrifying explosive power. Winnie smirked with glowing eyes, full of defiance. "Do you really think so?" She quietly explained that as a stomach mage, she had the ability to convert digested things into an endless source of energy. Below, a pool of green liquid filled with gruesome debris and bones was bubbling terrifyingly. When he continued to deal another psychological blow, asserting that as time passed, Hansu would fall further into a disadvantage, while she, on the contrary, would become increasingly stronger. Immediately, the ultimate summoning skill, Stomach Gun, was activated. Winnie held a dazzling golden weapon in her hand and declared, "This elemental counter, it's really not good for you at all." Deadly blue beams of light were continuously fired from the stomach gun. Hansen moved frantically, continuously executing lightning-fast dodges amidst the rain of energy bullets. Despite being in a perilous situation, he calmly commented, "I admit, that attack carries an extremely large amount of kinetic energy." Hansu suddenly launched himself into the air, charging straight towards the opponent, and boldly declared, "But between you and me, there is an overwhelming disparity in physical strength." He closed in on Winnie with sharp, cold eyes, leaving her utterly shocked and bewildered. Hansu roared the name of the move, Jumping Squat,
Amidst the relentless barrage of attacks, Hanu still dodged masterfully like a hacker.
Winnie frowned slightly and commented, "Your sixth sense is sharp." Immediately, she activated the ultimate state, full stomach acid armor, transforming her body into a giant monstrous entity with a mouthful of sharp teeth, bubbling with acid. Winnie stood inside the slimy sphere and sarcastically repeated, "I told you, this elemental disadvantage is not good for you." Contrary to expectations, Hanu calmly jumped straight into the toxic water and replied, "No, this elemental disadvantage is actually very good." Winnie asked back in shock, "What do you mean by that?" Instead of avoiding the issue, he charged straight into it. Hanu stood towering amidst the dust and smoke, calmly explaining, "Your digestion ability, combined with my training intensity." He confidently gave a thumbs up and affirmed, "Isn't that the most perfect combination?" Hearing this, Winnie burst out laughing heartily, leaving the muscle army standing behind just staring at each other in bewilderment. They secretly wondered if Hanu Nim's nonsensical words really matched her sense of humor. Suddenly, the smile on Winnie's lips extinguished, and she shockingly realized a staggering truth. Winnie stared at Hanu and exclaimed, "Impossible! You have always appeared calm, but from earlier until now, your muscles haven't increased at all." She tremblingly asked the final question, "Have you really regained your sanity?" Hanu calmly admitted he had been found out. He explained that when the body lacks nutrition, the first excess resource it targets is muscles. To maintain growth, he absolutely cannot let muscle loss happen. Witnessing that scene, Winnie coldly declared she would consider the opponent had surrendered. She accumulated brilliant yellow energy on her hands and demanded the creature to obediently become her source of nutrition. Winnie's glowing hand pressed directly onto the small monster.
Hanu stood towering and observing, confirming that his prediction was completely accurate. He saw through the opponent's weakness and questioned the limit of its digestive capacity. Hanu analyzed that because the opponent was too eager to win, it had frantically stuffed everything into its stomach until it reached its endurance threshold. He clenched his giant fists, posing a threatening hypothesis about what would happen if a tremendously strong external force struck that bulging stomach. Winnie quietly observed with a face full of anxiety at Hanu's overwhelming presence. Her initial advantage was gradually turning into a ticking time bomb right inside her body. Suddenly, a sinister smile was revealed. Winnie calmly disclosed the truth that when the stomach sees a new, attractive type of food, it automatically contracts to create storage space. A giant mouth with sharp teeth suddenly opened wide, preparing to swallow Hanu's entire body whole amidst the glowing red gastric juice. Winnie looked at the deadly trap gradually closing and sarcastically asked if he really didn't know about this. Hanu's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked back, "You don't know?" before being sucked deep into the expanding giant mouth. A brilliant ray of light shot straight into the center of the monster, amidst the amazement of the people around. Hanu was in free fall in midair, while a soldier frantically called out his name. A giant column of orange fluid suddenly erupted violently from the ground, tossing everything aside. Hanu gritted his teeth and roared loudly, "Block!" He stood towering opposite Winnie, who was calmly remarking that there was no need to digest any more now. Winnie glared at Hanu and coldly declared, "Hanu, I will focus on you." Hanu felt his body become heavy, thinking to himself, "My muscles can't move anymore." He gritted his teeth in resentment, questioning himself, "Is it because I neglected my nutrition intake?" The stomach monster once again opened its mouth wide. Winnie smiled hauntingly. "Good. Just be obedient and get absorbed."
Right at that moment, the muscle army unexpectedly appeared and rushed forward frantically, shouting in unison, "Hanu Nim, we are here to help." Hanu was shocked and questioned, "Did you guys abandon the city wall to come here?" A warrior replied with a confident smile, "If Hanu Nim loses, the city wall will collapse anyway." He affirmed that the whole team had decided to abandon it to come here. The muscle warriors simultaneously threw themselves into the monster's giant mouth and shouted, "We just need to make that woman feel full, right?" The muscle warriors frantically plunged into the monster's giant mouth and boldly declared, "These bodies were built thanks to the grace of Lord Hanu. We offer our all." Witnessing his disciples being swallowed one by one, Hanu screamed in despair, "No!" He panicked and warned that this was a theory that had never been scientifically proven, but it was too late. When he calmly absorbed all the energy from his relationships and smiled with satisfaction. So delicious! An earth-shattering purple energy explosion erupted right after, shaking the entire snowy mountain region. When he stood in the middle of the dense smoke and dust, smiling maliciously and sparing no praise, calling it a terrifyingly cheat-like energy. In the heat of the moment, Gudo suddenly appeared, making Hanu cheer with joy.
Gulo-J. He secretly believed that Gulo, being different from those who only knew how to use muscle power like him, must have found a way to turn the tide. Gulo calmly confirmed to Hansu that he had calculated all the moves to win. Amidst the chaos, that appearance was nothing less than a desperately hopeful rescue.
Gulo raised a finger high, boldly declaring that this was the only victorious move among millions of possible outcomes. Without a moment of hesitation, he charged straight into the giant wide-open orange mouth of the enemy. Right before being completely swallowed, Gulo calmly told Hansu that the move was this very sacrifice. The monster's mouth closed, leaving Hansu standing paralyzed in extreme shock. The sorrow and resentment of losing his most loyal training partner began to violently erupt inside him. A cruel all-in choice where victory had to be exchanged for one's own self. Hansu's brainwaves suddenly lit up, activating all his dormant senses. He began to move again, the bulging muscle masses on his back trembling fiercely with power. Hansu gathered momentum and suddenly launched himself into the air like an arrow tearing through the sky. He focused all his strength into his legs and roared the name of his technique, inner thigh, and a thunderous collision erupted between Hansu and the opponent's orange energy. A resolute voice rang out confirming the attack had hit its mark. Got it, while the companion could only quietly observe this final confrontation. Amidst the bright red space of gastric juice, Hansu's consciousness began to stir as the continuous heartbeat and the calls of his teammates echoed. Two members of the muscle army were overjoyed to see him wake up and cheered. He opened his eyes. "Hansunem, can you hear us?" Hansu looked up groggily and muttered, "Bodybuilder." Hansu gradually realized the situation and asked, "You guys, until I woke up?" Between the boundary of wakefulness and unconsciousness, his consciousness was gradually pulled back.
Did you guys protect me? It turned out that everyone was trapped inside a giant stomach, and the muscle army had to use all their strength to push back the contracting walls of meat. Someone declared loudly, "During the rest time between sets, we have to protect you." Another member, flexing to the point of his whole body trembling, gritted his teeth and said, "Hansunim, this place is entirely a natural gym. Its squeezing force is terrifyingly strong." He still smiled despite facing the dangerous situation, warning that if they let their guard down for even a second, everyone would be crushed and decomposed immediately. It is exactly like entering a hell-level gym. Resting your hands for a bit means instantly disappearing. The stomach is the organ that digests food. Through the coordination of muscle layers and continuous contracting movements, it turns everything inside into a liquid mixture. Digestion time depends on the type of food. Starches take about 2 to 3 hours, proteins take 4 to 5 hours, and fats take 7 to 8 hours. For Hansu's group, the maximum time for them to be completely digested is only 4 to 5 hours. The pressure from the stomach walls continuously press down, fully suffocating. Inside this fluctuating environment, keeping balance is extremely difficult because the meaty ground is constantly shaking. Because the intensity of the squeezing force is not stable at all, the muscle army faces many obstacles in timing to push back. At this time, gastric juice began to be secreted and clung tightly to their flesh, creating painful sizzling sounds as it began the process of decomposing protein from the muscles. Amidst that dire situation, Hansu suddenly spat out something.
After finishing warming up his jaw joints, he clenched his teeth tightly, creating dry, cracking sounds. Hansu opened his mouth wide, then suddenly rushed forward to bite hard into the meat layer of the stomach wall. His eyes glowed a bright red, using immense strength to tear a large chunk of flesh from the opponent's body. Hansu began to chew ravenously and then swallowed the meat into his stomach. Although this was just a normal nutritional intake, it was enough to reactivate his depleting life force. His abdominal muscles began to contract and tremble with great power, and all muscles on Hansu's body exploded, bulging fiercely under the suffocating pressure of growth. He reached his massive hand forward to prepare for the next action. The effect came quickly, as if he had just received a full buff on the spot. With the newly gained energy, Hansu stood towering amidst the narrow space of the monster's stomach. Standing among his astonished comrades, he opened his mouth wide and declared loudly, "I will enjoy this meal." Hansu prepared to carry out a brutal sweep, officially starting the grand feast right inside the enemy's belly. Hansu began devouring the stomach wall with powerful bites. Seeing this, a member of the muscle army asked anxiously, "Hansunim, is this really edible?" While still chewing diligently, Hansu realized this was like a highly nutritious stewed kipe dish with over 21 grams of protein and almost 0 carbs per 100 grams. Knowing this was super high protein food, the entire muscle army cheered enthusiastically. "Is it high protein food? Let's hurry up and eat too." A warrior immediately rushed forward and bit hard into the flesh wall, causing fluids to splash everywhere.
However, he soon noticed something very strange. Despite trying his best, to the point his face was deformed, he still had to helplessly exclaim, "Strange, I can't bite it off." While Hanu was still enjoying it deliciously, the other members were completely stuck by the toughness of the stomach wall. To clarify the issue, a world-leading eating expert was invited for consultation. That is the legendary Takeru Kobayashi, famous for his extraordinary eating ability. When asked by the reporter about his confidence in eating, Kobayashi gave an arrogant smile. He sarcastically said that perhaps the reporters still didn't know his true capacity. Faced with the apology and the question about the actual amount, Kobayashi loudly declared the record of eating 110 hot dogs in just 10 minutes. Not stopping there, he also listed a series of terrifying achievements, such as eating 12 burgers in 3 minutes, or even consuming more than 5 kilos of cow brains. The reporter was extremely impressed, but did not forget to ask another tough question. Those numbers alone were enough to make a normal person full just by hearing them. She curiously asked if Kobayashi had ever tried eating a tire. The awkward question made the competitive eater choke on his water, and he panicked and denied it. "Are you kidding? How can humans eat that?" Seeing the reporter about to conclude that he had never tried, Kobayashi yelled, affirming that a tire is something that cannot even be chewed. The truth was revealed. The hardness of the monster's stomach wall at this time was actually at a level equivalent to the most durable rubber tires, a comparison that made anyone who heard it immediately turn off their intention to eat. Even the bodybuilders possessing extraordinary strength could not chew this stomach wall that was as tough as a rubber tire. A member of the muscle army yelled in despair, "I want to load protein too." In the midst of extreme hunger, a strange object suddenly caught the eyes of the warriors thirsting for protein. The object that made Hanu stunned was the mouthpiece, the mouthguard. Normally, this is an item used in martial arts to prevent teeth from breaking upon impact. However, in high-intensity sports, people also use mouthguards because when clenching teeth too hard, the immense pressure can cause teeth to wear down or crumble. While the average bite force of a normal person only reaches about 84.2 kilograms. For comparison, hippos possess a bite force of up to 770 kilograms, and water assassins like saltwater crocodiles can reach over 2,200 kilograms. However, thanks to an extremely rigorous masticatory muscle training process, Hanu's bite force is estimated to reach up to 5,000 kilograms. This power is likened to the rise of a creature from the ancient Cretaceous period, a power beyond standards, to the point of rendering all comparisons obsolete. That is a number equivalent to the terrifying bite force of a T-Rex dinosaur. In order to not be decomposed, Hanu decided to release the entire bite force that he had sealed for so long. He decisively threw away the mouthguard and chose to reverse digest the enemy itself. Hanu frantically bit and tore, eating the stomach wall alive in extreme rage. Amidst the boundary of survival, he boldly chose to eat the boss back. Witnessing Hanu's madness, Winnie clutched her stomach in pain, sweating profusely and trembling as she questioned herself. "Digesting? Before being digested? You plan to reverse digest me?" Unable to let the opponent gain the upper hand, she shouted furiously, "All right, let's see what you can do," and immediately released lightning bolts of energy enveloping her entire body. Winnie channeled all her magic power, asserting that this power was even more terrifying than the crushing force of the stomach muscles. She frantically focused on increasing the acid concentration in the gastric juice to melt the enemy. But Hanu just smirked with a murderous smile and coldly declared, "Too late." Immediately, Hanu activated the super bodybuilder mode on. Amidst the green gastric juice pouring down, his muscle masses began to bulge violently. Hanu was amazed to find that the growth rate at this moment was much faster than before. The red muscle fibers rolled up powerfully. Witnessing the shocking scene, a member of the muscle army panicked and shouted orders for everyone to quickly hold on tight to Hanu to avoid being washed away. The tiny warriors frantically climbed up, clinging to the towering, endlessly expanding muscle masses of their leader.
Standing amidst the ruins of internal organs, a subordinate anxiously asked, "Lord Gulo, what is this phenomenon?" Gulo, with a solemn face, began to explain that the super bodybuilder technique had never been truly complete before. He analyzed that although the process of muscle destruction and recovery had taken place, due to a lack of energy supply, Hanu could not break through the final limit. Gulo looked at Hanu's burning figure and affirmed, and things were different now. In an environment filled with 360 degrees surrounding protein like this, Hanu could freely absorb nutrients immediately. In other words, this was the perfect buff map that he had never had before. Hanu gritted his teeth, using 1,000 pounds of strength to tear through the stomach wall. The muscle blocks on his body became gigantic and intertwined with blood veins. He loudly declared, "There is no need to set any limits on muscle growth anymore." Terrified by the fierce resistance, Winnie screamed frantically, demanding that Hansu obediently lie still to be digested. She poured all her strength into maximizing the acid concentration to burn her opponent. Hansu's feet began to sink deep into the bubbling green water, his skin violently corroded under the cruel impact of the maximum acid concentration. A true blood-burning battle, as both exhausted their resources to overwhelm the opponent. Continuous heavy stomps rained down, causing the ground to shake violently. In the critical moment, a thought flashed. If digested, the body will immediately regenerate. Amidst the erupting green ulcerous acid fluid, the question of which was stronger between destruction and growth remained unanswered. Opponent Winnie smiled arrogantly, admitting she was incredibly amazed by this extraordinary digestive ability, something she had only seen in her master. However, Winnie's eyes suddenly turned sharp, asserting that Hansu had underestimated her too much. When he roared furiously, claiming that if he wanted to win, he had to chew carefully.
She began to explain the nature of the stomach, a digestive organ belonging to the autonomic nervous system. Winnie used the image of a snake as an example, asserting that even without the need to chew, they still have enough ability to swallow their prey whole. She clutched her stomach in pain, while Hansu was still struggling amidst the gastric juice. Winnie boldly declared that she would show him how a snake digests. The image of a giant reticulated python appeared. It could swallow creatures much larger than its own body size. However, the tragedy of the python is that if it cannot find a warm and safe place, it will completely lose its ability to digest. Amidst the pouring rain in the deep forest, the poor python had to die before it could complete its survival cycle. Winnie asserted that the fact that snakes do not chew is actually a fatal weakness, not an advantage. Immediately, Hansu opened his mouth wide, executing powerful, ravenous chewing motions to retaliate. Before the explanation was finished, he had refuted it with extremely straightforward actions. Hansu began to mobilize all the muscle groups in his body, from longitudinal muscles, circular muscles, to diagonal muscles, to create terrifying pressure. The masses of internal organs began to squeeze and vibrate violently with each strong beat. He continued to list a series of muscle groups, from the masseter, temporalis, to the esophageal muscles and body sphincters. Hansu concentrated all his strength into utilizing every muscle fiber to serve the reverse digestion process. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted from inside the orange monster, blasting everything out. Hansu and the muscle army majestically escaped the tragic scene amidst the torrentially spewing gastric juice. Standing among the ruins, Hansu quietly declared a final victory for the whole team.
A spear tore through space, rushing forward with a scream, "Die!" However, upon colliding with the man's massive arm, the sharp weapon was instantly repelled and shattered into pieces. This was the other world that Hansu's master accidentally strayed into while performing the deadlift exercise. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, a trembling soldier pointed his spear at him and screamed in terror. Don't come any closer, you monster!" He roared, "You brat!" He realized this new world was truly a pathetic place when everyone was just skin and bones. It was a mismatched debut when he was just working out, but was called a monster. Everywhere he went, there were only skinny and weak people. To change this reality, he began the journey to build an empire called the Gym Dungeon. He diligently interacted with all kinds of creatures, from teaching an old man how to consume the right amount of quality carbs, protein, and fats, to making friends with beastman tribes. He wholeheartedly taught everyone every workout movement and gathered like-minded companions. He was determined to create a peaceful world where anyone could dedicate themselves to working out every day. From an outcast, he accidentally built a cross-world gym system. As the system gradually perfected, the people began to look at him with reverent eyes and hailed him as a god. With the desire to help society, he boldly suggested that the healthy should do the farming work on behalf of the weak. However, his words were disastrously misunderstood by the public. A fanatic raised a book in a leather whip high, screaming madly, "God has spoken!"
Race, gender, appearance, and all differences have degenerated into reasons for humans to torture one another. A man with a whip lashed out madly, screaming and forcing the large ones to work hard, while monsters also mercilessly acted cruelly towards humanity. Witnessing this corruption, the man with the red headband felt disgusted and no longer wanted to face the world. He told himself that the system had been completed for a long time anyway, then silently turned around and walked away on the trail in the deep forest. Suddenly, he stopped, as if realizing something. He slightly turned his head, smiled meaningfully, and said, "Hansu, you are watching, aren't you?" His eyes shone brightly as he sent an invitation to his student. "This place is the home gym that I want to invite you to." That was Utopia Gym. A blinding aura erupted and engulfed the space.
Right after that, the red headband fell through the air and unexpectedly landed straight on Hansu's face while he was in a deep sleep.
Hansu woke up with a start, the red headband still hanging on his forehead, covering one eye. He exclaimed in shock, "Master is waiting." Hansu's entire body was drenched in sweat, his face clearly showing absolute astonishment and extreme tension. Seeing Gulo standing next to the bed, he panicked and asked, "What happened, Gulo?" Gulo replied softly with a calm face, "Are you awake, Hansunim?" He began to recount the events after the battle and asked if Hansu remembered his successful escape. Hansu nodded slightly in confirmation. Yeah. Gulo continued that at that time, the whole team had intended to just move forward and completely suppress the enemy. However, Winnie suddenly collapsed while tightly clutching her stomach in pain. Right at that moment, Hansu seemed to have suffered some massive shock that twisted his face in horror. He collapsed and completely lost consciousness. The battle ended when all the enemies attacking the Holy Kingdom were destroyed, leaving Hansu's giant body lying motionless, creating a huge crater right in the middle of the battlefield. An ending that seemed like a victory, but left quite an aftermath. In the deep, dark dungeon of the Roman Holy Kingdom, an old figure was sitting quietly amidst cold chains. Hinderbrand had now returned to his true form. The old man looked towards the person standing outside the iron bars and sighed. Old age has truly returned. Did you come here to mock me, young man? A scene that was both tragic and gave the feeling of a washed-up final boss sitting and soliloquizing. Hansu looked at the old king with eyes full of concern and asked, "Why must neighboring countries that are originally peaceful force each other into such a war?" Hinderbrand chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Haha, everything is over and you are still curious?" The old man pondered for a moment and decided to open his heart. "All right, I'll tell you. My kingdom has fallen ill, an illness that no doctor can cure." A reason that sounded grand at first, but made people curious about what kind of serious illness it was. The old king bitterly exclaimed, "That is aging." Hinderbrand explained that to save a kingdom that was now only full of old people, he was forced to find a way to seize the holy relic of the Holy Kingdom. It was a sacred item capable of fulfilling any wish. Hansu was shocked, sweating profusely, and asked again, "Does that thing really exist?" Hinderbrand firmly confirmed it, but also revealed that the true size and energy source of the holy relic is a secret the world has never known.
Hinderbrand revealed that that was the reason why Organ couldn't seize the entire holy relic. He could only steal an extremely tiny fraction to bring to the battlefield. Their goal was to use that fragment of energy to help the old man regain his youth, thereby gaining enough power to conquer the entire holy kingdom. Looking at the skinny hands in chains, Hansu innocently asked, "So your wish is simply to become young again?" Hinderbrand looked at the chains and lamented that the youth had no idea about the preciousness of youth. Hansu confidently affirmed that he could absolutely fulfill that wish for the old king. Hinderbrand was stunned and asked back if Hansu could make all his subjects young again. Looking at his bulging muscles, Hansu asked back if the old man really wanted to make his country youthful. Hinderbrand gritted his teeth and boldly declared that as long as it could be done, he was willing to trade at any cost. An exchange that sounded like a huge deal, and the price was not small at all. Hansu stared intently at the other party and asked again to make sure, at any cost? Hinderbrand screamed in sheer despair that he could even sell his soul to the devil. Hansu gave a sinister smile and declared that he would become that devil. Hansu's silhouette loomed with red, threatening eyes. 4 years later, a carriage slowly entered a new land. The old man on the carriage softly exclaimed that they had finally arrived. A strange turning point where the promise from the past gradually turned into an unbelievable reality.
The carriage crossed the bridge leading to the senior classic kingdom, which was formerly known as the Sinbertham Kingdom. The young boy Taylor curiously asked why they were traveling to such a remote place. The old man calmly explained that people lose their health as they age, but in this kingdom, even in old age, health is always miraculously maintained. Here, anyone can learn valuable life lessons. Everywhere, images of people with bulging muscles, passionately working out and showing off their strength under the flickering torches. The cheering shouts echo throughout the space, creating a boiling and unprecedentedly bustling atmosphere. Amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, the symbol of the Hell Dungeon shines brightly, marking a new era of physical strength. Time returned to the present. Hansu sat quietly at the tea table with a thoughtful expression after acquiring the red headband. Gudo took a sip of tea and admitted, "I have never heard of the name Utopia Tim before." A member of the muscle army theorized, "Could it just be a symbol? Like wherever I am, that place is the gym?" Hansu immediately refuted. Master is not that kind of person. He began to explain his teacher's philosophy. Everyone knows the saying that a master is not picky about their tools, right? But a true master is someone who can utilize up to 120% of that tool's performance. Hansu firmly affirmed that the exercise machines at Utopia Gym would be completely different, and it was definitely a very special gym. Hearing that, the spirit dog wondered, if there is such a place, hasn't anyone ever heard of it? Hansu pondered and replied, "Perhaps the entrance is a bit special?" He recalled the instruction. Master said he had become a god.
Hansu believed that just like Hell Dungeon is completely different from ordinary dungeons, the entrance to Utopia Gym must also be very extraordinary. He speculated, perhaps the conditions to enter are already incredibly special. Witnessing the discussion reach a dead end, Toad sighed softly. The problem is back to square one. Mr. Toad, the more we discuss, the more confusing it gets. It's just a meeting for the sake of it. Nothing has been resolved.
Gudo pondered in the middle of the meeting and suddenly made a bold proposal. How about organizing a bodybuilding competition? Hansu was taken aback and repeated, a bodybuilding competition? Gudo explained that he heard in Hansu's hometown such competitions were extremely famous and highly performative. The image of muscular athletes flexing and posing on stage appeared as a testament to the appeal of this muscle art. Gudo excitedly raised his hand and affirmed, then we will show them. He wanted to combine the painfully trained muscles of everyone to create a miracle that could even touch the gods. The images of harsh training, from lifting heavy weights to stretching the body, appeared full of determination. The official announcement rang out. The first step of the bodybuilding competition had begun, a plan that sounded both delusional and made people wonder if it could actually come true. Promotional posters featuring muscle-flexing poses were pasted all over the tree trunks in the forest. 2 members of the muscle army mumbled in doubt while doing it. Who would even want to come with us doing this? I think so too. One person worried that this place only had the Hell Dungeon as a proper gym, so in the end it would probably just be the members competing against each other, failing to create any major impact. Suddenly, a giant black shadow with glowing red eyes loomed from behind and asked, "What is this, Mo?" Just when they thought it was a guaranteed flop, someone arrived in a way no one expected.
The 2 warriors panicked and shouted in surprise, questioning the strange creature that had just appeared. The giant minotaur monster stared at the poster and muttered that this was the first time it had heard of the concept of bodybuilding. However, as soon as it read the words stating the reward was a 1-year food supply, its eyes lit up with excitement. He roared decisively, "You ghouls, I will participate in this." The monster exhaled powerful breaths, revealing shiny, glistening muscles under the light. It focused power into its giant arms, performing a powerful flexing pose that left the 2 members of the muscle army completely stunned by such an incredibly heavyweight opponent. Because this was another world, where even a safe meal was not guaranteed, the strong became even more fired up. Experts scattered across the world were all going crazy over the upcoming event. With the countdown clock showing only 90 days left, the atmosphere at the Hell's Dungeon Gym became more bustling than ever to the upbeat rhythm of the music. A member of the muscle army curiously asked, "Is Lord Gulo also participating in the tournament?" Gulo, while lifting weights, casually replied, "Yeah, I plan to give it a try." Seeing Gulo's somewhat chubby figure, the subordinate muttered doubtfully, "I don't think that's a good idea." Immediately, Gulo snapped, "Who said I'm participating because I'm greedy for the prize?" The subordinate asked in confusion, "Isn't that so? Then why are you participating?" Gulo looked down at his fat belly and honestly explained, "As a trainer in name, having such high body fat makes it hard to build trust with the members, so I want to take this opportunity to lose weight as well." Hearing that, the subordinate casually dropped a shocking remark, "Then you just need to fast." A terrible piece of advice that sounded wrong to anyone who heard it.
Gudo shouted furiously, "You think anyone can maintain a diet as easily as you guys do?" He screamed in utter helplessness. "There are many people who love eating like me. If there's no motivation, it's impossible to do." Faced with Gudo's maddening frenzy, his subordinate could only sigh and say, "Well, just try your best," then quietly turned around and walked away. Gudo just stood there crying tragically in ultimate resentment because no one understood his suffering. A very realistic tragedy where the passion for eating directly collides with the goal of weight loss. In the machine workout area, Gudo was doing a leg exercise while asking, "Hansunim, which category are you planning to participate in?" Hansu was highly focused on every pushing tempo and explained that on Earth, bodybuilding lacks a unified supervisory body, so the categories are often very messy depending on the organizer's wishes. Gudo listened attentively while sweating profusely due to the workout intensity. Hansu continued to analyze. There are popular categories like 212 division, men's physique, classic physique, or open bodybuilding, but they are completely unsuitable for a place with many diverse races like this. Sweating heavily, Gudo seriously affirmed that since this is the first tournament, rules are the most important thing. He worried that if the participants felt it was unfair, maintaining the tournament would become extremely difficult. Hansu nodded in agreement while engrossed in his training. He believed that the team had to build their own bodybuilding tournament in their own way, so that even if the audience didn't understand bodybuilding well, as the tournament progressed, the contestants could still show off the beauty of their bodies. A difficult problem, having to balance the meta while keeping it engaging for the audience. Gudo watched Hansu train and remarked that this would definitely be a headache, but there was one thing to do first. Hansu roared, deciding to empty his mind to put all his effort into finishing the last training session of today. 3 grueling months passed as everyone strove toward their own goals. Finally, that grand day have arrived. A massive crowd from everywhere poured in to attend and watch the tournament amidst the absolute excitement encompassing the entire arena. After many days of grinding, the time for the real muscle show had finally begun. Stepping onto the stage, the radiant blue-haired girl Jandif confidently introduced herself as the MC. She expressed deep gratitude to the large audience who came to support this first-ever Hell Dungeon bodybuilding tournament. Jandif excitedly announced that the number of participating contestants had reached 572 people. However, because the number was too large, the organizing committee was forced to eliminate many people right from the preliminary round. With a serious face, Jandif affirmed that the rules for this round would be extremely simple.
Jandif immediately invited skilled teaching assistants to step onto the stage. 2 members of the muscle army walked out. One confidently raised his hand and declared, "I am the contestant." The other followed up, "I am the judge." Immediately, the announcement for the first round echoed throughout the arena. The first task was simply an attack, but instead of the contestant striking, the organizers announced, of course, it will be from the organizer's side. Witnessing this strange scene, a member of the muscle army asked, "Hansunim, why is the selection method hitting the contestants?" Hansu did not answer. He quietly approached a contestant and suddenly launched an extremely fast, close-range attack. Following survival instincts, that contestant immediately tensed up, showing off a solid front lat spread pose for defense. Hansu smiled brightly, placed his hand on the man's shoulder, and asked, "Understand?" The poor guy was still bewildered, only able to stammer, What? A fast teaching and deep understanding move, but the learner hadn't finished loading yet. Hansu began to explain that the instinct of all living creatures is to use the hardest part of their body to block a blow when predicting an external impact. After demonstrating a powerful attack to create pressure, the organizers were actually just threatening to make the contestants reveal their hidden strength without causing real damage. Right at that moment, a gargoyle monster tensed up and roared, "Ugh!" frantically showing off its most confident muscle masses under the suffocating pressure of the impending strike.
Sitting below the judge's table, Hansu wore black sunglasses, his hands constantly taking notes to select the candidates with the most potential. The contestants took turns stepping up to perform and received casting results. Even a beetle martial artist easily passed the qualifying round thanks to its towering muscle mass. However, a giant with a massive potbelly stepping out was immediately and ruthlessly failed by Hansu with a cold declaration, disqualified. Unable to accept the newly announced result, he let out a resounding roar and slammed his fist into the ground to vent his anger. Glowin stepped forward to question this, arguing that this was a competition to show off physical beauty, pointing indignantly at a dry skeleton staggering along. Meanwhile, that bony guy was lucky enough to pass the qualifying round, a visual comparison that went straight into the ground when full-option muscles lost to a skeleton lacking meat.
The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Clone shouted loudly, "Does this even make sense?" and rushed forward intending to attack the staff. Hansu quickly appeared, caught a member of the muscle army, and kindly asked, "Are you okay?" Receiving a reassuring answer, Hansu stood towering in front of the giant and sternly reminded him, "Even if you don't understand, you shouldn't provoke the organizers like this." Despite the warning, Clone began to channel his energy, revealing his trembling muscle mass along with his super regeneration ability and a state of complete painlessness. Clone tensed up, clenching his massive fists with absolute faith in his own strength. He boldly declared that there was no existence more terrifying than a warrior who completely did not know the feeling of pain. With eyes blazing with murderous intent, Clone charged straight at Hansu from behind and roared, "I will show you what a truly powerful body is like." However, Hansu calmly blocked the opponent's 1,000-pound punch with one hand in sheer astonishment. He leaped into the air, glided over Clone's head, and softly muttered a sarcastic remark, "What a pity for someone who doesn't know pain." Hansu immediately countered with a combination of the one-arm dumbbell row and one-arm dumbbell press techniques. He coldly remarked that precisely because he didn't know pain, Clone couldn't understand the importance of defense. Instantly, Clone's super regeneration skill was activated, and a covering of blue energy helped the wound heal in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the opening, Hansu delivered a lightning-fast punch that shattered the opponent's bones. He stood toweringly, looking at the giant lying flat on the ground, calmly cracking his knuckles. Hansu grabbed the monster's head tightly and coldly asked, "Do you feel suffocated?" He concluded that because he was born with innate strength, Clone had always lived according to his own will without caring about injuries, because they would heal by themselves immediately.
Hansu continued to explain that most creatures have to agonize over their weaknesses. They strive to train their shortcomings or cultivate their existing strengths to constantly develop. He flexed, showing off a giant bicep, and took his dry bone friend as an example. He asked Crone if he knew how this bone friend was able to pass the qualifiers. When attacked, instead of just taking the hit, that friend had a very special way of handling it. A slight flex, but enough to make the listener rethink their way of playing. By using magic power, the dry bone friend had created his own muscle fibers. He showed off his brilliant blue and extremely robust muscle fibers, making everyone stand in awe. Hansu stared intensely at Crone and posed a hypothesis. What if you trained based on your own advantages? The statement caused Crone to fall into a vague train of thought about what would happen if he truly trained hard. The image of Crone diligently carrying giant boulders on his shoulders to train his strength appeared in his mind. He realized that even if he couldn't feel pain, he could still use pure strength to block all attacks. That is the natural beauty of muscles formed from a rigorous training process. Acknowledging his opponent's superiority, Crone quietly bowed his head and told himself, completely defeated. The giant walked away slowly, leaving the stage in the silence of defeat. The first qualifying round officially closed with 257 excellent candidates winning the right to advance to the next round. The atmosphere at the arena exploded once again when the blue-haired girl loudly announced the start of the second round. A tiny hamster was introduced as a low-level earth spirit, sitting lost in the massive hands of a contestant. The task for this round was very special. The contestants had to find a way to interact with the spirit without absolutely using any violence. A muscular warrior waved and called out, "Hey spirit, look over here." Right after that, the bizarre requirement of the challenge was revealed. You cannot hit it, but you must make this low-level spirit cry. A contestant took a deep breath, flexing his body, causing his muscle masses to swell fiercely under suffocating pressure. A max-level confusing challenge, where you can't hit, but still have to make the opponent cry.
The giant's entire body radiated a crimson killing intent, tightly compressing his rippling muscles to demonstrate his power right in front of the tiny creature. Witnessing that terrifying sight, the little earth spirit mouse could only widen its eyes in horror and let out miserable screams. The sole objective of this round was, make it cry. In waiting room number 2, a mysterious female warrior in a cloak silently judged that this challenge might look simple at first glance, but in reality it was not at all. She understood that earth spirits didn't feel fear just by observing muscles with the naked eye. Their true terror came from the dissonant vibrations emitting from those very muscle fibers. The female warrior quietly observed. She confidently asserted that she hadn't wasted her time over the past period, revealing a waist with firm abdominal muscles. It was an advanced reading of the prompt, where what seemed simple turned out to be full map difficulty. She began to introduce her secret technique, a perfect combination of traditional Les martial arts and modern weightlifting methods. The result was a balanced physique with round shoulders like grenades. The most special feature was her legs, a perfectly symmetrical lower body that she believed would never lose to anyone. The female warrior confidently thought that with this strength, passing the second preliminary round would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, a shrill scream tore through the atmosphere. A warrior of the cockatrice tribe was unexpectedly struck down, tumbling to the ground to the shock of the people around. From above, a towering dark figure with vulture wings appeared and sarcastically asked, "You said you wanted to decide victory or defeat using bodies, right?" The stranger swooped down, attacking frantically and loudly declaring that attacking like this was also a way of using the body to determine superiority. The victim only had time to let out a cry of pain from the sudden attack. The attacker revealed herself to be Kira of the Harpy tribe. She wore a sinister, excited smile. Kira continuously unleashed powerful swimming and sidekick skills, delivering a thunderous kick that severely injured the opponent and made them cough up blood instantly.
Looking down at the arena, dark figures were lying scattered all over the stone floor. A voice rang out with absolute authority. "In a way, you are right, but here, in the Hell Dungeon, you must follow the rules set by the strong." Immediately, the image of Dungeon Master Hansu appeared looming like a glowing red muscular entity behind a long-haired girl. "There is a challenger. If you want to make a request, shouldn't you defeat him first?" The enemy smirked sinisterly. "Hehehe, pointing out who the Dungeon Master is to me. What a fool." He turned into a fierce tornado, sweeping everything into an energy vortex. Amidst the whirlwind, the challenger gloated. "Thanks to that, I have another reason to win this tournament." He roared ambitiously. "Destroy Hansu and become the Dungeon Master." The red-haired girl quietly observed and replied with disdain. "So stupid that I don't even want to associate with you." She frowned and reaffirmed. "Didn't I just say that the rules are made by the strong?" The enemy in the form of a birdman roared provocatively. "Is even the strongest of the dungeon avoiding a fight?" Without flinching, the red-haired girl launched a counterattack called Sidekick. The lightning-fast kick landed straight on the birdman, making him only have time to exclaim, "Keek!" After the closing statement, she delivered a 1,000-pound teaser strike from above. The battle ended.
The girl stood proudly in the middle of the arena with her bright red hair. She quietly looked around the battlefield, where countless defeated ones were lying scattered at her feet. Amidst the silence, a blinding white light suddenly burst from the large gate. Do not humiliate the Dragonkin tribe any further. A giant dark figure with glowing eyes, surrounded by a fiery red aura, boldly declared. That was Dreva, the proud representative of the Dragonkin tribe. In waiting room number 4, a mysterious entity wearing a black cloak quietly appeared on the icy floor. He casually asked, "I heard there was an out-of-control skeleton around here. Has anyone seen it?"
Immediately, the lich named Belloc with a crown on his head appeared with a cold threat. "Should I rummage through your brain?" In waiting room number 6, the demon Zaman in a white coat quietly observed. Meanwhile, in room number 7, the stone orc warrior named Durham was also exuding a suffocating pressure. Before the managers of Hell Dungeon could intervene, Hansu had sensed the screams of muscles coming from the waiting rooms. Every muscle fiber on Hansu's body began to vibrate violently with great power. The terrifying demonic aura emitting from him caused all the warriors present to be shocked and involuntarily drawn towards the center. Hansu stood tall in the middle of the arena, exuding a suffocating pressure that enveloped all the strongest individuals who were gradually revealing themselves. Facing these formidable entities, you are the strongest one here, right? A confident smile appeared on his face along with the confirmation. That's right. The demon Zaman smirked disdainfully. "What the hell are you talking about?" He frowned in annoyance and retorted, "Do you mean to include me in that?" The atmosphere became extremely tense as Zaman was about to attack, but immediately a gray-green arm of the Dragonman tribe rushed forward to stop him. Hansu quickly intervened, using his massive guardian hands to tightly grab the opponent's arm with the strength of 1,000 pounds. Hansu kept a bright smile on his lips and calmly reminded, "Hold on, let's put the arguments aside for a moment."
Hansu tightly grabbed the green monster's arm and asked, "Are you ultimately unsatisfied with the rules as well?" The opponent broke into a terrified sweat, wondering to himself what kind of terrifying strength this was. Hansu flexed his muscles and loudly declared that the winner of the battle would receive the prize money and completely take over the Hell Dungeon along with everything else. He asked the opponents if amending the rules like this made them satisfied. Seeing the bewildered monsters, Hansu smiled smugly. The dark entities observed quietly and concluded that it seemed everyone was satisfied with this decision. Hansu put his hand to his throat to control his vocal cords and tested his voice. Ah, ah. Standing in the middle of the vast arena, he loudly announced the change in how the tournament would be conducted from now on. According to the first rule, the scope of the competition will expand from the Alimai mine in the Hell Dungeon all the way to Count Gudo's territory. No matter where or when, as long as you win, you will gain everything. The second rule states that when the final 2 people are determined, they will gather at this arena to decide the ultimate victory. He confidently gave a thumbs up and added that since the rules had changed, he himself would also participate in this competition. Hansu smiled with a sinister and challenging expression in front of all the contestants, organizing it himself and then participating in it too, very much the law of the jungle.
The disgruntled individuals finally left, leaving behind the 87 most outstanding faces to officially enter the semifinals. So that the contestants could identify each other, everyone was given a special badge with a registration number crafted by Behemoth himself. Looking at this somewhat strange process, a member of the muscle army nervously approached and asked, "Hansunim, is it okay for us to conduct the bodybuilding tournament like this?" Hansu didn't answer immediately. He quietly observed the whole scene and then gave a subtle smile. Hansu thoughtfully shared that he had always pondered a method for people to approach bodybuilding in the most natural way. He flexed his body, showing off his towering abdominal muscles like cold steel, and firmly asserted, "In fact, bodybuilding and street fights always have a very close connection." Hansu smiled excitedly and emphasized, "That's right, it's street fights." He gave an example of an area where disputes and collisions happen every day like routine meals. Everything starts with a tense traffic collision right in the middle of the street. The question is, when men confront each other in that situation, what is the first thing they will do? A driver steps out of the car with a frustrated face, constantly grumbling about the other party's driving. Will it be a wrestling takedown or straight powerful punches often seen in martial arts? The answer is absolutely not. The aggressive driver violently pulls the car door and shouts challengingly, "You there, get out here right now." This kind of tension usually starts with everyone pretending to be calm. In reality, the moment men face each other, instinct urges them to immediately analyze and evaluate the opponent's strength. The driver suddenly freezes, sweating profusely when he sees a giant dark silhouette with massive muscles looming out, exuding suffocating pressure. The weaker one at this moment can only tremble in utter terror, stuttering speechlessly. He begins to fear for his life, because before the law can protect him, the absolute power of the strong is right in front of his eyes. The giant bends down, looks straight at his opponent and growls, "What did you just say?" The person opposite can only scream in despair, "I'm dead."
He widens his eyes in horror, sweating profusely, and constantly begs, I'm sorry, it's not like that. I was wrong. In front of a massive entity, the weaker one can only bow his head and admit his fault in extreme trembling. Hansu realized that bodybuilding is actually a battle of cells directly related to survival. He stood tall, showing off his massive muscles with a confident smile. Right at this moment, Hansu truly understood the core value of physical training. His muscles at this moment seemed to speak for him, saying, do not mess with self-discipline.
At the Alamai mine, a figure known as the protector of this place officially revealed himself, and that was the lizardman. With his lush green muscular body, he walked heavily through the forest with a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. The lizardman looked up at the high sky with a look of sheer determination. However, after provoking Hansu's group, his status had dropped disastrously. To escape poverty and save his tribe, the lizardman was determined to win at all costs. The lizardman stopped, stood tall, and called out in a challenging voice, "Hey!" He looked down menacingly at his opponent and boldly declared, "Let's fight." The challenged one was a dragonman warrior wearing a red cloak. He looked up and asked doubtfully, "Are you being serious?" The lizardman smiled sinisterly and firmly affirmed, "Of course." The question raised is whether the Dragonkin tribe is actually weaker than the lizardman. The reality is quite the opposite. Dragonmen are a race of a much higher tier. If lizardmen are considered merely small iguanas, then dragonmen are fierce Komodo dragons. Between a trivial lizard and a giant beast, there is clearly no equal match. So what reason made the lizardman recklessly challenge such a superior opponent?
He opened his mouth wide, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Don't look down on the lizardman tribe, aiming straight at the beastman who had his back turned. But instead of taking down the opponent, it was the lizardman's arm that suffered an extremely strong backlash. He widened his eyes in astonishment, seeing his attack completely useless against a defense like cold steel. The beast warrior still stood as firm as a rock. The old beastman quietly turned his back to walk away and coldly dropped a sentence. Get lost. Only after punching do you realize you picked the wrong day to flex your strength. The lizard man lay flat on the ground, sweating profusely as he fearfully watched the strong one's back. The old beastman commented in a deep voice, "Even though your bloodline has been diluted, aren't you also a race that carries the blood of dragons in your veins?" He declared he would spare his life this time, but did not forget to leave a stern warning. Run away and never appear before a dragon man ever again. Facing this unexpected leniency, the lizard man hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." He promised to bring this favor back to his tribe, turning it into a teaching passed down for generations to come, and then quickly fled deep into the forest. However, a challenging voice suddenly rang out from above. Did you think things would play out like that? Launching a sudden attack straight at the old beastman. The powerful collision forced the old man to raise his hand to defend, the ground shaking violently under the suffocating pressure of the blow. The old beastman was shocked to realize that the opponent's speed was incredibly fast, far surpassing the previous ones.
He smirked confidently at the old beastman and affirmed, "Finally, you have an interest in fighting." The lizard man looked at the stronger one and asked defiantly, "Did you say you would spare me once? Just that one single time?" In waiting room number 1, before the finals officially began, a small lizardman warrior was standing trembling, completely overwhelmed by the giant back of a member of the Dragonkin tribe. He was extremely regretful, his whole body shaking, thinking he shouldn't have participated. Why did he have to be in the same waiting room with the Dragonkin tribe? He was sure he would die, definitely crushed instantly if the opponent made a move. But then, the lizard man was stunned to see the giant silently turn his back and walk away without paying any attention. He wondered in shock, is he just leaving like that? The lizard man didn't feel relieved, but only felt humiliated, because being completely ignored by the opponent, treated as non-existent, hurt more than actually being hit. He gritted his teeth and roared in anger, "You dared to ignore me once already, just so I could stand here today." The lizard man had gone through a crazy, rigorous training process with the sole goal of catching up to the bodybuilders. He had tempered his legs to the absolute limit, from the quadriceps, glutes, hamstrings to the calves. Even the pelvic muscle groups like the pelvic floor muscles, the pubococcygeus muscle, and the entire tail muscle complex were trained to become tougher and more flexible than ever. This was an explosive, coordinated attack, taking advantage of the perfect connection between a powerful tail and a solid lower body. He rushed madly with an ironclad belief that with this power, even a high-level dragon man could be defeated. However, Dreva still stood tall like a mountain of steel, his eyes shining brightly with authority and radiating a suffocating pressure ready to crush any resistance. The main battle officially began, and the contestants gradually scattered everywhere, but the members of Helldungeon were not like that. As the organizing unit possessing the largest number of bodybuilders, Helldungeon maintained iron discipline. Even if the enemy suddenly attacked, nothing was enough to stop them from continuing their unfinished weightlifting sets. The only thing that could make these muscle monsters stop was the short rest interval between sets to let their heart rate stabilize.
In the quiet space, Block and a member of the muscle army were sitting and panting after a grueling workout session. The teammate looked over and marveled. "Block, your body has really developed outstandingly lately." Block modestly replied that he was just putting in effort to train like his daily habit. Seeing that hard work, the teammate joked, "Don't work too hard or people might mistake you for my senior." The two then collapsed on the floor together to enjoy a precious moment of recovery. Block continued to dive into heavy weight sets with high concentration. He flexed to perform the movement while humorously admitting, "My core muscles are a bit thick, so it's true that it's easy to be misunderstood as a senior." The teammate laughed heartily and affirmed that normally whoever started training first is the senior. Block also happily agreed. That's right. The hierarchy rule sounds simple, but entering the gym turns it into an intense debate. However, he suddenly remembered another unspoken rule and added, "But I heard that whoever has a higher total weight in the 3 big lifts is the senior?" The teammate immediately rejected that strange viewpoint, affirming that the one possessing a more beautiful physique truly deserves to be the senior. Amidst the heated debate, Han Soo suddenly appeared and made a dramatic suggestion. If so, then you two should compete with each other. He reminded them that both Block and the bodybuilders are currently official contestants of the tournament.
Hansu smiled, thinking that a clear hierarchy was necessary to make everything more organized. A member of the muscle army sweated profusely, bewilderedly exclaiming that despite being a monster, Block was actually a human. Another person looked at Block's massive physique and was full of doubt. Is this physique really human? Block sighed softly. He admitted he had no intention of fighting and affirmed, "How could I possibly attack the senior bodybuilders?" Immediately, a senior bodybuilder stepped forward, gathering his strength to execute the ultimate technique called vacuum. Witnessing the masterful stomach-sucking technique, the crowd couldn't help but cheer in amazement. Vacuum! They realized that by making the waistline slim, the aesthetic value of the body was thoroughly enhanced. The senior continued to show off the front double biceps pose, fully displaying a perfect X-taper physique down to every detail. The crowd shouted excitedly when they saw Block immediately respond with the same double biceps flexing pose as before. However, the difference quickly revealed itself, causing everyone to murmur. No, it's different. Block is being completely overwhelmed. With the same pose, but it feels like two different worlds. The vibes are clearly mismatched. Hansu quietly appeared behind a spectator and asked, "Look closely. Do you know why Block is currently at a disadvantage?" Seeing the other person's confusion, he began to analyze that, thanks to the vacuum technique, the senior bodybuilder's waist shrank, creating a strong visual effect that made the biceps, which needed to be emphasized, stand out more than ever. Hansu pointed at Block and further explained, "But look at Block. Due to the specific nature of his powerlifting training, his core muscles are very thick, and combined with excessive abdominal flexing, the muscle groups that need to be shown off in this pose suddenly appear relatively small."
Hansu concluded that even without pursuing the bodybuilding training system, the difference in posing skills at this moment was too obvious. He boldly declared that at this rate, it will be an absolute victory for senior bodybuilder. Block slightly relaxed his body, smiling as he admitted that he truly could not defeat his seniors in this bodybuilding discipline. After a tired, deep breath, Block suddenly compressed his air and flexed his body fiercely. This was Block's counterattack using the signature breathing technique of professional powerlifting. He gathered all his strength, causing his chest and abdomen to bulge to the maximum, radiating a suffocating pressure that enveloped the entire arena. Flexing just once made it feel like the entire space was being compressed. Witnessing the scene before him, a member of the muscle army panicked and yelled, "Bodybuilder, step back and find a way out immediately." He tremblingly warned that no matter how big an arm is, once caught by a powerlifter, the spine would definitely be crushed instantly. In reality, although both involve weightlifting, the powerlifting and bodybuilding methods create completely different bodies. If those following the powerlifting system put their entire life into a single push or pull, bodybuilding focuses entirely on the aesthetic beauty of each muscle mass. One side is pure strength, the other side is beautiful to the point of becoming art. A strong man is seen flexing to perform a heavy deadlift with a face distorted by pressure. In contrast, bodybuilding is the crystallization of efforts entirely devoted to the aesthetic of muscles. When a powerlifter and a bodybuilder face off, the victory will certainly not belong to those who only focus on beauty. Block rushed forward madly, using his sinewy hands to tightly lock on to bodybuilder's body. However, a surprising truth was revealed. Block completely couldn't bring himself to harm his opponent. He grated his teeth, his whole body trembling violently in painful inner turmoil, because in his eyes, bodybuilder's body was like a ceramic artwork meticulously molded by the hands of masters. Block deeply understood the pain and hardship his teammate had to go through to create every perfect fiber of flesh. For Block, this body held a value even greater than world cultural heritages like the Moai statues or the pyramids.
Looking at bodybuilder radiantly showing off the results of his training amidst a dazzling aura, Block could only hold his head in despair and helplessness. He stood silently, completely subdued by the beauty of a living masterpiece that he couldn't bear to destroy.
A gray-colored member of the muscle army suddenly locked the young man from behind to perform the side chest pose. The victim gritted his teeth in pain, his face flushed from suffocation as his whole body trembled under the immense pressure. He was horrified to realize he was being squeezed tight like an anaconda while being forced into an awkward pose. Han Soo quietly observed from behind. He empathized with the intention to escape kindling in the opponent's mind. Block struggled frantically to break free, but then a bizarre thought suddenly struck him. Looking at the massive blocks of muscle right before his eyes, he asked himself whether he had the courage to harm such a work of art. Block felt guilty thinking that his own spine and skull were obscuring the opponent's beautiful pectoralis major. He completely gave up his will, telling himself that covering up this perfect body was a waste to all humanity and that he would rather die.
Suddenly, a giant stone entity loomed from behind with menacing, glowing eyes. It coldly called everyone slime, making the atmosphere instantly freeze. In the middle of the gym, the giant stood towering amidst the warriors lying flat on the ground. The rock monster's glowing red eyes radiated burning murderous intent as it loudly declared it would punish those who dared to bully the slime. Hard as rock and heavy as Mount Tai, these are the most accurate words to describe the stone orc. A battle utilizing muscle masses with the texture of boulders makes anyone feel like they are facing a moving fortress wall. Looking at the giant entity with glowing eyes looming behind the wall, a member of the muscle army worriedly commented, "It won't be easy." Han Soo blankly asked, "Why?" The teammate explained that golems do not follow a normal evolutionary path. If they don't exert effort, muscle loss will occur, and they will soon return to being ordinary, skinny, and weak golems. There was a time when they were obsessed with muscle mass, but now they don't understand why they used to be like that, only to eventually accept the fate of returning to their original form. However, the stone orc is completely different. This is the most suitable race for bodybuilding, because even without training, they absolutely never lose muscle. This type is truly born with auto-max stats, no need to build at all. Facing the heavy opponent, Block silently stepped forward and loudly proposed, "Leave this battle to me." Han Soo looked on with concern and asked, "Block, are you okay?" Block didn't answer, but only focused on compressing power into his outstretched hands. He told himself that although he couldn't destroy a work of art, destroying a similar type of weapon was entirely possible. Block flexed his body, showing off rippling muscle masses that emitted a suffocating pressure, ready for the battle at the Hell Dungeon. Block quickly assessed, "It's here." He understood that there was no need to rush in and take a hit right from the start, but the most important thing right now was to escape the opponent's attack range. Block calmly dodged a lightning-fast punch by a hair's breadth. The stone orc frantically pressed on with continuous powerful strikes, forcing Block to constantly move and be wary of the stone giant's danger. Facing an opponent with a longer reach than expected, he lowered his center of gravity, prepared to gather his strength, and told himself there was no other way but to use the next method.
However, the battle remained tough as Block constantly had to endure 1,000-pound punches from the stone orc. Witnessing this scene, a member of the muscle army anxiously asked Han Soo if a powerlifter only knew how to take a beating before counterattacking. Looking at his brother being overwhelmed, Han Soo maintained a calm expression and affirmed that Block had not actually gone all out yet. Although his subordinate was still full of doubt seeing Block just standing still taking hits, Han Soo calmly explained that even though a powerlifter's ultimate skills are usually squat, bench press, and deadlift, it looks like they are being pressured, but they are actually gradually drawing out their strength. But there is always a fatal difference between powerlifting and bodybuilding. Han Soo boldly declared that as long as he used that thing, the situation of the match would definitely change completely. Amidst the cruel rain of blows, Block gritted his teeth and endured in pain, feeling that he couldn't take a single step forward under the opponent's pressure. In a critical moment, Block yelled out, asking Han Soo for permission to use that thing. He received a confident, approving smirk from the leader.
Han Soo decisively ordered, "Do it, Block." Immediately, Block tensed up, channeling all his strength, causing his muscle masses to bulge fiercely under suffocating pressure. He boldly declared that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. This was exactly the technique that Block had always suppressed in order to uphold the most basic principles of a powerlifter. Block suddenly focused his power on a glowing trigger point, creating an earth-shattering energy explosion that crushed all resistance in a blinding halo. His fingers seemed to press the button to activate an explosive chain of attacks. A rapid succession of powerful punches and kicks struck directly at the boulder-like body of the stone orc, making the ground shake violently under the terrifying power. Too fast! The muscle army standing outside couldn't help but be shocked and amazed, asking in unison, "Hansunim, what is that technique? This is a move we have never seen before." Hansu quietly looked at his disciples and calmly explained that pure bodybuilders wouldn't be able to know this move, as it is almost never applied in traditional weightlifting curriculums. He dashed forward like a flash of lightning, landing another heavy blow right in the middle of the stone orc's chest. Hansu boldly affirmed that this was the technique of using the elasticity and reaction force of the entire body to push speed and power to the absolute maximum. We call it cheating. A thunderous collision erupted right after, and he asserted that once the trajectory was mastered, the attack would become exponentially faster and stronger, channeling all the essence into the final punch called one-arm dumbbell press. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, crushing the enemy's stone defense amidst a cloud of thick dust and dry, crumbling sounds. The stone orc frantically threw desperate counterpunches, making Hansu silently conclude that this was a completely miscalculated attack style. Standing among the weight benches, Hansu looked down at the opponent lying limply on the ground and affirmed that no matter how sturdy he was, the massive accumulated damage from earlier had left the opponent unable to resist.
He told himself to end this with the most decisive attack, tensing up to prepare for his ultimate technique. He let out a loud roar, then used his immense strength to lift the giant rock into the air, executing a powerful deadlift right on the enemy's body. He squeezed the rock so tightly that it seemed like everything was about to shatter, but at the climax, he wondered if he had just heard the sound of his spine breaking, yet the reality before his eyes was incredibly blurry. A dark shadow with glowing eyes suddenly appeared right behind him, its hands still tightly holding on to that dark energy, until a sharp blue streak of light unexpectedly struck him directly in the face. What had happened? His body lost control, collapsed, and free fell in sheer astonishment as his consciousness gradually sank into darkness. He lost his momentum in the freefall, but quickly spun around to execute a very decisive landing. He looked up at the giant entity in front of him and told himself, "That's right. How could that be possible?" He silently concluded that he might have taken too many blows to the head, leading to hallucinations. He diagnosed himself as falling into a dizzy spell from being hit continuously. However, Block quickly regained his focus and realized the opponent had also suffered significantly. He boldly affirmed that in terms of power in each punch, he still held the absolute advantage. Block gathered his strength and lunged forward, throwing a punch that completely crushed the enemy's resistance. Looking at the fallen opponent with a deformed head, he boldly declared, "I am the one with the upper hand." Suddenly, the defeated enemy's body began to spasm and mutate abnormally, with grotesque lumps of flesh protruding from its back. He smiled confidently, but immediately had to stop in shock at an unbelievable phenomenon. Right before his eyes was the presence of two individuals with similar physiques. Were there really two Blocks? He stared at the two massive figures with the thick core muscles characteristic of professional powerlifters towering before him. The boss not only resurrected, but also cloned itself. The excitement of working out spread throughout the space, making someone scream out, "I can't take it anymore." All over the gym, the warriors frantically threw themselves into heavy weightlifting sets to release their energy.
A dry thud echoed as the heavy iron block slammed forcefully onto the stone floor. Hansu pointed to the barbell and boldly declared 240 kilograms. The dark-skinned, muscular guy asked back in bewilderment, 240? What do you mean? He slowly walked over, gripped the barbell tightly, and flexed his muscles to lift the iron block high. After gently lowering the weight, he casually dropped a phrase, "Easy." Hansu continued to increase the weight and announced the new level, 280 kilograms. He wondered to himself, what is the intention here? He concentrated force into his arms to perform the next lifting set, but this time his face began to distort under the pressure. Profuse sweat dripped down his forehead as he realized he was struggling with an unimaginable weight. Seeing his opponent showing signs of stalling, Hansu unexpectedly delivered a strong slap to his back and yelled out in encouragement. Under the intense urging, the muscular guy gritted his teeth, exerted all his strength to lift the weight block, and let out a loud, determined shout. After completing the challenge, he dropped the weight to the ground amidst the enthusiastic applause of the Muscle Army members.
Hansu didn't stop there. He continued to increase the weight to 360 kilograms. With only a single arm, he performed the one-arm deadlift and casually declared, "So easy." The muscle masses on Hansu's arm flexed tightly around the iron bar under extreme pressure. The weight of the training session was quickly pushed to an insane level, hitting the 14-ton mark. In the middle of the massive arena, Hansu stood towering above with his teammates, lifting the giant weight amidst the resounding cheers of thousands of warriors below. Amidst extreme exhaustion, the muscular man braced himself, holding tightly to the bar, his breathing ragged, along with bewildered thoughts. What the hell am I doing? Witnessing the muscles convulsing violently, he began to fear. Had his body already gone out of his control? Immediately, Hansu rushed over, delivered a strong slap to the opponent's back, and roared, "Go, go, 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 go!" Suddenly pressured, the strong man angrily shouted back, "Stop talking nonsense! How can I lift this?" The chant,
Go, 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 echoed throughout the arena from thousands of spectators below. The man gritted his teeth, his face contorted from the pressure of 1,000 caddies, and screamed in despair. It's impossible to do. Just as he was about to give up, a hand gently rested on his shoulder to reassure him. Hano quietly handed him a lever belt, a specialized belt for powerlifting that allows for quick release with just one finger. After tightening the belt, the man regained his composure and stood imposingly on the high platform. Amidst the endless cheering of the crowd, he gathered all his strength to prepare for the decisive lifting set. Hano suddenly appeared behind him, tapped his back lightly, and gave technical advice. Mixed grip. He directly demonstrated how to place the hands to optimize the pulling force, making the man nod slightly in confirmation. Just a minor adjustment felt like unlocking a whole new level of strength. The atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating, with every chant of go. The muscles on the man's back coiled up like boulders, radiating a terrifying pressure. He took a deep breath, pouring all his life strength into his trembling hands. Hano and the muscle army cheered frantically, creating a boiling heat that engulfed the entire stadium.
The man gritted his teeth until they bled, yet he continued to madly exert his strength under the witness of tens of thousands of eyes. When the barbell was at its highest position, the man confidently declared, "Easy." Hano approached, looking at his teammate who was drenched in sweat with bleeding wounds, and softly greeted, "Hey man." The exhausted man looked up with a face full of doubt. Immediately, the record-breaking number was announced, leaving everyone in shock. 14.5 tons. After that, the powerlifting training continued extremely rigorously. The members of the muscle army exerted all their strength to lift the heavy barbells amidst the cheering shouts. However, the stone orc, having the weakest spirit, was quickly defeated and became the first to give up. He collapsed onto the floor, his breathing ragged under the observation of his teammates, and was quickly carried away on a stretcher. Immediately, another terrifying challenge was undertaken with a weight of up to 20 tons. The atmosphere of the training ground was hotter than ever. Hano gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he poured his strength into the decisive lifting set. He took a deep breath, his sinewy hands gripping the iron bar tightly as if wanting to crush it. Under the pressure of 1,000 caddies, Hano's muscles bulged fiercely. The giant barbell was gradually pushed high as everyone held their breath. Hano stood tall like a god of strength, completing the exercise perfectly amidst a blinding halo.
About 1,000 years ago, in the dungeon of the deceased, a dark atmosphere enveloped the entire space. Sitting on the throne amidst flickering blue flames, the dungeon master, the Lich Belloc, quietly looked at the glowing magic book and concluded, "The intruder has arrived." With glowing red eyes radiating fierce killing intent, he coldly ordered his legion, "Destroy them." A massive skeletal army immediately obeyed, madly rushing forward with weapons in hand to eradicate the fool who dared to wander here. However, the appearance of this hero was beyond the monster's imagination. Standing before the skeletal army, the hero loomed with bulging muscles and distinct pale skin. Faced with that extraordinary physical strength, the dry bones fell into complete helplessness, unable to cause even a single scratch. A skeleton soldier, witnessing the shocking scene of its comrade being crushed by rock-hard flesh, suddenly froze, silently marveling in its mind. So beautiful, even a monster wants to ask for the link to the muscle training lesson plan. Even though it was under Belloc's absolute control and unable to speak, a skeleton soldier wearing a red scarf could not hide its admiration and exclaimed, "Wow!" Seeing the other party seemingly interested in his muscles, the hero began to perform powerful and sparkling muscle flexing poses. The skeleton soldier even excitedly imitated the hero's poses right in the middle of the battlefield. Suddenly, a sword struck hard against the hero's back, creating a dry sound, shattering this friendly interactive atmosphere. The truth was that Belloc's power was absolute. He used magic to directly strip away the skeletal army's will completely to force them to continue attacking. Witnessing his potential workout buddies being turned into soulless, constantly trembling machines, the hero began to show clear annoyance and fury. Not letting the Lich run rampant any longer, the hero took action to completely destroy Belloc, smashing the throne and crushing his skull into tiny fragments.
The skeleton soldier was finally free. He strolled out of the hazy green smoke, leaving behind the shadow of the one who once controlled him. That was Ben, who had just resurrected from the dead. His white bandaged hand tightly gripped the scepter, radiating a mysterious pressure. To rebuild the kingdom and reclaim the lost skeleton soldiers, Ben quietly advanced into the deep forest to officially participate in the tournament. Suddenly, the red-scarved skeleton soldier turned to look at his master and asked, "Hello, didn't you say you wanted to eliminate the excess caused by uncontrolled eating?" Standing in front of him was a member of the muscle army with a monocle, asking back in bewilderment, "What does it mean to eat and lose weight at the same time?" The giant clearly showed his anxiety and explained, "If I don't eat, I will lose muscle."
Looking at the sweet cream cake on the plate, the skeleton soldier couldn't help but be skeptical. I don't think eating cake will build muscles. His pride touched, the muscular guy roared indignantly. You also said you wanted to learn how to gain muscle, the skeleton soldier calmly replied, but not to gain fat. It was a nutritional debate, but sounded like two schools of magic fighting a verbal battle. Immediately, a brilliant green energy burst forth, clearly forming the shape of a muscular arm. The skeleton soldier pointed at it and confidently affirmed, I mean the muscles inside there. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, the muscular guy eating the half-finished cake suddenly froze, trembling as he asked, You can see my muscles? The skeleton soldier sincerely replied, Of course. How could I not see your sweat, blood, and tears? The words made the giant fall silent with emotion, because up until now, his body had only ever received mockery. He remembered the days standing next to real bodybuilders, only knowing how to sheepishly defend himself when asked about his abdominal muscles. Abs? They're hiding because they're shy. Even when burying himself in the gym, he still had to receive suspicious looks from the trainees. Teacher, are you really good at lifting weights? At those times, he only knew how to scream in helplessness. I told you I'm good. He frantically hit his stomach hard and firmly affirmed that all the muscles were completely buried under this layer of fat. But miraculously, in the eyes of that sorrowful skeleton child, all of his efforts seemed to have been seen through. The member of the muscle army proudly flexed, feeling the fruits of his hard work penetrating deep into his bones. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the darkness, Found you, accompanied by a scrawny hand pointing straight at the target. Immediately, a massive block of ice suddenly erupted, freezing everything in sight. A muscular warrior panicked and shouted, Dodge quickly, then madly fled from the danger zone along with the skeleton soldier. The red-scarved skeleton soldier widened his eyes in horror at the destructive power enveloping behind them.
Gudo was completely frozen, causing his teammates to do nothing but scream in despair. Wow, Lord Gudo! The mysterious figure standing on the high mountain peak quietly observed and loudly asked, Do you know how long I have been looking for you? That was the old Bone King with glowing red eyes. He wondered how the control magic had been broken so easily. The red-scarfed skeleton soldier trembled in fear, his teeth chattering together in the face of the Strong One's threat. The Bone King stared piercingly at the opponent and firmly asserted that he would definitely find out the truth through the very body of this skeleton soldier.
The Skeleton King cast a gravity field magic, creating sharp ice pillars that trapped the space. However, he immediately stopped in astonishment when he saw radiant blue souls diligently lifting weights right in front of him. He was shocked and wondered, summoned creatures? These muscular entities shone brightly, rhythmically regulating their breathing while working out. A resounding exercise shout echoed as the guardian soul exerted full force to lift a massive weight over its head with unparalleled strength. After the shout ended, a series of weights were suddenly launched at a wind-tearing speed. The ultimate dumbbell throwing skill was executed, delivering thunderous impacts that left the Skeleton King only enough time to scream in agony. Looking down at the defeated foe, he sarcastically remarked that the old man seemed to be the former director of this place. He boldly questioned whether chasing down employees who had escaped from such an exploitative company wasn't too cruel. The life of a skeleton is truly monotonous. Every day they just trudge through the dungeon without knowing what to do until they encounter a living creature and rush to attack. Even if their bodies are shattered, it does not matter, because magic power will resurrect everything to continue that meaningless cycle. Employees running KPIs without knowing what a KPI is. However, suddenly a skeleton started flexing and posing excitedly amidst a sparkling aura. It no longer wandered aimlessly, but began to walk decisively, then gradually transitioned into jogging and called it running. Just like that, it ran relentlessly through the dark corridors of the dungeon. On the first day, its kneecaps began to ache. It realized that cartilage is a consumable item, so it had to be used very sparingly. From here, the dungeon officially switched to a hellish gym cardio mode. On the second day, it tried to adjust its running posture. Realizing that stomping heavily caused a sharp pain in its knees, it started lifting its knees high and landing on the midfoot. The pain seemed to have significantly subsided thanks to this new technique. Soon, a running crew was formed. Many other skeletons began to follow and imitate its every move, creating a massive running legion right in the heart of the dungeon.
However, not everyone could keep up with this lesson plan. A skeleton suddenly stumbled, crashing heavily to the ground accompanied by dry, rattling sounds. The red-scarfed skeleton quietly turned back to look at its teammate shattering into pieces and thought to itself, running like that is wrong. He looked at the pile of bone fragments on the floor, slightly moved its jaw to emit clicking sounds, and then babbled, 3, foot position. Those were the first words stemming from the care for a teammate by the skeleton soldier. He rhythmically executed the mid-foot strike technique while frantically running. In the distance, Gudo and the skeleton soldier were facing a mysterious entity wearing a black cloak. Gudo quickly analyzed.
In a confrontation between mages, technique, casting speed, and magic power are the deciding factors for victory. Because Gulo's magic had many variations, the enemy would find it extremely hard to predict. He decided to put in his full power to attack relentlessly right away. Gulo roared, gravity magic, then unleashed the ultimate skill named Tower of Babel, a giant purple energy pillar erupting, engulfing the cloaked entity in terrifying pressure. However, the enemy quietly dragged his scepter on the ground, completely unscathed. The old man calmly asserted that the basic principles of magic are the same everywhere. The old Bone King disdainfully considered this trivial magic too easy to break. He began accumulating glowing energy and declared, "Now it's my turn." A cold aura radiated as he prepared to cast frost magic. The old Bone King boldly challenged the opponent to try and stop this attack. Instantly, the Blizzard ultimate skill was activated, creating a sharp ice wall tearing through the wind. Amidst the heat of battle, the skeleton soldier was still absorbed in shouting out the midfoot strike technique, frantically fleeing with Gulo to dodge the ice pillars. Witnessing this bizarre action, the old Bone King couldn't help but be dumbfounded, wondering what the hell was going on. Seizing the opportunity when the opponent left an opening, Gulo yelled loudly, "Now is the time, dumbbell throw ultimate skill." The old Bone King screamed continuously in pain as he was relentlessly attacked by blue energy spheres. He frantically swung his scepter to resist, but the targets had long disappeared from sight. The red scarf skeleton soldier was executing the midfoot strike technique to increase speed, leaving the enemy far behind. Witnessing this scene, the old Bone King was so angry that he ground his teeth fiercely.
This was not simply an escape, but every running step of the skeleton soldier was carefully calculated and contained immense magic power. Gulo stood watching from afar and realized that he was using this magic power-infused footwork to disrupt the old Bone King's channeling process. The giant Bone King looked down at his palm, where the tiny skeleton soldier was still diligently striding. The observers began to panic because their opponent was an entity on par with a dungeon master. A shocking truth was confirmed that the old king's power was actually on the same level as Han Soo. A lightning-fast collision sent a skeleton soldier flying into the air. Gulo broke a sweat, shocked to see a giant blue magic circle suddenly appear on the ground. The skeleton soldier ran frantically along the magic lines in Gulo's extreme amazement. He shouted out loud upon realizing that the skeleton soldier was not running aimlessly, but was directly drawing a giant magic matrix. With such a massive scale, the amount of magic power and physical stamina consumed must certainly be an unimaginable number. However, the skeleton soldier's eyes suddenly burned with an intense blue flame, marking the beginning of the NS2 state. The skeleton soldier explained that by just maintaining this high-intensity physical activity continuously for over 30 minutes, his body would gradually become light and full of a refreshing feeling. Gulo could only stand frozen, watching every blue flaming running step of the skeleton soldier gliding past him. Hearing that, one would just want to ask, is this cardio or unlocking cheat mode? The skeleton soldier smirked slightly, revealing his stark white teeth in a state of extreme excitement. He admitted that at times like these, he often felt extremely lacking in confidence. That is, he had absolutely no confidence that he would be able to stop.
The old lich gripped his staff tightly, silently realizing that he would not be able to dispel all the magic. Bright red magic circles suddenly appeared, surrounding the member of the muscle army. With just a decisive wave of his hand, the old lich caused a series of giant ice pillars to pierce through the ground, which was red as magma. The decisive attack was completely neutralized. Taking advantage of the opening, the member of the muscle army and the little skeleton soldier quickly executed a lightning-fast counterattack. The two coordinated rhythmically, gliding over the sharp ice blocks to close in on the target. A glowing purple magic potion was collected, proving that this reluctant combination had brought a highly positive result. Going alone makes you no match for anyone, but going as a duo makes you unmatched. Suddenly, a bony hand delivered a strong punch to the chest of the muscle army member, causing him to halt. He stood frozen with an emotionless face, while the little skeleton soldier continuously threw a flurry of punches at his stomach. The skeleton soldier looked up with an extremely serious expression, as if carrying out a grand mission.
Immediately, a notification line appeared confirming it, and the warrior felt his mood was not good at all. A knight galloped past the ranks of soldiers, forming up to advance towards the commander. A soldier with a body full of wounds carefully handed over a child and reported, "My lord, I have brought the young master back safely." The lord in the blue cloak turned around in shock, unable to believe his eyes at the sacrifice of his subordinate. The loyal soldier whispered in emotion, My lord." The lord hurriedly hugged his brother's shoulder, emotionally affirming, "I can have another son, but there is only one loyal subject like you in the world. How could you forget that?" Surrounded by the soldiers, the commander tightly held the soldier's hand and advised, "For my sake, never do that again." That is the power of recognition. When one's value is appreciated, people can value others even more than their own lives. Returning to reality, a member of the muscle army stood as towering and unmoving as a rock, letting the small skeleton soldier continuously throw punches at his stomach.
Suddenly, a Bone King with a crown on his head laughed maliciously. Was it already this fun, just playing around a bit? He proudly asserted that controlling the mind of a skeleton was easier for him than climbing stairs. The eyes of the small skeleton soldier suddenly burned with a ghostly blue flame, completely falling under the control of the Skeleton King hiding behind. Facing the danger, the muscle warrior silently channeled his energy, exuding an oppressive aura of purple spiritual energy to prepare for a counterattack. The dumbbell throwing technique was executed, and a series of glowing dumbbells shot forward at wind-breaking speed towards the enemy. The Skeleton King quietly dodged and mocked that although he was a bit surprised at first, these techniques were too ordinary. He looked bored, claiming that these attacks only made him feel sleepy. Immediately, the Skeleton King swung his staff, creating a series of giant ice pillars piercing through the ground, crushing all resistance. The sharp ice shards continuously shot at a member of the muscle army, but strangely, they only created dry, clashing sounds without causing any injuries. The Skeleton King looked at the scene before him in shock and asked himself, "Strange, why do I see their silhouettes overlapping like this, rendering any attack useless?" A muscle warrior stood tall and charged straight ahead, ignoring the ice shards shattering on his chest.
His reckless attack caught the opponent off guard. In the blink of an eye, his giant hand firmly grasped the enemy's head. He boldly declared the skill name, one-arm dumbbell press, then used a 1,000-pound force to deliver a thunderous blow that crushed the opponent to the ground. The extreme impact caused the ground to crack open, leaving the scene submerged in a hazy gray smoke. The Bone King panickedly activated the frozen barrier skill, locking himself inside a deep blue ice sphere for defense. Gudo quietly looked down at his hands, which were gradually freezing, and pondered in silence. Inside the ice sphere, the Bone King anxiously thought to himself, "After being defeated once, I have always wondered, what if that guy comes back, or even his descendant finds his way here? Chicken breasts that are flash frozen always retain their freshness to be enjoyed at any time." However, the Bone King was mistaken, because that is only possible for lifeless muscle masses. Gudo looked at the pieces of ice shattering on his hand and affirmed, "But that is only when the muscles are not moving. As for muscles that are in motion," the muscle fibers on his arm began to spasm violently, radiating immense heat that melted the ice layer instantly. Gudo boldly concluded, "It's very hot." His whole body emitted thick smoke, the blazing heat rising to completely overwhelm the cold of the dungeon. If only considering freezing resistance, I even far surpass Hansunim, with a body that is a perfect combination of fat and muscle. The marbling press ultimate skill was activated, crushing the bony guy underneath, leaving him only enough time to let out a cry of pain. Not stopping there, a heaven-shaking stomp made the enemy scream in utter helplessness.
A purple aura covered the muscle warrior as he continued to rain down attacks from the air. A deafening collision erupted. He sat perched on his opponent and confidently affirmed, "This is the power of Gudo." Gudo stared intently at the defeated enemy and asked, "Do you want to dispel the mind control magic now?" The enemy could only widen his eyes in terror and let out desperate cries for help. The Bone King trembled and begged, "Yes, please, spare my life." Gudo quietly observed and started playing around. "Let's see whether to spare you or not." He laughed triumphantly and said that he was also very hesitant. However, Gulo's body suddenly began to freeze while he was laughing arrogantly. The Bone King stood tall next to the block of ice and coldly declared, "I am not happy at all." The old king gritted his teeth, bringing up how the opponent had triggered unpleasant memories. He decisively made the decision to deal with this arrogant fool immediately. But the little skeleton soldier suddenly jumped up, rushing forward to use his body to block the attack for him. The old king was shocked to realize that the mind control magic seemingly had not been dispelled at all. Down on the ground, the little skeleton soldier was still trembling non-stop. Seeing his subordinate's reaction, the king suddenly realized, "Ah, do you want to quickly return to the laboratory?" He smiled maliciously and boldly declared that because there were still many experiments to perform, both of them would depart immediately. Meanwhile, Gudo remained trapped inside the block of eternal ice, with tears of helplessness beginning to roll down his freezing face.
Deep inside the dark cave, a mysterious ritual was taking place with a glowing red magic circle and flickering candlelight. The one kneeling inside was the demon Zaman, with red hair and long, menacing horns. From a nearby rock crevice, two strangers were secretly observing his every move. The orange-haired guy confirmed the target was indeed Zaman, and this was the opportunity to complete the commission to eliminate the demon. He drew his weapon, recalling the weakness of the demon race, that they were terrified of things formed by two intersecting straight lines, and decisively chose to rush out alone for a sneak attack. Seeing his teammate about to act, his companion anxiously asked if Block really intended to use that weapon. Block dashed forward madly while loudly declaring that this was the new magical artifact he had just acquired from the gym dungeon. He launched himself into the air, aiming straight at Simon, who was sitting quietly inside the magic circle. Block roared, demanding the demon lay down his life, and shouted the name of his move, Ab Slide.
A giant ab roller was swung down with the force of 1,000 pounds, aiming directly at the opponent's head. However, the moment the blow landed, Zaman casually used one hand to effortlessly block the full power of the ab roller. He quietly stood up with a look of extreme annoyance, disdainfully stating that a piece of ordinary trash dared to ruin his sacrificial ritual. Block was now completely defeated, lying flat on the floor, his entire body trembling uncontrollably in helplessness. Zaman looked down at the defeated man with a sharp, cold gaze and loudly asked if he had prepared himself to embrace death.
Witnessing the imminent danger, the remaining teammates hiding behind the cliff panicked and discussed using the angel's weapon immediately. Despite some hesitation, the captain affirmed that there was no other way to turn the tide. He decisively ordered the whole team to charge out and attack simultaneously to rescue their teammate. The captain roared the name of his ultimate skill, Angel Edge, and threw a series of weight plates flying like discs of death, tearing through space towards the demon. The red-skinned demon with long hair stood imposingly, enduring the barrage of attacks. Witnessing this scene, the group of adventurers could not hide their smugness, and one of them cheered. Good! Dungeon items really are on another level. However, their joy was short-lived as the demon suddenly closed the distance, right in front of them with menacingly glowing eyes. He launched a lightning-fast counterattack, creating a fiery red energy wave that crushed the opponent's confidence, leaving the two remaining adventurers wide-eyed in terror. He smirked slightly, his eyes darkening as he calmly declared, "I just had a good idea." His eyes glowed eerily as he continued boldly. "This sacrificial ceremony is a bit dull, so I will use you guys as sacrifices." He smiled maliciously, asserting that this way, even useless trash like them could become useful existences. Facing the adventurous faces distorted by fear, the demon leaned in close and asked in a cold tone, "Fun, right?" Amidst the rubble, an adventurer woke up weakly, holding his head in pain and asking blankly, "Yeah, what happened?" The terrifying memories rushed back, making him tremble and mutter, "That demon." Looking into the distance, a glowing red magic circle was shining brightly amidst the tragic scene, where his teammates were being used as sacrifices. The demon strolled away, carrying a motionless body on his shoulder. He glanced slightly at the one who had just woken up and asked, "Awake?" He quietly observed his prey and issued a warning. "It will be very troublesome, so don't run too far." The demon smiled smugly, confidently asserting, "You also know that you can't escape, right?" The adventurer could only stand frozen, sweat pouring down as he faced the suffocating pressure. He swallowed hard in despair, silently admitting that the other party was right. At this moment, he couldn't even think about running away. Looking at the back of the looming demon walking away, he painfully questioned himself whether he really had to end his life in such a hopeless and illusory way.
Block gritted his teeth in indignation and roared, "Don't be ridiculous." It turned out that before carrying out the theft, he had carefully asked how to use this treasure. In his memory, Block held the ab roller and curiously asked a member of the muscle army, "Master, how do you use this?" The muscular guy casually replied that it was the ab slide roller, and the usage was extremely simple. Just push it out and pull it in. The process was instructed in great detail. Step 1 is to kneel, tighten the abdomen, and slightly curl the lower back. Next, push the roller forward, so that the back and elbows are not bent. Finally, use the strength of the abdominal muscles to pull the body back to the starting position. An extremely important note is absolutely not to let the back arch too much, but to adjust the pushing distance according to one's own ability. Back to reality, Block began to activate this magic item. He frantically pushed the roller, but immediately his whole body started shaking violently. Block widened his eyes in horror, screaming in helplessness. This trembling can't be stopped. Watching from afar, the demon Zaman quietly looked at the struggling dark figure and thought to himself, has he gone mad from too much fear? Block felt his abdomen as if it were enduring continuous 1,000-pound punches. He gritted his teeth to endure the burning pain, screaming that all the mana in his body seemed to be drained completely dry. Even though he was sweating profusely and his body was about to shatter, Block still told himself absolutely not to give up, because his teammates were waiting for him. He braced himself and let out a resounding roar to gain more strength.
Zaman stood next to the magic circle, full of doubt because he couldn't feel any magic power emitting from that bizarre action at all. Block panted heavily, whispering his assessment that this was a level an ordinary human absolutely could not endure. He looked down at the roller and constantly wondered why, despite putting in so much effort, no magic effects had appeared. Block was shocked to realize that Gudo was originally a mage, and he began to suspect whether the real reason for his exhaustion was a lack of mana. With the meager mana of a thief, Block questioned whether he could use this item even a single time. His strength was gradually draining, his breathing rapid, while his hands still tried to cling to the ab roller. He panicked and asked himself if this was the mana backlash torturing his body. Block's whole body trembled violently, sweating profusely with every painful movement. Just then, Hansu's stern voice rang out, "Don't let your lower back sag." Hansu approached with a face full of excitement and continued to urge, "Feel the contraction of your abdominal muscles to the very end. Absolutely do not relax." Block felt like he was floating in the vast starry space, where every push consumed the entire essence of life. Hansu started counting rhythmically. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Block gritted his teeth in endurance, his face deformed by the extreme self-torture under strict supervision. The truth about the dungeon item named Abslide was gradually revealed. It turned out that a very special summoning magic had been embedded inside it. Dungeon Master Hansu loomed out, smiling radiantly, and placing a hand on Block's head as a compliment for the extraordinary effort just now. The video ends here. Please hit like so Gaul can release more great series. Thank you, and goodbye everyone.